Wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in and say hi to you guys today about and share some ideas that I was sort of preparing and thinking through as I get ready for the Wealth Summit at Bowie State University. I'm about to give a State of the Union address at Bowie, and apparently there are some people there who care deeply about wealth and Black wealth in particular, and I think that is absolutely amazing, and I love that, and I'm very proud of the individuals at Bowie. The URL for the Wealth Summit, it's going to be on February 1st, if I'm not mistaken, is thewealthsummit.org, thewealthsummit.org. And I want to give them a shout out for the great work that they're doing out there at Bowie. Now, with that being said, I want to talk about DEI. Right now, there's a lot of response and trepidation to the reversals of the Trump administration regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the truth of the matter is that this is a long time coming. There was kind of a backlash, a big movement against DEI, which is connected to affirmative action. It's not exactly the same. I think affirmative action was a little more effective and a little more specific to our people. And I didn't have a problem with either program. I actually am a fan of any form, anything that promotes some type of diversity. I would say, as a black man, though, one of the things that I did have an issue with, though, was the fact that it seems that they got to the point where diversity didn't really mean black people anymore as much as it meant, white women, gay people, trans, things like that. And then they would even bring people from other countries to replace African Americans. And they'd say, oh, we have people of color here. And it would be, maybe the nice Asian guy on the third floor. And I thought that was disingenuous for black people because black people in America, African Americans, those who are descendants of slavery, have made contributions to this country that cannot be denied. We've been around since slavery. We built this country, and I personally think that America owes a debt specifically to our people. Give me a yes in the chat if you agree. Again, let me know. Let's just see if we're on the same page with that. How many of you believe that African American people are owed a debt in this country? Give me a yes if you believe that, and also give me a yes if you agree that corporations need diversity. I think that diversity matters. I think it's good for business. I think diversity is owed to society, and we don't have enough of it, right? So, if you want to know if I'm a fan of DEI, the answer is absolutely yes. And I'm not Democrat or Republican. I don't vote for either party, but I do believe that DEI is important. And in fact, when I got my job on the faculty at Syracuse University, where I taught for many years, I was kind of a diversity hire. I was the only African American on the planet to get a PhD in finance during the year 2002, but universities still weren't hiring black people because the racism is very real, the exclusion is real, the pushing of black people out is very real, the not allowing black people into these institutions is very, very real. An issue that and Elon Musk isn't going to understand this, but maybe he does understand because he did grow up in apartheid, and I think that does affect his thinking. Again, I don't even hate the guy or like the guy. I own Tesla stock. There are things I can tell you that I think that he's doing that are good, but then everybody has their bias. I don't think Elon Musk is your friend, but then again, I don't think Joe Biden is your friend either because he incarcerated more black men than any president in recent American history. So my belief at the end of the day, if you want to know where I stand, is that I don't believe black people have any friends. All right, so let's dig deeper, right? So here's the thing about DEI. DEI is DEAD right now. There's a slogan, DEI must DIE, and whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter. But this has actually taken over, and now the White House is very clear that they don't support DEI. But here's the thing. I think that this is an opportunity for us to really address who we are. I think this is a chance for us to chin check ourselves and to basically take a step back and say, what are we made of? What are we committed to? Where do we go from here? And here's the thing. Um, there's a new DEI. There's a type of DEI that they don't tell you about. There's another type of DEI that doesn't get discussed. There's another type of DEI that I've always believed in that has not ever really gotten the attention of our people because we were busy chasing black jobs and not chasing black wealth. We were trying to get inclusion and get a seat at someone else's table, but we didn't talk about building our own table. There was distraction from powernomics because we wanted to do strugglenomics. We enjoy the idea of being in a space where we're not welcome and fighting for our seat at the table, fighting for our voice to be heard, fighting for someone to acknowledge us. And I personally think that that's beneath us. I'm not going to lie. I think that we deserve better than that. I think that we are people who can acknowledge ourselves. So my version of DEI stands for, it's very simple, it stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If you want to talk about DEI that I believe in, and this is the DEI I've always believed in, this is the DEI that Malcolm X believed in. You talk about what it takes to actually build a table, because if you build a table and you own the table, then no one has to invite you to sit at the table. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you built the damn table and it's your table, you don't have to ask for permission to sit at the table. I have a kitchen table in our house, and if you want to sit at my table, you have to ask me because I'm the head of the household, or you have to ask my wife. You can't come in my house and say, "Well, this is our table. We're going to let Negroes sit at the table if they behave. We're going to let Negroes sit at the table if they eat what we feed them. We're going to let Negroes at the table as long as they don't get out of line." Do you understand? Like no, no, no. This is my table, so you're gonna have to behave for me. You're gonna have to do what I say. We make the rules up in here, and so when you're talking about DEI, DEI to me does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It never did. DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. What does the development mean? The development means that in order to have real power in America, you've got to build it, you've got to create it, you've got to develop that. You cannot pretend to have power. You cannot borrow someone else's power. If I have this light switch, see, we got a lot of shiny Negroes that they put on TV. I call them the shiny Negroes because we think that they're powerful because they're on TV. The ditties, up there dancing and doing the whole show tunes kind of thing, the minstrel show. And with the shiny Negroes look like they have power, and you thought Diddy had power for many years. And now, as you see Diddy falling, you realize Diddy never had power. Diddy, the shiny Negroes are like this lamp. This lamp is very shiny. And if you don't understand how electricity works, if you don't understand how power works, you would think that this lamp had a lot of power. But if you understand electricity, if you understand power, then what you'd realize is that this lamp never had any power. This lamp, if you unplug this lamp from the power source, then this lamp will go dark. This lamp turns off. If I unplug it from the power source, then the lamp has no power. So the lamp never had any power in the first place. The lamp was plugged into a power source that gave it power. So if you're looking for power, if you're looking for energy, if you're looking for electricity, you don't go to the lamp. You got to go to the source. And one of the things that I think happens in America, when we don't understand economics, when we don't develop, there's that D, when we don't develop our children properly and develop them to understand where the source of the power is, then we can make the mistake of thinking that the illusion of power is the same as actually having real power. We think that the shiny Negroes on TV are the ones who are dancing and singing and making money, rapping about murdering black people, or the ones who are in our favorite movie. We think that they have power, and we don't understand. No, Hollywood is a multi-billion-dollar industry where the real power is coming from the people who are writing the checks. The real power in Hollywood comes from the people who are able to build the studios, the people who spent the time developing the business institution that underlies all of this stuff that you're seeing. Do you understand? Let me know if you're following what I'm saying. So when you talk about DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, that is the only pathway to true power. That is the only pathway to true power. And what America did to you, it ain't your fault. You got tricked. A lot of us got tricked. I got tricked for a long time. I'm 53 years old. I probably thought differently when I was 23. Where America tricked you is America made you think that you could have real power by having proximity to power. They thought you could be a real parent by being an economic babysitter. I don't care how many children you babysit. You could babysit 10 million children, but you will never be a parent because you didn't do the work. Sure, you have access to the kids. Sure, you get the parenting experience. Sure, you have special skills that you develop when it comes to nurturing children. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you ain't a mother. You're not a mother. A person who babysits children is not a mother. A man who babysits children is not a father. The process of becoming a real mother and a real father and having real deep, significant roots to the child involves probably about 187,600 hours of continuous labor required to raise that child from the age of 0 to the age of 18. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to put in the work. You got to put in the time. You must make the investment consistently over time to develop that child. And then when the child is 30 years old, they're gonna show up at your deathbed and say, "That's my mama, that's my daddy." When my mother took her last breath this year on Christmas Eve, My sister and my brother and I were all around her bedside because my mother had put in hundreds of thousands of hours into developing us as human beings, and she had invested in us. And I'm not talking about money. See, don't forget this. When I talk about investing, I'm usually not talking about money. I'm talking about all the things that are more important than money. So when you're talking about getting real power in America, you will not have real power unless you make an investment. You cannot have power without a sacrifice. You cannot have power without putting in the time, putting in the work. And this work typically takes many, many decades. The NFL is a very powerful institution, is it not? Give me a yes if you agree with me that the NFL is a very powerful institution. And if I were to add up and say, give me the total value of all NFL teams combined, it would be a massive number. It would be probably, I'm guessing, over $100 billion, perhaps. The Dallas Cowboys is the most valuable team at $10 billion. If I was to add up the economic value of all 32 teams in the NFL, the total would be $190 billion. $190 billion is a tremendous amount of economic power. Now, what's fascinating is that if you talk about black wealth and the 1.6 trillion that we spend every year, most of which that we give away, most of that power that we give away to others because we're trying to fit in, we're trying to integrate. Well, we could actually buy the NFL 5 times every year. Y'all do know that, right? Actually, what's that? 6 times, so maybe seven, actually almost 8 times. We could actually buy the NFL 8 times a year if with the income that we spend on new cars and Jordans or fast food or cell phones or fried chicken or whatever we spend our money on. Bottles of Cavassier at the club, whatever we spend money on. Like so that's just a little economic tidbit for you. For anybody that comes up to me and tells me black people don't have any wealth, I just turn back and I say, well, we actually could buy the NFL 8 times a year if we wanted to, right? You can't do that, but theoretically we could. So stop telling me black people ain't got no money. Stop telling me black people don't have any wealth. Stop telling me that black people don't have any capacity or ability for power. You don't like wealth. What you do like is you like unity. You don't like economics. You like vision. What you don't like resources. You actually like training and development. You actually like DEI. So you thought you had DEI because they told you it stood for diversity, equity, and inclusion, but you never had real DEI, which stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Your community, in order for you to have real economic power in this country, in order for you to call the shots, build the tables, or build the doors that you're trying to walk through, you're going to have an army of entrepreneurial young people that are going to get it done. You have to have a community built on the idea of putting in the work, putting in the time, developing the institutions, getting it done, starting with nothing, starting from the bottom. Now we hear not shiny Negroes propped up on top of something, some rapper or some comedian or some basketball player who's sitting on top of an institution that somebody else built. Do you understand? Do you understand the difference between standing on the stage and building the stage? Do we understand? Do you understand the difference between being propped up by the institution versus building the institution brick by brick from the ground up? Do you understand the difference? Because sometimes we don't understand that. Sometimes we think, and this is what DEI does. DEI says that somebody who has an institution, who built the damn thing, who built the movie studio, who built the record label, who built the NBA team, integrates you. They say, boy, you are mighty fine, boy. You a good boy. I thinks I'm gonna create some opportunity for you, son, because you're a good boy. You're so well behaved, and I like you. I like you. You're a credit to your race, son. Let me integrate you. And we like, thank you, sir. Thank you, Ball. I appreciate you. Thank you for giving me a seat at the table. Your DEI program is excellent, sir. And then one day he just wakes up on the wrong side of the bed and says, you know, DEI sounded good when I started the program because, I want to be nice and help these people. But now you're getting a little bit too much power. Now you're getting too big for your britches, boy. Now you're walking around here like you own the place. I walks in the kitchen, and you forget this is my house. You think it's our house. You use the word our when talking about the institution that I own and I built. And I walked in the kitchen and I saw you standing in the kitchen in your drawers drinking Kool-Aid out the jug. Nobody does that in my house except for me, boy. Like what's wrong with you? So I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and get you out of here because we don't have space for you anymore. So what tends to happen is that corporations will start the DEI programs and they'll have some nice little statement. You know, it's usually BS. It'll say, we support diversity, equity, and inclusion, blah, 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 right? And then they don't really do it. They don't really believe it, but they're like, we're going to do it because it's the law. And then they'll bring in black people, and there's always a ceiling. Tell me if you've ever seen this. There's always a ceiling. Most black people only get to a certain level. There's only a certain number of us that they actually will allow on the boat. Only a certain number. Once they get more than 7 or 8%, studies show this. Once they get more than 7 or 8% black control in an institution, they start to freak out. They start to get white flight, and they start to plucking you out of there because they're like, wait a minute. First, you were a charity case. We loved you when you were a charity case, but we don't like you when you're a competitor, right? We brought you in because we wanted to help you. We don't want you around if you're trying to eat the big piece of chicken like we are. You're gonna have to fight us for that. So this is what happens. DEI, unfortunately, again, I'm not against it. I'm all for it. Diversity, inclusion, equity, affirmative act. All those things are fine. I have nothing against those terms, but I never believed it in the first place because it was a damn economic version of a freaking Disney movie. That's what it was. It was a Disney movie. Why? Well, because what it's telling you is it's leading you to the assumption that some of the most greedy, corrupt, ambitious, nasty, competitive, economically exploitative people in the history of the world, meaning the white man. Y'all know what he did in Africa. That suddenly he was gonna be nice enough to really share his power with you and share it openly and willingly, unconditionally, and perpetually. You thought this stuff was gonna last forever. You didn't realize that this is a temporary thing. This is like a football game. I just watched the Eagles kick the hell out of the Washington Commanders. I forget, they used to be Redskins, now they're Commanders, and which sounds weird, but anyway, I just watched the Eagles beat the crap out of the Washington Commanders, and never once did the Eagles say, we're just kicking your ass so bad. We're gonna give you a couple touchdowns just to give you a chance to win the game. We're going to hit, Saquon Barkley gets the ball. He says, "Hey, here, take the ball, man. I feel bad that y'all haven't scored for a while." And because we believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, we want to have a diverse representation inside the end zone. So we want to include you and have equity in the game. So here's the ball. You can run. Go ahead and run. It feels good to run the ball down the field. No, Saquon didn't do that. Saquon's like, no, if you want to be like me, you got to earn it. If you want what I got, you got to be able to do what I can do. I can jump over people backward and sprint past them and twist them and break their ankles. Can you do that? You can't do that. So you lose, son. You get second place. And this is the real world. This is the real world. See, I believe that part of the effort of America, I believe that America is a country that doesn't really want black men in the country. I don't think they want black men in the country. They want people who look like men. They want bearded babies. They want men who have the beards and the big muscles and everything, but they don't really want black men in the country because men are scary. Men are competitive. Men, we growl at each other. We fight for territory, right? They don't want black men. They want black boys in America. They want 50-year-old boys. They want black girls. They want black men that'll put on a wig and a dress. They want the black men who are also submissive. They're like, well, you can be here as long as you understand that we're the alpha and you're the beta, as long as we're the winner and you're the second, then at that point, we got plenty of DEI for you. Here's a bowl of DEI. Here, boy, eat. It ain't as good as what I'm eating, because I'm eating good. I'm eating the Elon Musk salad and the Donald Trump steak and the the Bill Gates shish kebab, right? I'm eating that. That's how we're eating. We're eating at the 50 100 billion dollar mark. We're building rocket ships to Mars. We're building skyscrapers. We're doing, but you can be part of the DEI program. And what you can do is you can be my sidekick. I'm gonna be Batman and you're gonna be Robin. And it works best. It really works best if you're not really a real man. They don't want your black son to be a real man. They want your black son to be a DEI baby. Oh, well, thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate you clearing a spot at the table for me. Thank you so much. It's such an honor. And then when they get tired of you, or when the resources run short, or when the pressure gets too hot or too difficult, you've seen, to give me a yes if you've noticed, how many companies, the minute DEI became unpopular, the minute carrying you on the boat became an issue, what did they do? What did most companies do? They flipped your black ass off the boat. They said, I'm sorry, at this point, son, you're dead weight. We wanted to help you, but we can't because it's going to cost us too much money. So you can proceed to getting the hell up out of here right now. That's what they did. They instantaneously immediately Duke University, all these schools and institutions and corporations and businesses, these institutions basically said, yeah, about that DEI thing, we're not gonna do that anymore because you just we didn't even really want to do it anyway, but now we really got to stop. So good luck to you, though. Good luck, Tyrone. I wish you the best. And now, mind you, there are some exceptions. I want to give a shout out. I got to give a shout out to Costco. I've owned stock in Costco for a long time, and Costco actually stood by their DEI programs, which I think is great. Costco is just a good company. They are a good corporate citizen in the sense that they are known for paying their employees well, treating their workers in a way that's equitable. I love that company. So God bless Costco. I think Costco is great. But here's the thing about Costco, though. I saw Al Sharpton did a nice little like buy-in or something with the National Network for Costco. They deserve it. Yeah, why not? I mean, sure, ain't nothing wrong with Costco. But here's the thing about Costco. Costco is a great company, but it's still not a black-owned business. Do you understand? A buy-in at a Costco is not as effective as a buy-in at a black-owned business because in one case, you're saying thank you, sir, for allowing us to still have a seat at your table. But in the black-owned business, you're saying, hey, why don't we do a real DEI program, some development, entrepreneurship, and investment, and really build this damn table? See, you got to understand, I need y'all to understand something fundamentally true about energy. Every morning, by the way, I teach a class on financial consciousness. It's the Millionaire Training Camp. It's free. Anybody can join. Just go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com, where you can text the word morning, morning, to the phone number 87948, 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll invite you because it's for everybody. But here's what you got to understand about economic consciousness. You have to really protect your energy, your spiritual energy and your economic energy, and you got to be thoughtful about where you're targeting that energy. And here's what I see when I'm seeing us fighting for DEI, which again, nothing wrong with that. I'm not fighting against those who are fighting DEI. I promise you I'm not. But I want you to really process this and ask yourself or realize something. I believe that it's just as hard, it takes just as much energy to fight for a seat at someone else's table as it takes to actually do the work to build your own table. I do. I believe that it's in one case, you're fighting for a seat at a table and it's hard and it's exhausting and it's humiliating, it's degrading. You're like, well, why am I on my knees and the white man standing on his feet? Why am I down low and he's up high? Why is he 6'5" and I'm looking like Gary Coleman right now? Why is this, mama? Why does the world operate like this? This does not make sense to me. And that's difficult. That's draining. That's exhausting. Most of you know what I'm talking about because most of you struggle in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. You know, my wife is a PhD level therapist. She's very good. She's one of the best on earth at what she does. One of the things that we realize is that there's a lot of trauma that you experience in the workplace just from how badly you're treated. Did y'all know this? Did y'all know that just the way the crap you go through, the mistreatment, the micro racism or microaggression, the dismissal, being passed over for promotions, that stress and frustration, and you have to bottle it all in because somebody told you a long time ago that being too black and too loud about what you're going through, screaming too much about your pain is going to make you into a dangerous Negro, and then therefore you will be booted out of the system immediately. Take it from a dangerous Negro myself. Take it from a guy who wasn't quiet. I got booted out of a lot of situations. I was like Smokey on Friday. I would get fired on my day off because when they see me coming, they got rid of me. And I was super qualified. I was more qualified than all the white people, but that was back when I believed that qualification was the difference maker, and it's really not. Okay, so that takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy. Begging takes energy. So in my book, and this was my own personal conclusion, I said, well, it takes a lot of energy for me to go beg for a seat at the table. So why don't I just take that energy and put that energy into building a table? Right? I mean, really, if you're gonna work hard at something, if you're gonna stress yourself out, why not stress yourself out building something that's going to last, as opposed to begging for something that could be taken away from you in a second? Do you follow what I'm saying? I mean, if you're gonna put energy out there, why not put your energy into building something that's gonna give you generational legacy, as opposed to begging for something and working for something that's gonna give legacy to somebody else? Well, if you're gonna put in, if you work, think about this. If you go to work every day and you work about 50 hours a week, because you spend 8 hours at the job, but you got an hour back and forth getting ready for work, coming home from work, all that stuff. So 10 hours a day, 50 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, 2 weeks of vacation. That's what they give you in America. So that's what, 2,500 hours a year over a decade. That's 25,000 hours of labor. 25,000 hours of labor. That's a lot of time. Okay. 25,000 hours of labor over a 40-year working career. That's 100,000 hours of labor. And that's actually that's a conservative estimate, because most of you work 50 years. Most black people work 50 years, not 40. But if you work 40 years, let's say you can retire, 65, like a lot of people can't. That's 100,000 hours of labor that you've put into building an institution for somebody else. That's 100,000 hours of labor that you put into not something that's going to help you thrive, but something that's going to help you survive, right? That's 100,000 hours of labor that you put into not just building legacy for someone else and just surviving, but also there's a lot of stress and drain and letting go of your dreams, right? Your dreams don't matter anymore. All that matters is the dream of the person that you work for. Your vision has no influence. It's the vision of the visionary that started the company that you work for. That's the vision, right? Your vision is not your vision. Your vision is the one that's held by UPS or whatever company you work for, right? So to me, here's the deal. Here's what I'm saying. Do you get, let me know if you get what I'm saying. If you're gonna do the work, why not do the work in a way that's really gonna give you what you're looking for, that's really gonna give you real power? Why not flip DEI on its head? So in my mind, DEI never stood for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI stood for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If I'm putting my 100,000 hours of labor into developing something, then not only am I building something for myself, I'm building something for others. I pay the bills for about 20 or 25 people every month. There's a couple of dozen people for whom I've been able to make their lives better every month, because I am their employer, if you will, boss, whatever you want to call me, right? Um, Development might mean also, what skills are we developing in our children? I believe that our children are misled. I believe that we cheat them and we trick them and we exploit them, we harm them when we never teach them the skills to actually create something of their own. I believe that there's also a cultural problem. I wrote about this in my book. My book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can go to drboycebooks.com if you want to get a copy. It's also on Amazon. The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And one thing I pointed out in this book, and this is from the research we did in our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, is that there is a cultural problem that leads you to think that one path is the optimal path when it's really the most dangerous path. So you think that the path of the go to school, get a job, go deep in student loan debt, you think that's the optimal path, when really that is the path that has the most potholes. That's the path that has the most landmines. That's the path that blows up in your face. Because, well, why? Well, because what happens is that you get comfortable on that path, and it seems really nice, and it comes overnight, and suddenly you've got this power and status and everything else because someone gave it to you. But what you forget is that someone can do a rug pull and take it all away from you overnight, just like Trump and his friends did when they removed DEI. I know people that have built entire careers around DEI, and I respect these people. These are very smart people. But the problem, though, is that now that credential, I don't know what that's worth. I don't know what corporation, what big white company or big white university is really going to pay you what you're worth to come and bring that skill to the table. I'm sure you can do other things. I have a lot of respect and belief in your ability to proceed and move forward. But I would encourage you to understand that even though we've been trained to believe that building a business and investing are risky, it's actually having a job that is the most risky economic move you can ever make. When you have a job, if your employer decides that they don't want you no more, a lot of people are done. A lot of people are fried. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. And so understanding basic economic principles at an early age, which is what we should be teaching our kids, would teach them about diversification. It would teach them about risk assessment. It would teach them about the basic ideas, multiple streams of income, multiple streams of income, multiple streams of income. If you got multiple streams of income because you've been making investment and you develop an economic system, your DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, you've been developing a system of multiple streams of income because you're entrepreneurial in your thinking and you're investing in you, investing in us, investing in we, investing in this, then guess what? It's much, much harder for you to go under when there's some sort of an economic problem. It's much harder for you to go bankrupt if there's an economic shock. It's very difficult. Like I'll give you a real life example that'll kind of lay it out and help you understand this. So a lot of people, how many of you have heard, let's talk about Trump since everyone talks about Trump a lot. Anybody heard people talk about him going bankrupt 6 times or something like that? They're like, oh, he can't be a good businessman because he went bankrupt 6 times, right? Anybody heard that? Now, again, I'm not here to claim Donald Trump is a great businessman. I don't think he's ethical. I think that he's in boxing and all these other corrupt industries, right? So I'm not here carrying that flag for him at all. I would not do that. I would not do business with him. But what's interesting to me is that when everyone said, yeah, he went bankrupt 6 times, so that clearly means he doesn't have any money, he doesn't understand finances. And that was a problem for me because I said, well, you don't understand what it means when a billionaire that runs hundreds of companies has a bankruptcy. Like you don't understand. Like I get it. I understand what you're thinking. You're thinking about what happens when Sally down the street, the single mom who works at Ford, goes bankrupt. That's what you're thinking about personal bankruptcy. And you're right. Sally's in a really risky, vulnerable position. She's the only breadwinner in her house, and she's only got one stream of income, and she doesn't have any savings, any investment, no real estate, no nothing. So if she goes bankrupt, then that's bad. That's really bad, right? Like she's kind of fried. But when you run 400 businesses and 6 of them go bankrupt, that's a different kind of situation. You got 400 streams of income. You lost six. Do y'all understand the difference? Do you understand? I'm not trying to say Trump is some good guy. I don't get into that. I'm trying to tell you that this really speaks to the fact that we could probably benefit tremendously by expanding our economic thinking and kind of knowing what it really means to be financially secure. It is very difficult to be financially secure when you're living paycheck to paycheck with one stream of income. You do understand this. One step toward financial security is get married or get a partner or get somebody you trust that's also making money with you so you have 2 streams of income. That right there increases your financial security by 100%. You're now 100% more financially secure, assuming you don't date broke men or lazy women, right? You're 100% more financially secure just because you got another breadwinner in the house. Do you get what I'm saying? And then when you learn entrepreneurial thinking, the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, then you get 5 or 6 multiple streams of income. You've got real estate over here. You've got your stock options you're selling over there. You got your small business you're working on with your cousin over here. And then you've got many, many streams of income coming in. And then you're plowing that money into saving and investing and the ownership of capital. And then at that point, you're actually quite safe financially. I mean, you can't be a fool. You can't go out and be stupid with your money, but you're in a much better position than the person who leans on one stream of income from their DEI, from their little black job that may be dried up at any moment, right? Like that's a lot of load to carry. My wife actually did a workbook on financial anxiety, and if you're experiencing financial anxiety, which is a severe mental health issue, we do research on this in our Black Financial Therapy department. She has a whole book, a workbook on how to work through that. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can go take a look at that. There's a whole section with my wife's stuff. So drboycebooks.com. This is real stuff. This is based on science because I don't want you to feel anxious. I don't want you to feel unhappy, and I certainly don't want that for your kids. I don't. I don't, and I'm gonna tell you again. I'm not here to speak negatively about DEI. I was technically pretty much a DEI hire when I got my job at Syracuse, and it wasn't because I wasn't qualified. I was more qualified than everyone else on the faculty. I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. So I was hot shit. I was the #1 draft pick, and I was the McDonald's All American. So you can't tell me that they gave me anything because that I wasn't qualified for. But even at that point, even though I had all the skills, all the qualifications, There was something about that institution where every single academic department, for the most part, did not want to hire black people. And this, it really speaks to the racial narrative of America. These were people in the North. This wasn't deep South Alabama. This wasn't Mississippi. This wasn't Texas. This was New York. New York. And even in New York, I went up there and I said, how in the hell is it that you have almost 100 faculty members in the entire business school across all your departments and you haven't found one African American qualified to be here? This tells me that you have an undiagnosed mental illness called racism, this undiagnosed mental illness that you have not addressed. And because you think the way that you do, which makes sense to me when given because I know where all the bodies are buried. I know what your ancestors did. You want to blame it all on us. You want to look at us and say, well, the reason we don't we you ever hear anybody give me a guess if you ever heard anybody say this? Well, we love to hire African Americans. We just can't find any qualified black people anywhere. We don't know where the qualified black people are. We search high and low, and there's no black people who want to get up and go to work and who know how to do the job. Shut up. Just shut up. Shut up. Stop your damn lying before I kick you in your mouth because that's nonsense. We got millions of black folks out here that are very qualified, extremely hardworking, extremely disciplined, and deeply committed. Every black man out here ain't no rapper, basketball player, comedian, or buffoon. But millions of black men and women work hard every day. Black women are on top of their game. So stop that. Stop with the nonsense. Right? But that's what they'll do. They'll feed you something that is entirely illogical, something that makes absolutely no sense. They literally will try to get you to believe that there is a job that 100 white men have done, but there's not one qualified Negro on the planet who can do that same job. That is BS, absolute BS. And so what this speaks to, and what this always said to me is, this is why I didn't believe in DEI. I said because if you really wanted to diversify the way you say that you do, you would have done that. It's very easy. I got 10 friends I could call that you could hire. I sat there when I was on the faculty of Syracuse and I brought in a black woman, or I encouraged her to apply for one of the departments. This black woman had all the credentials. She was on top of her game. She was very focused. She knew what her research area was. She was a great teacher. And she did all the interviews, went through all the bells and whistles, and then they said, "Thank you very much." She went home. She never heard from anybody. No one called her at all. It's 6 months later. I said, "But did they give you the job? They said they need black people." She said, "No, nobody called me." So it was the secretary who got on the phone with her and told her, "I'm sorry, you didn't get hired." And she's like, "Well, why didn't I? What did I do wrong?" And they said, "Well, because you weren't a good fit." What the hell does that mean? It- what that tells me is that you weren't a good fit because you didn't have the complexion for the connection. What that says to me is that we live in a world where we have this reality that we refuse to acknowledge, which is that culturally speaking, people tend to want to be around people like themselves. That's just what it is. And if you're white, don't feel bad. I mean, I'm not calling you racist, but I think most people want to be around people that look like them. That's just a reality. In fact, if I come out the closet and tell a little secret, I like working around black people because I understand black people more. Some of y'all white folks don't make no sense to me. I don't understand why y'all love Seinfeld so much. It was never funny to me. But it was hilarious to you, and I respect that. But it just didn't get me like that. And so the point of the matter is to say that this is the world that you live in. We want to socially engineer a world where everybody is treated the same and everybody is just happy for everyone else and everybody loves it when they see a black man coming down the street trying to take their job. I don't think we live in that world. I don't. I believe we live in a world of competition. I believe we live in a world where money is power. I believe we live in a world where black people, because of your history in America, you don't really have any true friends. I believe we live in a world where both the liberals and the conservatives will dump you off the bus in a second. They will leave you hanging out the dry. They will push you off the boat as soon as you get too heavy. As soon as somebody tells them that they can't have you on the boat. As soon as they start getting punished for carrying you around, they're not ride or die with you. Ain't nobody ride or die with you. Ain't nobody out here really trying to go to war with you and have your back and protect you, even at the expense of their own family. But I think that we're the opposite. I think that we've been trained, we've been conditioned as black people. I believe we've been conditioned to fight harder for other people than we would even fight for ourselves. I believe we've been trained to stand on the front lines and take bullets for other people. I believe somebody taught us that. Like we will go out and we will fight for a Mexican immigrant that comes from a place in Mexico where they don't even like black people. We don't even know this. Like these are things we just don't know. Like we don't know that when you go to South America and Central America, y'all don't understand that you do know. Like when I was in Colombia, uh, You do know in Colombia, when I was there, went to Medellin to visit my brother. Do you know that they have a white side of town and a black side of town? How many of y'all knew that? Give me a yes if you knew that. Like everybody who was raised to believe like we're all the same, black brown coalition, Al Sharpton stuff, right? How many of you knew that like if you go to a place like Colombia, if you go to the white neighborhood, it's very, very nice. The restaurants are very fancy and everyone lives pretty well. Streets are safe, all that good stuff. And you don't see any black people. So you would think all the Colombians were pretty much like white people. But then you go to the black side of town, oh, it turns into the hood real fast. It's like, crime and poverty and everything else. And the only time the black people, when I was in Medellin, the only time the black people will come to the white side of town is when they were begging for money or working for the people on that side of town. Like y'all do understand that driving Miss Daisy is a concept that exists all around the world. It ain't just the United States. So when someone comes to me and they say we got to fight for the immigrants, we got to fight, I'm like, yeah, okay, the Haitian immigrants, yeah, I get that. But when you're talking about people that came across the border in Texas, I'm not saying I have anything against those individuals. I'm just saying I want my piece of chicken first. I'm not saying that those are bad people. I'm just saying, okay, so if they come into my country, what would happen if I go into their country illegally? Are they going to treat me exactly the same? Like, are they going to fight for me, march for me, pray for me, give me things that they need for their own family, or is it just kind of a one-sided situation that somebody fed to me? So here's what my belief is. I'm very clear about this. When I tell you what DEI stands for me, when it stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment, DEI, they have this slogan where they say DEI must DIE. And then Diddy used the word DIE when he said vote or DIE, like if you don't vote, you're going to die. Well, I've got a new slogan. I'm gonna lay it out here. Um, DEI or you will economically DIE. If you don't embrace the real DEI, then economically you're gonna be dead. Dr. Claude Anderson, in his book Powernomics, said that if black people don't learn to invest in themselves, build their businesses, and make investments in their community, their families, and each other, then you're going to be a permanent economic underclass by the year 2013. And in case you haven't noticed, we are 12 years past the deadline. So based on what Dr. Anderson was saying in the 90s, it's already done. A big chunk of the community is already fried. Like there's no coming back for some people. But for those of you that are listening right now, I believe there's a chance. I believe that those of you that can embrace new principles, the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, there's a lot of hope for you. There's a lot of possibility. There's nothing. Getting a seat at the table is not a secure spot. Someone can take that away from you. But if you build your own table, then not only is that a wonderful feeling, but you also um, know that seat is yours. It's hard for somebody to take something from you that you built and that you actually own. And in America, in American capitalism, if you don't own something, then there's a very good chance that something owns you. So that's my 2 cents. That's my belief. I believe that the real DEI, the one that they really can't stop, that if we embrace it for this generation, we will win, is development, developing businesses and developing children that can start businesses, developing children that have the right economic mindset, developing children that are prepared for the future, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial mindset, build your own, start your own. Don't beg for a seat at the table, you build a damn table. Don't let me through the door. I'm over here building a door. In fact, not only am I building a door, I'm so busy building a door, I don't even have time to listen when you tell me that you open your door. There's a lot of doors that opened for me when I became rich and famous and successful. I didn't even think about opening. I'm like, why would I go through your door when I'm building a door? I got 10 doors that I'm deciding who to let into the door. I don't really want to go through your door. What makes you think that I'm subordinate to you? If you offering me a door, Mark Zuckerberg, then what the hell is it? Why can't I offer you a door? Mark Zuckerberg wouldn't care if I offered him a door because Mark Zuckerberg's like, I got a door. I built a door. It's called Facebook. What door did you build? So we need people that are gonna build doors, and that means that the development piece is critical. Development takes time and consistent investment in something that is real, that is solid, that's going to last. The NFL is worth $190 billion. But if you go back 110 years, you could have bought the Chicago Bears for $200. You could have bought the Detroit Lions for less than $1,000. You could have bought the New York Giants for $500. Now those companies are worth a collective $190 billion. Why? Well, because they had their own DEI program. They did the DEI. They did the development. They did the consistent investment. They were thinking entrepreneurially. They didn't get distracted by black jobs, white jobs, green jobs, purple jobs, diversity jobs. They didn't get distracted by jobs. They focused on building for the next generation, and now their children are rich. Now, all of their kids will never have a financial problem. They'll never have to beg for a seat at the table. They're the ones who sit there at the throne and decide who's going to sit at our table, because now our table has received so much investment, so much energy, so much development that everybody wants a seat at this table. And I'm the king of the damn table. And this is my throne. This is my crown. You can't take that away from me. You're going to have to beg for a piece of this. And I'm going to give you whatever I feel like giving you. That's what power looks like. That's what power looks like. So there was no power in the original DEI as they designed it. The original DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, was never power. It was a substitute for power. It was proximity to power. It was temporary power. It was conditional power. It was never real power. You thought you had power because you sat next to the powerful person. So instead of learning how to be the assistant to the king, how about we learn how to be the damn king? But to be the king and to be the queen and to have the real power, you got to pay the price. There are no shortcuts. This is not a job for short-sighted, short attention span, flashy Negroes who don't want to do the work. This is not a job for people that want to spend so much time shining that they have no substance beneath the shine. This is not a task for shallow people. This is a task for people that understand the job and are committed to the assignment and are willing to do the work for the kids, that are willing to quietly grind away, build, invest, add on, develop, and then in the next generation, that's when somebody shines, because you built the damn stage. Development takes time. Investment takes time. People who tell you that you can get it overnight, that you can get it fast because you got a record deal or an NFL contract or some sort of comedy special, those are the people that don't understand what real wealth looks like. They don't know what institution building actually entails. And to do that, you must have a vision. You must have a vision. You must have a vision that comes from your consciousness. What is your consciousness? I can tell you right now, if your consciousness does not go past next week, then you'll never have a damn thing. You'll never have real power. There's never been a powerful man or woman ever in history that didn't have somebody that had a long-term vision. Do you know that China's economic power is built on a 100-year plan that they put together 50 years ago? Do you know that? Some people can't plan for more than 2 weeks. The Japanese make 300-year plans for their companies. Do you have a 300-year plan for your family? What is your long-term plan? Or are you only planning up to Saturday night? Are you planning up to the next pay period? What is your plan, people? Because right now, it's things are getting tough. DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If we embrace this, that's a DEI no one can ever take from you. But if you get out here and keep falling for the okie doke, then they can pull the rug right out from under you. They slam the door shut. They remove your spot at the table, and then you're crying and whining again. I don't want to whine and cry. I don't want my children to cry. I don't want my grandchildren in pain because I failed to do the work, because I failed to have the vision. I want their lives to be better than our lives, and I know that's going to require some work. So that's my suggestion. That's my thought. Please commit to doing the work. What work are we doing? What work are you doing? What work are you doing for that baby? Because if you do the work, they're going to have a good life. If you don't do the work, then they're going to struggle. That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. I want to mention that I'm going to give the State of the Union address at the Bowie State University Black Wealth Summit. I think it's February 1st or 2nd. It's on a Saturday, whichever day is a Saturday. And if you want to come out, you can go to The Wealth Summit, thewealthsummit.org, and feel free to come out. I'll give you a hug, shake your hand, stuff like that. Also, if you want to join us every morning, we do financial consciousness training. We have something called a Millionaire Training Camp in the Black Business School. It's totally free. We have 170,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud of that. That's what we've been building, and that's what we've been investing in. And we have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we work with the best Black therapists to develop this, to understand the psychological barriers to building Black wealth. And in our research, we're finding that there are lots of cultural issues, there are lots of psychological issues like undiagnosed, untreated trauma that make it difficult to build wealth. So if you want to join us every morning for class for free, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, or you can also text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation. Anyway, have a good day, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. And this podcast is on Spotify. So I'll see you guys soon. Take care now. Peace. Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in for a minute because I really had something I wanted to talk about involving this really interesting conversation between Pastor Jamal Bryant and the one and only Cam Newton. These are two brothers that I do respect. You know, they've accomplished a lot in their respective fields. Cam was one of the best quarterbacks I ever saw. Jamal is a guy that I spent some time talking to when I went to Ghana. I saw Jamal in Ghana. And I would say I consider him a friend. I don't know if he'll think of me in the same way after I finish this conversation, but my goal is to be honest. So I saw a little clip of an interview where Jamal was basically speaking to Cam, and they were talking about black on black crime, which is something that I'm very sensitive to. It's something that many of us have been affected by. It's something that has really hit our communities hard. I live in Chicago. And if you know anything about Chicago, there's a reason they call Chicago Chirac. And my sister was actually she actually did autopsies in Chicago, and she would talk about all the young brothers and sisters that are just dying in the streets like crazy. And it's almost like par for the course. It's almost like it's just something that's to be expected. It's just something that we just kind of think is supposed to happen to Black people because you're Black. And so anyway, I saw this clip, and I'm gonna play this clip. But first off, I want to ask you all, give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes and hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up Boyce Watkins or the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, you can find me on Spotify. So let me know if you can hear me as I pull up this clip. I'm going to share my screen real quick and play this from the brothers. It just, I ain't gonna lie, it really kind of got to me a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you why in a second. But let me make sure I am sharing the audio properly and all that stuff. I don't even know. You know what? I hope it shares. Okay, let me see if I can make sure I share this audio properly because I don't want to mess this up. You know what? I'm not going to share the audio just yet. I'm going to pull the video up in a different way. But I'll tell you what they said as I get the video loaded and ready for you. Basically, they were talking about black on black crime, and Cam made an interesting point where he said it took a white man to tell me that that when a black man kills a black man, nobody really says anything, but when a white man kills a black man, there's a riot. And then Jamal goes into a response that is he's a very eloquent, very intelligent man, a very good speaker, but just because it sounds good don't mean it's accurate. And so he pretty much seemed to imply that just the whole concept of black on black crime is a myth, that literally you're just as safe living in a middle class or lower class white neighborhood as you are in a lower class black neighborhood, that a young black man has no greater probability of ending up dead than any other group of people. that black on black crime is kind of a figment of our imagination, because that's what liberals tell us. And as much as I say I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, I get people that will get mad because they feel like because I'm black, I'm supposed to go along with bullshit, and I just don't do that. I cannot do that. So let me play this clip for you. I think I have it loaded. And I just want to, actually it's still loading, but it'll load. So the first thing I'm going to say here is, before I even play this clip, I'm going to give y'all some stats. You know, when people say black on black crime is doesn't exist, first I'm going to ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. How many of you know a black person that was killed by another black person? Give me a yes in the chat if you know a black person that was killed by another black person, or give me a yes or no in the chat if you think black on black crime is real. It's okay to have your opinion. I hope it's okay that we can disagree on certain areas. But I want to mention, I know my good buddy Greg Wilkins was murdered when some dope dealers ran up in his house and shot him in the head in front of his daughter. And I think that to say black on black crime is not real would be a little disingenuous, because I've never seen, I don't have any friends that were where white boys ran up in their house and did that to them. Doesn't mean black men are murderers. Doesn't mean that we are worse than white people. Doesn't put them on a pedestal, but it does. It does say something. So let me play this clip, and then I'm gonna tell you why this clip just really got me going in terms of saying, come on, man. So here we go. Let me play it.
It took a white man to tell me. He says, how is it when a black man kill a black man, it's not really outrage?
Yeah.
But when a white man kills a black man, it's gonna start a riot.
The American media has manipulated the narrative of crime. Black on black crime is a made up thing. You have never heard white on white crime. Never heard the Asian on Asian crime. They have tried to fraction and compartmentalize us to feel as if where the crime is where we are.
Go ahead.
The lead murderers in America are white men. The lead robbers in America are white men. The largest amount of rapists are white men. The highest number of domestic abusers is white men. The highest number of arrested pedophiles is white men. The greatest number of drug dealers arrested is white men. But if you ask the average American who are the proponents of crime, is a black face to it. They're now trying to create this narrative that the immigrants are bringing in the crime, because they never want to own up to what it is that they have done. Part of our responsibility is to pull the sheets off. We had a shooting here in Georgia not long ago. A young man named Colt, 14 years old, went and shot up his high school. His father's now being charged. Can you imagine what conversation me and you would be having if Colt was black and Colt's black father gave him a gun? The television, the internet would explode on the irresponsibility of black fathers, on why it is that young black men have guns and are carrying guns. It has always shifted to make black men feel hyper-aggressive, hypersexual, and hyper-criminalized. It's part of a larger, historic, original sin of America that always criminalizes and points their fingers at black men when it's absolutely not true. The overwhelming majority, Cam, of black men who are under penal supervision are under penal supervision for nonviolent offenses. They're on ankle bracelets, home monitors, on parole, on probation, for possession, not for distribution. It may not sound like it's significant, but it's very meaningful. And so that's why it is that we've got to ask the hard and the difficult questions. Where is criminal justice in America? And is justice just us?
Is that there were a lot of things that Jamal said that I think are fine, right? A lot of things he said I agree with. But there were some areas that have to be addressed if we're ever going to advance as black people. One of the biggest problems that we have is that the Democratic Party pretty much has a slave whip cracked in our back. We pretty much, everything that we talk about has to be framed in the language that is approved by the Democratic Party masters. If you remember, during the election, Jamal brought in Kamala Harris because there was some backroom dealing, most likely, in terms of them depending on the black preacher to deliver the vote blue no matter who kind of mindset, or vote or die kind of stuff. The stuff Diddy used to do when he was the de facto black leader in, for, representing the Democratic Party. That's what it is, right? It's politics. Everybody has a right to be whatever political party that they want. But one thing you got to pay attention to is this. I want you to think about this, and I want you to ask yourself this question. If we're working so hard for civil rights, and if we're working so hard to build up our community, if we're working so hard to advance our people, why has there not been any progress? All right. If all this voting is supposed to be so beneficial, then why haven't we moved forward? Why is black wealth going down? Why are black families falling apart? Why are black people, black boys, and going to school still can't read? Well, a lot of it is because we get false narratives that have to be cloaked in a type of liberalism that devoids us of any accountability for our own condition. What am I talking about? Well, let's go back to what Jamal said about black on black crime, where he pretty much said that it's made up. Let me just be clear. Black on black crime is not made up. It is very, very real. Does it mean white men can't be violent? Of course not. Does it mean white men don't commit most of the crimes? Of course not. But also, if you consider that the country has 8 times more white men than black people, to just look at raw numbers is inaccurate. You can't just look at the raw number. You have to look at the proportion, right? So if you look at the proportion, and if we're 13% of the population, but we're committing 40% of a certain crime, that's 3 times more than our proportion in the population, damn near 3 times more. So stop talking about raw numbers, because it shows you don't know math. You do not know math. If you say more white people on welfare than black people, that's fine, but I need to know the proportion. And again, maybe it's because I'm a statistician. I have a master's degree in statistics, and I'm like, yeah, but there's 1 black person for every 8 white people. Not to put white people on a pedestal. I'm not doing that. But I'm saying we got to at least be accurate here. You can defend black people without having to tell a lie. So let me give you some stats that'll help you understand what I'm talking about. Give me a yes or no. Let's just start with the basics right now. Start with the basics right now. Do you believe that a black male has a higher probability of dying from a violent crime than a white male or anybody else? Do you believe that black boys are in danger from the time they're born? Do you believe that? Do you believe that black men have a higher probability of dying from murder, homicide in particular, than white women, Asian men, anybody else? Do you believe that? Yes or no? Because if you say no, that's another conversation. But I can point out literally 2-3 dozen dead rappers over the last couple of years, and the vast majority of them are black. And also, when you look at all those homicides that are real, these mothers crying, it's very real. These deaths are very real. In many cases, they don't get the attention that they deserve. They don't get the George Floyd march. They don't get the outcry from the civil rights leaders. Why? Well, because they had the misfortune of being killed by a black person. That's what it is. If you black and you get killed by a black person, Ben Crump is not coming to your house. I know that because I know Robin Simpson, who was stabbed 100 times in Houston. Look it up. Robin Simpson was murdered, stabbed 100 times by her husband in front of her 8-year-old daughter. We called Ben Crump. We reached out to Ben. Ben said, I ain't got time for that because she didn't get killed by a white man. He didn't say it like that, but that's what it is. If there had been a white cop who had killed her, Ben Crump would have been all over that case. No disrespect to Ben, but y'all got to know the truth. It's race hustling up in here. That's what it is. It's insanity. It's weird to me. It's weird. It's weird to me that the death of a black man doesn't get attention if he's not killed by a white person or a cop. And maybe I take this personally because I have a best friend named Greg Wilkins in Louisville, Kentucky, who lived not too far from Breonna Taylor, and he was murdered by a Negro. And did nobody get outraged? Did nobody hold no candlelight vigils? Did nobody call the Democratic Party? Did nobody hold no protest rallies or no nothing? Well, why? Well, because, it's just 2 black people killing each other. That's par for the course. And then I have to listen to Democratic Party operatives, and I'm sorry, Jamal, that's what you are, man. I know they put something in your pocket. That's what that, and I'm sorry, brother. Some of the stuff you do, I don't agree. I liked you when we met in Ghana. I liked the conversation. I think you're a nice guy. But Lord Jesus, man, I don't understand some of y'all black preachers. Some of them, not all of them. Some of the black preachers are not. I don't understand that. I'm like, y'all ain't working for God. Y'all working for the other guy, because some of the stuff shenanigans that happen in your churches don't make any sense to me. With that said, let's continue. Let me give you some FBI statistics on crime. Let's resolve some of this with actual numbers. Did you know that according to this is for the Centers for Disease Control. Did you know that black males are about 50 times more likely to die from homicide than Asian males? 50 times more likely. And as much as everybody wants to tell me that it's the Trump supporters killing everybody, I'm looking for the show me where they went in a black neighborhood and killed 50 or 100 black people. I really need to know that, because if that happens, then I'm definitely going to go and address that. Who do you think was killing these black males? Did y'all hear what I said? Let me know if you heard what I said. Black males, according to the Centers for Disease Control, are 50 times more likely to die from homicide than white males. Actually, let's just be specific. Black males have a 52.9 out of every 100,000 black males dies from a firearm. Asian males, it's 1.5 for every 100,000. For black females, it's 7.5 per 100,000. So black people have a higher rate regardless. For Asian females, it's about 0.5 per 100,000. Now, for whatever reason, I couldn't find the stats on white people, but I'm willing to bet you that the numbers are not nearly as high. I can tell you that those numbers are extremely high for black people. Here's another stat that you should pay attention to. So not only are black males most likely out of all groups to die from homicide, also, if you look at the FBI's data and you calculate how many white people were killed by black people, it's 566. And then you say how many black people were killed by white people, it's 246. Now, if I give you numbers, I'm going to have people that are going to say, oh, you being an Uncle Tom, oh, you being a sellout. If the truth makes me a sellout, then all I can say is fuck you too. Because at the end of the day, we have to at some point look at the data and really look at what's really going on in our neighborhoods and what's going on in our communities. One of the reasons that black on black crime is so rampant in cities like Chicago is because we have people in the Democratic Party in particular that are telling us that it doesn't exist. No, you didn't see that little 9-year-old girl get shot on her tricycle by some gangster. No, you didn't see that little boy making straight A's in school get killed on his way to band camp. That didn't happen. You didn't see that. What you need to look at George Floyd. Look at George Floyd. He's the guy. He might have been on fentanyl, but that don't mean that he did. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I'm sorry. When you're telling me George Floyd is Martin Luther King, anybody remember that? Where they were comparing George Floyd to Martin Luther King? I said, look, what happened to George shouldn't have happened. No question about it. But he ain't Martin Luther King. There was some stuff in his background that was pretty horrific, pretty terrible. And second of all, there are so many other cases of injustice that I wish you would look into instead of the ones that fit your narrative, instead of the ones that are convenient for you. There are men right now being raped in prison, beaten and raped and killed in prison. You're not talking about that. There are little children being shot in the city of Chicago every week. You don't talk about that. There are people like Robin Simpson in Houston who got stabbed 100 times by her husband. You don't talk about that. What you talk about are the cases that fit your narrative. Ben Crump talks about the cases that will get him paid. And this is something that I think as black people, we got to address. If you never address the truth, you're always going to live in a lie. If you never start looking at facts, then you're always going to be stuck in this goofiness. And I'm gonna tell you, I have people that don't even talk to me because I won't go along with the nonsense. But I'm a college professor. I can't live in the middle of something that just doesn't make any logical sense. And if it did work, if what you were doing was actually working, then the black community would be in a better position. It's not in a better position. It's going backward. And so what's happening is that you got these high-paid Negroes out front that are getting all this money, basically keeping you exactly where you are. And I think it's BS. It's nonsense. And so let's look at the stat again. Let's go through this again. According to the FBI's data, again, because black on black crime doesn't exist, and apparently we're all being murdered by white people or something. If you count in 2019, the number of white people murdered by black people was 566. The number of black people murdered by whites was 246. So there's like 8 times more of them than there are us. So the number of black people killed by white people should be 8 times higher than the number of black people killed by white people. If you look at proportions, for some people that's going to go over their head, but if you look at it on a proportionate standpoint, then you would find that 8 times more white people would or 8 times more black people would be dead because there's 8 times more of them than us. But actually, it's the opposite. Again, white victims murdered by black offenders, 566. Black victims murdered by white offenders, 246. And the reality is that none of these numbers surprise you. None of these numbers surprise you because we're the only community where somehow these white and Jewish record labels are making billions of dollars getting these Negroes to get on a record and rap about how they want to murder people all day. All they do is they talk about killing black people all day. You got this Klan rap, this Klan music out here that everybody's celebrating. Jamal, I'm sorry, Jamal, you probably have some rappers up in your church, right? We look up to these people that talk about murdering black people, and then we turn around and say, well, no, black on black, the black on black crime don't exist. Black on black crime isn't real. They made that up. The white people made that up. No, they didn't make it up. They didn't make it up. When I had my friend that got murdered, that wasn't made up. He's really dead. He's really in a casket. So stop telling me that black on black crime isn't real, because I know people who've been victims of that. And when you say it's not real, what you're doing is you're disrespecting the victims. What you're doing is you're telling them that your narrative does not matter. You're saying your death is not important because it does not fit the broader socialist agenda of taking down the police state and undermining capitalism and all these other things that they did when they created communist puppets that they proclaimed to be civil rights leaders that were literally using us to pursue a bigger agenda. That's what's been going on for about 60 or 70 years. It's not a coincidence that all these things are being revealed right now, because there's a deeper game going on than what we were aware of. So let me show you some more stats. Here's another stat. Most crimes are actually intraracial. So if you wanted to say that white on white crime exists, it does. White victims are killed by white offenders about 2,594 times, at least in 2019. There were white men or white women, white people killed by other white people 2,594 times. But pay attention, look at this. Remember, we're 13% of the population. So our number should be much smaller than 2,594, right? Do you follow it? Give me a guess if you follow that. That because we're a smaller percentage of the population, if their number is 2,594, our number should be maybe, I don't know, maybe like 500 or maybe 400 or 500 max, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get the logic? Okay, what's our number? It should be about 400, right? No, the number of black people killed by other black people is 2,574. That was in 2019. This is according to the FBI. White on white murders, 2,594. Black on black murders, 2,574. So what this says is that, yes, you can make the argument, yeah, white people kill white people more than black people kill black people. Sure, by 20, right, it's 74 versus 94. But do you understand me when I make this simple point to you? Tell me if you're getting this point. I want to make sure I don't gloss over this. These numbers should not be the same. These numbers should not be the same. The number of white people killing white people should not be the same as the number of black people killing black people. We are 13% of the population. Do you follow? Do you understand? So when somebody says we have to deal with black on black crime, and then you say, no, that's not true. Can wait on white crime. Why are the numbers the same? Do you understand that? And the reality is that a lot of you have people in your own family that were killed by other black people. And so it drives me insane when I hear people, and I like Jamal. When I met him, he was a nice guy. But one thing that has to stop is we got to stop. First of all, we got to stop letting these damn rappers get money from their slave masters to promote violence in our communities. I mean, there are places I can go right now. I don't know what white hood I can go to where somebody might pull out a chopper and take me out and carjack me or kill me. I don't know which. No, I'm sure that they exist. You can tell me where they might be. Maybe it's. I mean, I've been to Appalachia. I've been to Eastern Kentucky. I've been to the hills. I'm talking about where white people were dirt, nasty, danky, poor. And sure, I'm sure there were some criminals up in there. They got a meth problem. They got a lot of issues, right? So, but I can tell you this. While it would be very difficult for me to find a white neighborhood where I might get shot, I could find a black neighborhood in about 10 minutes. I know exactly where to go if I wanted to go to a black hood and be killed. And then now, is this the fault of the kids? No, a lot of them are babies. No, it's a culture. It's a cultural problem that you have not addressed because your Democratic Party slave masters have not allowed you to address it. You will never solve the problem because these people control your mind. These people tell you what you're allowed to think. They tell you what you're allowed to say. I get it all the time, but I don't listen. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck. I just tell them to fuck off. I'm looking at truth. And at the end of the day, if we don't start looking at truth, we're going to always be behind. We're going to always be lost. I'm going to tell you, I hear so much fear coming from my community. I hear so much fear. I hear so many people telling me I'm supposed to be afraid of Donald Trump. And I'm like, but where I come from, men don't sit around in fear of other men. Where I come from, a man don't sit around shriveling up his testicles like a little punk, scared like, oh, Lordy G, what they gonna do? They gonna take the ways, they gonna take away our jobs and our black jobs and our DEIs. They gonna take away our civil. I don't do that buck jive and slave dance. That's not something I don't know what that is. What I can tell you is that when I have concerns for young black boys, my concern is not Donald Trump. My concern is that public school he's going to go to, that you're going to send him to, that is never going to teach that boy how to read. It's never going to teach him how to write. It's not going to teach him how to do math. It's not going to teach him how to compete. That's my fear for him. My fear for him is not the Republican Party. My fear is that he's going to be inundated and brainwashed by the age of 10 with homicidal music by homicidal Jeffrey Dahmer ass maniacs who hate black people, who want black people dead, who are going to do everything they can in these lyrics that will pierce his subconscious mind and tell him at an early age that he needs to be a gangster, a thug, a killer, a carjacker, and start looking up to drug dealers. Some of our children look up to drug dealers more than they look up to doctors and lawyers and scientists. So of course you're going to have a violence issue if the children are being raised this way. My concern is for the boy is that he's gonna grow up in a world that's gonna tell him that it's better to become Cam Newton and play football than it is for him to try to actually go and start a company and be able to provide for himself, even in case he doesn't grow up to be 6'5", 240 pounds. That's my fear for him. And then when he's trying to be a husband and a father at the age of 30, people are going to say that the reason he can't read, the reason he can't write, the reason he can't do math, the reason he has no income, the reason his woman's disrespected him because he can't provide for his family, the reason his life ain't right is because it's the Republicans' fault. If you keep giving your children a false narrative, they are going to live in a failed reality. What all this fear that some folks have in Donald Trump, I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans, and I don't care what anybody says. I'm a man, and I'm a free American. You cannot tell me who to vote for. That is never going to happen. But one thing I will say to you is that if you talk about the things that we should worry about, other than just who's in the White House, I encourage you to stop worrying about Trump and start worrying about your goddamn kids. Instead of worrying about Trump, why don't you worry about your health and all that food, all that fried chicken and soul food you're eating every day? It's going to get your foot cut off when you're 45 years old. Got black men like DMX dying at the age of 45 and stuff like that, right? Why don't you worry about that? Why don't you worry about your families falling apart? The inability the fact that we can make a baby and the couple's broken up before the baby's even born, and that is now the norm in the Black community, speaks to the fact that you have a massive cultural problem. Just by virtue of the fact that the parents are broken up before the baby's born because you got this sex addiction that hasn't been addressed, that you're using to put a band-aid on your trauma that you haven't healed from, means that your child has a far greater likelihood of ending up dead or in prison and a victim of black on black crime or something. Maybe instead of worrying about Trump, maybe we can worry about our Black economics. Maybe instead of sitting around hoping white folks will give us another DEI program to save us, maybe you can learn how to save yourself. Maybe, how about that? What do you think about that? Do you think that maybe, or do you think that we're just too handicapped and too disabled and too ignorant and too backward to do anything on our own, that we need white folks to give us permission before we can do anything with ourselves? Um, Maybe instead of worrying about Trump, maybe you need to worry about the fact that your kids are going to school and they can't read. Is that a bigger concern, or do you think that removing the orange man from the White House is going to make your life better miraculously? What's happening between you and your white Jesus that's making you think that this stuff is even going to make a difference in your life? The thing that makes a difference in your life is you. You are the president of the United States when it comes to your life. You are the leader of your life. You are the sole determinant as to whether or not you will end up in a good space or a bad space. Didn't no Republican make you go out and create 6 babies mamas? No Republican, no Republican ever snatched a book out of your hand when you're trying to go read and learn. No Republican is going to tell you that you can't save your money and invest your money and start a business. No Republican's ever going to tell you that you can't raise your kids. So when we sit here and we want to just make everything about the politics and ignore the personal choices, then that makes us a pack of suckers. And so with Jamal, again, I didn't dislike everything he said. He's a better speaker than me. Pastors know how to speak. The pastors are basically rappers who smoke less weed. That's what so a preacher know how to get up there. They make it rhyme. They repeat themselves. And then you have the dogs. And then you got the cats. And then you got the monkeys. And then you got the rats. And then you got the hats. And then you got the beats. And then you got the chicken. And then you got the treats. Like, pastors know how to do that, right? So God bless him for that. He's a far better speaker than me. So he's going to sound good when he says it. And because we have a community that doesn't really always embrace critical thinking skill, people are going to fall for a sermon, even if the pastor ain't saying nothing. Y'all ever been to church where the pastor literally repeats himself for a whole hour and you're like, you didn't say nothing except Jesus climbed the hill, right? And then when the pastors get political, it really looks stupid. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Forgive me. My mama was a solid Christian. And one thing my mama did as a real strong Christian was she stopped going to church. I said, Mama, why would you stop going to church when you love God? She said, how can I love God and love the Bible, but then I'm letting the Democrats tell me that abortion is a good thing? How is it that it's in the Bible? Did they say that, yes, thou shalt kill your baby if you ain't got enough money, or thou shalt kill your baby if you want to go to another freak off? Thou shalt, like it just doesn't make any sense. It's very weird to me. I'm sorry. When you have pastors that, I get it if you are pro-choice. I'm not telling you that you can't be pro-choice. I'm probably pro-choice myself, to be honest with you. I just wish we would make better choices and think carefully about our choices. That's what I'm saying. So I'm pro-choice. So if you're pro-choice, don't get offended. I support you. I do. I wouldn't support like a law. Okay, so let's just be clear. Do we understand each other? But why is your pastor telling you to be pro-choice? It's because he's in bed with the Democratic Party. For a lot of black pastors, and I don't know if Jamal's in this category or not, but I see a lot of black pastors that spend more time wanting to be famous than they spend really truly wanting to connect with God. That's the first thing. Second of all, I see a lot of pastors who preach a gospel that I just don't understand. It is a gospel that appears to be tainted by whatever the white liberals tell them to say. So if a Democrat comes in and says, yeah, that's in the Bible, but I need you to go ahead and preach this other thing because this is what Satan told me to tell you, a lot of pastors will do that. A lot of pastors will go along with whatever the political party tells them to say. And I'm one of those people that says church and state should be separated. I'm one of those people who believes that you should leave your politics out of the room. when you're talking about connecting with God. Everyone else, and the idea, and if you read a book like Powernomics, if you read Dr. Claude Anderson, which every black person, so Cam Newton, if you see this video, you need to read Powernomics, bro, so you can really understand what's going on in the world. He will explain to you how the black pastor has always been in cahoots with the white master to control the minds of black slaves, that the black pastor has always been the primary tool used by the master to control the slaves. And then the rappers came along, and the pastors ain't nothing but rappers that smoke less weed. That's all they are. They basically do the same thing. That's why a lot of rappers and pastors are friends. You go to Jamal's church, you're gonna see T.I. up in the front row, and whatever shenanigans T.I. has gotten involved with, it's all forgiven because you're rich and you're famous, and that's okay. That's what makes you special in this church, right? So again, these are a lot of these people. I know people who know people, so I'm not trying to be offensive or nothing like that. I met Tip in Ghana. Actually, the same trip I went to Ghana, I saw Jamal, I talked to him. I saw Tip, I talked to him. So I don't have anything against these guys. I think that everybody's nuanced and there are things to admire. But one of the things that isn't nuanced is that we have to start committing to the truth as black people. And the truth is that the number one reason that you're not advancing collectively is because you ain't got the guts to do it. You ain't got the guts. If we want to talk about immigrants, Jamal was bringing up immigrants, which again, that's another Democratic Party talking point, right? You can only have a certain opinion about immigration. You cannot deviate from that, or Kamala Harris is going to come and spank you or whatever, right? But even the immigrants come in and they're like, African Americans, they just don't seem to really have it. They're missing it, the it factor. What's the it factor? The it factor is, are you making sure that all your children have a skill before they graduate where they can go in and if you need a contractor and you need a plumber and an electrician and an HVAC person, can you call an African-American company with solid workers who are going to get the job done? Not so much. Not to say that they don't exist, but not so much. You're calling the Mexicans, you're calling the Ukrainians, you're calling the Russians or whatever. But African-Americans, we don't have the reputation of being ultra serious when it comes to our business, when it comes to our families, and you got to admit that. You can't sit here and pretend like everything is all about the racism. It is about the racism, but it ain't about the racism. Meaning that, yes, everything that they've done to infect you, what they do to your children when you put them in school, that does affect you. That is about the racism. The music they put on the airways that makes our kids lazy and want to get into dope and looking up to drug dealers, yes, that is part of the racism. But then there's also a part where you have control too. You see, what you got to understand is that consciousness has multiple levels. Everybody want to be woke. Everybody want to talk about what it means to be conscious. Well, let's talk about consciousness for a minute. Every morning we do a class called Financial Consciousness. If you want to join for free, go to drboyceelevate.com. My PhD is in finance. I can teach you about economics. I teach thousands of people every morning for free. And you can also text the word morning to the number 87948. We're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We do this 7 days a week because I'm an extremist when it comes to black economics. Absolute extremist, because I believe that is the one thing. If we get that right, most problems will be solved. But let's talk about consciousness. See, there's consciousness, which is awareness and understanding what's going on. But then there's like a consciousness of your consciousness, right? So even the most conscious people are not always conscious all the time. Just like Michael Jordan was the best basketball player ever, in my opinion, but he wasn't always the best every single day. Right. So being the best doesn't mean you're always at your best. So there has to be a consciousness on top of the consciousness. Like, are you conscious of how conscious you're being right now? Like that person that goes to church and says, I'm conscious of the Holy Spirit. I'm conscious of God. I got God consciousness. But then next day she's at the club and she's twerking it and she's doing all the freaky, crazy stuff that some of these church folks like to do. Right. So her consciousness has actually dropped. So she's not conscious of her consciousness level in terms of keeping it at a level that she needs it to be. That's sort of a renewal process. You have to renew that every day. So with that being said, I think that the fact that we are becoming conscious of what that man did to us, we're becoming conscious of what they're doing to us, we're conscious of the systematic racism. I think it's time for us to take it up another notch. When you become conscious and then you become conscious of your consciousness, right? We talk about black consciousness and the lack thereof. That's us being conscious of our consciousness. That is the point where you then have the ability, despite what's happened to you, you have the ability to take responsibility for your life. You can't say, well, the reason I'm not succeeding is because Donald Trump did X, Y, Z. You can't say, well, I'm not succeeding because the white man always take it away from us. No, he didn't. The white man don't tell you. You got that iPhone that you bought and you've been scrolling all day. And did you scroll to any page that's going to give you some knowledge, or were you just scrolling to pages like the Shade Room so you can read about gossip and watching ESPN all day, all these sports teams that ain't even sending you a check every time that they win? Like, what are you doing with your time? See, it's one thing. When you get to the point, let me explain. When you get to the point where you can point to the white man as the reason that you don't know what's going on, that right there tells me that you know what's going on. If you know what I mean, does that make sense? It's almost like when my mama told me that the day she knew that she had to potty train me was the day that I walked up to her when I was a baby. This is kind of funny. I'm a little embarrassed to tell the story, but she said I walked up to her. I put a diaper on the bed. I laid down and I said, change me. Right. So she said that's when she knew that, okay, it's time for him to learn how to take care of himself. Right. So my point is to say this. Look, if you're sitting there and you try to tell me that every problem in the black community is because of the Trump supporters, and then you can't even give me evidence. Like, you're telling me, oh, they're going to come kill us. They're going to do this and do that. But you can't. But I say, okay, well, show me where the Trump supporters came into the black community with AK-47s and said, we're going to kill all the black people. You can't do that. You just say, this is what's going to happen. That's a little weird for me. I don't understand. That does not compute for me. Or if you tell me that black on black crime is a myth, which means all those dead black people who got murdered by other black people, they don't exist. You say Black Lives Matter, but apparently all black lives don't matter. If they were killed by another black person, then you pretty much said that it's a myth. They didn't really die. Maybe they went to heaven or something, but or Jamal's church, or I don't know, maybe they're in the basement somewhere. But to me, when a black person dies, if Black Lives Matter, then the issue should be who did it and why. If a black baby gets shot by a stray bullet in a black neighborhood, this happens all the time in Chicago, should it really matter who shot the bullet? Should we pay less attention to the bullet if it doesn't fit a narrative? Because we know that if a cop shoots a stray bullet and kills that baby, oh, we protest and we in the street, we march and we going crazy. But if a gangbanger, some little Negro from the hood, shoots a stray bullet and kills that same little girl, why is it that nobody protests that? Why is it that no one says anything? See, because at the end of the day, if black children are being ruined, which they are, but by in droves, I don't care if they're being ruined by a Democrat or Republican. I don't care if they're being ruined by a white or a black person. I want to get to the heart of the issue. My background and my training isn't just finance; it's high-level mathematics. I had to study a lot of mathematics to get a PhD in finance. And one thing about mathematics, and I taught math at the University of Kentucky. One thing about mathematics is that you have to eventually solve the problem. And if you have a problem and you don't solve the problem by crying about the problem, you don't solve the problem by deflecting blame for the problem. You certainly don't solve a problem by ignoring the problem. You solve problems by addressing the problem and looking at it in an objective fashion and trying to find the solution. So the reason that your problems don't get solved is because when I bring up a problem, I say, okay, lots of black children are dying. What's going on? Well, people will say, well, black on black crime doesn't exist, so let's not talk about that. Or if I say black children can't read, what's going on? And then somebody says, well, it's because the Republicans won't help them read, and they're cutting black history out of the schools. But I'm like, but wait a minute, but those schools were run by Democrats. Well, then it's like, oh, well, you're a Trump supporter. You must be a Trump supporter, right? So what's happening is that your problems don't get solved. Pay attention now. Do y'all get what I'm saying? I'm a problem solver here. So problems don't get solved in the black community because you have too much emotionality. You have too much deflection. You have too much ignorance, meaning ignoring the issue. People just act like it doesn't exist. When they tell you black on black crime doesn't exist, that should offend you. And I'm sorry, Jamal, I'm offended by that. I don't know which white Democrat told you to say black on black crime doesn't exist, but I bet when their relatives get killed, they don't ignore it. So why would you ignore it when your own people are being killed? I don't care if a black baby is killed by a black man or a white man. That son of a bitch needs to be dealt with. If you black and you hurt a black person, you kill a black person, you are just as bad as a white person who hurts a black person. Maybe worse. If you are a rapper and you claim to be a member of the black community, but all you've done is rap about murdering black people, getting black children hooked on drugs at an early age so you can ruin their lives, destroy black families because these men are then incapable of becoming healthy husbands and fathers in some cases, because brain damage is very real from drugs. If you're encouraging children to be ignorant, to throw all their wealth away, not only are you as bad as a Klansman, you're worse than a Klansman. You're worse. You are the Trojan horse full of poison. That's what you are, because everyone will let you in. They let you into the neighborhood. They invite you to the cookout. They bring you into the community. They let you into their psyches. And then when you get in there, all you do is you poison the children and make sure they don't have a chance to have a healthy, free life. Any rapper who's ever even glorified something like prison should probably be. I'm not gonna say get the death penalty, but it feels that way. It's like what you did is you literally took this little boy who could have been anything. He could have been a doctor, a lawyer. He could have been a scientist. He could have been an entrepreneur. He could have been a great husband and father. He could have been a great leader for his family. You could have poured that into him, but instead, you said, "Nah, little nook, get you a little gun, get you a little strap, and go up here and kill somebody." Now he's in prison. He's depressed. He's unhappy. He's being raped every other day by big guys in prison. He's got 40 years away from his mama. And all of this is because before he had a chance to develop his brain fully, you made sure that you did your job as an artist and destroyed this young man. And everybody let you off the hook because you have money and because white people put you on TV. So if you want to talk about racism in America, I believe you need to talk about that. And this racism is not laced in Democrat or Republican politics. It's not. You're gonna have to learn how to think beyond it. If you think you understand racism and all you do is talk about Democrat, Republican, oh Trump this, Elon Musk that, you don't understand racism in America at all. You don't understand Dr. Claude Anderson, what he explains in Powernomics is that black folks ain't got no friends. That literally, here's the deal. If you want a solution for the black community, for any black person, how many of you, let's end on something positive. I don't want to sound so negative today. And I admit I'm a little bit, it's weekend, so it's when I kind of let loose. Um, Give me a yes in the chat if you're black and you want to be successful. Give me a yes if you believe in black success. Give me a yes if you want success to be in your family. Give me a yes if you want great things to happen in your life and you expect these things to happen. Give me a yes. Let's put success in the room, because I came in with a little bit negative because I admit what Jamal said kind of triggered me a little bit. So give me a yes in the chat so we can end on a good note. If you want to be black and successful, here's some basic things you can do that will make a massive amount of difference. Number one, you got to heal. The number one problem in the black community is undiagnosed, untreated trauma, which causes you to treat others badly. It also causes you to make bad decisions in your relationships, with your finances, with everything else. Traumatized people have a higher likelihood of dying early. They have a higher likelihood of getting cancer. They have a higher likelihood of getting hooked on drugs. They have a higher likelihood of just making a lot of really bad decisions because trauma is very, very real. My wife is a therapist. She helped us in the Black Business School to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. And in our research, we have found that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of the leading causes for the decline in Black wealth. So you got to heal. If you heal, then what will happen is you will show up better for all the people that you love. You will show up better for your children. You will show up better for that black woman. You will show up better for your business partners. You will show up better for yourself. You will make the decisions that you won't regret. Your life won't be filled with regrets. Your life will be filled with all kinds of possibility because you made the right choice. You didn't follow the Negro protocol of ruining your life and then being sad about it. You actually proactively thought about your choices and made good choices along the way. That is capable for a black person, but you got to get away from Negroism in order for that to happen. Number two, we got to look at our physical health. Everything in black culture in terms of the food that we are told to eat is stuff that will kill you at a very early age. My beloved mother just died of cancer on Christmas Eve. of 2024, just a few weeks ago. And I have to admit that my mother's food, her diet, was not the healthiest diet in the world. I'm gonna. This is an American issue. This is not just a black issue. But black people, we tend to get the worst because we get the worst food marketed to us. Again, this is where the racism does exist in America. They market the cheeseburgers and the fried chicken and everything else, and we will run and spend our money on this stuff, and this stuff will kill you. So I would encourage you, if you want to be physically healthy, go to the gym, make exercise part of your life. Eat better food if you can. I know it's hard. Food is an addiction, but we all got to try to do better. If you are physically and mentally healthier as a black person, you will have a better life. Number 3, we got to have better relationships with each other. Good relationships is a skill that you can actually learn. You can read books on it. You can take classes on it. You can watch videos about it. This is a skill that is as important as any science or math or accounting or dentistry or mechanical work. Anything you've learned in school, relationships is right up there in terms of importance. It is right up there. A lot of people out here trying to wing it, and you're jacking up your kids when you do it. Divorce rates through the roof. Relationships can't last until the people breaking up after the baby shower. You're showing up for the sex, but ain't showing up for the responsibility. This is a common thing that happens amongst traumatized people because the sex feels good. The dopamine, it gives you temporary release from all the pain that you feel from the undiagnosed, untreated trauma. So you're getting in there and having sex and everything because the world tells you that that's okay. And the liberals tell you that free sex and free love is the way to do it. You just abort the baby if the baby gets on your nerves. And next thing you know, you're creating this chaotic, ridiculous life, and it's spilling over on your kids. Your kids are suffering even more than you are because nobody ever taught you about the importance of balance and discipline and planning and the value of a good, healthy relationship. Do y'all know that the number one wealth hack in America is just finding a woman or a man that you can get along with who can help you pay the bills? Do you know that? Do you know that me and my wife, our bills are half of what they normally would be just because we work on our marriage so we can get along well enough to pay the mortgage and pay for the kids and all this other stuff? Don't you dare tell me that relationships are all about who you fucking. It ain't. No. Situationships and 50-50, all these dumb conversations on the internet. It's dumb conversations with dumb young people who are going to have dumb, crazy lives. And when you acting like a damn clown, then the circus is going to follow you everywhere you go. Because you're acting like a clown. You're not making a plan. You're not thinking things through. You're not trying to make intelligent, logical, careful decisions. You're literally going from one orgasm to the other because that's all that you know. That's all that society talks to you about. And I can just tell you that there's life after the orgasm. And I think a lot of people forget that. Healthy relationships. Learn how to be an asset in the lives of other people. Put your damn ego to the side. Stop going into your relationships as a narcissist. Nobody will be around no damn narcissist. Well, I know my worth. Women got to submit to me. Stop all that. Just learn how to pick the right people and get along with them. That will help you win your economic survival. You do know that all these statistics where they talk about how people are struggling financially to get by in America, you know that most of those people are single, right? You do know that, right? People that work in groups, they don't have that problem. People that have, a spouse or maybe children or family business, they don't got those issues. Those are Negro problems. Those are problems of people that think that they don't need nobody else and they can do it all by themselves. I'm a strong black woman who don't need no man. I don't need these hoes. I'm a divest. Okay, well, you go and do that. You go and do it all by yourself, and you neglect how valuable a hardworking black woman next to you can be in your life. And then see how you do. A lot of people struggle because they're doing it by themselves. So relationship management is something that children should learn. It's something that makes a big difference in your life. It allows you to have business deals because people want to work with you. And again, this is where the racism comes in because a lot of the messages in hip hop from hip hop artists is a very narcissistic, self-absorbed message. The most frustrating conversation in the world I ever had was the one I had with Kanye West. And I didn't call him. I don't call celebrities. They call me. When they hear about me, they reach out sometimes. And I talked to Kanye for 12 hours. And it was a very unpleasant experience because the only person that Kanye sees in every conversation is himself. And I said, I don't want to work with an asshole. So don't be an asshole. If you're a good person, sometimes we call good people simps, or we call them pick me's. But I'm gonna tell you, the simps and the pick me's are the ones who are doing better. They're winning because they're able to get along with another person by not putting their own needs first all the time. But we mislabel it and make people say, "Well, I don't want to be no simp. I don't want to be no pick me." No, I'm a simp for my wife and my family because I want us to get along well enough to raise these babies so we can have a strong, secure situation here. When I talked to my children's father, I married her. She had 3 kids. When I talked to my children's father, I showed the utmost respect. We don't have pissing contests with each other because we know that we're here to collaborate on a project that is bigger than both of us. And the project is called How Do We Raise These Crazy Ass Kids and Make Sure They Get to Adulthood Safely? So you're getting the wrong message. I get criticized all the time. People say, "Well, you need to connect to the culture, doc. You're not connected to the culture. It's not my job to be part of the damn culture. I'm 53 years old. I ain't trying to fit in. You think I'm trying to be cool? Trying to think I'm not. This ain't Earn Your Leisure. I'm not trying to fit in. I like Earn Your Leisure. I like those guys, by the way, but I'm not trying to fit into the culture. If the culture's stupid, I don't want no parts of it. And it's my job as a senior person to critique the culture and to speak truth about the culture, not to say, well, let me just fit in so I can be lit, yo. I don't even know how to do that. I don't care about doing that. You need people over 50 to tell you the truth. I don't know why some people are afraid to do that, but I don't care about the culture. Not that culture. That's not my culture. That's white culture that they just gave to black people. They're like, we're going to give you the garbage culture so you'll have the garbage children in the garbage community, and then you can blame it on the Republicans. No. No, thank you, sir. so what else can you do? Well, did you get to the area that I do? That this is what I do. The wealth part. The wealth part is so easy. The wealth part is so remarkably easy. You have no idea how easy it is to be financially secure and wealthy in America if you are healthy and mentally healed and have somebody in your life that gives a damn about you. Really, it's very easy. Like, so for example, if you had a parent who said, gosh, I don't want my daughter turning tricks at the age of 30 to pay the rent. So let me buy her some Apple stock. And it's 1997. She's still a baby. You buy the baby some Apple stock every Christmas and every birthday. That child now has many millions of dollars in the bank account, and she's financially secure. She ain't got the Negro problems, all because she had a parent who was conscious enough to actually engage in financial consciousness and start making investments for that child. That's it. That's it. I mean, we for some reason we understand the importance of feeding the kids. We understand the importance of sending a little boy to football practice and basketball practice. We send a little girl to cheerleading camp. We'll buy them new clothes every school year. But somebody never taught us that, hey, if you buy some stock for that kid, you do know that the stock market is the number one wealth generator in America. You do know that while you sitting back being mad about all the little billionaires that Trump had on the dais with him when he did the inauguration, you do know that out of that 1.3 trillion in wealth on that stage, that most of that wealth came from the stock market. You do know that, right, dude? We know these things, right? I hope we know. I hope we know. Not one person on that stage with Trump is a person that gets up and goes to work 40 hours a week at a job. There weren't UPS employees on that stage. God bless them. There weren't DEI hires on the stage. No, again, I don't want to put the white man on a pedestal. I'm just telling you the facts. The stock market is the number one wealth builder in America. Why would you not participate? Oh, because of the culture. It's because you got bad culture. You got bad culture. That's what's coming. So I would almost say, and I stupidly say this in a way that's going to probably be offensive to any dumbass that comes in and wants to get mad at me because I refuse to be a Democrat or a Republican. I'm just going to tell you the truth. If you simply loved your kids enough to buy them small amounts of stock from the time they're born, all their financial problems pretty much disappear as long as you make sure that they're psychologically healthy, which by keeping your family together, you significantly increase the probability that your daughter ain't gonna have some daddy issues. Because sometimes not having a daddy can create a daddy issue, right? Like not having a daddy in the house, right? So I would just say that these problems are quite solvable, but they're not solvable if you're distracted. And we get distracted by our emotions. We get distracted by the Democrats telling us that the Republicans are the reason for all of our problems, not them. We get distracted by all these politics. And just, if you just do the right thing and raise your kids right and make simple decisions, a lot of these problems go away. A lot of them go away. And so if you want to hear where I come from and why I sound so frustrated, because again, remember, I'm not in my 30s or my 40s. I'm 53 years old now. I'm too old to be young and stupid. I'm not good at that. I'm not good at being young and stupid. So what this comes from is me spending 20 years listening to politicians, letting them fast talk me, letting them pimp me, letting them talk to me, like I got on a mini skirt and I'm supposed to go out and work for them. And me realizing like ain't none of this stuff that y'all telling me to do is working. Ain't none of this stuff working. But what does work is when I get up off my ass as a black man and read a book, do some research, treat my wife well, raise these damn kids, save my money, not get caught up in temptation too much. I mean, we're human. We all make mistakes. I make a banana split once a week. My wife tells me that that's not good for me, but you got to live. But at the end of the day, balance, moderation, and knowing how to live a proper life goes a very long way for people. And for anybody who's looking for another solution, I just want to encourage you, think outside that box. It was very sad for me when I was 21 years old, and I was the number one student on my campus. I had the highest grade point average of all the black students, and it made me very sad that I could not find other black males to really hang out with because too many of them, unfortunately, had been cursed by bad culture. They didn't want to study. They thought that I was a nerd because I would be in the library, but I was just competitive. I'm like, the same way you want to kick ass on the football field, I want to kick ass in the classroom. The same way you can go dunk a basketball, I'm gonna dunk on these fools in science class, right? The same way you the fastest kid on the track team, I want to be the fastest thinker on earth. Like what the same? I don't understand why you don't understand what I'm doing. And some people get it. There are a lot of people that get it. This is the thing. We got to make sure we're clear about this, though. There are a lot of you that understand what I'm talking about. A lot of you that are doing it at the highest levels. I'm going to tell you, one guy that I was thinking about the other day was Marcus Freeman, the coach at Notre Dame. Anybody seen Marcus Freeman? I like Marcus Freeman. He's under 40. He's the head coach of Notre Dame. He's probably making millions of dollars a year. He seems smart and disciplined. He was a hell of an athlete. And I like him. I identify with him because I was an athlete too. I wasn't as good of an athlete as him, but I like the idea of us understanding what it means to compete. That's my point. It's about competing. And I think that we live in a country where the black man is encouraged not to compete. He's encouraged to complain. And all that complaining makes you look very weak. It makes you look really, I would say feminine, but that's an insult to strong women because even strong women are stronger than some of these guys. And I think that that's the racism in America. So if you ask me if racism exists, yeah, it does, but it's not what you think that it is. Right. It's not just some Trump supporter wearing a MAGA hat. No, it's a whole system and a whole process that's really designed, in my opinion, to get you to think poorly of yourself. Right. Like how they rope-a-doped you into calling yourself a nigga so much that you literally only react when a white man says it. but you'll call yourself a nigga 25 times a day. But then if a white man says it once, you start freaking out and going crazy, and then you're ready to punch somebody and go to jail. That doesn't make sense. If I'm not gonna be a nigga when you say it, I ain't gonna be a nigga when he says it. How about we pick another word? Like, is that the only word you can think of? Is that the literally only word? So that's just it, man. That's my 2 cents. I'm sure Jamal and Cam have good things to say, and I respect them, but some of the stuff I ain't signing up for it. I think it's nonsense and it doesn't solve the problem. So I encourage you to solve the problem because there is a way out. There is a way to achieve your goals. There's a way to be what you want to be. There's a way to compete with the world. And that's not something somebody's going to give you. It's something that you have to get for yourself. That to me is the ultimate black consciousness. Okay. All right. Anyway, guys, I'm about to get out of here. We have things like tools that you can use for your family. I developed some financial flashcards for children. You can go to drboycebooks.com. The URL's on the screen. We have workbooks for kids, things like that. We also have my book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So you can go to drboycebooks.com to take a look at that. Also, if you want to join us for class tomorrow, every morning, so I don't just talk, I put my money where my mouth is. Every morning, I teach finance for free. So you can go to drboyceelevate.com to join our millionaire training camp. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And also, if you want to be notified via text, if you're going to get a text message, like kind of a wake up call to let you know when class starts, all you got to do is text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will let you guys know. Yolanda, I don't know which book you're referring to. I think you're talking about Powernomics. Powernomics is by Dr. Claude Anderson, Yolanda. So I think that that's it. I just talked to Dr. Claude Anderson the other day, and busy works beats. Love listening to a Boyce Watkins live stream every day. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you saying that, man. It's nice to know that I'm not the only alien out here because I know that not everybody thinks this way, and it ain't popular. It doesn't fit into a Democrat or Republican agenda. I'm kind of hated by both sides. But the area where I'm an extremist is that I'm definitely 100% pro-black. I'm also 100% pro-wealth, and I'm 100% pro-black wealth. And I believe that if we build our wealth and we get our finances right and we become the leading economic thinkers on the planet, which I know that we can be, can't nobody stop us. Ain't nobody gonna stop you. You know, to hell with these damn politicians. You got this. You can win. You will succeed if you demand it. So let's go out here and fight it, everybody. Okay. All right. Let's go get it done. All right. So have a good night, everybody. And also I do have this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, look up my name, you'll find the Dr. Boyce breakdown. Also, I have Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, another stock market related podcast that I do. We do a lot of stuff in the Black Business School, and I'm very proud of that. So have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I got up this morning. I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8 a.m. club, which is just I'm almost embarrassed. But then again, that's a good thing, right? That means the fact that I'm sad and I feel like I was lazy because I slept till 8 a.m. really says like maybe I've got a pretty good schedule. So have no fear. I will be back on track tomorrow, right? So sometimes you fall off the wagon, but you get right back on, and sometimes you got to rest, right? Self-care is very important. And I was having a conversation yesterday with my father about happiness, and he was explaining something to me that I kind of knew, but I was, how it is with your daddy. You just sort of still listen, and and he was basically saying that when you accomplish big goals like being married to your mother for 50 years, he said I wasn't happy every day. He said I had a lot of sacrifice. I wasn't happy every damn day. And I said, yeah, I get that. I understand you're not going to be happy when you're accomplishing a big goal, but what I do think happens is that when you talk about investing as a foundation of happiness, and I talk about investing, I'm talking about things that don't have anything to do with money, right? So don't think I'm talking about money. I'm talking about investing your time, your energy, your love, all these other things. Happiness is a balance between short-term and long-term happiness, short-term and long-term gratification. If you lose that balance, then you're going to struggle, right? People that focus on instant gratification, they have a really great time in the short term, but their long-term lives are terrible, right? They make bad investments because they engage in what economists would refer to as we call that consumption. If you are consuming, then and never investing, never delaying gratification, never making sacrifice, then long term you're going to pay a price for that, right? Like the person that goes to college who doesn't study, who decides I want to have fun, I want to be happy, so I'm going to party all the time. Well, that person doesn't have a good life. That person ends up having to work 10 times harder later on in life because they didn't make any investments, they didn't put anything aside for the future, they didn't make any long-term sacrifices. So now you got to spend the next 40 years in a job that you hate, living a life that you didn't want to live. Whereas that person who studied really hard and worked really hard and made the right choices when they were young, they get to skate for the next 30, 40 years because they already put in the work. They use the value of time. And there's always a balance, right? If you go too far one way or the other, um, you know, it's one of these things where everybody has to have their own process for how they do that, right? Everybody has to have their own process, and balance is really essential for that. So what I told my dad was, I said, yeah, I understand that being married 50 years is hard. I was there for the whole thing. I watched it. I saw the ups and downs, and I commend you for that. I said, and I agreed. Every day isn't going to be good. It's like marathon runners. Marathon runners are probably not comfortable when they're running marathons. They're running is hard, right? They're exhausted, they're tired, they're whatever, but they're thinking about the bigger picture, right? They're not thinking about whether or not they're enjoying the run right now. They're thinking about how they're going to feel when they cross the finish line. They're going to think about how they feel long term when they say, I ran 5 marathons this year, or I'm in excellent shape. I look in the mirror and I love what my body looks like, right? So that's the gratification that they're seeking. So ultimately, really, in all this stuff about investing in wealth and financial consciousness, it's all about that balance, that gratification balance. I want you to be happy. At some point, you're going to be happy. If you make good decisions, you're going to be happy. If you make sacrifices, you're going to be happy. If you watch what you eat, you're going to be happy. If you work on your relationships, you're going to be happy. If you invest and save your money as opposed to spending it all, you're going to be happy. But short term, you may not be. Right. Short term, you may feel like you're missing out. Short term, you may feel like you're in the struggle and everything else. And I just think a lot of people don't, young people don't have enough nuanced conversations about that. Like, so for example, like they'll get in relationships, it'll go bad for about a month, and then they'll be like, I had to leave because I wasn't happy. Well, of course you ain't gonna be happy. Like, seriously, I've seen people go to college and they'll be like, I was in college and I wasn't happy. Going to class didn't make me happy. And I'm like, yeah, but is working at Arby's gonna make you happy? Like, because now you're working at Arby's because and you got two baby daddies and you're trying to pay bills with two baby daddies and an Arby's paycheck. Does that make you happier? Are you happy now? Are you happy? So I'm not making fun of anybody. I promise you I'm not. But it's life, right? Life kind of has this boomerang effect. I had this friend in college when I was 18, and I remember she was super smart. She was a little white girl from the hills of Kentucky. The University of Kentucky is an interesting school because like all the like more modernized kids were from Louisville. Kentucky is a little bit like New York where the state of New York, in case you don't know, you got New York City, and then you got the rest of New York. And so when I moved to Syracuse, everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're going to New York!" Like they thought they pictured me being in this big city with big buildings. It's like, no, I'm living in Syracuse. Syracuse is very, very slow, very, very dead, very, very just damp, economically damp, right? And anyway, Kentucky is the same way. In Kentucky, you've got Louisville, which is popping and big and modernized. And then you got the rest of Kentucky, which is much different. So when I went to college, I would meet a lot of really very country people, from like small towns, Eastern Kentucky, backwoods, redneck, if you want to call it that, Appalachia, like everybody's on meth type towns, ain't no jobs. Everybody hangs out at the Walmart on Saturday nights because they don't have anything out there that they can do, right? Stuff like that, right? But a lot of them, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of them were really good people. That's the funny thing too. People who don't spend time around like country white folks from the South think that they're all like these gun-toting racists that just want to wake up and kill black people for breakfast, and that's just not true. But they are conservative, right? So like they got their Bible, they believe in stuff like that. They take care of their families, not all of them, but they believe in stuff like that. They believe in hard work and all that, right? So sometimes what I found is that they don't understand like hip hop culture. When we market hip hop culture, where it's like I want to smoke weed, have 8 babies, mamas, and kill black people for a living, which is in a lot of your music, they think that that's ridiculous, and I think it's ridiculous. I think it's all just this horrible propaganda that makes the black man look like a degenerate, which that's not what we are. We're not degenerates. We're just as hardworking as everybody else assuming that we're raised that way, right? So anyway, long story short, when I was in Kentucky, I met this girl. She was as country as they came, and she was from the hills of Kentucky, and she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. And this was my one of my biggest life lessons. I was just kind of watching this young lady's life. So we were 18, and I think she probably liked me, but I told you I'm allergic to white girls. Like I just it never would cross my mind to date a white. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. You come back. Don't leave. Don't go because I'm not saying I don't like you. I'm saying I don't. Well, I don't like you, but not in that way. I just I like black women. That's just what it is. But anyway, she would come and hang out with me, and I had this job where I would sit desk in the dorm, and I would stay up all night. It was a really hard. It was a crazy job. I would either work the 12 to 4 shift or the 4 to 8 shift. Both of those shifts I could handle because you're either staying up late or you're getting up early. The shift that was the absolute beast was 12 to 8. That's entirely unnatural. And just as a reference, as an FYI, in terms of investing in health, just so you know, it's not it really will mess up your health, your long-term health if you work that graveyard shift. So be really careful about that. Sleep, I found that sleep and water are far more important than I ever knew that they were. Like those are two things that like if you don't get those things right, you're getting Alzheimer's, cancer, all kinds of stuff later on. So anyway, I would stay up on this job from 12 to 8 and I'd be tired as hell. So to stay awake, she would hang out with me and we would throw the football. She had a real good, nice tight spiral. And so we would just throw the football in the lobby. It was like a little Nerf football. And I remember her telling me about what she wanted to do in her life. And I remember her telling me that she was a straight A student in high school, valedictorian, and she was going to be a neurosurgeon. That was her plan. And I just assumed, oh, great, you're better than me because I had terrible grades and I don't know what I'm gonna be. I know I ain't gonna be broke, and I ain't gonna let the white man tell me what to do. But I don't know what my plan, what my future looks like. I'm just gonna do my best and see what happens. So anyway, as I move forward, really quick, Frankie says I'm breaking up. Can you guys hear me? Okay? Am I coming through all right? Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through. Okay. Okay, I need some yeses just to make sure. Okay, Shaquana, Jason, Robin. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. So Robin's my mother's name. I love that name. All right, so Karen, thank you everybody. I appreciate you help. Okay, yeah, sorry, I get self-conscious about that. So anyway, so here's what happened, and this I promise you, this story relates to investing. It really does. So I remember that she had a really bad first semester. Like my first semester was like a breakout, like almost like a basketball player that has a breakout season where they average 30 points a game and suddenly you're an all-star. My freshman year was a breakout. Like that was when was finding myself and like, holy crap, I'm actually good at this school thing. I just got to put my mind to it. For her, it was the opposite. She was a person that was used to making straight A's, and she got like I think a couple C's on her report card, right? And, and that's a shocker a lot of college students go through. Like when I became a college professor, I learned that this happens a lot, that sometimes students will come in with a lot of overconfidence because of what happened in high school, and they don't know that this ain't high school no more. Your mom and your dad are not going to get you out of bed in the morning because professors, we just didn't care if you came to class or not. Also, we were gonna challenge you. I used to teach a class, Calculus 1, and it was specifically designed to weed out students. Like that was the goal. We were like, we're gonna punish them. We're gonna push them hard because we want to know who's serious about becoming an engineer and who's not. And so half the class would change their major after it was done. So, long story short, she got hit pretty hard. And rather than sort of taking that as a challenge and coming back harder, I think it kind of demoralized her. It really made her sad. It really deflated her. And so next thing I know, she was dropping her credit hours down from 18 hours to like 12, because she went in kind of survival mode. And then I remember her telling me a year later, she said, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna move off campus. And I was like, but you're only a freshman. We shouldn't really move off campus as freshmen, should we? I read that in a book. That's too early. And she said, no, I'm gonna be fine. And she moved off campus. And then later on, she's like, well, I'm gonna drop down to part-time temporarily so that I can make money or something, right? A lot of people do, right? So it was all these temporary fixes, right? And I was like, you're gonna go to school part-time and you're moving off campus? And so when she moved off campus and she's like going to school part-time and working and trying to make money, I started to see her less and less. I saw her less and less. So I would go, I was trying to be focused because I felt like I didn't belong. I felt like I wasn't supposed to be doing well in school because I had never done well in school ever in my life, where she's doing her thing. And she was changing. Kids find themselves in college, right? So she's getting all these tattoos, and this is back when tattoos were kind of a unique thing when everybody didn't. Now everybody got tattoos. They got entire sleeves made out of tattoos and all that. I ain't gonna lie, I'm old fashioned. like the women that have the tattoos everywhere. That's never been that's not my thing. So anyway, so starts getting the tattoos and she's smoking the cigarettes. I remember she would smoke the cigarettes, and by this time it's like our junior year. And I remember then she's like telling me she's taking a semester off. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to take a semester off so that I can again, it's always like I'm going to go make money and then I'm going to come back and resume my regular life." And so by the time her junior year comes around, I had not seen her for months at a time. She had dropped out of school temporarily. She shows up at my door and rings the doorbell, and she's got she's smoking cigarettes and telling me about her life, and then she tells me that she's pregnant, right? Holding a cigarette in her hand, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. It's Kentucky, things happen, and she tells me she's gonna go back to her hometown to have her baby. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I didn't I'm 20 years old. I don't know how to respond to everything. I'm trying to listen and be supportive. And she goes home to have her baby, and I did not see her probably for another 4 years, right? So she goes home to have the baby, and and then I came back to grad school because I struggled in grad school trying to because I didn't know enough math, so I had to go back to University of Kentucky to I got a joint master's in math and statistics, and I because I math was my weakness, and I just got good at it, and so when I was there, I saw her and she was working at this restaurant called Fazoli's. Anybody know Fazoli's, right? They got the real good Italian food. I love Fazoli's. Anyway, so she's working at Fazoli's and I'm eating at Fazoli's. And now the story every time I would see her, the story would embellish. Every time I saw her, her life was a little more complicated. Every time I saw her, there was always like more interesting kind of things happening because I'm kind of in this mindset of like staying on the straight and narrow because I'm a black male, and I felt like I always learned early that black males have a smaller margin of error than everyone else. Black men, I knew black men that went to prison just for being in the wrong car with the wrong person. I knew guys who got murdered because they were in the club and people started drinking and somebody started shooting. I know black men who got 30 years in prison because their friend who's a drug dealer had something in the car they didn't know about. Like so to me, I just kind of had this protocol, like, and I wrote about this in my book. It was called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? I wrote this book in 2005, and it's about that thin margin of error. And if you ever want to know my irritation with people like the Joe Bidens of the world, the reason I can't forgive is because I saw what they did to black men in the war on drugs and how many people I knew that were good people, that were redeemable, that could have come back and really made a contribution to society who were kept in prison for way too long. And that's what they do to us, right? They'll give us just these crazy draconian sentences, and everybody else is like, "Oh, he's Hunter Biden, he's a good kid, and we're gonna give him a pardon," right? I'm like, well, what about Pookie? Pookie was smoking all the crack too, but y'all gave him 30 years. So that's me. That's Boyce. That's my bias. I admit to that. So anyway, so I'm on the straight and narrow. Her life is kind of like this. So her stories will get more and more interesting. So by this time, 4 years later, she's working at Fazoli. She's talking to me. She's making minimum wage, and she's got a baby daddy. Because white girls get baby daddies too, and her baby daddy was in. I said, "So where is he?" She said, "He's in jail right now." And so, of course, she's a single mom getting no help, and her baby's maybe about 3 or 4 years old. And so she's working at Fazoli's at the minimum wage to survive. She's in the kind of survival mode. And I stuck in my head, I stuck back to the original point. I was thinking about the original conversations we used to have back when maybe I just was being nostalgic, but I look back when we were 18 and now we're 24. And I looked at 18 and I remember thinking about those long nights where we would throw the football and she would tell me about how she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. Right. And I thought that that was going to be her path because she had done so well in school to that point. And at this point, we're 24. So we're still young. Right. You're 24. You can still do anything you want to do. But now the whole thing had become complicated. Right? Her life has started off like this clean slate, like this clean sheet of paper. And then, you start writing on it and it gets messy, right? It gets complicated, right? You can't put the things on the paper that you want because you've scribbled in and filled out a lot of spaces. So her trying to pursue that dream as a single mom with a baby daddy in jail, working at Fazoli's making minimum wage would be much harder than when she was an 18-year-old with no responsibilities, no bills, a full scholarship, and her whole life in front of her. And here's where I knew that the dream had died. Here's where I knew that she was never ever going to go to medical school because I'm this almost like ridiculously stupidly optimistic person, right? I'm the person who would go to my friends and say, "You can still do it. Come on, we can try. You can get it together. You can fix it. Come on, we can do." Right? I was that guy, and I was giving her that pep talk. But then I remembered, I'll never forget that I said, when we were talking about her being a doctor. And she said, "Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna do it, but I gotta do one thing first before I go back to school." And I said, "Well, what?" She said, "I want to pay off my student loans first." And I said, "Well, how much are your student loans?" And she said, like $11,000. And I was thinking, but you make $4 an hour and you got a baby. How you gonna get $11,000? Like you ain't never gonna pay the 11. Like I remember just thinking, like the math ain't mathing. And then I realized, oh, we're just talking now. We're talking theoretically now. This is not ever going to happen. This is a false dream. The dream has officially died if that's your requirement for you to pursue it. Because my math was pretty simple. I was like, just borrow more money, get through school, and then you'll be a doctor and you'll be making $15,000 a month, right? Then you can pay off everything. You can go back and fix everything financially, because you got money. Like why not do that? But in her mind, because she just wanted to pay off these student loans. And here's the thing, I don't think it was because she wanted to pay off the student loans. I think it's because she also knew that the dream was dead. But sometimes it's hard to admit that. Sometimes it's hard to say it out loud, right? And so literally now I think she and I are Facebook friends. Now we're both in our 50s. Now that those two 18-year-old kids who threw the football in the lobby, they're long gone. They don't exist anymore. And now I think she's probably a grandmother. And when I tell you that watching this little white girl and her life and her choices and how everything played out was one of the biggest lessons about investing that I've ever seen in my life, I'm not kidding you. When I tell you that watching her life play out was one of the biggest lessons about choices that I've ever had, I'm telling you that. Like when I tell you that story, that her experience watching her was like one of the biggest lessons I ever had about the value of time and not wasting time, I'm not playing. When I tell you, like I teach stock options, right? But stock options doesn't exist without the word options. And you know what options are. You know what it feels like to have options and not have options. When I tell you that was one of the greatest lessons in life I've ever had about options, I'm not kidding with you. Like because when we're 18 and we've got no responsibilities and we're young and energetic and we have all this time, then the whole world is open to you. You got options like crazy. You got a million. That's why I get so mad with the hip hop music industry whenever I hear any rapper marketing drug addiction to a 15, 16-year-old kids, it makes me angry because what you're doing is you're killing off all their options. They're gonna have brain damage now because you got them hooked on Molly, which a lot of these drugs destroy their brains. Fentanyl, all that. It's hard. Some of the stuff is hard to come back from, right? So you're killing their options, and that just makes me very sad, right? And I mean, what is youth if it's not a space full of possibility? If you have the right mindset and the right coaches and the right people encouraging you, then being young can be the most wonderful experience in your life. But if you don't have the right people around you, the wrong mentors, then it can be horrible. It can be miserable. It can be sad, very disgusting. So when I looked at her life, when I looked at those choices and those just really bad investments that she was making in herself, it taught me like, okay, when God opens that window of opportunity for you, the biggest mistake you can make, I think, is to believe that window is going to be open forever. That's what we do. We think that, okay, like or you're in love with somebody and y'all start to fighting or whatever, and you're assuming that you can pick up the phone and call them and go back to their house and apologize. It's going to be okay. But then you forget that then maybe one day you'll get to a point where you can't do that anymore. And then at that point, all you have now is a lifetime of regret over the fact that when you could have picked up the phone and called that loved one and apologized, or that girlfriend and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, let's work on this." You didn't do that because you assumed that option would always be open for you, that you could always do that, right? But now you can't do it anymore. Or you're young and now you can travel, you can go do stuff, you can expand and explore and live your life. One day you'll be a senior citizen in a wheelchair, maybe in hospice, and that option will disappear. You're 18. She was 18 years old. She had the option to be anything she wanted in life, but by about 24, 25 years old, that window of opportunity was slowly closing, and then it eventually shut. And now you're a 35-year-old single mom. Now she's got two, three kids, a couple baby daddies. You can't go back and be that 18-year-old anymore. That option has shut for you. So so really, when I think about the things that we study in finance, we study things like options. We study time. Time is a huge variable in investing. I've mentioned this before. Uh, one of the biggest things that I think carefully about is, Boyce, don't you waste any time. Don't you dare waste time. My version of financial consciousness is that I meditate on time. I meditate and remind myself that today is January 26, 2025, and I'll never have another January 26, 2025 ever again. I could walk in my wife's office right now and tell her I love her and give her a kiss. I can't assume that I can do that forever. And even when my mother was here, I would think that way. So when she finally is gone, I don't have any regrets because I was always aware that if you don't take advantage of the opportunity now, that opportunity may disappear on you, and they disappear very quickly. The wormholes shut very fast. So ultimately, when you talk about investing, I would encourage you to think about things like that and not just think about the money side. I think the people that just think about money when it comes to investing are really missing 99% of the picture. We're not talking about money, we're really talking about life. We're talking about just regrets. We're talking about, like when you talk about investing and you have FOMO, right? We have FOMO where like some of y'all will have the stock and you sell the option and then the stock goes up and then you're like, dang, I could have made money, but I didn't, right? But then that's financial FOMO and that sucks. But the worst kind of FOMO is when you just have FOMO in life. When you're like, damn, that she was the one that got away. Or the FOMO of like, dang, I wish my kids were babies again so I could spend more time with them instead of focusing on my career, right? Or the FOMO of just saying, man, I wish I was 19 years old again so I could spend more time being happy and focused instead of wasting my time being sad and distracted, right? So life FOMO, I find, is far worse than financial FOMO because with money, money is interesting. Money allows you to manipulate time in a certain way. You can go back and get money that you lost sometimes. A lot of times money there's a lot of do-overs in money if you know how to invest, but there's not a do-over in life, right? And life is far more valuable, and so there are no do-overs. So when you're in that moment, you got to live in the moment. You got to meditate on that. Like really think about that. And then that way, as you're going forward, and these windows of opportunities are shutting. FOMO is fear of missing out, by the way. That's what that is, fear of missing out. And that's actually a big financially scientific concept. There's a lot of research papers about investor FOMO. A lot of times when you all come to class and you ask me about a certain stock, I know 9 times out of 10, the reason you asked me about that stock is because the stock has shot up a lot in the last week or two, like maybe gone up 100% in the last week. And now it's in the media and everybody's talking about it. And so people have FOMO and they're like, dang, I missed out. I wish I had bought this before it went up, or Bitcoin. But there's a lot of FOMO around Bitcoin. I mean, a lot of people are mad that, damn, if I just bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2013, I'd be a multimillionaire now, which is a horrible feeling. I think 100 Bitcoin, what's 100 Bitcoins worth? Let's see, 10 Bitcoins is $1 million. So 100 Bitcoin would be $10 million. Is that right? Yeah, and so you could have bought 100 Bitcoin for $100, maybe $200, depending on when you bought it. And for it to be like $100,000, it just makes you want to vomit, right? And so with investing, this is the idea, right? With investing, it's a matter of not torturing yourself, right? In fact, Jeff Bezos, who's one of the richest men in the world, he talked about his strategy in terms of what led him to decide to quit his job and start Amazon. Because a lot of people are like, well, why would you quit a good job to go start this raggedy business? A lot of you go through this now. And he said that what led him to make that decision is something that he calls a regret minimization strategy. Regret minimization means that he knows you're going to have regrets. He knows that hindsight is 2020. He knows that 20 years from now, you're going to look back on your life and look at areas where you could have done better, mistakes you made, opportunities that you missed. But he said, I figured that I would minimize my regrets by trying to do Amazon because he learned something that they say, for example, when they study old people, they find that older people that are on their deathbeds, they have more regrets about things they did not do than have regrets about things they did do. right? It's not trying to start the business that they regret. It's not like they're like, dang, I tried to do this and it didn't work out. I wish I hadn't done it. No, it's when you had it in you and you could have went for it and you didn't because you let fear guide your decision making. And then next thing you know, you're constantly wondering like, well, I wonder what would have happened if I had tried. I wonder what would have happened if I'd pushed myself. I just talked just now, right before I talked to you. I talked to a cousin who's about 32 years old, and he was asking me about advice about business and life and everything else. And I said, one of the biggest things I would tell you is, don't make decisions in life out of fear. If you make decisions out of fear, which is unfortunately, fear is very contagious. I think in our community, I think that because of what we've gone through, we just kind of fear is always just this thing. And I'm gonna just tell you, if you're ever trying to convince me of anything, whether it's something political or otherwise, if you use fear to try to convince me, then it won't work. I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you want because I'm going to identify that instantaneously and realize that no, I'm not making this decision out of fear. I make my decisions out of desire. You see, risk, which is another very big financial concept, risk is something that can be good or it can be something that's bad. Risk has a double-edged sword. Risk has the benefit of taking a chance and going to the highest heights. It also has the scary side of that things may not work out and you'll go south. And how many of you notice this? How many of you notice that in a lot of our families, when you talk about trying to do something different, you talk about trying to really go for it, you get a lot of fear. You get a lot of people warning you about how this isn't a good decision. It may not work out. And what if this and what if that and this, and it's very depressing. It's very demoralizing. It makes you more afraid. You start to fixate on this. Your consciousness becomes collapsed and trapped because all you're focused on, all you're seeing is the downside. You're walking on this tightrope. It's already hard. It's already dangerous. And then you start looking down and saying, "Oh my God, what if I fall?" Well, guess what you just did? You guaranteed that you're probably going to fall. You've increased the likelihood that you're going to fall. So really, my belief is, look, if you're trying to warn me about a problem I'm going to have. If you're trying to tell me about an obstacle, like, well, if you try to start a business, the white man ain't going to let you get too rich and, white folks control everything or whatever, then don't just tell me about the problem and then let that be the end of the conversation. Tell me about the problem and then also help me formulate a solution. Like if I tell you, look, I'm determined to climb Mount Everest, I'm gonna go climb Mount Everest. I don't want you telling me all day about how many people that have died on Mount Everest. I don't want you sending me, Instagram reels about people that tried to climb Everest and froze to death. I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want you like, well, the odds of dying are 20%. Man, shut up. Like, no, tell me how to not die. Right? Tell me how to survive. Tell me how I can get on the good foot and the good side of the people that actually climbed Everest and succeeded. And you can warn me. Like you can let me know, like, hey, be really careful. Like, wait, like with investing. Like, I will tell you, if you are in my class, I will talk all day about the downside. Like, in fact, I talked to a student that was doing stock options and he started doing credit spreads. And he said, yeah, it kind of went bad. I said, yeah, that's the thing about credit spreads. They're very deceptive. It's like this beautiful, gorgeous, really attractive woman who might stab you in your sleep while while you're knocked out, right? Or beat you up over the head and take your money, right, and drug your drink. So basically, I will talk all day about risk, but you shouldn't talk about risk without also talking about reward. Risk and reward are evil twins of each other. Risk and reward, they travel together. They're like Satan and God. They say Satan used to be the biggest angel in heaven, and then he went south and became like the biggest person in hell, right? So risk and reward are like that. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, the bigger reward, the bigger the risk. And it's very, very difficult to embrace one without understanding the existence of the other. It's hard to talk about God without talking about the devil. It's hard to talk about the devil without talking about God, right? So ultimately, if you talk about risk, you got to talk about reward. Anybody who only talks about risk is, in my view, that's like a financial version of worshiping the devil. Like that's all you're fixated on the negative. You're fixated on what can go wrong. You're fixated on limitations. You're fixated on fear. You're fixated on a limited lifestyle, limited outcome, limited mentality. And anybody who trains you to only acknowledge limitations without acknowledging possibilities is unfortunately passing a disease onto you, a disease of the mind that affects too many people where their dreams are this big, but they're living in this tiny little box because the box feels safe. They're so afraid they haven't. And again, this goes back to healing from trauma. I've told you the number one challenge for Black wealth, the biggest challenge that we have is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. That's what destroys your relationships. That's what destroys your finances. And traumatized people have a very hard time processing risk. They have a hard time processing failure. Failure happens. It's like, oh my God, I was supposed to fail. I knew this wasn't gonna work. My cousin and my mama and my brother all told me that it wasn't gonna work out. And here I was being stupid. I shouldn't have done it. What's wrong with me? Right? You process it. If you process it the wrong way, then yeah, failure is gonna suck. But there's also a way to, as Aisha Verzi is saying in the chat, that there's a way to fail forward. There's a way to fail and say, gosh, either sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. Right? There's a way to understand that there are rules in the universe, like no pain, no gain, risk and reward. Right? So no pain, no gain means if I'm going through this pain, how do I flip this into a gain? How do I convert this into something that's going to actually benefit me long term? How do I go through this really hard experience and realize that 10 years from now, when I'm detached from it, I'm going to look back and say, man, that was one of the most valuable lessons that I ever learned. I paid big tuition in the school of life. I paid big tuition in the school of regrets. I paid big tuition in the school of failure. And now I got this advanced diploma that I can carry through life that makes me tough as nails, smart as a whip, and I can identify problems long before they arrive because I've been through something. See, what you got to understand is that you can't really even talk to anybody about overcoming something if you ain't never been through nothing. If you ain't never been through nothing, then you're not going to be a good coach for anybody else. And when you go through tough experiences, you're not going to know what to do. The smartest, most capable people in the world that I find are the people that have failed so badly that they literally the lesson was literally embedded in their skin. Like they literally had it tattooed on their brain. It was branded and everything else. So ultimately what I would say to you is you have to know how to process risk. You have to know how to process failure. If you know how to process risk and failure in a healthy way, then all these things are going to propel you forward. That's what's going to make you great. That's what's going to make you powerful. But if you don't process it properly, what it's going to do is it's going to make you quit. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you afraid. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you limit yourself. If you don't process it properly, you'll never go for anything other than what is handed to you. And then you're going to sort of look back one day and say, "Damn, I could have had it all, but I was too scared to go for anything, and that's why I got what the world gave me." And I just do believe this too. I believe that when you're black, the world don't give you much. Like I just believe that, like in right now, we're dealing with the new president and everything else, and DEI is gone, and so all these other things are gone, and it's just like, I'm sorry, I kind of feel like, um, I don't feel like white folks give us much of anything, and then when they give us things, they decide later they're going to take them away. So my feeling is I'd rather do the hard work now so that maybe I can give myself something that they can't take away. They can't take away my PhD. It will be harder, much harder for them. It will be easy for them to take away my job. It's much harder for them to take away my business. They can't take away my experience. They can't take away my grit, my guts, my work ethic. They can't take. I mean, they could theoretically they could take away my family, but it would be very hard for them to do. So the things that I have in life that I value the most are not things that are given to me by massa. The oppressor they will give you things, and unfortunately, in many cases, when they give you something, I feel like it usually comes with a trick attached. Like I think it comes with like a strings attached. Like, okay, we'll give you money, Negro, but you better do what we say, and you better, like Diddy, we'll make you the most famous person in the world. But if you get out of line, we're gonna tell everybody what we let you get away with. I don't think living in that world is very safe. I think that or we'll give you this DEI position, but the minute we decide DEI is not interested anymore, we're gonna let you go. We are your friends until we just don't need you anymore, and I think that's what you're dealing with. So what I believe from an economic circling this back to economics and investing is I think that I think one thing that we have to kind of accept and understand is that sometimes life tricks us into believing that there are shortcuts. Right? Sometimes life tricks us into believing that you can have it all very quickly and you can look fly the entire time and it could be easy in a piece of cake. Like I know a lot of people, I know people that have made over $1 million doing DEI related stuff. Maybe they go to college campuses and tell white people why they're racist and explain away, like cultural sensitivity, and I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that as a career, but I always felt like I said, gosh, what if they just decide that they don't want to be nice to you anymore? Like, what if they decide they want to just get rid of all this? And then suddenly, you had a certification in DEI, and now that certification is worthless. That was the risk I always thought about. Because there's the history where people have not ever really been all that nice to black people. And I personally think that things like owning a business, and learning to build wealth in a very solid, consistent way, kind of the Booker T. Washington way, I think that we ignore the lessons that were given to us by our ancestors. We ignore them because we traded in integration, for example, in the civil rights movement, we traded our land and our businesses for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. We thought that the doing the dirty work of building a nice carpentry business or building a company that can do plumbing for people, that's beneath us. I'm going to Brown University. I'm going to get a nice job with a nice fancy office where I don't got to get dirty every day. And the sad reality is that those jobs did not build wealth, and many of those jobs could be taken away at the drop of a hat. But if I have a skill, like if I have the kind of skill that a black man in 1945 could make money doing, because there were black people that were actually doing okay at that time. There were black people who were prospering, and a lot of it started off with having that solid foundation, saying, "Look, I just want to own me some land. Maybe I'm gonna raise me some pigs. What I mean? I'm gonna grow me some crops. I'm gonna learn how to fix stuff, right? Like I think that sort of solid sturdiness was kind of lost, because I think that we got very comfortable when we had things like affirmative action that opened doors and possibilities and opportunities. And even in my own family, my career path was very different from my father and my grandfather. My father and my grandfather are the types of men who could fix anything in the house, anytime. Me, I became a college professor. I hire people to fix things in my house. Right? I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy who's going to go and figure out how to make the air condition work. It's just not my thing. And so, but what is my thing? What did give me that sturdiness was when I said, wait a minute, I got to go and start my own business. If I don't start my own business and invest and own something, then he will always own me. If I cannot have something that's mine that I can sink my teeth into, that I can hold on to, then they can take it all away from me. And I just don't want you or your kids to be in that position. So you really cannot get away from the ownership of assets, the hard work required to actually develop and build something of your own. And the great thing about it is that if you're smart and if you love each other, you only have to do it one time. You only got to go. So one person has to make the sacrifice. Like in football, when my Ohio State Buckeyes won the championship, the running backs and the quarterbacks and the wide receivers got a lot of credit, but it's really the linemen who cleared the path because the linemen block for the quarterback. The linemen are probably the most special players on the field because their job is critically important. When the offensive line doesn't block for the quarterback can't do anything. He gets sacked every time. He looks really bad. So the offensive linemen to me are special because they do the most important job and they get the least credit for that. Right. So in economics, in black wealth, in black empowerment, we're going to have to figure out who are going to be the linemen, who's going to block for the next generation, who's going to make the sacrifice without getting all the shine, all the glory, without being able to, floss and brag and throw money up on Instagram, right? Who's going to be the generation that's going to make the sacrifice? And if you have somebody in the family that does that, that really at a high level that commits to that, then what happens is that if you are appropriate in the way you distribute the benefits of that hard work, then you have children and grandchildren that never have to work for anyone. They're very happy. They live a good life. And it kind of sucks though, because sometimes if you don't teach them the right values, they become these little ungrateful, spoiled little SOBs that we just want to kick them, because they don't know how hard somebody else worked to create that life for them. Right. And that's the other part of it too. That's a really hard part about sacrifice is that sometimes you make a sacrifice and you don't even get acknowledged for it. Nobody even really thanks you the way they should. Nobody understands like what you did to create that possibility for them. And so you have to kind of be willing to accept that. And if you are, then I think you have a great opportunity. That's what I've noticed in terms of the secrets to black success. It ain't DEI programs and electing Democrats or Republicans. It comes from core values, raising the kids right, educating at a high level, eating right, mental health, working on mental health, healthy relationships, investing consistently. Things like that is what typically creates security. You don't really get security from a job at all. Like jobs are not secure because if the corporation decides they're bored with you, they'll just flick you off like a blunt, and then you next thing you know, you're right back in the struggle. So I don't think that that's what you want for your children. Okay, so a couple things I want to mention before we head out. Number one, we are going to do another financial slumber party. You guys seem to like that a lot, so we're going to do another one. This is going to be February 7th. Financial slumber party. In case you don't know what that is, that's where we get together really late at night and we wear our pajamas and we bring our popcorn and we talk finance but it'll be like a weird like 11 o'clock, like it starts at 11 p.m. And I'll do a special lecture and a training and we'll play some music and have fun. So if you guys want to join us in the financial slumber party, it's all digital, so we hop on a Zoom basically and do this. And you guys loved the last one so much that I said let's do another one. So this is going to be February 7th, and we're going to cover exchange traded funds. I'm going to break down ETFs and how ETFs are a pathway to wealth, different types of ETFs, how to pick ETFs for your family, and that will be the training that we'll do that night. So you guys will get a link where you can join the financial slumber party. Those of you that are in the Black Stock Market program, you can actually come in for free. So if you can do a free trial in the Black Stock Market program, you can get in for free, or there's a fee. I think it's like $55 or something like that. But you get lifetime access to all the materials, and you can share it with your family, so your family can have the recording forever. So there is a recording max after it's done for anybody that comes in. So yeah, so we're doing one of those. Number two, don't forget we're going to Ghana this summer, and Ghana is oh gosh, Jay Cameron. Jay Cameron is going to guide us through Ghana, and so if you want to learn more about Ghana and the other trips, they do other trips as well. But the B1 trip will be Ghana, but there are other trips that Jay's company does. So if you go to b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com, you can actually take a look at some of the stuff that's there. Or you can also text the word travel to 87948. So if you text travel on your phone to 87948, I'll send you links and information on trips that we have coming up. We are going to also visit Black Wall Street and basically go there and support financially, but also learn. We're going to learn the history. We're going to the real history. You'd be amazed how much stuff you just never hear from anyone. So that's going to happen. Now Miami, the thing in Miami, we're gonna do the Live Millionaire Training Camp in Miami, and I mentioned February 21st, but what happened, some things popped up, so we're moving that date back a little bit to March, and I believe it's going to be the weekend of March 7th now. So sorry about that. Sorry to change that. But logistically speaking, we had to move it a little bit. So March 7th is the weekend that we're looking for the Millionaire Training Camp, and that's live, that's in person. So we're all going to meet down in Miami. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. So anyway, all right. So I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for listening, and don't forget if you want to be notified when we meet for class every morning, just text the word morning MORNING to the phone number 87948. So besides texting morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country. And I see Errol and Aisha in there, and I know both of you do consulting and things like that. So feel free to drop your information in there as well if you'd like for people to get in touch with you. I'll leave the Zoom open for a second for you guys to do that. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our Millionaire Training Camp where we cover the art of economic elevation. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week. We don't stop. We don't take weekends. Weekends I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean or rude when I say this, but you know what? When you grow up in a world of champions, weekends are for suckers. I'm kidding. You enjoy your weekend. Don't be weird like me. But really though, and you don't understand. See, I'm also super inspired because I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, which is the home of the great Muhammad Ali. So I grew up kind of seeing that as the standard of greatness. I mean, I just watched a big long documentary by Ken Burns about Ali and his life and every great thing that he did. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it's so inspiring. I love watching his life and he knew a lot of people. He lived in a lot of the places I've lived in my life, and he knew a lot of the people who I knew or were connected. He spent a lot of time with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad right there in Chicago and in the South Side. I lived in the South Side around the corner from that house where Farrakhan. I remember Minister Farrakhan taking me around the house and showing me and telling me about the story of how in the 1970s, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave him the house and it's interesting, and he spent all this time in the South Side of Chicago and Louisville and went out and just did these awesome things and just had these ideas and these beliefs about what we need to do as a people to be great. What we got to do to be our absolute best. And I'm gonna tell you, it's for a little kid that grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, that was born around the time of the peak of his career, that grew up watching my father watch him fight against Leon Spinks and that unfortunate fight, Larry Holmes, the Thriller in Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle, and all that stuff, and just to have that be right in my city, man, you talk about something that just gives you fire. Oh my God, I love that man so much. I have so much admiration for him, and it's really exciting. And also, his daughter Layla is a friend of mine. So it's just really cool kind of having to go full circle and kind of saying, okay, I think I understand that. I think I understand God's mission. I think that God's mission is that we are supposed to continue what people before us did, right? We're supposed to take that same courage, that same hard work ethic, that same commitment, that same relentless and really tireless desire to make our people great, and we got to run with it. So I think all of us are the greatest, right? So we are the greatest. That's what we are. I am the greatest, you are the greatest. Can't nobody stop us. See, when you show up in your greatness, in my opinion, and you believe in that, can't nobody stop you, man. Can't nobody stop you. I talked to a young black man the other day, and I was explaining to him. I said the biggest battle that any man or any woman has really is the battle with yourself. Most of us unfortunately become our own biggest haters, our own biggest critics. We don't like ourselves very much. We feel like we need validation from white people in order to feel comfortable and in order to be somebody. And I just reject all that stuff. Like I just reject all that. And my belief is that the biggest battle I have every day is the battle against Boyce, right? The battle between the mediocre Boyce and the excellent, outstanding, and empowered Boyce. And he's going to win. This guy's going to win. The empowered Boyce, he's going to win that battle. And it's a daily thing. That's the thing I wanted to share with you guys too. Is it's a daily thing. It's a constant thing. It's intra daily. I mean, it happens all day long, every day. In the next hour, are you going to be excellent or are you going to be average? Right? Are you going to be your best or are you going to be your worst? Are you going to stand up or are you going to sit down? Are you going to give up or are you going to keep going? Those little decisions are made every single day, all day long. And I can tell you 100 with 100% certainty that everybody feels that. Everybody goes through that, right? So anyway, and in fact, if you look at the life of Ali, just since we're talking about him, if you look at Ali, you'll notice that in the course of his life, you saw times where he was extraordinary and outstanding, and then you saw times where he was mediocre. You saw times where he did his best and he showed up and and he'd fight like hell. But then you saw times where he didn't show up prepared, right? And sometimes he had to get his butt kicked, right? Shout out to Joe Frazier, a great fighter, right? Joe Frazier knocked him on his butt, and a few other people did. And every time he got knocked on his butt, he would come back and he'd say, okay, I got to go back to the basics. I'm going to go back to what made me great. I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to go back and stop acting like a celebrity. I'm going to start pushing hard again. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to make sure I'm ready. So this is the interesting thing that I want you to understand. And this is not even related to our topic for today, but God tells me what to say and I always listen. Is that remember this, that when you become great at something, right? So let's just start the conversation off right. How many of you want to be great at something? How many of you believe that you are capable of being great at something? How many of you are striving for greatness in your life? I hope that I've convinced you that that Black excellence should be just mandatory for all of us. And everybody's version of Black excellence is going to differ. Everybody's version of what it means to be Black, what it means to be outstanding is going to vary, right? But how many of you want to be Black and excellent? Give me a yes. Excellence, I think, is something that should be required for us to even come in this room together, a commitment and a belief in that. Well, here's the thing I want you to understand about greatness, in my opinion. Um, there's a difference between being the best and being at your best. This is where I become a statistician. One thing that we one thing that we do in statistics is they'll say, "So what's the volatility?" And you'll say, "Well, this is the volatility." And then they'll say, "Well, what's the volatility of the volatility?" Right? Or they'll say, "Well, what's the average?" And you'll say, "Well, the average is 12." And they'll say, "Well, what's the average of the average?" And what people don't understand is that there's always a layer beneath what you think is the bottom layer, meaning that there you might say, "Well, who's the best basketball player in the world?" And you might say, well, I don't know, LeBron James or Steph Curry or Michael Jordan or whatever, right? But then you might look at Michael Jordan's life and say, on what days was he actually showing up as the best? And what days did he show up as somebody else? You know, and what days did he show up as the Michael Jordan that we remember, the legend, the amazing guy that we know he is as an athlete anyway? And what days did he just show up as an imposter, right? What days did he think that just putting on the number 23 and just showing up with a basketball under his arm was the same as him being the great Michael Jordan? At what point did he forget that to be a Michael Jordan or to be great at anything, it requires a certain number of ingredients, right? It requires a culture, it requires a certain approach to things, right? It requires a standard. It requires being prepared for the battle, preparation for the battle. And some days he did not prepare for the battle, and the days he did not prepare were the days when he did not do as well as he wanted to do. Those are the days where he failed. Right. And a lot of us go through that every single day. There's something to prepare for. There's some kind of battle. And one thing I tell the kids all the time, and this is an economic statement, this is an investing statement, this is a statement about investing. I say preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to, if you prepare at an optimal level for everything in your life that matters for you, then you are going to win. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. If you prepare for all the things that matter for you, you will succeed. You will give yourself the best chance of success. You may not always succeed the first time, but success is more likely to show up and greet you when you show up prepared to receive it. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Wealth ain't nothing but financial preparation. Financial security ain't nothing but economic preparation. Being rich ain't nothing but the fact that in the past I prepared for this moment. I'm showing up to you in this moment as a guy that's got money in the bank, as a guy who's got financial security, as a guy I'm talking to you right now, and I'm sitting here talking to you from Europe, right? I'm literally in Denmark right now. I'm showing up in this moment in a certain way because I prepared for this moment. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? If I had not prepared for this moment, then this moment would not exist. When it comes to the life you want, economic life, otherwise, and not just the money, I'm talking about also the things that are more important than money, the other things that you invest in that money cannot buy, you have to prepare for that. If you want to have an excellent family, then, I meet some of you, you say, this is my beautiful wife and my 7 kids, and the kids are all sitting there all well behaved, and he's an engineer and she's a scientist, and she's got her own business, and he's got $1 million in his portfolio. Well, that tells me that you prepared. You didn't make all them babies in 30 seconds. Those are not babies that were born last night. When you show me what you are looking like right now, and you're this really healthy, successful family of 7, and I've been married to my wife 30 years, and we're worth over $1 million, and we got 7 kids, and 2 of them are in Ivy League schools, and the other 2 are making millions of dollars again. That tells me that there was thousands of little steps that took for you to prepare for this moment where you're presenting this to me. Like you're presenting this masterpiece, like an artist, you're presenting this masterpiece that you've been painting for the last 30 years in a very intricate way. And I'm like, wow, look at that art. That's amazing. And this is a financial consciousness exercise. This is a consciousness exercise because unfortunately you live in a world where people believe in this Disney fairy tale, this myth, this big fat stinky fat nasty ass lie called instant gratification. You got people that really think that you can make success the same way you make a pitcher of Kool-Aid. Just add water and put some sugar in it and stir it up real hard. It's gonna taste delicious. You can't create success like Kool-Aid. Success is like it's like your mama's crock pot. You remember your mama would put food in the crock pot in the morning and it would take like 12 hours for it to stew while she's at work all day. That kind of thing. Like except it's like even worse than that. It's like a crock pot that sometimes you gotta let the stuff stew in the crock pot for like 20 or 30 years. Right? You have to that's what greatness looks like. That's what economic success looks like. That's what a strong family looks like. That's what health looks like, physical health. When somebody shows up with all big muscles or they looking good and they slim, oh, that's hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the gym that you're looking at. That's thousands of little decisions to pick up the carrots instead of the potato chips, right? That's thousands of little choices to say, I'm gonna get my butt up out of the bed at 5 in the morning and go to the gym today, even though I'd rather sleep in and eat, and eat ice cream and hang out with my friends, right? So remember, everything is a culmination, everything is an accumulation process. Most things in life that matter for you, most things that are really worth something, whether you're talking about greatness or you're like Ali, or you're talking about greatness financially or anything else, it's an accumulation. That's what wealth is. See, that's what you got to understand. In finance, we refer to wealth as what you call a stock. It is a stock. It means you've been stocking. You've been stacking your nuts for the winter. You've been stacking your paper. You've been stack, putting stuff in the storeroom, right? Now you got this big storeroom full of money, and that's wealth. That's why we call it a stock. But see, people don't see the stock. They're not thinking about the stock. Like we talk about stock markets and all that. All that's connected. It's deep stuff. What people see in the world of instant gratifications, they don't see the stock. What they see is a thing called the flow. The flow builds the stock. See, here's the flow. The flow is income. How much money you make? How much I gonna get paid? What's my paycheck gonna look like? Oh, he doing good. Look at how much money he's making. That you ever hear people talk like that? Like they just say, well, how are they doing? Oh, they doing good. He got a good job, making good money. So what they're talking about is the flow. They're not talking about the stock. In mathematics, maybe you might say they're talking about the first derivative, not the second derivative. Whatever, however you want to look at it. The first level, not the second level. Because really, if you want to ask a question about how somebody's doing financially, you don't say, well, how much money they making? No, what you say is, well, how much wealth did they create with that money? Because money doesn't mean anything if it flows in your pocket and out, then goes out. If it comes in the front door and goes out the back door. It's like Mexican food. You eat it and then it leaves your body and then you're hungry again, right? So if all you focus on is the flow and you don't think about the stock, then you're missing the majority. You're looking at the tip, but you ain't even paying no attention to the damn iceberg. See, what you got to understand is that income means nothing without wealth. Income is the little brother, wealth is the big brother. Income is an opportunity to create wealth. And if you think about this, pay attention. Most people in America don't build any wealth. They work 50 straight years, make millions of dollars, thousands of hours at the job, and they got nothing to show for it. Their income, and I'm not making fun of anybody if you're in this category, because they trick you into this. They trick you. Remember, you're in a world of instant gratification. So don't think I'm shaming you for being tricked. It tricks a lot of us, right? So because we're focused on the flow and not on the stock, we make the money and then the money's gone, and then you have to go make more money because now you're out of money because you spent the money that you made right. And so when we talk about the word poor, what does the word poor stand for in this class? We talk about poor all the time. Poor stands for what? Poor. Give me the acronym. Type in the chat. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So if you are a hardworking person who has busted your butt for some corporation for many, many years, and you still feel poor, you still feel financially strapped and everything's kind of stuck, then what's probably occurred to some extent, and I want to say this without you feeling like I'm beating up on you. I am not holier than thou. I'm not a man who's never made mistakes. I am not here to sit here and make and shame you about your life. So let's just make that clear. But poor, what's happened is that you passed over opportunities repeatedly. I bet you when I come in here and I tell you depressing things like, well, if you had spent $1,800 on Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million in the bank right now. That pisses you off. That it should. It's like, man, wait, what? Huh? Nobody told me that. Right? Somebody told me I had to spend $1,800 at the club, or I need to go on vacation that year. Right? You're like, damn. Right? You get mad, right? You get FOMO, but that's okay. That's that first step. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get mad. See, what I've noticed about champions and great people, like I was talking about Ali, is like I think people that have a high standard for themselves, that have high expectations for themselves, that believe in the pursuit of excellence and are willing to sacrifice for that, they tend to be frustrated sometimes. I'm frustrated with Boyce every single day. Every day I get mad at Boyce. Every day I'm like, damn, come on, Boyce. You were supposed to get up. You were supposed to work 12 hours. You only work 9. Oh, dang, Boyce. You know, you'll never be great if you keep on giving up so early. Boyce, you really should have stuck with it. Boyce, if you had done this in 2021, you'd be here in 2025. Now you're starting over again because you messed around and didn't start when you know you should have started, right? So frustration comes with the territory. So what I kind of am okay with, and I want you to do is I want you to think about the benefit of being a frustrated black person. But here's the thing: I don't want you frustrated about what white folks are doing. I don't think that benefits you. I've never met a white man who's going to change his behavior because I'm frustrated with him. I don't know anybody running this government or running these corporations or anywhere that's going to change their policies because I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated that you keep taking black wealth. I'm frustrated that you're selling us toxic fast food and killing us. I'm frustrated that you're telling us to destroy our families, right? Yeah, I can be frustrated with you, but I don't think they really care. But I think that if you're frustrated with you and you see you and your choices as the primary driver of what's going to make you great, then I think that will give you more benefit. At least if you're going to be stressed out, you're stressed out for a cause. You're stressed out for a purpose you can believe in. You're stressed out in a way that you're going to get a return on investment, right? So anyway, before I move on, I want to mention really, really quickly that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money did a great show yesterday about these trade-offs that we make in terms of family and finances. We touched this a little bit, but really, I think this is worth really. This is the sweet spot, man. This is when you talk about black wealth. You gotta blend in that relationship and family conversation and the mental health conversation. That's how you get to the bottom of this mystery. The mystery is what the hell happened to our money? Why is it not growing? Who took it? How do we lose it? What's happening? They did a great conversation. They had five intelligent black women. There's Lala, Constance Carter. She ran the largest black real estate firm in California. Dr. Lene Javette. Who else was there? Nomalanga Mushali Moses, who's out of Botswana. So you got an African family-oriented perspective from that. And there was someone else there, and I don't remember the name. But anyway, I'm going to text that out to you guys because I think you should watch this episode because it was really, really good. They did this yesterday. And by the way, if you want to get notified when they go live every day, 5 days a week. You can just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and they can send you a link when they go live and all that good stuff. Okay, so in fact, their conversation was so interesting that I wanted to drill into this just a little bit more so we can kind of understand a framework. I think that, white people are not the only ones who can come up with their own theories and frameworks and of how to approach things. I think we need our own, right? And this is something that we do as scholars. When I was on the faculty at Syracuse, that's what you do as a scholar. You develop theories and you do research and you come up with models, right? So I want to talk about the model of the black family as it pertains to wealth building. We've touched on this before, but I really want to touch on it in a slightly different way so we can really understand this. So I'm going to start with a basic question. Start with a simple question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Or answer. Don't give me a yes or no. Just answer. Children. Very expensive. In America, it costs $300,000 to raise a child. Child care, all that stuff, stress. So are children an asset or are children an expense? An asset or an expense? Some of you that have been in this class for a long time are going to jump in with an answer because you've heard me talk about this before. Are children an asset or an expense? I will sip my coffee as about 90% of you are going to give the wrong answer. The smart, the ones who are really on it are giving the right answer. I see a few of you are. A lot of you are saying asset. Not many are saying expense. That's good. That's good. That means we're making progress. Okay, they're both. They're both. Yeah, they're both. Um, Basically, if I give you an asset, let's think about an asset like a car. A car is an asset, and people talk about it as a depreciating asset, but that's just the capital gains part of a car. Like a car's value is not going to go up. So yeah, if you buy a car and say I'm going to hold it for 10 years and then resell it for a higher price, you're probably not going to be able to do that with 95% of most cars. So that is correct. But that does not mean that ownership of a car can't be a positive ROI experience for you. right? It doesn't like imagine this. Imagine if you have no money and someone says, I can pay you $300 a day to deliver products for me, but you need a vehicle. So you say, okay. So you go buy a car, and now you're making $300 a day. Let's say you're working every day of the month because you're a hustler. So now you're making $9,000 a month because you went out and you spent X amount of dollars to buy you a car. Is that a good move for you financially? Let's assume you save and invest that money as well and all that. Would that be a good move? Would buying the car be a positive ROI decision for you? Would you have gotten something good out of that asset? Give me a yes in the chat or a no. The answer is absolutely yes. So in that particular context, buying a car is a good move. Right? It was good for you. Hooray. Right? Good. We smart today. Right? So never ever let anybody make you think that buying a car is always a bad, stupid thing to do. That's not the case. A car, and also a car is an asset because you can sell a car just like you can sell shares of stock or sell a house. What makes an asset valuable or not, or makes it what makes it a good asset or whatever, is what you do with it. It's what you do with it. So if I get a car and I'm using the car to make money, then the car is a positive financial asset for me. If I get the car and I just use it for nothing, I sit in my driveway or I just drive it around and don't make any money from it, then it becomes a negative net worth kind of thing. Then I have to be really careful because if I overspend on the car, if I do what a lot of people do and invest everything in my car and don't invest it in stocks, bonds, real estate, none of that stuff, then I'm going to end up in a negative net worth position where I'm looking fly driving my Cadillac Escalade, but my net worth is negative because this Escalade took $100,000 off of my net worth, right? So when you think about what an asset is, I want you to really think about it carefully because a lot of whether an asset generates value comes down to how you use it. Let's get back to families and children. Same thing is true with kids and children. The reason that answer is both is that children are an asset that can really add value to the family wealth. We've talked about this, so I'm not going to belabor this point. If you want to see me break it all down in a different way, you can go to drboycebooks.com. I have a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. You can use the code word book club and get 30% off. So drboycebooks.com. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I break all this down. So I'm not going to go through that point, but what I am going to say is that what you want to consider is that when you talk about the Black family or we talk about kids, a lot of the conversation about kids and family comes down to the expense of having a family. How it's expensive in terms of not just the money. The average child costs $300,000. Also, it's expensive in terms of time and energy. I've heard. I think that the Disney girl, the girl who did the Mermaid movie, that she had the baby with the rapper slash influencer, and then like a lot of families, they broke up before the baby was born or right after the baby was born. I guess that's a convenient time to destroy your child's life. It's like make sure you get her pregnant and then break up with her right after the pregnancy, right? Or just leave that man as soon as the baby's born. Make sure that baby ain't got no daddy in the house because we got to make sure that baby stays extra black, right? That's what it means to be black. Being black means you ain't got no daddy in the house. What the hell you doing with a daddy in the house talking about you black? We taking your black card, right? That's kind of what's happening in America. It's very, very sad. But anyway, let me stop sounding like an angry old man. But here's the deal. So I heard him on an interview, and he said, yeah, bro, having a relationship, it's like a part-time job. It's a part-time job. And I was sitting there while I was watching, I was like, yeah, bro, relationships are a lot of work. It is. It feels like when being married, you just try being married. That's a full-time job, right? And so it's hard work for sure. There's no question about it. I think that the question then becomes, how do you frame it? Right? Because here's the deal. The same person who says that the relationship is hard work and it's like a part-time job might be a person who actually has a part-time job. So I would say, well, if you don't want to work on behalf of the family, like why are you going to work on behalf of the corporation? Right? You're going to your job, and that's not even a part-time. That's a full-time job, right? Or maybe you work hard at basketball, right? That's a full-time job. But you didn't quit basketball. You didn't say, man, bro, basketball is like a full-time job. I had to quit. No, you stuck with it. You kept doing it, right? But then there's other things you do, right? Everybody has 24 hours in a day, and everybody's kind of doing something, right? Most of us are working on something. I bet if I ask you, give me a yes or no in the chat. Do you have something every day that you're doing that's taking a lot of time and energy, that's requiring sacrifice, that's maybe draining you, it's kind of wearing you out, get you tired at the end of the day? Maybe it's your job, maybe it's your fitness, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's that business, maybe it's what, right? Everybody's got something that they're working on, but there's kind of a discernment. There's a decision that's made in terms of what we're doing with that time, right? There's a decision, right? So if I'm working hard on something that doesn't seem to add value to my life, then I'm going to stop doing it. I'm going to say, man, I ain't doing that. That's too much work. But if I'm working on something that has a payoff at the end of the road, or so I believe, then I will work hard on that. Like, for example, I've seen people that will work really hard, like staying fly, looking good, right? They will spend time in the Gucci store to get and spend money, like buying the nicest whatever, because they want to get on Instagram and have Louis Vuitton from head to toe. Or maybe they'll spend time at the hair salon and the nail salon and doing all the work. I mean, I've seen how much work the ladies have to put in to look good. It's impressive. I mean, it's expensive and time consuming. It's like, wow, like y'all, but y'all look good. Black women, beautiful, all of you, right? Congrats, that's amazing, right? And you do it because there's some sort of inherent ROI, right? You see this outcome as some sort of an asset that you're willing to invest in, and you don't really hear a lot of women say, I stopped getting my hair and my nails done, and I stopped taking showers because they take too much work to smelling good, looking good. Oh, that's too much work. So I just stay in my house. I stay funky. I cut my hair off. I decided I'm just gonna just not, I'm not even gonna try to look nice for anyone ever at any point for anything, right? Most women don't make that decision. Most men don't either, right? But ladies, I point to the ladies especially because I know I want to show how much appreciation I have for the work that you put in to looking good. It is really, really amazing, right? But you do it. You put in the time and you put in the energy into this job because you see the ROI. And the thing about the return on investment, ROI, that's what ROI stands for. The return on investment, it doesn't always have to be real. It doesn't always have to be something that really is going to happen. You just have to believe it's there. You have to see it, right? So here's where I'm going with this. If I have a kid and I see children as an ROI. If I see, okay, you know what, putting time into this kid, it's hard work, but having put time in this kid, I'm gonna get to be a dad. My kid's gonna grow up and love me. They're gonna maybe the kids are, my kids are gonna, when I get older, I'll have some people that are there for me. So I got these 7 kids and I'm investing in all of them. They're not all gonna be the same, but I'm gonna really do my best to be a good parent and stay with their mom so that they can have stability and have a structured household so they don't grow up half crazy and mad at the world and they actually come back to the family. The home's gonna be loving. I'm gonna put work into making a loving home so that even when they're gone and they don't have to come back, they're gonna still want to come back. And then when they're in their 40s and I'm in my 70s, they're going to want to come back and check on dad and they're going to bring all the grandkids and I'm going to have this big family around me at Thanksgiving dinner. And this is my return on investment. This is my vision that I have for the world. This is my vision I have for my life. And that's why I'm investing in that vision, right? That's also a very logical approach to things, right? You are okay. That's what you see. But if I am living in a world of instant gratification, where all you see is the flow, but you don't see the stock. Let's go back to the beginning. If all I see is the work and I don't see the reward, or let's say I see the work and I don't even value the reward, or I don't believe the reward is attainable, or I don't believe, or I've never seen anyone have the reward. I've never seen what a grandfather looks like when he's smiling because he's happy to have 27 grandkids around. I don't respect any of that. I don't know nothing about that, right? Then maybe I'm going to make a different economic decision. And this is an economic decision. Just be clear. Just we're not always talking about money. We're talking about the allocation of scarce resources, which is really the fundamental of economics. You don't understand. See, finance, I got my PhD in finance, but we are, to some extent, we are posers. The true economists are the people over in the economics department. They were better at math than we were. They understood what money really is. Money is just a representation of value. And it's not the only representation of value. It's like if there was a singing group like the Jackson Five, money is like Michael Jackson. Money is the Michael Jackson of the Jackson Five, but then you got Tito and Marlon and Jackie, and you have a whole group here, right? So what I mean by that is money is one representation of value, just like Michael is one representation of the Jackson family. But if you do the research on the Jackson family, you'll know that Catherine and Joe had a whole bunch of kids. And some of them were really talented. Some of them were super famous. Janet was super famous. Jermaine was pretty famous, right? We even know about Tito and Marlon and all that. And then there's like an underlying sort of infrastructure that led to the manifestation of the Jackson family. That there's a whole legacy and a story to this, such that if all you know is Michael, then you're probably missing about 95% of the Jackson story. Do you understand what I'm saying? So here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what the point I want to make. If all you know about is money, then you're missing about 95% of the economic story. If all you know is cash flow and investing and money and all that, then you're missing the whole damn point. You don't under you just seeing the bright shiny object that's out front. And Michael was amazing. Don't get me wrong, money's nice, but there was a whole lot going on in the background to even make all this happen. Like without the Jackson Five and without Joe and Catherine getting together and going on a first date and all these other things and building a certain kind of a family structure, there is no Michael Jackson. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope you get this analogy here. So if your goal is to get money, and I want to understand money, I want to learn about money, then you must also, it helps to really understand economics as a construct that's far bigger than money. And then if you really want to understand economics, then you should understand the underlying infrastructure that determines how your economics shows up, how economic decision making is made. And then you start getting off into these other areas that seem to be almost disconnected. Well, what kind of women were you picking when you were 25 years old? Well, Dr. Boyce, why would you ask me that question? Well, because the types of women that you pick is going to determine a lot of your outcomes economically and financially. Or if I ask, well, what do you like to eat fried chicken or do you eat vegetables? Which one is more likely to end up on your plate? The fried chicken or well, why would you ask me that question? You're supposed to be a financial. No, I'm asking you an economic question because if you understand economics and finances at a deep level, you'll know how much money, how many people go bankrupt because of the healthcare system because their bodies are not in good shape and they go to the doctor and the doctor gives them a surgery that costs $300,000, which wipes out their entire lifetime of net worth. So you'll understand. Do you understand? Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? Really, if you want to fix an issue, you got to go to the root of that damn thing. You got to go to the root. People don't go to the root. They don't go to you go to the doctor, you're like, I got cancer, so my arm hurts. And they put a band-aid on your arm and they say, okay, you're healthy now, you're healed. And then you don't understand why the cancer keeps spreading while you're dying. Because the doctor didn't even, all he did was he looked at the cut on your arm and put a band-aid on it. And nobody did whatever the ultrasounds and the CT scans and the blood tests. Nobody did any of that. They just saw the cut and put a band-aid on it. It's okay, you're good now, go home. And that's what we do when it comes to the economics. We think that we can fix Black economics without really fixing Black culture. We think we can build Black wealth without building Black family. We think we can build Black wealth without working on the mental health. We think we can build Black wealth without talking about the physical health. And if you know economics the way I do, again, I taught my first finance class when I was 22 years old at the University of Kentucky. I've been doing it that long. You'll know that it's a very complex process. Like everything that happens in your life, especially financially, is a manifestation of many, 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 many thousands of little intricate processes that you may never think about. So you see Michael Jackson on stage and he wows you because he can sing and dance and he's wearing the sparkling suit. There's thousands of little things that had to happen for that moment to even occur. So here's what I want to dig into. And before I move on, just a reiteration, I want to remind you a couple things. Number one, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is the weekend of August 24th. It's going to be in Atlanta. We are partnering with an alliance of Black organizations. So you're getting the best convention ever this year. You're getting a convention where there will be not a few hundred people, there will be thousands of people there. And we are connecting with Africa. Dr. Ken Harris and his organization, the Black Business League, they're bringing over, I think he said 6 African presidents are coming. So it's African American business owners and families connecting with Africa. It's epic. It's going to be historic. It is. We are making Black history because we are great like that. And you are great like that, and because great people can't be great without other great people around them. So this is happening August 24th in Atlanta, and on top of that, the tickets will be cheaper than they were before. So I'll make an announcement on the tickets very, very soon. Some of you have already bought your tickets. Those tickets will be honored, but we're going to have to do kind of a reset on exactly how everything's structured. We'll have that done in the next few weeks. We're just hammering out some details. Number two, we are doing a millionaire training camp, an economic elevation summit live in Miami on February 21st, the weekend of February 21st. So go ahead and get prepared. You can buy your ticket, get your hotel, everything else. I'll let you guys know. We're making the deal with the hotel. We should sign the deal very soon. I will let you all know as soon as it's done so you can join us at the Economic Elevation Summit that's going to be in Miami February 21st. So we're going to do LA and we had our contract, but unfortunately, LA is not the best place to have a conference right now because for obvious reasons. I don't want to force you to have to fly over a forest fire to get there. So maybe LA in the future. God bless you though if you live in LA, and my heart's really with you. I don't. What's going on out there is absolutely terrible. All right, so we talked about this whether kids are an asset or an expense. The ladies at Fly Nubian Money broke this down yesterday. So to finish up their conversation one of the things that I want to share with you is research studies that connect to the family thing. One of the biggest points of debate that consistently happens is how do you balance it, right? What do you choose, family or money, or family or career, and all this other stuff? And a lot of times, I think the choices are made difficult for both men and women. I think for women, it's probably a little bit tougher in certain ways because y'all have the babies, and there are certain household domestic expectations society puts on women. But it's a decision for men as well, and it's one that men have to also grapple with in our own way. And one of the things about the family and children is that you have to decide in the beginning, is this investment, because it's going to be an investment, in terms of time and money, is this going to be an asset or is it going to be an expense? An expense is where you just do something that's hard and nothing comes out of it. Like you raise a bunch of kids and there's no benefit to it. You just did something nice for someone else, almost like charity. An asset, an investment means I did all this hard work. I busted my butt, and now there's a payoff at the end. Like my mother, when she died, bless her heart, rest her soul, Robin Watkins. When she died on Christmas Eve, my sister was the medical doctor right next to her bed because my mother invested in my sister and loved her enough to make her want to be next to her dying mother. And also, she encouraged her to go back to medical school. So after going back to medical school, my sister was qualified as a physician to check on my mother. That was an asset that she created through love, right? She made investments not with money, but with time and love and energy, things like that. And also, I was able to pay a couple bills because my parents invested in me. My father invested in me when I was three. Some of you know the story. I was not his biological son. I had a biological father who, for whatever reason, wasn't part of my life. I think drugs and stuff got him a little bit distracted. And this other man said, "I'm gonna put down the drugs. I'm gonna walk away from the drugs," because he went to Vietnam. A lot of drugs happened there, and he decided to raise me. So he invested in me. So now I'm more loyal to the man that raised me than I ever could have been to the man who actually created me, right? So that was another investment. So we've talked about this kind of thing in terms of kids, whether they're an asset or they're just an expense. It depends on your perspective and your mindset. So here's the thing. If you see family as an asset worthy of investment, and I'm not just talking about the people you're biologically related to. I told you about my dad, right? A lot of my kids are not biologically related to me, but they are investments. They're for me. If you see children as an asset that you invest in, then one of the things you have to understand is that an asset only has value if you are A, making investments in the asset, and B, qualified and trained to maintain the asset. Let me explain. Let's go back to the example earlier. Now, remember we talked about a car and I said, yes, a car is an asset. A car is, it is an asset. And what you get out of the asset depends on what you're going to do with the car. Well, it doesn't just so getting something out of the car isn't just a matter of whether or not you use the car. Like if you don't use it, you just sit in the driveway, then it's going to be a huge waste of money. But if you use it properly and make money from it, then it becomes a good move. But also remember this, in addition to using the car and investing in driving the car, you also have to know how to drive. See, if I buy a car, and let's say the car is going to be a great asset for me because I'm going to use it to deliver pizzas or whatever. But let's imagine if I drove blindfold every day. Or imagine if I just would get high and drunk and get behind the wheel every time I drove my car. Or imagine if I never took the time to get a driver's license and I got behind the car and I'm drunk and I got blindfold on and also I never learned how to drive. Is that asset going to pay off for me? Yes or no? What's going to happen with this asset if I take control of this asset and I just don't know what to do with it, I totally mess it up. I drive 120 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. I make sure that I'm high on weed and liquor every time I get behind the wheel, and I'm also looking at my cell phone and wearing a blindfold at the same time. Then that asset is going to be the worst thing that ever happened to me. That's going to be a liability. It's going to be a huge expense, and it's not going to help improve my life on any level, right? Well, it's the same way when you talk about having kids. Well, it's the same way when you talk about things like marriage and family. See, the marriage and the family and the children, that's an asset that, like a car, it can drive you anywhere you need to go. It can help you to elevate in a multitude of ways. It can make your life so much better than it would have been otherwise. But the ability to maximize that asset comes down to your training level as it pertains to knowing how to use the asset. See, one of the people that we sponsor in the Black Business School, I love to brag about this because I love this kid, is LeVar Scott. LeVar Scott is a 21-year-old NASCAR driver. He was Rookie of the Year this year, and he wears a Black Business School suit when he gets in his races. I have so much admiration for LeVar. He's 100% Black, and he's a badass. And this year, we're going to win some NASCAR races. We bought him a simulator so he can. I told him, I said, man, I send him like Michael Jordan quotes and Muhammad Ali quotes in the morning. And I'll send him like motivational videos, and I'm like, you can do it, man. Come on, bro. We're going to get this win because he got second place by like a half a second. This year, we're going to get a win. And when he gets a win, I'm going to brag about him. But here's the thing about LeVar. LeVar knows his way around a car. LeVar knows race cars extremely well. He knows that you can give him a big old, $1 million car with this revving engine with all these complex systems, and LeVar knows exactly what to do with it. So LeVar can get in that car and he can smoke your butt. He can go 250 miles an hour around that track and be good with that. Now, imagine if you gave that same car to me. And let's say that I'm also not only am I unqualified, but I'm also sleepy and I'm on drugs. That would be an absolute tragedy. Somebody's going to die that day. Somebody's going to die that day, right? So LeVar's ability to drive the car is critical for his ability to get the most out of that vehicle, right? He understands how these things work. So your family is like that car. If you know what to do, it can be a tremendous asset for you. If you know how to manage problems when they come up, then great things can still happen. If you know how to pick the right woman or the right man, if you know how to raise the kids, if you are trained on how to negotiate issues in your relationship, if you know how to set up the right situation and maximize that, then that's like LeVar's race car. It will take you 250 miles an hour down the road. You'll be far ahead of your friends. You'll be kicking butt, taking names, and kicking ass. But what I want you to understand, I want you to think about our society, though. And I want you to ask yourself, how much time does the Black community spend teaching young people how to manage a family? Or I want you to think about how many people out here are really good at making babies, men and women, but they don't know a damn thing about raising one. Seriously. I mean, the same way you need a driver's license to drive a car. I'm sorry, I offend people, but I almost feel like maybe we need a license for you to start having kids. Right? You need to get a baby license. Like, are you qualified to drive that vehicle, right? Did you go through the necessary requirements to take control of this asset that's in front of you? Because if you did not, you gonna kill somebody. Someone will get hurt because you got 4 kids and don't know a damn thing about raising them because you didn't even fix your own trauma. You're still screwed up from the fact that your parents also didn't have a license and they messed you up so bad that now you're messing up the babies. So to some extent, you're kind of passing the psychological STD to the kids. Right? You're giving them this generation, a big dose of generational trauma. You're supposed to give them generational wealth. Instead, you've taken the generational wealth and replaced it with generational trauma. So instead of our kids being rich with assets and stocks and real estate, they're rich with pain and agony and addiction and stress and anxiety and all these things, and they got it from their mama. They got it from the daddy. They got it from the parents who took control of this asset called a child and never got the qualification to control that asset. No different from if I was to take control of one of LeVar Scott's $1 million race cars. So what I'm going to say to you is this. I'm gonna tell you, I don't give a damn what is trained in an educational system. I don't care what we say people need to know to be successful in life, academic. No, I don't care about what your university told you because I'm a college professor. I have the qualifications to override all of that. I'm telling you that when you decide what education a black person needs in America, you need to be educated on the things that are going to make a difference in your life. When you ask me, what should I take a class on? I'm gonna be like, did you take a class on motherhood? If you ask, what should I study? Hey, did you take a class on how to be a good husband? Maybe you should do that. If you, Dr. Boyce, what should I invest my energy into? Did you know you're traumatized? You got beat, abandoned, mistreated, neglected as a child. Did you go and heal from your trauma? Because if you didn't heal from your trauma, then you're gonna start a family and you're gonna f it up. I would say fuck it up, but I'm not gonna cuss today. So instead of saying fuck it up, I'm gonna say f it up. Now you can't say I cussed. So here's the deal. Let me give you some quick stats. Let's stick to the trauma thing. My wife is an expert on trauma, actually. She's not just a high-level therapist. We talked about this. She helped us create the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, but she's also an expert on trauma. Let me tell you some linkages here so you know why black wealth is dropping and why it's connected to black families being destroyed and what's really happening here. So let's just talk about trauma. Give me a yes if you agree that trauma is huge in our community. Give me a yes if you feel like there are, or even maybe tell me about yourself. Like, how many of you are how many of you were traumatized as a child? Anybody? I didn't know. I took the trauma test. It's called the ACEs test, Adverse Childhood Experiences. I was traumatized through the roof. I didn't know this. I was like, I thought I just had a normal black upbringing. Your daddy abandoned you. Your other daddy was a Vietnam veteran police commander who liked to maybe beat people up sometimes, and just emotional dismissiveness and the stuff that we go through in our families is pretty horrible. Okay, so trauma is huge. Well, check this out. Pay attention. This will help you connect the dots in terms of what's going on here, in terms of what's happening with wealth and family. Here are three ways that trauma can impact your ability to have a healthy relationship, therefore, have a healthy family. One, emotional regulation. Trauma can make it difficult to manage emotions. Surprise, right? Trauma, and we thought traumatized people were emotionally stable, leading to heightened reactions or withdrawal. So, traumatized people like us, it's very hard to take things like rejection or somebody hurt your feelings because it all reminds you of stuff that happened when you were 7. Man, it sucks. It's like, damn. Trust issues. What do you think? You think it doesn't surprise you that traumatized people have a hard time trusting? Experiencing trauma can lead to difficulty in trusting others, causing barriers to forming close connections. So you're traumatized, you can't trust nothing, you put up walls, you block out everything good, right? You because you're blocking out the bad. You're giving yourself like an emotional type of chemotherapy. You know how chemo kills people, right? Chemo kills the bad cells, but it kills everything else. So a lot of people, they get cancer, they die from the chemo, not from the cancer, right? The chemo and the cancer form a tag team partnership, like a tag team wrestling match where they just both like, we gonna kill him. Okay, when you're not killing him, I'm gonna kill him, right? So that's what it is. It's like an emotional chemo, right? I'm so busy trying to block out the bad that I'm also gonna block out the good just so nothing can get in. And then it just goes to hell anyway. Communication difficulties. Trauma can affect how individuals express themselves, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts in relationships. Most good relationships, whether you're talking about the breakup of a business team, or you're talking about the breakup of a music group that could be making millions of dollars, or you're talking about the breakup of a relationship, in many cases, things like miscommunication is massive, right? Somebody says something, you interpret it a certain way because of your trauma. Next thing you know, your feelings are hurt, and then you react based on this reality you formed in your head that isn't the actual reality. Next thing you know, somebody is no longer your friend when really a good conversation could have smoothed things over. Like, for example, Biggie and Pac both died, both of them billion-dollar brands, billions of dollars in wealth lost in the black community because they didn't get a chance to sit down with, I don't know, Louis Farrakhan or something and talk it out. If Farrakhan had got those two guys together, took them in a room, and worked with them, helped them talk it out, I guarantee you that both of these men will be alive today. Now, Biggie, he had a weight issue. Hopefully, he would have fixed that by now. But I really think Tupac, I don't know, Tupac, maybe he'd be a senator or something. So I don't know what he'd be doing. Maybe rapping with Dr. Dre. Who knows? But well, you got AI, so now he's rapping with everybody. But you get the point. So the point of the matter is to say that one investment, one expense that could lead to an improvement in the maximal use of a certain asset called family, which is connected to another asset called wealth, is to heal. You have to heal, right? Healing should be required. Healing should be not something that's optional, something that you do just because you happen to go to an Ayanna Van Zant seminar. It should be something that you just do because you're like, wait a minute, I want to maximize this thing. I want to be wealthy. I want to succeed. I want to win. I want to show up for the battle in a proper way. So, in order for me to show up properly, I got to work on myself. I got to dig into me. I can't sit around just blaming the world for the rest of my life. I got to start with the person in the mirror. And a lot of people don't want to do that. This is an elevated conversation. We don't live in a society that encourages accountability. It's a society that encourages you to blame everybody. I'm going to blame the Democrats. I'm blaming the Republicans. I'm blaming the bankers. I'm blaming white people. I'm blaming men. I'm blaming women. And everybody does all that. And I guarantee you that 99% of those people are not happy with their lives. The people that tend to be happy is the people that tend to get to where they want to get to. The people that tend to build the wealth and have the success tend to be people that understand that accountability really starts at home. That I cannot look at the world until I look at Boyce Watkins, and that's really hard to do because then I'm going to start seeing stuff that maybe I'm not comfortable looking at. Can I get an amen on that if you agree? Okay, so another thing that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money covered. And I'll send you guys this episode. I'll text it to you. Make sure you're on the text list for this class, by the way. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, Constance Carter is going to be live this afternoon on Fly Nubian Money. So if you text the word Queens to 87948, you can be notified that she's alive as well. She's really smart. She's been in here before, and I really like Constance a lot. All right, so the other thing here too is I want you to just understand that the real goal, and this is the clear message from today that I want you to understand, is let's circle back when we were talking about earlier, what it looks like for somebody to be successful. When we talked about Ali being the greatest, we talked about what a millionaire, a billionaire looks like, what a financially stable person looks like. We talked about what it looks like to have this really successful, healthy family. Um, to me, that's just a display. You're showing the culmination, the accumulation of thousands of little decisions, whatever it is, right? When someone shows up with $1 billion in the bank, it's because they made 10,000 little decisions that created the $1 billion. They made 10,000 of little investments that added up to $1 billion. They're showing up to the battle fully prepared because they understand the battles are won well before they even start. Sun Tzu said this in The Art of War, that battles are won before they begin. The winner is the one who's prepared. The winner is the one who's done the work. The winner is the one who's made the investment. So when you talk about this in life, here's the thing. Here's what I want to leave you with, and I hope that this benefits you. I hope that this helps you to win and to get what you want out of life, whatever that may be. I think it's very important for us to teach ourselves and teach our children, commit ourselves to a basic idea. You must show up prepared for the battle. You have to show up prepared for the battle. So if you think about things like family and the connection to wealth and relationships and wealth and all that, you have to show up for the battle. You have to be trained for the battle. You have to be prepared for the battle. You have to make decisions that are going to lead to the stock and not just focus on the flow. You can't just focus on the now. You must focus on the long term. You must focus on the big picture. You can't see just the little picture. You must see the big one. So that means that if I'm talking about family in particular as a direct vehicle to wealth, it's one of the greatest drivers of wealth in America, then I'm talking to a young person. I'm training them. I make sure they get training on how to choose the right partner that's going to help me build this institution called a family. I'm going to talk about how to heal properly from your trauma so that you can learn how to lead and drive this asset called a family. An asset has no value if the person controlling the asset has no skill. A business could be the most valuable business in the world, but if the CEO is not trained to run that business, they will run that business into the ground. Intel used to be one of the biggest chip makers in the entire planet. They were one of the biggest chip manufacturers anywhere. They used to have this commercial. Anybody remember that commercial? Intel Inside. They got Intel Inside, right? Because everything had an Intel chip in it. But they got bad leadership that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Now Intel is struggling. Intel is the big, gigantic Titanic that is just crashing into icebergs right now. Intel is losing. Death Row Records. I saw some of y'all mention Death Row Records. You had this $1 billion asset that wasn't properly managed. That's why it sank. That's why Death Row Records didn't become a fraction of what it could have been. So a lot of families are similar to that asset. A lot of families sink as an asset because the people running the asset were not trained. They did not show up prepared for the battle. They showed up with this big race car and didn't know how to drive. They didn't take the time to make sure that they were pure and healed and clean and ready and focused and understanding the gravity of the decision that's before them. I had a conversation with a young black man in the airport the other day. We talked for a minute. He came up and he said, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, and how you doing, man?" He wanted to talk to me. And I said, "Hey, how you doing, brother?" We took a picture together and he was really curious. He wanted to talk. And he said, "I don't understand why my coworkers, they don't know who you are." And I was like, "This is Boyce Watkins." And I said, "It's okay. It's okay." I said, "I'm not the teacher here. You're the teacher." I said, "Maybe you go back and you tell them about the things that we talk about, and then you can be the leader. You're supposed to lead now." And I said, "So how many kids you got?" He said, "I got 2 kids." I said, "Man, I need you to understand this. You're 31 years old. I need you to really meditate on how much power you have as a father. I mean, I really need you to sit back and really, as you're fixing yourself, I need you to understand." In economics, they call this a ripple effect. I said, "I need you to understand the ripple effect, the multiplying effect of what happens when you fix yourself." He said, "Yeah, I made some mistakes. I'm trying to get things together. I'm trying to do this." I said, "I know." I said, "Let's talk about this. I need you to understand how important it is for you to get your stuff together. I need you to understand how many people will benefit from you getting your stuff together. I want you to understand that not only whether you choose to get yourself together, whether you make that investment, that's not just going to have a profound impact on your daughters for the next 80 years, but that's going to impact every single person they interact with. This is going to impact people. This is what the ripple effect is, or the multiplier effect. See, what you don't understand is that you doing your job as their dad and being the best father you can be is going to impact dozens, if not hundreds, of people that you will never meet. It's going to impact how they interact with men. It's going to impact how they raise their children. It's going to impact how their grandchildren's lives go. Like, you deciding to heal in 2024 is going to have an effect on how hundreds of people that you don't know are going to live in the year 2105. So I need you to understand that you are important. You matter. You are absolutely essential. You are an essential worker right now. You are the CEO of this thing. Don't look at me like I'm important. No, don't. In this particular game, you're what matters. You're the key chess piece. If you make the decision to be great right now, you will have a massive impact on so many people that you can't even fathom the impact of your decision as a 31-year-old man to get your stuff together. Because if you make the wrong decision, it will have an equally impactful effect, except it's going to be tragic and painful for the people involved. So what I really want you to understand, this is how assets are built. This is how wealth is built. Whether you're talking about family wealth, or family as an economic asset, or you talk about wealth as an economic asset, it's built by these sort of small decisions that don't seem to matter. Like, am I going to buy 100 shares of Apple stock? Or am I going to spend my money at the club? Or am I going to decide to become an investor? Or am I going to just waste my time doing nonsense? These decisions are huge in terms of whether you show up prepared for the battle. And a lot of people show up prepared for the battle, and it's no surprise they're not prepared because they don't even know what preparation looks like. I'm not surprised people aren't prepared because they never had conversations like this. They never had somebody kind of explain how all these things connect to each other, how this works. So when you decide to do the work to heal yourself, when you decide to do the work to better yourself, when you decide to do the work to be a better husband, be a better wife, be a better father, be a better mother, just be a better human being, be smarter, work harder each day, take care of your health and all these things. I want you to really understand the gravity of what you're doing in terms of turning something that's in front of you into an asset, as opposed to making it just this perpetual expense. Because there are so many of our people who are just spent, who are tired, who are exhausted. There are millions of our people who are in pain and they don't know why. They are struggling. They're not ready for retirement. Their physical health is in the garbage. Their mental health is gone. Their financial health is not there. Their relationships are in the toilet. They have a string of 30, 40 boyfriends or girlfriends, and they don't know why. Nothing's ever accumulated into anything. And so that work to me should be essential. And I think that this is something that you want to talk to kids about. You can have your kids watch this video. If you don't mind me saying a cuss word earlier, then play it for your kids because I don't know, but I don't really think I don't see anybody. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have a conversation like this. Like I talk to you about people that I really admire, that I listen to and I respect, from whether it's Farrakhan or it's Dr. Claude Anderson and people like that. But I don't really see these conversations happening regularly. And to me, it's like a math problem that has a solution, but maybe no one sat there and actually tried to solve it. So do the work, and that will help you to prepare for the battle. And if you show up prepared for the battle, you will have a happier outcome because you've been given these assets, given these blessings, whether it's children or opportunity or family, and you know what to do with it. Just like in business people who make money are people who know how to identify the right asset, invest at the right level, train themselves in the right skills, and manage the asset properly. There's a whole field of finance called asset management. If you don't properly manage your assets in life, then you will never prosper. So, asset management should be trained for all of us and all of our kids so that they can show up prepared for the battle. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Give me a yes in the chat. Let me know I did something good today. I hope that I did because that's the goal. I want to share something with you that's going to make your life better. All right. So what I'm going to do is get out of here. I got to go, guys. I enjoyed speaking with you today. Thank you for listening. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you're not on the text list, text morning to 87948. Also, you guys know with Money in the Morning, we have something called Money in a Minute, where we pick a certain topic, whether it's real estate or stock options, that allows you to learn that topic within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute for stock options means every day you would get a text message with a 3-minute lesson on stock options to help you get up to speed on the very basics so you can understand it well enough to want to pursue it further. And so we have a discount on that. If you guys want to get that, I'll text that out to you guys a little bit later on today. And then also Fly Nubian Money. I'll text out their video because I think everybody should take a look at it. And don't forget that we're gonna go to Miami February 21st. You guys will be the first to know when the tickets are available. You're gonna be the first one I'm gonna mention and offer it to because you're the ones that I want to actually show up. I want people there who are already prepared for the battle, who understand what's going on. Outsiders are okay, but we kind of have to train them up on economics to get them ready for this because I don't want anybody distracting from the mission because we are meant to be great. We are supposed to be the best. We are like Ali. We are the greatest, and can't nobody tell me no different. And every time I show up, I'm gonna show up in my best form for you, and I'm gonna show up in the best form for my family and for myself as well. And I want you to do the same. So God bless you. Go be great. Have a wonderful day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace. I think that's a great point you make, Athena, because when you're talking about artificial intelligence and just opportunity, let's just focus on that. Let's look at that bigger picture part. I think that there's a perception that as Black people, we're supposed to sort of be left on the sidelines while everyone else is enjoying the fruits of America. That we're kind of always sort of left out of everything, like almost like wealth is a highway and we can't get on the highway. We're down on the ground looking up at people driving by, and that's just not true, right? There are ways onto that highway if you have the right attitude. You have on ramps, right? On ramps might be, for example, participating in the stock market. So I actually had made a list of stocks that I sent out to all the students in this class and said, look, if you buy these stocks, you will benefit as AI emerges because AI is not going away. And your other point that you made that I thought was really great was you were talking about the Stargate project with President Trump, and he has Sam Altman, Larry Ellison from Oracle, and they were all announcing this alleged. It's Mayoshi Son, can't forget him because he runs the Vision Fund, which they've got just I think over $100 billion that they're deploying and investing. And the thing is that um, it is interesting, like you said, that we'll allow people to tell us why they can't afford reparations, but then we will sort of sit back and be okay when Democrats or Republicans make these $100 billion announcements. Like, well, we don't have 10 billion for you Black people who got us into office, but we got 100 billion for these people over here who didn't do anything. In fact, they live in a whole nother country, but because we expect y'all people to do what we tell you to do, you're gonna support us as we go do this. You're gonna carry water for us. We'll never carry water for you because after all, we're not Negroes. We don't work for you, right? And I find that to be kind of weird and offensive, rather whether it's Democrat or Republican. It's kind of crazy.
Exactly. So, Dr. Boyce, I want to touch on something, right? You were talking about the highway. Immediately, I thought about Miami traffic and Miami highway, right? It is ghetto. It is horrible. I hate having to drive to Miami. But guess what they did? They opened up the express lane, but you
Mm,
got to pay a toll. You got to pay an investment to use that lane. The last time I was in that lane, traffic was backed up all the way, and I was on this freeway, listening to my music. I love a little ratch. Listening to my music, flying by, going down the highway, and that is what AI is for us. If you want to be in the bumper to bumper traffic, stressed out, then you can stay over there. But if you want to make an investment in yourself as a person and your abilities into your future, it is not going anywhere. It is
mm,
not going anywhere. Then you do that. And you need to be the type of person who is forward thinking, who's willing to act on things, who's willing to read the tea leaves and see where the wind is blowing, where things are going in this direction. This country, also known as Scamerica, all right, I'm a trademark that, Scamerica, is not invested in helping Black people in particular, but also not invested in helping a certain group of people,
mm,
right? If you look at how things are structured, especially from an immigrant perspective, I can talk about this because I am an immigrant to this country. The United States government makes investment in people who are willing to work in certain labor in certain functions. So infrastructure and construction, science, technology, and professional careers. So that's how my father was able to come here because he was a scientist, right? He was a geologist. There's not too many geologists walking around.
mm.
And they're more invested in importing the labor because they already have the expertise and everything than to build up its own people to get them to do those same jobs.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Monday in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it is great to see everybody. I hope we are feeling good and feeling extra black and feeling black and proud. Say it loud. We about to go get this. We about to go make it happen. We're about to go out here and control our destiny. We ain't waiting for no politicians. So I know some of y'all coming in from with a hangover from yesterday. Some of y'all were excited yesterday. I know that, and some of you were not excited, or maybe you were excited in the opposite direction. And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. We're gonna start the day off real clear. I don't give a damn how you felt, to be honest. Not because I don't care about how you feel, but because I think you have a right to feel however you feel about what's happening in Washington. But what I really want to talk about is how you're feeling about your community, your life, your destiny, your children, your outcomes. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if we can kind of have a conversation where we love ourselves as black people and ain't getting caught up in Democrat, Republican stuff. Can we please have that? Because I'm gonna tell you, Laura Key, Lala is our guest for today. She's a really great international real estate expert and an amazing woman. She's one of the hosts on Fly Nubian Money, which goes on every day at 1 p.m. Lala, I had this awkward discussion yesterday
Mhm.
where my wife and I were on, and she's a real strong feelings about Trump and everything, and she had some other social workers in there, and so I was kind of surrounded because I just don't care as much as they do, and I think that I became kind of the bad guy, like you're defending, and I'm like I'm not defending nothing. I defend black people. I defend my family. I'm not. But it got real awkward. I didn't like that conversation. I have maybe the reason I'm projecting the hangover on everyone else is because I have one. Did you happen to see any of that by chance? Did you
No, I did not watch America's Funeral, and I refuse to. No,
Ooh, okay.
no.
Woo, Lord. Okay,
I
so
don't deal with the orange Muppet.
the orange Muppet. Wow, that is such a creative like description. And it's so accurate though. He is orange.
Yeah,
He could be a Muppet. He could be like the angry Muppet.
yeah, but not from Jim Henson because Jim Henson was really beautiful, but not a Jim Henson Muppet.
Okay. All right. So we've drawn that line in the sand. All right. Well, let's run out of that hot box real quick. And okay. So actually, this is a great actually segue, I think, because the Orange Muppet, he happens to have made most of his money in what particular area? And you
Real estate.
there we go. So anybody who wants to compete with the Orange Muppet or make money like the Orange Muppet might want to learn a little bit about real estate. And Miss Laura is not just a leading expert, but she's from my hometown of Louisville. And she just blew my mind when she told me she's related to the Trout family who I grew up with. So now my mind is blown. So anyway, let's get started then. Okay, so right now, the investing world, Laura, seems to be pretty robust. I feel like there's lots of opportunities out there. Things are always constantly changing. What are you seeing right now on the real estate front in general?
You better get in while you can, where you can, because companies such as BlackRock have legal license to buy up full neighborhoods, and they are not fixing houses and putting them back on the market. They're not building neighborhoods to sell. They're building neighborhoods to keep you in rentals, whereas you get all the benefits of cutting the grass and paying the utilities and blah, 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 but you never own. But there are still ways that you can buy property. You can do tax, which is not so easy, but still doable. And you can do HUD properties. And that is also for home ownership, people who are going to live there, because they cater to that first. But the homes that don't go to home ownership first can be purchased by investors. So get in where you can, because real estate is a cycle. We all know that. And we are due for some coming downings on some of those right now, because we have been kind of riding high there for a long time. So things are just even keel right now, but a good time to put your foot in the door.
Yeah, okay, so that's a good place to start. Okay, so BlackRock, who just seems to have whether they control what $10 trillion in assets or something ridiculous like that.
Yes, and I've
They
visited their community down in Florida. One of their big communities down in Florida. Houses are absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. Premium price, only rent.
Really? Okay. So they're just basically kind of, in a way, it's interesting because it does kind of reflect some of the points that I might have made about even American politics that, it's to the point where so many things are about the money, where the billionaires are kind of stepping into certain spaces and kind of hogging up all the oxygen. Even last night at the inauguration, I saw a lot of tech billionaires on the stage with the president. And then also you have which to me is a problem, right? Because you've got all this money coming in to control the politics. And I think this has been true even before Reagan. I think this is something that
Oh,
we
yes.
should have
Yes, yes,
stopped.
yes.
Yeah, and then on the real estate side, you see the billionaire corporation stepping in and basically saying, "Yeah, we know that you build wealth through home ownership. We know that that's kind of the American dream, but we want a piece of that. Even though we're already living a dream life, we want to eat some of your dream because that's what capitalism tells us to do." And so you also sort of see that as well, where these single family homes, which typically they didn't mess with, they'd buy apartment complexes and malls and commercial real estate. But now they're starting to come in and say, no, 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 grandma, we don't want you or whatever, this young couple, we don't want you to own a home and build equity. We want to build equity. That's kind of a problem. Like, why do you think that there are no laws to kind of slow that down?
Because when billionaires are in control, they protect one another. What we are seeing is we have to remember, and you have to also remember, yeah, this is still a part of politics too, even though we don't necessarily like to admit it. You have to remember that everything was about land in America, stealing it from others. It was never theirs, taking it and doing whatever they can. And those who always had was always able to help those who also wanted. And they would get together with these conglomerates. Now, we all know that billionaires take care of one another. It's a matter of us as our own communities to create our own. We also know that whenever we do create our own, they tear it down pretty quickly. However, you still can fight back with home ownership. Simple as that. Now, I also want to tell you that even the wildfires in California, because I'm based in California and Florida for my real estate, although I sell across the nation. Historic places like Altadena, which were completely flattened out, the hawks are out, baby. They are out. We'll buy your land. We'll buy your land. Buy your land. You don't want it. We'll buy your land. They are already out. And you can't tell me that that's not political. It is. So I'm urging all of my clients, which I had 4 clients lose their homes in these fires, to
Oh my
not
gosh.
give in and sell their land. California land? Are you crazy? Don't do it.
Mm. Wow. Well, what do you say to those families that are just cash strapped, right? Like that to me is the tragedy of it, right? There's so many people couldn't get adequate homeowners insurance, and even if they do have it, it's going to take time for them to get a check, you know.
Let me tell you
And
something
so,
about that.
wait, sorry.
Let me tell you something about that. Because that also is some bullshiggity. All right. In Florida, California, and places like Louisiana, when they have natural disasters like this all the time, you don't have very good options for insurance. Insurance pulls out because they don't want to pay they don't want to pay anything out. So most of the part, my last 2, 3 years, there's only been one option for mostly homeowners that are just not even adequate enough to cover their property, but it's required by law. So you get a top premium for insurance, but not much coverage. It's going to start shaking out now, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Wow. Well, it's interesting to see that, right? So I guess I'm thinking about that, right? I'm really, in like in this class we've talked about something that I don't think gets discussed enough, which is liquidity. Just access to cash. Sometimes you have wealth, but you don't have access to cash. In fact, that was the whole reason I created our whole Prime program. Is I was like, well, if you have some stock, here's how you can get some cash out of that stock, right? It's like if I have a bunch of fruit but I'm thirsty, there's water, there's moisture in the fruit if I know how to use it.
Yeah.
And so, I'm really just thinking that these corporations have a massive advantage, mainly because they're really liquid. They have, at BlackRock, they've got trillions of dollars. So yeah, they can wait it. They that gives you the ability to wait out the storm. They can be very patient. They can say, "Oh, we're buying this land as part of our 20-year plan." It also gives them the ability to go and get the cash they need to make an offer to you that feels really good. Not just because they can pay a premium for your house, but also because you're sitting there and you're like, "We don't have a hotel to stay in. We don't have clothes for our kids. We're trying to figure out how to relocate." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll write a check for you." Right. And this to me as a finance professor really piques my spidey senses because what this really is this is really a where one type of financial consciousness is able to take advantage of another type. This is big bank take little bank. This is how wealth gets transferred from one group to another. Is you have the long-term thinker that's in a financially secure position who always has a certain amount of negotiating power over the short-term thinker who's in a tough spot, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
so if you want to know understand America in a nutshell, what it is for the most part is comfortable people really taking advantage of those who are not comfortable and saying, "Hey, you're in pain. Here, let me give you a couple dollars, but you got to sell me your soul." Right? Can you kind of speak to that?
Yes, it's very much true. And they know when people don't have anywhere to go and they need families. One of my families, he only got out with the clothes on his back because he never took the time to do the emergency kit that I always sent out, like, this is what you need, this is what I always tell this to my clients, and they just never got around to it. So he shooed his wife and baby out, but by the time he came back, all he had was the clothes on his back. So when you are in that situation and you don't have access to certain types of monies or somewhere to go, then of course that looks very attractive to you. But in the long run, you are the one who is screwed because that land is probably twice, 3 times more because it's already a shortage in there, and it's erasing Black history because Altadena, which nobody is talking about, the Eden Fires is Altadena. That's Black history right there. They're
Definitely.
wiping that out. So I always urge people, listen, it may not be easy. Oh my God, I know. There are times my husband and I ate ramen noodles when we first started out, okay? And I mean splitting a pack, not a whole pack apiece. But if you can put $5 away here and there, if you could just not buy that Starbucks 2 or 3 times a week and put that somewhere safely where you can get to it, you will have something to tap and touch to help you during these times. I can't stress and I can't make you. I wish I had a magic wand to go, ring, you need to make sure you save this money. But we can only tell you till we're blue in the face. You must have cash on hand. It's different to say you're a millionaire on paper and in real estate. But you can't liquefy that quickly. You still need cash.
Mm. Wow. Well, let me tell you this. One thing that's interesting is when you talk about institutional investors buying property, some research that I did here, it almost seems like BlackRock is kind of playing down what they're doing with single family homes. They claim that they don't really direct. They said we do not directly purchase single family homes. How can they say that in light of so much evidence to the contrary? I mean, do you think that that means that that they're basically saying we indirectly purchase single family homes? What do you think's going on with that?
All about wording. And if we can have a convicted felon as a president, we can have BlackRock tell you anything they want to. I know differently. So, and so do so many other people. But it doesn't matter because now we're the conspiracy theorists by telling you the truth. So it's all about doing your own research and knowing the true facts on things. Do not just depend on what people are telling you. They're telling you anything, but the facts are out there. What does my favorite person say on Fly Nubia? Well, I don't have one favorite, but I love all my sisters. But one of my favorite people who has the best comebacks is Constance. She says, Google that shit. Google that shit. You can find really good information by doing that. Don't just take the word of other people. Find out for yourself. Get knowledge for yourself. It's not that hard.
Mm. Well, yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what, knowledge is power. We know that. And whether it's BlackRock or not, I think that um there is kind of this idea that basically it seems that you have these private equity investors that are looking at residential real estate for good reason. I mean, because there's a lot of money being made there, and I don't care what the narrative might be or what the trends look like. At some point, I think the vultures are coming. I think it's important to understand that. And I think it's also important to know that ownership is really critical. If you don't own something, then someone will own you. So let me ask you this. So Laura, I know that the orange Muppet, as you call Trump, is really just a big emotional thing for you. But what about do you see anything happening in the Trump administration in terms of deregulation that might actually help or be something that people can take advantage of, right? Rather than just sort of being upset about him being in
Okay.
office.
Yeah.
Are there he is pro business, he's pro investor, pro money, right? And we have a lot of investors in this room. Is there a way that people could still take advantage of that in the real estate space? Like I know one thing he seems to believe in is just getting rid of regulations so that building homes and stuff like that is easier to do. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, and that's what I'm telling people. Don't just be angry. And I've had to learn this myself. You have to be able to take action. You see, their kryptonite is the fact that they think they have more than you do. So the regulations that they create for themselves are actually with that kryptonite that you can shoot right back to them. Because if he's pro real estate and he's for business, you better jump on that wagon. You better jump on that wagon. Now, yes, he will do a lot of deregulations on this. Why? Because that's how he built his wealth. I have a family member that worked with him in New York City. Well, not directly for him, but they were in the same circles. My family member was over the HUD condos and things of that nature for affordable housing. And HUD hired Trump. And what Trump would do was he would leave out the insulation. He would put in a crooked window. So he would pay the people to allow them to look over that and check it off the inspection. So from what he's done, he's going to allow. Now, I'm not saying you to do that. You do your best. You don't just do mediocre. You bring your Black excellence to everything you do, your words, your speak, your job, your everything. You don't do what they do. You do better. But you still can get in and do the same thing because you can buy properties with an FHA loan, okay, and get up to 4 units. You live in one, you rent out the three. Okay. So, and there's also programs like if that fourplex needs some work, there's the 203K loan that you could take advantage of. So there are ways to get around that where you still can get ahead while also taking care of you and your family as well.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Well, I like that. And one more thing I want to mention to everybody really quickly. If you just came in, I'm speaking with Miss Laura Key. She is pretty much most of the time. I see you almost always being the main host for Fly Nubian Money. I know that there are others that come in and host, Constance Carter, and just so many smart black women. But I see you on there so much. How many days a week are you the host?
Four, four.
Wow, yeah, that's what I
In
thought.
there.
Yeah, and I love it. I love it. And it's okay if I call you Lala. I know everybody else
Uh,
does.
yes,
Okay, so Lala, and everyone should look her up. Lala's smart, and the ladies at Fly Nubian Money, they're just super brilliant black women. And it's not ain't no twerking, ain't no stereotyping out here. Like these women are serious. Dr. Lene Javette is not a joke. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, comes in there with y'all a lot. Tierra Williams, Constance Carter, just so many amazing people. And the other sister, because she's coming, she does AI.
Athena
Athena.
Gardner.
How can I forget Athena? And anybody I didn't remember, I didn't name everyone because there's so many people. Madam President does stuff on the channel as well. So anybody who wants to be notified when they go live, pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. So just text Queens to 87948, and you'll be notified. I like what you all do because I just personally feel like I like the idea of having I love black female voices sort of being heard as much as our voices, but then also the diversity. I think the diversity of black men and black women gets underappreciated, right? Like
Yes,
for example, as a black man, I get annoyed that like people are asking me like, well, how do you feel about Snoop Dogg performing for Trump? I'm like, I feel the same way I felt when I saw Megan Thee Stallion twerking for Trump, or when I see the rapper Plies, or not Trump, I'm sorry, not Trump, but Kamala, right? Or you see the rapper Plies, what it's like we're more than rappers. Black men are more than rappers, we're more than comedians, we're more than athletes. And when you're only focusing on that small group, you're ignoring like tens of millions of men who are like, no, wait, hey, I'm just a dad. I'm a hardworking dad who loves my kids. Or I'm a hard I'm a man who gets up and goes to my job every day. I'm not out here killing people or rapping about debauchery or disrespecting my women or throwing my money away. I'm actually building a life. I'm trying to be smart. I'm trying to be better. But you keep going to these stereotypes, right?
yes,
Like in the Trump inauguration, we saw that there was nothing but white people mostly in that room. But every now and then you would see a black caricature, like whether it was the rapper performing at the crypto ball or, or like Rick Ross, I'm the drug dealer, right? And we don't glorify
yeah,
drug dealers. Get out of here with that stuff. And then,
yeah.
or you had that pastor who's like, and the Lord said to Jacob that Jesus let freedom ring, let freedom ring, like, seriously, I'm sorry. Some of these preachers ain't nothing but rappers who smoke less weed. That's what
Yes,
they ain't nothing but rappers that they
yes.
it's like y'all stop that. So let me get off my rant, and I'm gonna
No,
say
you're right, though.
what I appreciate about Fly Nubian Money is that it's the same thing. Like black women get typecast, and it's like
Yes,
all black women ain't Cardi B, right?
that's right.
And we got lawyers and doctors and scientists and engineers and teachers and everything else. Can you speak to that, please, before I embarrass myself further?
No, that's the thing. And we need to make sure that we show our children because see, you see, the things that are slowly and no, not slowly anymore, that are being taken away from us very quickly that we fought so hard for. Not saying they were perfect, like DEI and all those things, they're not perfect, but it was something to allow us to put our foot in the door and be seen as other than, yes, massa, okay? But now they want to put us right back in those spots. We have brilliant people out here. I love all my queens. When we're on there, I learn something from them every day. And we fix each other's crowns. There was something that Constance saw that I should fix, and she said, Lala, I need you to fix this for me. And I was like, you. So we help one another, we help raise one another up, but we also need to teach our babies and stop letting them get these phones and like, oh, I can get at 2 years old, 2 years old out the womb, look, fighting and crying for a phone. When I am in Portugal, I'm going to tell you this. When I am in Portugal, the same age group of children that I see are playing on the playground. They don't get the phones. They don't get on social media. They don't do those things. They play like kids. And we need to learn to start going back to those principles of teaching our children and showing by example. I was raised by a village. I saw my aunties, I saw my uncles. I saw them doing their thing. I saw them as a couple. I saw them, and that's what I wanted to emulate. And that's what I am doing. And I'm hoping that our light, my husband and I's light, is going to shine for the next generation. And I was so proud when one of my nieces came to me and said, Auntie, I need you to help me with something. That showed me that we're doing something right. And that's what we have to do for our children because they are watching us. And if we out in the streets twerking and they seeing us out in the streets twerking, then what do you think they're going to want to do? And we used to be ashamed when you see babies dancing and stuff and they be dancing the wrong way and the parents be, go sit your butt down. No, nowadays they're like, oh, look at little Shay Shay, she twerking. No, that's not cute. That's
Right.
not cute at all. We're better than that.
That's right. That's right. Well, and I just yeah, and I think personally, it's really up to us to kind of fix that as much as we can, and I don't know what all the answers to all of this, but I do know that self-respect is a good place to start. And also I want to acknowledge someone in the chat. They're mentioning a stock that we talked about, golf, GOLF. I think John said something about it. It looks like golf is way up, like 29%. And actually, speaking of stocks, we are going to be doing Stock Market Tuesday this afternoon at noon. And so if you want to do a free trial on our Stock Market Investors Club, you can go to drboystockmarket.com and you can come in this afternoon and I'll talk to you guys about some stocks that I like because I really think that we should be investing. No matter who, if a Democrat's in office, you should be investing. If a Republican's in office, you should be investing. Because here's what's interesting, Lala. And by the way, the URL is drboystockmarket.com. So one thing I've noticed, Lala, is when the Democrats are in office, the stock market tends to go up. When the Republicans are in office, the stock market tends to go up. We don't know about policies. We don't know, which policies are going to work, who's going to declare war, whatever. But we do know that there is a very high probability, almost a complete certainty, that during the next 4 years, the stock market is going to go up. Crypto is
Mhm.
going to go up.
Oh,
Uh,
yes.
if a Democrat takes over, the stock market is going to go up. Crypto may or may not, but stock market for sure, right? So do you think that that's something maybe we can start with in terms of rallying around something? Like we're always looking for something to find like black unity around, right? And maybe we can't unify around liberal conservative. Maybe we can't unify around, gay rights or whatever, these hotbed issues, the social issues. But I think, I don't know, tell me if y'all agree in the chat. I think we can unify around black wealth. I think we can unify around the idea that we're better off, all of us are, if we have access to the resources that we need to feed our kids. What do you think about that? How's that for a campaign speech, La?
That's perfect. How about y'all stop buying these Hermes bags and Gucci and put that money into building your wealth? There's so many things out there now to get you started on the wealth road, and you get them here. Dr. Boyce has so many of them. And it's easy to, like I said, just stop buying all the daggone Starbucks every week. And that little bit of money can end up growing into quite a nice nest egg.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. They call that the latte factor. In the
Yeah.
book, what was that book? I think it was called The Automatic Millionaire by I forgot who wrote it. But anyway, he was yeah, he did a great calculation where he was like, yeah, if you take $5 that you might spend on coffee at the time Starbucks was $5. Now it's like $10. You can't get a
Exactly.
good drink without spending $10 in Starbucks. And yeah, he was like, yeah, if you invest that consistently in the S&P 500, you'd have insane amounts of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Or we do that with our $5 a day plan, where I basically was like, yeah, let's look at what we might spend money on. And I'm not saying stop doing what you're doing. I'm not saying you can't go and buy the coffee. You can't. I'm not saying you can't go and buy the chicken or whatever the hell it is you buy. Buy that, but just love yourself as much as you love the people who made that damn chicken. Right?
Right.
I'm not saying don't get the Mercedes. I'm saying love yourself as much as you love the car dealer. Love your kids and your legacy as much as you care about those people that you're giving money to. Because if you go out and you pay your $700 car note, but then you say, you know what, I feel kind of bad. Almost like how, my wife's a Catholic. You're not a Catholic, are you? You
No.
Catholic? Okay, good. I don't want to offend
Practice.
Catholics. But what do you say?
I'm a Baptist.
Baptist, okay, like my daddy, like my mom and my daddy. But yeah, but like in the Catholic Church, it's almost it's so funny how like no matter what you do, you can just kind of atone for your sins. Like just come in and confess. Maybe if you give a little money, then we'll let you in heaven, right? Well, I think the same thing is true here. We can let you in. Yeah, not I'm not doing any of this, but the universe will let you into financial heaven if you just atone for your financial sin. Now, how can I
Right.
without sounding goofy? And I'm not trying to be sacrilegious, so forgive me if I sound that way. But here's the deal. Look, make a simple agreement with yourself. Look, I'm still going to make mistakes. I still might make some choices that are not perfect, but I'm going to atone for my sins. Right. So when I make
Exactly.
a financial sin by wasting money, I spend $1,000 on a Hermes bag or whatever they cost. I'm going to go put $1,000 in my stock portfolio. Right. I got to get a new iPhone. That's $1,200. I'm gonna go put $1,200 in some Apple stock. My car note. I like to drive. I want to drive something nice, so my car note is $800, which is embarrassing. But I'm gonna atone for my sins by putting $800 a month in my stock portfolio. I guarantee you, I guarantee you that if you do that, then you will be better off. In fact, not just as well off, but probably better off than the person who did not get the car, right? Who disciplined and strained themselves but didn't invest. Do you understand?
Right.
Right?
Right.
That's the myth of finance. That's the myth of investing gets perpetuated too much. That in order for you to live good, you got to suffer and like just go through this unbelievable amount of suffering. I don't think you have to suffer. I think you can be successful and be happy at the same time. In fact, I encourage you. I need you to be happy. I want you to be happy. Life is short. Don't spend your life being miserable. But at the same time, seek balance. If you find balance, balance is better than just misery and living a miserly, horrible life where you can't find joy in all the hard work you're doing. You're working your butt off of that money. You should be able to live nice. I want you to feel comfortable getting your Mercedes and buying your Starbucks and sipping your latte while you're driving your Benz. But just make sure that same amount of energy is being put into your future, into your portfolio. And then 20 years from now, you'll be able to buy a nicer Benz. How about that, Lala? How about that for a policy? Can I get your vote for president? Lala, do I have your endorsement?
You already there. You already there.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. So, all right. So let me now that we kind of had our moment on that front, I want to ask you a little bit more about sort of real estate, what you're seeing in the real estate market going forward in terms of opportunities. You're going to come into the Black Business School, which I'm honored, by the way, that you're coming in. You're going to talk about like purchasing HUD homes and things like that. Why is that important for you? What do you think that that's a big opportunity that people maybe aren't aware of?
I do. I really, really do. When I first got into real estate, I came from a secretarial background. I knew nothing about sales. I got my license in 2006 in Denver, Colorado. I lost my job and I said, I'm done. I'm tired of working for other people and I need to do something. And my father-in-law and husband said, oh, try real estate. I said, okay. Well, I didn't know anything other than buying our own home and knowing that I didn't like our agent. I didn't know anything. So I went to Education 101 La La. And at the time, it was 2006, 2007, and the market had crashed. And that meant that there were a ton of HUD homes on the market. I mean, brand new communities where some of the homes, people still had the little crank up things outside with the concrete. And it had crashed so bad that they couldn't even finish the homes. So every other home was a HUD home. Well, at that time, most of the agents were like, this ain't gonna last. You don't need to worry about learning that stuff. It's gonna bounce back real fast. Well, I was like, I don't know nobody to sell it to. So I made it a point to learn how to sell HUD homes. It is a different process than just buying a regular home on the market. It's a different process than buying a short sale, but it is a government home. A HUD home is a home that was foreclosed upon from someone who used an FHA loan, which is a government loan. So the government agrees to buy it back from the lender who allowed that loan to go through. So this is where these houses come from. They are in all different shapes. I've purchased homes that needed to be completely rehabbed to I didn't even want to walk in there stinky. And I've also sold some that were brand new, like back your truck up, baby. All you need is your appliances. So they're across the board. But HUD fixates on first-time homeownership. Now, it doesn't mean you've never not have to buy a house before. It just means in the last 2 years you didn't purchase a home, right? After 2 years, you're still considered a new homeowner, a homeowner person. So you can go and buy these properties at a fair market value. It's no longer where you can underbid them. Just that's just not that kind of market right now. But you still can get these homes without so much competition as regular sold homes. Now, is the competition there? Yes, but you got strategies that you could do. And as long as you live in that home 1 year, so say like you have to buy in an area you just I don't like this area, but I could stay here for a year. You could end up renting that property and taking some equity and buying another home in another area. Or
Mm,
you could stay put there, or you could put it in your trust and move somewhere else. So you could do a whole lot with that one little property that you could buy from HUD. And as I said, if it's in bad shape and you qualify for a 203K loan, which they encourage because they want people to buy these homes, then you can do it. Now, if you're an investor and you're like, this is kind of tough out here, I keep on trying to get these houses, I'm not getting them. Well, after the bidding period of home ownership buyers, if no one buys that property, they will offer it to investors. And you could do the same thing. And you don't
mm.
have, there is no time limits for that one. An investor, you can fix it, flip it, keep it, whatever.
Interesting, interesting. Okay, so it's now how long have you been in real estate?
Since 2006.
Oh wow, wow. Okay, and what drove you into that field?
Well, I was a secretary for a very long time. I had my son very early, so I was told you need to go and get a job. Well, at the time, secretary is what I did. And out of all of my jobs, I never was fired. I was either let go or the company, because the company was downsizing, or the company decided they were going in a different direction. And so finally, the last job that I had was a small company in Denver. Loved it. Got glowing reviews every time, raises every time, told me I was getting ready to move up in the company. Then the owner's wife decided she wanted to go back to work. And guess whose job she wanted? Mine. So I lost my job. And I said, that's it, I'm done. And at the time, we were looking at real estate investing. And my husband was like, it might be good if you go ahead and you get your license, and then maybe we can get in on some of these deals. And that's when things just went completely batty and it became hard. But we had already owned our home by then. I knew what to do because of what my agent didn't do for us. And I made it a point to do everything to help people and understand the process. So immediately after I started understanding the process and learning what was going on, I started teaching people. So I had real estate classes,
Mm.
because I'm all about giving back to our community. But that's how I ended up getting into real estate.
I was listening to your story and I was thinking about how it feels um to lose your job. And just what I wonder on a like therapeutic level, what that does to a person's psyche and sense of security. Like, I wonder if it's natural um to go through life feeling that insecure and that stressed out, to know that you can do everything right. You're going to work every day, you're working hard, you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're not in jail, you're not hurting people. But then one day it's just like, sorry, we decided to go in a different direction. It almost seems like there should be laws against that, but there's not enough in the United States anyway. Now, in other countries though, they don't let you do. You can't just be like, well, we want to put more money in our pocket, so we letting half of y'all go. You can't do
Yeah.
that as
Yeah.
easily as a European country. But here in the US, it seems like that happens a lot. What do you think that does? What toll do you think that takes on the mental health of
It took a
America?
lot on me. I'm going to speak from personal experience. That took a lot out of me because, I sat back and watched some of my uncles and aunts work for a company for a very long time. And at the end, they got their little pension and they got the gold watch. And, I'm dedicated to the company that I'm with and I'm giving them my all. Well, guess what? They don't give you back your all anymore. There is really no such thing as a golden watch anymore. There aren't really very many pensions for people in anything. They want to take what they can from from you, and then they're going to let you go. Well, after a while, you start thinking, what's wrong with me? What did I do? You start kind of internalizing it. Well, that was very hard for me. Whenever I lost a job, I would sit back and reflect, like, what could I have done to been some of those people that had to stay? Well, when you look back on it, the people they kept was the people who was doing payroll and HR. Everybody else was expendable. Once you reach that cap, that pay cap with a company, they don't want to pay you anymore and they don't want you to move up. So
Wow.
therefore, what they do is they make a reason to get rid of you so they can bring in these new kids that get paid less, and then they do
Hmm.
the same thing. So it's a cycle. And we are going to see much more of that because although I am an AI lover, baby,
Hmm.
I'm loving it. I'm loving AI. I have so much fun with AI. I know how to do graphics. I know how to do all sorts of stuff. I think it's because I'm a creative. I'm a creative, right? I'm also a vocalist. So I've always been a creative. But you better be careful because there are top experts right now that are saying, uh-oh, this is AI is going to be covering marketing jobs are going to be gone. We really don't need people. And we are now starting to see big companies doing just that.
Yeah, and programmers, all that stuff. I think even Google and Microsoft were basically admitting like, yeah, half of our code is written by AI now. You
Yes.
and and that's interesting, right? Because we used to think that if you were a really good computer programmer, you could always find a job. Not in the age of AI. Things change. And so I think that's
You
really and
code
that
right now. Okay, I can write you code right now. We put it.
That's right. Yeah, yeah, we did like and that's what's interesting, right? You could have a person that knows nothing about coding who could write code as well as the best coders on earth. Like
Yes.
because the AI, they put the AI into these computer programming competitions, and the AI beat 99% of the coders, that were in the competition, right? So this is interesting, right? It's a kind of a new world, and it requires creative thinking, and we're gonna do some stuff on AI very, very soon. We're actually gonna bring in Athena Gardner, who's really into AI, and some other people, because I think that that's really important to drill into. And speaking of Laura, if you have an interest in what she's doing with real estate, she's actually going to be our next specialist to come into our real estate club, and we're going to meet tonight. It's tonight, right? At 8 p.m. tonight,
It
which is
is.
okay.
Yes.
And today is January 21st, 2025. So some people may be watching the recording, so I want to make sure they know.
Right.
But we'll save that for those of you that can't make it, and those who want to come in and talk to Laura and ask her questions, and also get her special training on how to do the HUD real estate and things like that. You can actually go to drboycerealestate.com and do a free trial in the club. So feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. So I want to say thank you very much to our special guest, Miss Laura Key. Do you have like a Instagram or something that we can follow?
You can find me across all social media under Realty Goddess. Now,
Real.
when I first did that, people laughed at me when I first got in real estate. They were like, "Oh, Realty Goddess." I was like, "I'm not studying you." Guess what? People find me all across the board under Realty Goddess. Easy.
There we go. Well, hey, give me a yes in the chat if she has the right to call herself a realty goddess. I think you know what, you a smart, capable black woman, so you a goddess in my book. So go ahead, little realty goddess, you do your thing. You got my support. So if I get your vote for president, then I will give you my endorsement for realty goddess. There we go. We got to put crowns on each other. How about that? All right. So.
Perfect.
So God bless everybody. It's great to see you today. We had a great time. If you want to be notified when we meet every morning for our millionaire training camp, we do this every morning, 7 days a week, because we're serious about this. Make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll also later on this afternoon send you all a link if you'd like to do the free trial in the real estate camp and meet with Laura tonight, as well as the other experts that have come in. And then number two, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesdays at noon today. And you can go to drboystockmarket.com if you want to take a look at that. So we got you covered in the Black Business School. We want to see you win. We want to see you succeed. Bring your kids, by the way. Like, your kids need to be exposed to this. In fact, a little bit later, I'm going to do sort of a conversation about what happened with all the election stuff And just some things I observed that I think might help you in terms of getting your kids and grandkids ready for the next generation. I won't even go into it right now, but I promise you, I think these insights will help you. So have a great day, everybody, and thank you again, Laura. I look forward to seeing you tonight.
Great.
All right,
Bye.
bye, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning on Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys are having a great day. We are ready to conquer the world as usual because we are the greatest and we are the smartest and we're moving way ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to economics. We are the only group of people on the planet that is systematically training our children on economics at a very high level. Most people's kids are not talking to a finance professor every day. That includes white people and Jewish people. I know that we like to think that we're always a day late and a dollar short and left behind and don't have access, but I personally think that we've created our own special brand of black privilege. That's what we have. We have black privilege up in here. So clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Give yourselves a shout out for creating black privilege. I do believe that we can do that. I think it just takes some work and some confidence. And I have complete confidence in your abilities. I have complete confidence in my abilities. I have complete confidence in our community. I have complete confidence in our children, and I know that we are going to win because we just the best, man. That's what the best does. The best wins. All right. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well today. Yeah, I wanted to shape our conversation today around the Trump coin. And I think there's a big question about the Trump coin. Give me a yes if you've seen this. A lot of you have seen this coin that Donald Trump issued. I think the good question that a good question a lot of people might want to ask is it a good investment or garbage, right? And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's almost like when something weird happens in a relationship and somebody says, is it yes or no? Yeah, you gonna be with me or not? And they might be like, well, it's complicated. So it is complicated. It is complicated in terms of really assessing what this coin is, what it means, whether it's ethical for a president to even do something like this. It's certainly unprecedented. There's no question about that. It's never been done before, that to my knowledge. I've never seen a president just say, "Hey, yo, I'm gonna put out a coin and I'm about to drop an album in September." I mean, there's no telling what the next move might be, and some of you may see it as incredibly creative and interesting and bold, and some of you see it as just trifling and ridiculous and shenanigans, right? And I get it. I understand all of it, and I think maybe all of it might be true. Multiple things can be true at once, and so yeah. So this coin is out, and it's interesting. I had to think about it a little bit this morning because because this gets into an area that I specialized in my doctoral studies, which was asset pricing, and asset pricing is basically just sort of this idea of sort of like how do you even decide what a financial asset should be worth? Is it what model should you use? And I know in the field of finance, we tend to want to believe that everything can be connected back to some sort of mathematical formula or that you should be able to do some sort of statistical analysis and write a computer program that'll tell you what the valuation should be. But as you know about life, see the funny thing about life, in case you don't know this, I don't know how many of y'all have known this about life. Um, Sometimes life ain't fair, right? Sometimes in life we know the way things should be. Like, for example, a school teacher should always make more money than a Hollywood movie star. I don't care, what world you live in. The way the world should be is that a soldier should make more money than like a basketball player. Because I mean, you put your life on the line. How valuable is your life, right? Um, but sometimes life just don't work out like that. Sometimes life, as my cousin likes to say, life be lifing, right? And this is what you run up against when you're really trying to understand, what should it even be allowed? Should it even make sense for a president of the United States to be able to instantaneously create tens of billions of dollars in economic value just by putting out a coin that to some extent, it's easy to argue that it could be effectively worthless. Like that, that's the short end of it. That's where it starts. Like you can make a direct, easy argument to say this thing is worth it's nothing. It's garbage. It shouldn't cost more than half a penny, and even half a penny would be, overpricing it. And that's an argument that I think, you can make, and it would be correct. But what happens is you kind of run into, kind of this quantum mechanics kind of thing. Quantum mechanics is fascinating because quantum mechanics is where they have something called superposition, where something can be two things at once. And I think this might be the quantum argument on the Trump coin. This is a quantum mechanics kind of thing. And I'm not even an expert on quantum mechanics, but I kind of link it. It kind of reminds me of probability theory. And there's this whole double slit experiment, how something can be a wave and still be something else and a particle. It's crazy. It's crazy. We live in a crazy world. Nothing makes sense. So you have to kind of choose your own truth, right? And that's kind of what the world we live in now. I think definitely politically is people have kind of selected their own truth and said this is the truth, and I just don't know if that's right, right? I think that there's always multiple truths and multiple ways to look at things. All right, so what I want to do quickly is I want to analyze the Trump coin and basically help us kind of conclude is it worthless or is it something that could be worth investing in? And nobody, no, it's hard to say. I'm going to give you the short answer. The short answer is it's everything. It's everything that you want it to be. So let me break down some financial theories to kind of help you understand what's happening here. So basically, when I look at a Trump coin, first thing I see as I understand why the crypto industry was livid. Most people in the crypto space were very annoyed when this coin came out. Trump has presented himself as a friend to the crypto industry. That's how he got elected. They raised a bunch of money, not because they were in love with Donald Trump, but because they felt that the Biden administration was not supporting what they were trying to do in terms of crypto. So, so Trump gets all the support from the crypto bros. They get him in office, and what they were hoping that the president would do, which he kind of did, is back and support their industry and at the very least remove obstacles. One of the biggest obstacles was SEC Chairman Gary Gensler. Gary Gensler, was gone. He ran out of town as soon as Trump arrived. He said, "Look, yo, I'm done. I'm out. I don't need to be here." And that's kind of what occurred, right? So to some extent, he's kind of already started delivering for those particular constituents. Now, one thing before I move on, I want to ask you all, can you give me a quick yes if you can hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. And I know some of you were may have noticed that the Zoom link for this class changed. The old Zoom link does not work. So if you have the old Zoom link, it won't get you into the Zoom. If you want the new Zoom link, send a text message. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I will text you the Zoom link to join the class. So you will have the latest Zoom link. So just know the Zoom link it changes about once every 6 to 8 weeks. So just kind of be on the. So that's why you may want to get on the text list so you can be alerted when we do class in the morning. All right. So thank you for giving me the audio sound check. I did something yesterday and the audio was bad, and technology just makes you mad, right? Again, life be life, and it ain't fair. So here's so going back to that, the crypto bros, wanted Trump to kind of lend some legitimacy and backing from the government for what they were trying to do, and I think he's done that. If you notice, if you own, how many of you give me a yes if you've noticed how the price of Bitcoin has just skyrocketed since the election? Give me a yes if you own crypto. My God, I hope that you own something because there's been so much money being made over there. And so I tell you, that's what I really want. I mean, that's my bias. Everybody has a bias. My bias is I just want to see y'all put some money in your pocket. So even as you get mad or happy about whatever's going on in politics, I kind of feel like at least if you're sad, you can be sad with, $50,000 in the bank than to be sad and broke. Because being sad and broke that just sucks, man. That ain't even right. But if you sad and rich, then I'll be like, well, you over there complaining, but you rich. You got rich people problems. You need to shut up with your rich people problems, right? So anyway, you look here, the last month, you see Bitcoin's gone up by about 8%. Not bad, pretty good. Last 6 months, it's been insane. Last 6 months, it's skyrocketed 53%, $36,000. So that means if your family had, enough money to buy one Bitcoin, you made $36,000. Quite a lot of money That's $10,000 a month or $6,000 a month, sorry, without doing any work at all, right? And then this is what understanding economics and finance is really all about, is really understanding like how do some people in this society work their butts off and don't make anything, don't have anything to show for it, don't have any assets, don't have any financial security. But you have some people who know how to make money without working. They do. They know how to make money without working. And that's why I say, oh, I forgot. I have a PhD in finance. So I have this superpower and I can explain how to make money without working. So I did a whole training called How to Make Money Without Working. If you haven't watched it, a million people have watched that training, by the way. And I'm glad that a million of you have seen it because I want everybody to understand what rich people know, right? So if you haven't seen it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word money to that same phone number, 87948. If you text money to 87948, you'll get a link immediately where you can click on that and take a look at that training. And it talks more about stock options, but that's just one of many ways you can make money without working. So in this particular case, the Trump coin, which I don't know what the market cap of the Trump coin is. I've heard ranges from 8 billion up to 58 billion, but 58 billion seems on the high side because that would instantaneously make Trump one of the richest men on the planet. So that's not, that's not right. That's fake news. Not 58 billion. It's actually about 7.3 billion dollars. So when you talk about making money without working, I want you to think about this. There are millions of people that can work 80 years and maybe make $1 million, maybe $2 million. They didn't do any work at all. They just put out this coin, and their family net worth goes up by several billion dollars, depending on how much of this they own. Let's say they own half of it. That's $3 or $4 billion that was created probably in about a day, right? So this is kind of the weird world of finance. This is the weird world of money, and this is where academics like me get it wrong. This is where people, my colleagues, just had it backward. We tended to believe that everything should be able to be explained by some mathematical formula with all these rigid assumptions that allow the calculus to work out, where you assume ridiculous things like investors are rational and that they have access to all information and all this other stuff. And that's just nonsense. That's just simply not true. Human beings are human. So just like life be life and humans be human, and right? So humans are human and life is life. And so at the end of the day, you can't explain the valuation of a Trump meme coin through a simple formula. You have to really look at the nuances of just what's really happening. And you have to really dig deep into things that I'm really fascinated by, like investor psychology. The fact that human beings just make decisions that sometimes don't seem rational, but actually they are kind of rational in a certain way if you understand what makes a human being tick. So, one thing that I thought about when I saw this coin come out, and I understood why the crypto bros didn't like it. They didn't like it, in my opinion, most of them, because I think that they look at it and they're like, damn, this is speculative. This is just some crappy little coin that has no value, does nothing for anyone, doesn't you can't drive it to work every day. You can't use it at the store to buy things. You can't take this coin and actually make something happen. It's not manufacturing anything. So there's no fundamental value to this thing. And I think that's what the crypto industry was trying to get away from. They were trying to get away from this perception that they were just basically fake money. People like Charlie Munger, who worked with Warren Buffett, he's a great man. He used to basically say crypto was a bunch of crap. All of it was crap. And if I'm a crypto guy, I'm going to be offended by that because there are real people in the crypto industry who do real work and create real value with their coins. If you read the white papers, they have these projects. We're going to use a coin. We're going to create a coin that's going to create an economy around blah 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 blah. And we're going to trade this and do this, and this is how people are going to earn the money because they're going to like they really go, they worked really hard to say, no, this is real. Like this is a real economy. There's real value being created. We're really getting things done. And then you have somebody like Trump that comes along, like, yeah, I'm gonna make a coin too. Everybody buy my coin, right? And people do, and billions of dollars gets created, and then people say, see, that's what I told you. I told you, all those coins are ghetto. It's almost like for black people, it feels like it's like almost like being black, where black people work extremely hard. We build strong families. A lot of us, we go to work every day. We educate ourselves, but then they'll take some, they'll put sexy red out there and be like, this is black excellence, y'all. This is black women, and all the black women are like, come on, man, like this ain't, we're not all sexy red. Stop that, So ultimately, to me. I think the Trump coin is kind of like if you know anything about hip hop, look up Sexy Red. It's real. It's a scary thing to see. I think the Trump coin might be kind of like the Sexy Red of the crypto industry, right? It's that big shiny object that's thrown out there. Everybody sees it, and it's misrepresenting, just so many people in the crypto industry who are working extremely hard to do legitimate work, who want to be respected, who want to be seen, who want to have credibility, and they're like, "Damn, you're literally putting out something that has no credibility." So here's what so let's look at a couple of things. I was sort of researching and thinking about some financial theories that it might relate to, and one thing that I thought about is I said, okay, so yeah, this thing. So let me ask you all this: give me a yes or no. How many of you think that the Trump coin is just crap? It's not even crypto; it's crapto. Give me a yes if you think it's crapto. Give me a no if you think it's like if it's something good. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. All right, most of you say yes. Okay, and I don't disagree with you. But what if you are a Bernard Arnault, who's one of the richest men on the planet? I think he's worth a couple $100 billion. And what Bernard Arnault does is he takes these items, these items, like a bottle of liquor, like and he puts a label on it, and the bottle of liquor costs $2, and he puts the Hennessy label on it, and then he sells it to you at the club for $200 a bottle. Would you say that that's a problem, that that's kind of fraudulent and just borderline ridiculous? Or he takes a purse that can be made in Taiwan for, $20, let's say. And then he puts a Hermes on it, and it becomes a Hermes bag or something, and then suddenly you're buying it in the mall for $1,200. Would you say that anybody who's ever bought a Hermes bag is just a sucker, and that it's stupid, and that it's ridiculous, and it's pathetic? Some of you would say yes, some of you would say no. And I think that you could both be right, right? If you say yes, that it's garbage and it's stupid, then a Hermes bag is not for you. You shouldn't go buy a Hermes bag. I see people, that buy stuff like that, and I'm like, ah, man, I ain't buying that crap. But then at the same time, I'd have to be honest and say, well, I got a wife and a daughter who really like Coach purses. I think my wife has a Coach purse. She bought a Coach t-shirt. And it wasn't like a regular t-shirt. Like I was like, oh, that t-shirt, I could buy that at Walmart for $8. But she paid maybe $80 for it, right? And what did she pay for? She paid for, the label, the branding, like it says Coach on it. So suddenly it's worth all this money. And so what this really speaks to is that there's kind of like this psychological thing that happens when you're looking at value. And as much as we might despise it, or some of you love it, some of you hate it, there are millions of people who value the name Trump. Again, it's not something that's easy to talk about. I know it's controversial. I know that it's going to lead to a whole lot of chaos and arguing and going back and forth. And he's this and he's that. Okay, yeah, but there are people. If I go down to downtown Chicago right now, there's a big, gigantic, massive hotel that I've never stayed in, but it's massive and it's beautiful and it has the word Trump right on the front of that hotel. And there are facilities all around the earth that have that big name on there, right? And and you could say it's pro-black, anti-black, whatever, but I know that it's complex, right? I think R. Kelly stayed in the Trump Tower for a long time, and back when people I guess, thought he was a good guy. And Jennifer Hudson, when her whole family got killed, he's like, yeah, come stay at my hotel, right? So it becomes complex. It's a complex conversation, but still, that name Trump means something to some people. So because that name means something to some people, there are people who say, yeah, I'll buy that coin. What I see there happening from a political standpoint is that there's a set of financial theories that relate to narrative that a lot of times an asset's value can go up just because there's a narrative attached to it. There's a story. There's a power in storytelling. And so effectively, in fact, Tierra KJ Williams, who is in Hollywood, she writes scripts and she's a masterful storyteller. She's actually going to come in and talk about storytelling in business and how that works. And so what occurs here is that sometimes you'll see a stock that will just shoot up in price where people will say, well, why, what happened with this company that should make the value double? Some of you have seen this. Some of you have seen stocks that doubled in price in a day, right? IONQ. Any of y'all own IONQ? I know a lot of y'all do because we talk about IONQ in the Prime program a lot, and that stock's maybe a lot of money. Well, IONQ didn't change anything about the company when their stock price went up 400%. There was just a story like quantum computing. The Google computer solved the problem in 5 minutes. That would have took a cotillion years for a super, right? That's a narrative. That's a story. So this story creates real economic value. And then what happens is that There are some who say, okay, the value is what it is. It just is what it is. You can't get mad about it. It just is what it is. And then there's some people who say, no, 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 that's not true. That's a bubble. That's gonna pop. It's BS. And in fact, if you want to see what happened to IONQ when it kind of had this whole quantum computing story, let me show you um what happened to the stock price. It's at 41.46 right now. I know this stock. I own this sucker. Let me show you what has happened with this stock price. I think it dipped a little bit recently, but it's okay. If you know how to protect against risk, it's still been a big money maker. Look at the last 6 months. Look at this stock, 400% in 6 months. This stock 6 months ago was $8. I mean, $8. So how can any rational person literally make the argument that like 6 months ago you were worth $8, now you're worth 41? That's insanity. They're not 5 times more productive than they were 6 months ago. They're not selling 5 times more products than they were 6 months ago. The market cap is $9 billion. And so even though IONQ is different from a Trump coin because they're actually creating real value, they really are doing real work. They're not doing $9 billion worth of work. I can tell you that right now. What a lot of this valuation increase represented was just the narrative. A lot of this was correlated with the story, the news story narrative of Google creating this quantum computer that's going to eventually change the world. So suddenly everybody's rushing to quantum computing stocks. And if you remember, we talked about this. I sent you all a list of quantum computing stocks that I think you may want to look at if you want to get in this industry early. And a lot of you made a ton of money from this stock, and I'm happy for you. I love it when black people make money. And even if you're not black, I love it when you make money too. Okay, 'cause if you're down for the cause, then I'm down for you. So here is this kind of shows you how it's not cut and dry when you talk about what something's worth. So when you ask me, is the Trump coin worth it? Um, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, what do you think? Who are you? What do you believe? Are you a Trump fan? If you're a Trump fan, maybe it's worth it. What does that coin cost? Let me see. Hold on. Let's look it up. Let's see. So imagine if I'm a big old Trump supporter. Let's say that I just love down in Nashville, Tennessee, or Knoxville, not Nashville, Nashville. We like President Trump because he's gonna fix the immigration problem and he's gonna make America great again. And what else Trump's gonna fix the economy. He's gonna fix the economy. So I down at where I'm from, down in Nashville, we love us some Donald Trump and Knoxville. I'm sorry, Knoxville, not Nashville. And so what I'm gonna do is I can go and I can buy me some Trump coins. Let me see how much they cost. Let me see here. I'm looking at the price. Well, it says okay. Oh, here we go. So let's see. The cost is $46. So because I'm a big fan of President Trump and I'm real happy that he's back in the White House, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna buy me three Trump coins. I'm gonna spend me $138 and get me three Trump coins for $138. What Think about how often we might spend $138 doing anything, doing things that give us no prospect for economic growth. Like think about how easy it is to spend, or it's $46 coin, right? Many people, I bet you that in the last month, most of you have gone out to dinner and spent $46 on an asset that you put in your mouth that came out of your butt less than 12 hours later. I know that sounds nasty, but y'all know you know what it is. I've got to be honest, right? So does that mean that you're stupid or something? No, it means you were hungry and you had a good experience. Even though I could probably argue, I could say, well, you could have ate at home for $3, but you didn't want to. You wanted the experience. You're like, no, I wanted to be at Applebee's. I wanted to be at wherever I was, right? So ultimately, um, I think when you talk about just an amount of money that a lot of people might throw away very easily, $46 is really just not a big deal for most people. And I almost see the selling of the Trump coin as kind of like a campaign contribution that goes around the campaign finance laws. And I think that's where it does become kind of questionable and ethical. It's definitely unprecedented. Like we're not used to the president of the United States doing something like that. But that's kind of, if you know the history of Trump in terms of how he's done business, he's thinking about making money. and he's been doing things like this since the 80s. He's always known that his name and his moves and his decisions can create economic value out of thin air. In the 1980s, he knew that if he started to acquire millions of shares of a company stock, that the stock price would go up because people thought in the 80s that he might be trying to do a hostile takeover. So he would just go buy a bunch of shares of his stock and not say a word, just acquire the shares. Maybe somebody in his office leaks it out. Hey, you know, Donald Trump is acquiring a big stake in such and such company, right? And then the rumor spreads, the price starts going up because everybody wants to buy it, everybody wants to get on the bandwagon, and as the price goes up, then Trump says, "Oh, I think I'll sell today." Right? So he's able to make money that way. Is that manipulative? Yeah, it is. He's definitely manipulating something. Is it illegal? I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be if you change the law. Does it happen all the time? Absolutely. There are lots of people all the time throughout the world who understand when their name or their presence or their idea or whatever can generate income, and they take advantage of that. If I go to a Chris Brown concert, I've got you got all these poor sad women that will go spend $1,000 to take a picture with Chris Brown. Is a Chris Brown picture worth $1,000? To me, no, it's not. But is it worth it to a woman who's been idolizing Chris Brown since she was a teenager? Maybe, maybe, right? And if you and what this speaks to, in my opinion, is that one thing that makes valuation complicated is that valuation is in the eye of the beholder. So if I'm that Trump supporter down in Knoxville, Tennessee, who just loves President Trump, and maybe I was there January 6th, and he also gave me a pardon, and I got out of jail last night, then maybe I am gonna go ahead and spend $46 buy me a Trump coin because it means something to my family. You understand? But if I am a liberal who just thinks that Trump is garbage and he's a terrible guy and he's a convicted felon and how dare they elect this man and blah blah blah, then no, it's not worth $46 to me. So here's the point. One thing about valuation you should just definitely understand 100%. Valuation is kind of in the eye of the beholder. That's what it is. Just like beauty. It's like economic beauty. There are, you know, there might be a man or a woman where if you put them in front of one person, they say, "Oh, gross. Oh God, I would never date him." And then another woman's like, "Oh my God, I want him to be my baby daddy." That could happen, right? All of you have gone through this, right? All of you have been on both sides of that transaction, right? I've been in situations where when I was 20 and I was 25 and just trying to get a girlfriend, I'd meet women who would say, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men who are under 6 feet tall." Like they would talk to me like I was in a wheelchair or something. Like I feel like one of those little, one of those little hospital kids, like something's wrong with me, like I'm a midget or a munchkin, we represent the lollipop kids, right? Because I'll never be 6 feet tall. Like I keep hoping, like I was praying to white Jesus, black Jesus, and baby Jesus to help me grow, and it just never happened. But then I've been in spaces where where there was a lady who's like, "Oh my God, I just need to have your baby immediately because I like smart guys." And I'm like, "If you like smart guys, I'm your man, girl. I got you, girl." Right? And so the point of the matter is to say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, just like valuations in the eye of the beholder. Um, the Trump coin is to me a coin that where you can justify its valuation uh, easily by just saying, well, the valuation is what it is. It's what people are willing to pay for it. If people aren't willing to pay for it, then that's not the valuation. That's how real estate's valued in a way. For example, real estate, when they tell you a house is worth a certain amount, sure, they can say, well, it should be worth this amount because we did an appraisal and this is what the appraisal says. That's all theoretical. But then there's a transaction, right? The rubber meets the road, and then you say, well, clearly it must be worth this amount because that's what someone paid for it. It's almost like when my Ohio State Buckeyes, I'm a big, I'm a college football fan. My Ohio State Buckeyes won the national championship, and so they proved on the field that they are the best team in the country. But then you could still argue that maybe they weren't. You could say, oh, well, they only won because they got lucky, or maybe before the game, you could say, well, really the best team is Notre Dame, and then they play it out, and then you say, no, really the best team was Ohio State. But then sometimes teams win and they weren't supposed to win, and so they might have won even though they weren't the best team. So evaluation is complicated like that. Like nobody kind of knows, right? And so with the Trump coin, I think that the decision to invest in the Trump coin can come down to either A, you love Trump and you really just like what this whole moment represents to you and you're excited about it and you want something that's commemorative. Like no different from buying, a commemorative t-shirt for a concert you went to. You go to a Beyonce concert, she sells you a $60 t-shirt. You buy it because Beyonce's on it, not because the shirt is worth $60, right? Um, or maybe you buy it because you have a speculative um, intuition about Trump supporters. So you're sitting on the sideline and you don't really know, you don't really care if the valuation is what it is. You're just looking at the trends. You're looking at people, and you're like, these Trump supporters, they really like that. They really like this guy. I think I want to buy this coin because I think that they're going to like him even more. I think that the coin is going to go up in value, so I'm going to buy it because I'm hoping I can sell it for more. And then you have the majority of people. This is the overwhelming majority of the world who just says, I'm not buying it. I'm not participating, right, at all, either because I think it's worthless or because I just don't care, right? And that's what I see with the Trump point. So, before I move on, one thing I want to remind everybody of is that tonight we are going to meet for stock options class. It's called Prime, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. If you want to join us tonight, we're going to have a tax specialist that's going to talk about getting tax or how to deal with minimize the taxes on the money that you guys are making. I know a lot of you are getting income from selling your stock options and all that. And so if you want to participate or join us, I'll send you all a link where if you want to do a 7-day free trial in the class, you can. Or if you want to just, come in directly now, you can go to drboyceprime.com, Prime. And the other, it's so look for that text. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning, morning, to the phone number 87948. So just text morning to 87948. Also, if you have an interest in crypto, we do a lot of crypto stuff in the Black Business School. So you could just text the word crypto to that same number, 87948, and we'll send you some crypto information as well. All right. So here is another way to kind of look at the Trump coin. Let's kind of break this down a little bit further. I actually gathered some financial theories that we talked about in grad school that I thought would be appropriate to understand what's happening here. One of the big weaknesses of the Trump coin is for sure that if you did decide to invest in it, just know you're going to get a lot of volatility. I think it dropped 50%, in a very short period of time, but I think this morning it's up by a lot. So it's going to probably do that. It's what you call a high beta asset. So it's going to have a lot of up and downs. There are some ethical and regulatory issues, but then again, it's released by the president of the United States. So I don't know if the SEC is going to try to stand up to the president like that. That doesn't seem like this type of administration. Also, market sentiment is a big driver, meaning that people are buying the coin because they like Trump. So if Trump's popularity were to suddenly drop, then the coin's value would drop. So to some extent, in a way, what you're kind of buying is Trump's popularity as a financial asset. If you think that his popularity has peaked and that people will never like him more than they like him now, then that might not be such a good investment. But if you think people are going to love him more and want to buy more of the coin, then that might actually be something that could be worth investing in. Let's see. Someone says being broke is no fun. Thank you for teaching about finance. Yeah, I don't think being broke is fun either. Like they say, money's the root of all evil, and I just don't agree. I think money can be evil if you're an evil person, but if you're a good person, money makes you a gooder person. You can be gooder if you have money. Also, I think being broke is the root of evil. I know good people who've done bad things because they were financially desperate. So don't ever think that money is the root of all evil. If anything, being broke will make you real evil and angry. And when you get hangry, when you get hungry and angry, and you broke at the same time, that is not a good feeling. So I don't want you hangry up in here. I want you feeling good. I want you happy. All right. So another thing about the coin is, when you talk about utility, utility is the ability of the asset to be used for some purpose other than just speculation. So effectively, the utility of the Trump coin is pretty much minimal. It's pretty much just done like in terms of there's no use case really for this. There's nothing there that says that if there's no market for this coin, if there's no place I can go and sell this publicly, then it has no value. So here's the thing. This is one of the things about American finance that makes it powerful, but also makes it problematic is that markets create value. Like all those billionaires that were on the stage with Trump, their total net worth was over $1 trillion. their net worth, much of their net worth is tied up in equity markets. It comes from the fact that there's a functioning market that you can go to where they can take stocks and real estate and sell this stuff on the market and generate this wealth from it. One area of discrimination or racism, if you want to call it, or where black people are locked out of economic value, is that we don't have access to markets like that. We don't have big markets where I can go and I can just issue a Dr. Boyce coin and then instantly create $20 million worth of wealth, on an open market. It would be hard to do, right? And so effectively, the ability to access markets is really big in wealth creation and wealth manifestation. But I can also tell you though that a lot of you have wealth that's there that you just can't see, and you maybe can't see it because you can't sell it, right? There's nobody coming up to you and saying, hey, if you were to sell 10% of your earnings for the next 20 years, you could get a check for $2.5 million right now. No one says that because there's no market out there for that. So the existence of markets is a really big part of valuation, and that's what Trump was taking advantage of, is the fact that there's a market where he can sell this coin. If there were no market, or if he were blocked legally from participating in the market, then that wealth wouldn't be created. There's also something called herding behavior. In my dissertation committee, there's a very nice little short guy named David Hirschleifer who was an expert in herding behavior and following the crowd. And one of the things that Professor Hirschleifer taught me that I really respect about him, he was a wonderful guy, is he would talk about the fact that in financial markets you have people that follow the herd. Studies show that 70% of all people follow the crowd, even if the crowd is wrong. And that's what's crazy. That's insane to me. When I heard that, I said, okay, we don't have a chance here. Because I believe in free thinking. I believe in critical thinking. I believe in leadership. I believe in leading your life. I don't believe in following the crowd, because following the crowd will get you in trouble. Especially when you talk about our community and the toxic ideas that get pushed into our community in terms of bad choices and everything else. Following the crowd will get your son killed. Following the crowd will get your daughter killed. So if I'm raising a child, first thing I teach them is how to think for themselves. First thing I teach them is how to be a leader. First thing I teach them is to say, no, 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 I'm getting out of the car, man. I'm out of here. Right. Or no, girl, I'm not going to that party. Right. Because at the end of the day, if you can't do that, if you don't have the courage to do that, and you don't have the self-love and self-respect, and to make decisions that are not popular, you will fry. You will go down. I mean, the prisons are full of young black men who followed the crowd, and the crowd led them into a bad situation. So ultimately, herding behavior happens. Though it's very natural, it's very real. Everybody wants to fit in. Everybody wants to be part of the culture. I hear people talk about the culture, or they'll say, Doc, you need to connect to the culture. You need to be part of the culture. I'm like, well, I am part of the culture. I'm part of the Black excellence culture. I'm part of the B1 culture. I'm part of the culture that says we want to be healthy, wealthy, and successful. I'm part of the culture that's pro family. I'm part of the culture that's pro black woman, pro black man that wants our kids to be the best. That's my culture. But that shit you talking about on BET, that ain't my culture. That was made in a lab. They they manufactured that. They sat down and said, what are the instructions? Like, what are the ingredients to destroy the life of a young black man? Seriously. And that's what they did. They said, okay, so we're gonna make a bunch of music where you're gonna sing mantras about how you want to go have sex with every girl that moves until you're dead. You want to create babies, mamas everywhere. You want to go and kill each other and be happy about it. You want to throw your money away, trick your money off, so until you're broke and financially desperate and got to go and hold a white man's testicles in order for you to have a job. We're going to also show you how to be as ignorant as possible. And then, oh, and by the way, we need you to call yourself the N word the entire time. Keep calling yourself the N word, so we don't have to do it. Right? That's because we need somebody to do it because we know what y'all are. So that culture is not my culture. That's a culture that I get people get mad at me, you get yelled at. I don't give a damn. I say, well, I ain't had that many friends growing up. I don't need no more friends now. So at the end of the day, herding behavior is part of something that is natural. It's very human to do that. But I encourage you, if you want to be a leader, you want to be a winner, you want to be successful, practice breaking out of that. And that starts with just loving yourself enough to say, you know what, it's okay. I'm gonna stand over here, even if I'm wrong. But y'all go do your thing. You go to the party, you go to the club, y'all have fun. Have fun in college. I was like, have a good time at the step show. I'm gonna be in the library with the little nerdy Asian kids because I want to have a future. But y'all go and you kill it at that step show, dog. You go do your thing. You go bark and hump each other, whatever. Let me stop because people gonna get mad at me. All right, so anyway, let me keep going here. Um, there's also when you talk about one more thing about the Trump coin. Let's get back to that. Sometimes if you have a scarcity in something that makes it more valuable. So like a lot of you may not know this, but De Beers, the diamond company, if you know De Beers basically artificially restricts the supply of diamonds. How many of y'all knew that? That the diamonds are not nearly as valuable as they make you think that they are. They're like, damn, we need everyone to think that diamonds are rare. So what I know what we'll do, we'll make them rare. We'll just get a whole bunch of diamonds and we won't put them out there so people can't get them. And then people will pay more for it because there's the perception of scarcity. Diamonds aren't really that scarce. Diamonds, kind of like rock hard toilet paper in terms of just how readily available they are. But there's a marketing campaign around the idea that you should go spend 2 or 3 months of salary to buy a diamond for a woman to prove that you love her. And it's a game. It's a game, and it's a lie that everyone has bought into. See, to create an illusion, it helps if multiple people are in on it. Right? So you got to be in on it, and your woman's got to be in on it, and the world's got to be in on it, on this false idea that a diamond is a symbol of love. And one thing that you would have to kind of know is that if you go back over 100 years and you talk to a random person on the street in 1910 and you say, "Hey, you're going to get married," doesn't that mean you have to buy a diamond for your wife? They would be like, "What are you talking about? Why would I buy her a diamond to prove that I love her? Diamonds are expensive, and I love her. I bought her flowers." Right? And so what happened was there was a deliberate campaign, a deliberate campaign that leaned on herding behavior, leaned on the fact that people followed the crowd, and they came up with slogans like "Diamonds are forever." Anybody heard that? Anybody heard "Diamonds are forever"? Or say you love her with a diamond, stuff like that. And and then they immortalized it. They put it in movies and they put it in songs. Diamonds are forever and ever, right? And then people started to believe, like, oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, yeah, diamonds are forever, and diamonds are a girl's best friend, and diamonds that's how you show you love her, and people bought into that. So that campaign was so effective that they actually won awards for that. They won awards. They're like, man, that's some good pimping, because white people got a players ball too. They all went to the players ball for white people, and they basically said, man, that was some good pimping. You really did a good job of getting people to go out and spend all their money on these diamonds, even though we know, and I know that they're not worth what they say. But hey, we got everybody believing that. So that was some good pimping. And that's pretty much what the what kind of happens when you talk about perceived value and manipulation. So the perception of scarcity, the Trump coin. Let's circle back to that. Pretty much, they pretty much said we're only going to release, I think, 200 million of these or something, for $40 or whatever. And so people were like, "Oh my God, they're rare and they're limited supply, so we better buy one." Beyond that. The last thing I'll throw in there is something that we've talked about briefly before, called the greater fool theory. And so the greater fool theory basically says that if I buy something for a certain price and I'm a fool for paying that price, I can make money as long as I find a greater fool. And that's kind of like a financial game of musical chairs. At some point, somebody's not going to have a chair, and I don't care as long as it's not me. That's kind of what the argument might be. So you might buy it and say, at some point the coin might collapse and might go back to zero, but it won't go back to zero before I sell my stake. And so insiders end up having a massive advantage. This is where did anybody see where that lady who did the Hawk Tuah thing, where she basically put out a coin, and then as everyone was buying up the coin, her team was selling the coin on the open market. They were like, "Oh, we better convert this into dollars as fast as we can while the getting's good, while this coin is hot." And then the coin collapsed, and so hundreds of millions of dollars was lost. A lot of people lost their money, and this is the common thing. And this is one of the reasons why there are so many um, crypto bros who are legitimate, who are getting up every day, working hard, sitting at a computer screen and creating real economic value. This is why they're not a big fan of the Trump coin. They're generally speaking, from my understanding, most of them are not happy that he put out this coin. So it's out there. But the thing is, and not everybody's unhappy about it. Robinhood has it listed. You can buy it on Coinbase, all these things. And if you want to actually get started with crypto stuff like that, text the word crypto to 87948, and we have some crypto stuff in the Black Business School School. They can help you. We brought in a really great crypto expert. We got to bring the sister back because y'all, I know y'all loved her. She would put her name in the chat, please, so I can say her name. I'm bad with names. Please forgive me for that. I remember faces. Naja. What's her? Do you remember her last? Naja Roberts. Yeah, Naja Roberts. I mean, just did a great job, and she's B1. She's actually out of the Black Business School. Like she learned. From what I understand, Naja, please forgive me if I get it wrong, but I think she learned crypto in the Black Business School, and now she's teaching crypto in the Black Business School. So she's an amazing woman. If you want to find out how to check out her presentation, you can email the support team. We have a great support team here in the Black Business School. Just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can take good care of you. Don't forget the THE. It's the Black Business School. All right, guys. Just like I went to the Ohio State University. Oh, Buckeyes. We won the national championship. It was good. All right. So I'm out of here, guys. Have a wonderful day. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, we're going to meet again. I think Athena Gardner is going to come in, and Athena is doing a presentation on AI, the use of AI in your business. AI. I talked yesterday about how MBAs, Harvard MBAs, are having a hard time getting jobs now because I think, has really started to eat away even at those high level jobs. So Athena is going to kind of school us a little bit on AI. She's going to do a presentation, a deep dive on Saturday morning in the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. A lot of you know about the ladies of Fly Nubian Money, Dr. Lene Javette, the great Constance Carter, Tierra Williams, my wife, Dr. Alicia. Those ladies, they actually talk every single day. They're smart Black women, and I hope that the brothers especially will go and support these sisters and listen to our women because they're so smart, they're so capable, and also for the ladies. Like, I mean, if you're looking for some badass women, these women are not a joke. So anyway, if you want to be notified when they go live and stuff like that, another thing you can do is text Queens to 87948. So just text Queens to 87948 and take a look. And I see Tiara's in the chat, and she put the URL flynubianmoneyclub.com. They have an investment club where they work together, make investments, and learn about it and all that stuff. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow morning. And all right, until then, keep getting rich. Talk to you later. Bye bye. Hey everybody, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Come on in, come on in. It's good to see all of you. I want to say welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Powernomics time. That's what it is. You guys know what happens Wednesday night. That is when we get together and we train ourselves to be Black and excellent, Black and powerful, and to tell the truth. You know, I think that you got so much lying out here. You got people just teaching fake news and calling it history and thank God we have people like Dr. Claude Anderson who teach us real history and help us to really know who we truly are and how great we are. I was just talking to my son about greatness, and I said, Quincy, you're a great man because you cooked the chicken and it was delicious. And he said, thank you, Boyce. And I said, yeah. I said, you know what? Greatness is a membership where you have to renew your membership every single morning. It's a club. Greatness is a club where you renew your membership every single morning. And he goes, that was a bar, Boyce. I said, that's right. The album's coming out next Tuesday. It'll be released on all platforms. So anyway, that's I believe every day we got to have attitude. And we have to believe in ourselves. We have to know what we can do instead of worrying about what other people are doing and what other people think about us and all this other stuff. I know right now there's this thing that just happened called a presidential election, and I know a lot of you have mixed feelings about it. Some of you, some of you love Trump, some of you hate Trump, some of you are in the middle. And I just want to reiterate that, I personally don't care if you love or hate Trump. I just care if you love yourself. If you love yourself, then I don't really think I can't really see how you would believe that Donald Trump is going to save you. I think that will be a false belief. If you love yourself, I hope you weren't fooled into thinking the Democrats are going to save you. The Black community pretty much looked the same economically under all administrations, Democrat or Republican. I don't know if anybody knows that, but even when Democrats, um, you know, um, were in office, things didn't get better. When Republicans are in office, things don't get better. What happens is you have what is called idiosyncratic outcomes. Idiosyncratic is specific to you, one-offs, just you and your family. And what you will find is if you study, particularly in the area of economic power, which is really the main type of power in America, uh, you're going to find that economic power is determined mostly by what you do. There's no government policy that's going to make you a millionaire most of the time. It doesn't mean it doesn't make a difference. Doesn't mean that billionaires and millionaires don't use government contracts and all that. That's all very real. But typically, what we find in the research, and this is what I do, I'm a financial scientist, is that people that tend to have wealth tend to have certain habits. They make certain choices, and they are able to achieve freedom. And that's it. So anyway, in fact, I think that's a good place to start the conversation. Because how many of you noticed that during the inauguration there were oligarchs? They call them oligarchs now, that were on the stage with the president. Did anybody notice that? It was quite interesting. I was pretty stunned by it. I was very surprised. I'd never seen that before. He had lots of CEOs up there that were taking positions ahead of leading government officials. I mean, you had people up there that I think Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, the CEO of TikTok. He's only, I don't know if he's enough of a billionaire to be close to the president. He was actually on the edge of the front row or something, and all you gotta do is run TikTok, and this probably makes it, that's $500 million a day, and you can get a seat somewhere in the back. And this was really interesting. This was something that is worth assessing. And there were people who had different reactions to it. There are some people who were deeply alarmed by it and said, this is evidence of capitalist corruption in our government, which it could be. And then there are some who just thought it was cool, and some just kind of wondered what this means. I've been listening to lots of assessments in places like the Wall Street Journal and others where they've been kind of doing these breakdowns to sort of determine, like, okay, what does this mean? What is this saying? And one of the things that's been stated that I agree with is that we definitely have entered kind of this era of what they does anybody remember? Has anybody ever heard of the era of the robber barons around the turn of the century? The turn of the century, I think late. Like, okay, oh, sorry. The late. Let me turn this off. Sorry. The late 19th century, President William McKinley, who Donald Trump, for whatever reason, seems to really love McKinley. I don't know a lot about him. McKinley opened up the door for these robber barons to get a lot of power. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, people like that, and they were able to build these monopolies that allowed them to accumulate massive, massive amounts of wealth. And so Trump really likes McKinley for whatever reason, I guess because he's emulating him. And that's kind of what you're dealing with. That's the era you're dealing with. Now, my interpretation of the oligarchs that were up on the stage is that this is a natural outcome. It's almost like this. It's like back in the here we go. Has anybody noticed? I had a friend. I'll just tell you about this. I had a friend who said, it really just seems like now that they've been promoting gayness in the government and in schools, so many kids are gay. I mean, you might notice that it just seems like everybody and their mother is gay now. If you're under the age of 30, it's like very popular. It seems almost like there's like just this thing, like it's a trend, right? And some people look at it that way, and it's that's an opinion. And I said, well, I don't know if it's a trend or not. I said, but I had noticed that, right? Like a lot of the young people I mentor, it's like suddenly, guess what? I'm gay, mostly amongst the girls, like a lot of bisexual, all that stuff. And I said, well, maybe the theory could be that maybe we always had lots of people that were gay or bisexual, but they just didn't tell anybody. It was sort of like, but you kind of knew, right? The gay people have been around for a very long time. And I kind of feel like it's the same way with the government in terms of the oligarchs running the government. The people with the money, if you understand money the way I kind of see money, you'll know that your government's been run by money for a very long time. This is not a democracy. This is capitalism. At best, you have a capitalist democracy, but the word capitalist is bigger and broader and more direct than the word democracy. Democracy is like the tiny word, the little brother. Capitalist is the big brother. That's really what it is. And so basically, if you want to know the real reason that Trump had oligarchs on the stage, it's because he's kind of unfortunately doing in broad daylight what's been going on behind the scenes for a very long time. If you watch the inauguration and you were surprised to see these billionaires kind of out there in broad daylight exercising their power. I think it's actually quite interesting telling. I'm not gonna say it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing, in that it's that's always been the case. You know, when they let money into politics, I felt like that was a very bad idea. I say this as a person who respects the power of money, who understands the power of money very much, who believes deeply that the power of money is something that can liberate Black people. I believe that the power of money is very important to harness. I can tell you with complete certainty that having this much money in your government means that eventually the money's going to kind of drive everything, and that's a good reason to leave the money out. But they chose not to leave the money out, so now the money's in there like swimmer 100%. And as much as some people might want to say that this is purely a Republican thing, if you go back to the pandemic, what you'll notice during the pandemic is that the pharmaceutical companies made insane amounts of money in these public-private partnerships where they were helping the government to protect us against the virus by telling us that you must take this shot or you're going to lose all your friends and all your family and everyone's going to hate you and you're going to die, right? And that is a common tactic that is used in a lot of areas. It's used from by defense contractors all the time. It's because the government, they to some extent, the government, you can argue, has a little bit of a mafia style enforcer ability, right? It's almost like if you owe me money and I'd say, hey, you owe me money, can you pay me? You might say, well, screw you, I'm not going to give you anything. But if I got an enforcer next to me who can come to your house and threaten to break your legs or put you in jail or beat you up or take your kids or something, then that makes it easier for me to collect. So the government has the military. They become the enforcer, and the corporations sit back behind the enforcer, and they pay the enforcer to enforce what they need to enforce. They just have to properly label it, right? So, for example, the defense contractors want to make money by selling weapons that shouldn't be really needed by anybody, shouldn't be really used anywhere. But they say, hey, you know what? There's a war in Ukraine, and what we need you to do is we need you to use the bully pulpit, and we need you to go out here and get on TV and use your the power of your voice to tell Americans that for whatever reason we're supposed to hate Russia and love Ukraine. And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Give me a yes in the chat if you really don't give a damn about Ukraine. I'm gonna be honest. Let's just be honest. Let's keep it real. How many of y'all just really like maybe couldn't even find Ukraine on the map? Don't give a damn about Ukraine at all. Could care less. You know, no disrespect to Ukraine, but we got problems here. We got other places I care more about, like I don't know, Chicago or something, right? Chicago. Yeah, I could go if I want to just go get shot. I can go to Chicago and get shot, right? You know, if I want to go look at a war zone, I can go to parts of my own damn city. So a lot of black folks, same thing was true with Vietnam. Muhammad Ali said it right when he said, "Ain't no Viet Cong never called me nigga." So ain't no Ukrainian never did nothing for me. Ain't no Russian never hurt me. I could give two shits less about Russia, Ukraine, none of that. But for some reason, we're told like, oh, you're supposed to pick this side and support us as we write $100 billion checks for these wars that don't make sense to anybody. Now again, I'm not here to say that you have to agree with me. I'm just here to lay out a perspective. And so what I believe happens, and the reason that Trump had those oligarchs up on the stage is because it's a common thing across both political parties that you had defense contractors, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. They're like, okay, we've got these Scud missiles or whatever that we need to sell, and we don't know what to do with them. So there's a war over here, or we're going to help start one. And what we want you to do is we want you to use your military and your forces and your money to basically say that we have to be involved in this war. And then we want you to give money to the Ukrainians. Give money. They don't really give money, in case you don't know that. They don't give the money. Robert Kennedy did a good job of explaining that they're not really giving the money. What they're doing is it's a money laundering exercise. They basically give the money to Ukraine and then they tell Ukraine what to do with the money. So think about this. If I give you money and then tell you what to do with the money, I'm not really giving you money. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like if I say, hey, look, I'm gonna donate $50,000 to you on one condition, and you say, great, oh my God, thank you, Dr. Boyce, that's amazing. I might say, I know you got a school, so I'm gonna donate $50,000 to your school. But here's what I need you to do. I need you to take that 50,000. I need you to go to my brother's business, and I need you to spend that 50,000 buying school supplies from him. He's going to charge whatever price he wants to charge, and you can't dispute that. You're going to have to pay the full price. And why wouldn't you? It's free money, right? And that's pretty much what happens with these these big checks that get written to these other countries. We think that it's money going to other people, but it's really not. It's really just kind of similar to what the government's always done. If you go back and you look at, for example, I heard Trump mention that he wanted to reveal what happened in the assassinations of Kennedy and Dr. King and all that. And I can tell you with complete certainty that the killings of both of those guys, in my opinion, were joint operations between the U.S. government and the mafia. They work with the mafia. They have these partnerships. Again, another type of public-private partnership that they may not talk about, but this is what you get. This is the government that you get. So if I'm a corporation and I want to make money from the government, and that's what they do. That's what billionaires can do. Trump is doing it for sure. The Bidens have made lots of money. The Obamas walked away from the White House as billionaires or close to it. So this is a common thing. A lot of Supreme Court justices and people that are high levels of government. Nancy Pelosi, a lot of these people make insane amounts of money. If you go follow their net worth, you'll say, how is your income here, but your net worth is up here? How's a person that makes $250,000 a year have a $100 million net worth? How does that happen? Right? And we just think it's luck. No, it's not luck. It's the power of having that position. Right. So it almost reminds me, my dad was a cop for 25 years, and it reminds me of like how you would have cops that would be making, $40,000 a year, but be living in a $500,000 house. And for some reason, I guess maybe some people don't connect the dots, but you know what it is. You know what's going on. You stop a drug dealer and he doesn't want to go to jail, and the drug dealer sitting on, $400,000 in his apartment, and you say, okay, break me off 50,000 and I'll make sure you don't go to jail. Right. So that power can be traded for money, and sometimes it happens in broad daylight. So what you're seeing right now with Trump and the oligarchs, the reason you saw Mark Zuckerberg up on this stage and Sundar Pichai up on the stage, and the CEOs are all kissing their butt. The Wall Street Journal has done deep dive analysis on this. They said this is fascinating that so many CEOs have switched their tune when it comes to Trump. So many have. They're all kissing his butt. They gave more money to his inaugural fund than he actually needed. They really, really did everything that they could to get close to this guy. And you're like, well, wait a minute. Just a year ago, you were saying terrible things about him. Well, it's mainly because they're basically sort of looking at the mob boss and who has a big ego, who's very, if you think he's a narcissist, I would tend to agree with you, whether you like him or not. You gotta come on, this guy, he's got some narcissist tendencies. Um, and they're kissing the ring. And in exchange, what does happen then is he immediately does what he does best, which is to be a capitalist. First thing he does is releases the Trump coin, which, I think I actually bought some just because I think that it could go up, but I don't think it's a great investment long term. I don't think it's something that has any fundamental inherent value, but I do see power. I recognize power when I see it. So basically, he issues the Trump coin that immediately creates several $billion in wealth for his family, right? He puts 20% in circulation. 80% he keeps for himself. So if the total market value of all the coins is $8 billion, that means his family's now $6 billion richer. What else happens? He's connected to these, crypto companies and stuff like that as he decides to make the U.S. into this important crypto hub and stuff like that. What else is happening? He did a public-private partnership recently with Mayoshi Son from the Vision Fund, as well as Sam Altman from OpenAI, and they said they're going to put $500 billion into developing AI infrastructure by building data centers and stuff like that. So all these things are definitely happening, and they're very, very real. And what I think is you should pay attention to once you get over your emotion, either your happiness or your sadness that he's in office, it's just this is how government works in America. This is also a reason why African American people, in my opinion, are never going to get proper relief from the government, reparations and all that. The only way you could get reparations or proper support is if you truly demanded it. And I don't think the black community is strong enough or strong-willed enough to truly demand what we deserve, right? We'll either settle for less with the Democrats, or maybe we just don't know exactly how to negotiate as a collective or whatever it is, or maybe whenever we try to, it becomes disrupted, or maybe at some point there has to be someone that comes along that's powerful enough to really get millions of people in line on the same page to negotiate for the same thing. Because right now it's just kind of frazzled everywhere. You have a civil war. You have black people that hate their own cousins because you're a Democrat, I'm a Republican, or you're a Republican, and that's a sellout. And I personally don't understand that, because what's interesting to me is that it's fascinating to me that we will fight harder for the Democratic Party than we'll fight for ourselves. Like if someone shows up and says, "Yeah, he's a Republican, he's a sellout. I hate these Republicans," like everyone gets riled up and going. But if someone says, "Hey, why don't we fight for the black community? Why don't we build to the point where we're strong enough that we don't need to depend on a political party to save us?" You're not going to get the same level of effort because I don't think that there's confidence. That's what it is. I don't think that we have the self-belief that we can truly get things done by ourselves. I think that that's really your issue. I don't understand why white people always have to be invited to the cookout for us to feel like the cookout is legitimate. I don't understand that. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I can tell you. Let me just tell you my personal experience. In the Black Business School, we've raised tens of millions of dollars and been able to single-handedly resurrect the powernomics concept and Dr. Claude Anderson's image and everything else to the world. We got almost 1 billion views on YouTube. We have 200,000 students all around the world that we've served at a very high level, better than anyone on the earth when it comes to black wealth. And we did not need one corporate sponsor. We did not need government funding. We did not need stupid celebrities to come along and endorse us. We didn't need this. I didn't need, you didn't see me having to stand up next to some rapper saying, "Hey, come to the Black Business School." Sure, I met rappers because they heard about what we were doing, but not once did I go out and look for anybody. And I met some good people along the way. But all those people called me. I never ever, not once reached out to them. When Tyler Perry reached out to me, it was because he heard of me. I didn't call him. When even the great, amazing Louis Farrakhan, when they reached out, we didn't reach out to the nation. I love the nation, but they reached out to us because they heard that we were doing good work. When Ice Cube reached out, I didn't say, "Hey, how do I get in touch with Ice Cube? I need Ice Cube to endorse the Black Business School." No, somebody called me and said, "Hey, Ice Cube wants to talk to you." I said, "Oh, Ice Cube, yeah, he used to be one of my favorite rappers when I was a teenager. That's cool. Yeah, I'd love to talk to him. He's a great guy." Right. So my point is to say that I think that one of the problems that we have as a community is that we spend too much damn time looking externally when everything you need is internal. You're looking for everybody else to give you what's already inside yourself. We are literally walking down the yellow brick road looking for the damn Wizard of Oz. And a lot of us are the Scarecrow, some of us are the Tin Man, some of us are the Cowardly Lion. And just like in the Wizard of Oz, at the end, when they truly found themselves and they realized that the lion didn't have to go look for courage from the Wizard of Oz, he realized he had more courage than the Wizard of Oz. The Scarecrow didn't need to go and talk to the wizard to get a heart. He had one. The Tin Man. He didn't have to go out and get the things that he. I don't remember who had what. I don't remember who had the heart and who had the brains and who had the. Well, I think the Scarecrow didn't have the brains, but you get the point. You got the brains, the heart, and the courage inside of you to become whatever you want and build whatever you want. But if you are wasting all your time, if you're wasting all your damn time trying to attach yourself to someone else, hoping that that's going to pull you up the elevator, then I think that that's going to make you feel like a sucker at the end of the day. When I said I want to go out here and change the world, and I can say that now, I'm 53. I've been doing this thing for 20 years, damn near, publicly anyway. Privately, I've been doing it for 30 years. When I decided I wanted to change the world, I truly sat there and said, I can't change the world until I change myself. I can't get nobody else to believe in me if I don't believe in me. And I did not. I promised her. I said, I'm not going to sit on the phone begging and chasing people down and hoping people give me and support that. No, no, no. I don't. No, we going to do this. We're going to do it brick by brick, piece by piece. So that way, when it's done, we're not going to have to ask for anybody's permission for us to move forward. We don't have to ask anybody's permission for us to make a move. We are true black power. We truly can do what we want, and we truly don't have to ask anyone's permission. In fact, it's so unbelievable to some people that people swear there were whole conspiracy theories where Dr. Boyce is secretly getting supported by the Jews, or there's an Asian man that's running this. No, these people all work for me if they ever came in my space. I was the boss. My team was the boss. I got a solid ass, down ass, hardcore, gangsta ass group of black men and black women who believe in black people. That's what allowed us to reach the world. That's what allowed us to get it done. And the same thing is true for you. When it comes to you building that wealth, you have so much in your power, in your control, that sometimes we fail to acknowledge. You got those kids, you got that spouse, you got your friends, you got yourself, you got your intellect, you're picking up skill every day, you got free time, you've got work ethic. If you're putting all these things in motion and you're making it work and you're focused and determined, I guarantee you that when you really focus on you and yours and what y'all got going on, you really won't have time to worry about what somebody else is doing up the street. So sometimes, sometimes my friends that are really super committed to the Democrat Republican thing, they get frustrated with me, and I get frustrated sometimes. I'm like, I don't care about integration. I don't really care if they're inviting us in. I don't care about whether or not they give us a seat at the table. Haven't you learned by now that there are no seats that you can keep permanently at someone else's table? Have you not learned by now that no one else is going to invite you into their home and make you into a home owner? The best you can ever be is a tenant. The best you can ever be is an employee. The best you can ever be is a temporary member of the club until they kick your black ass out. And right now, what's happening? Right, what's happening right now in DC? Trump literally came in and with the swipe of a pen, if I'm not mistaken, wiped out every single DEI position in the entire United States government. Holy crap. Holy crap. That's horrible. That's horrible. I'm not here, I'm not gloating about that. I'm not here to say I told you so. What I'm here to say is, do you think that there could have been a better strategy? Did you assess the extraordinary risk that you're taking when most of your self-esteem, most of your success, most of your financial security is dependent upon people who don't even like you that much? People who don't love you, they don't really want you around. They tolerate you. And the minute they get sick of you, they put you out on the street. So wake-up calls, sometimes God sends us a wake-up call. And the best thing that ever happened to me in my life was that I got some of my wake-up calls early. I grew up believing the diversity stuff. I grew up believing in integration. I grew up believing that we had all these opportunities, but I had enough experiences where that white man kicked me upside my head, and I said, "You ain't gonna keep kicking me, damn it. That ain't. I'm not gonna live like that. I'm not gonna be that man for the rest of my life. You did that to me when I'm 19, but that ain't never happen again." And and maybe that's my trauma coming in. Maybe that's my trauma trigger. I have no idea. I know I always tell y'all that I've never dated a white girl. I only did would I when I even before I got married, I always said I'm only gonna marry a black woman. I'm here for a black woman. I'm here to serve a black woman and a black family, period. Um, because I do believe that who you marry says something about you. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. But it says something. It says something. And I never get to talk. I don't talk much about why I felt that way. Well, two things that happened. One is my mother, my beloved mother, who just left us. She just went to heaven Christmas Eve. I remember her saying when she was about probably 32 years old, and I was like 16 because my mother was very young, and I heard her say that a lot of her friends had a hard time finding a good husband. And I remember thinking because I love my mother and I want to please my mother, I said, well, I'm going to be a good husband. I want to marry a black woman and be a good husband. And I did. I felt that way because I wanted my mother and people like her to be happy. But then the other piece of that was when I was 15, there was a girl, I forgot her name, but she was on the track team and she was a white girl. And I was 15 and we liked each other and she liked me, I liked her. She gave me a little kiss behind the bleachers and all that. And I know she liked me. And then one day, and then we would pass notes in class every day. I'd go to class, and I'd be going to my class. She'd go to hers, and she'd pass me a note. And then the next class, I'd pass her a note. And then one day, she just stopped passing the notes, and I didn't know what was going on. It was very sad. My heart was broken, and I was like, why isn't she talking to me anymore? And I called her house, and every time I called her house after that, she wasn't able to answer the phone. She never was available, right? And then one day I think I put two and two together and I asked her, I said, is it because your dad doesn't want you to date a black guy? And she said, yeah. And I remember just being so hurt by that. I told my dad was pissed off. He was a little George Jefferson type. He said, see, that's why you reject them before they reject you. He was mad. He was heated. He was mad. And I think for me, I just felt like, okay, I don't understand why somebody would hate me and they don't even know me. But at that point, I just said, you know what? I'm done. No more. No, never doing this again. And I don't even know if that's a healthy response to that. I'm sure there are lots of white girls who would have dated me. I'm sure there have been white girls that have hit on me in time. I just never noticed it. I never noticed. It's almost like when I go to Atlanta and some dude is hitting on me. I'm always surprised, but I forget that there are guys that hit on dudes. But if you are a dude that hits on dudes, just hit on whoever you want. Just don't hit on me, or I might get mad at you. But at the same time. It was yeah, it was just kind of one of those things where I was like, I'm not interested in that anyway, and I never went back in that direction because I think that it's patently unfair. I think that we have to really just process how unfair that is that somebody assumes that they are better than you to the point where they can just dislike you and you ain't never did nothing to them. I mean, if you think about how inherently hurtful and evil it is for people to treat you that way. Like, think about how terrible that is. You're a good person. You're trying to help people. You're trying to be friends with everybody. And somebody just hates you just because you're black, just because of who you are. That's a terrible feeling. That ain't right. And I'm gonna just tell you, I also feel like we should stop doing that too. I feel like sometimes we do that to gay people. I don't hate a gay person or a trans person because they're gay or they're trans. I just have my beliefs, but that doesn't mean I got to be mean to you. I can love you and disagree with you, and so I think love is really important. And I think that that lack of love, I think the most horrible feeling in the world for a black person, in my opinion, is this idea that we spend our lives looking for love in all the wrong places. Like we are literally looking for love from a group of people that are just not trained to love us. It doesn't mean that they're all bad. It doesn't mean they all wake up and say, "How am I going to beat up a black person today?" They don't. I don't think they. I'm not saying that. I don't think that's the case. I know a lot of good white folks who are not bad people, but racial bias and all that stuff is very, very real. And I would almost say that I think you should be insulted by the fact that somebody trained you to spend all your time chasing jobs and looking to go work, literally go work for the very same people that don't like you very much, or or if you hate these terrible capitalists, or if you're complaining about Trump and his billionaire friends that are exploiting people and all this other stuff, what they're doing, or Trump got sued for racial discrimination back, then if you think these people are so bad, why the hell are you sending your kids to go work for them? Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing when you reject ideas like powernomics. When you reject powernomics, and all powernomics is saying, all Dr. Claude Anderson is saying is get up off your ass and go build something of your own. All he's saying is invest for your family. All he's saying is have a plan. That's all he's saying. He ain't saying nothing crazy, terrible, or radical. But yeah, people get mad about that. They get offended by that. Do you know how many HBCUs there are that have never ever even invited this man to come and give a speech? Howard University is right down the street from this man. Never once did they, from what I understand from my conversations with him, have they ever picked up the phone and said, hey, Dr. Anderson, we consider you to be one of the great economic thinkers of this time. We've honored many white people who hurt black people. We've honored white people who've incarcerated black people. We've honored white people who've exploited and harmed and mistreated black people. So since we've honored them, we're going to honor you because you're one of us and you love us. They didn't love us, and we honored them, but we're going to honor you because you love us, because our self-esteem is that high, and because we get it that much. They'd never done that. They say, no, no, he's dangerous. He's doing this pro-black thing, and we can't have too much of that. Too much of that. It's very bad. We're very proud of our graduates. We have 20 graduates this year who are going to be DEI experts at the federal government under President Trump. Maybe or maybe if Biden gets back in office, he'll restore DEI and or whatever. And we have a bunch of other students, our best students. We send them to Goldman Sachs, and we sent some of them to Merrill Lynch, and some of them are working at Chase Bank. And we're very proud that they're working for these white people, and we love the fact that they're working for the very same people who made trillions of dollars enslaving black people years ago. And it's good for them. It's going to be very good for that one Negro who gets that one job, but the rest of the community can just suck a rock. And that's pretty much what you're doing when you're training millions of your absolute best and brightest to go work for the very same people who are the cause of your frustration. That is literally a significant mental illness. Like that's worthy of therapy. That's worthy of therapy and medication. Like, you crazy. You out your damn mind. Brother Nuri Muhammad, one of my good friends, a man I love to the ends of the earth. He said something so crazy. I love the fact that he said it on the Breakfast Club. He said we're the only group who will sit around and blame 95% of our problems on the white man, but then spend 95% of our money with the same white man that we're blaming for our problems. So you give him all your money, and more importantly, you give him your kids because they go work for him, and then you give him your time because you are trying to get into his door and get an opportunity to sit at his table, and then you give him all your attention. And I personally think that it should be the reverse. I think that it's a conscious effort to say, what does it mean for me to give my attention to the people who actually deserve it? What does it mean for me to love and honor the right people without worrying about how the world feels about that person? Like, do I have the courage to sit up there and say, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing was one of the greatest scholars in the history of Howard University, even though they fired her? What does that require? And how do I respond when the world says, "Oh, that's radical, that's crazy, what's wrong with you?" Because what's interesting is that there are people who look at pro-blackness as like some type of mental illness. Like, he's all super pro-black and blickety black, and they almost look at it like you're crazy. But what's really crazy is when you up here chasing white folks for a job. What's really crazy is when you really think that these people who have never ever shown any love for you are gonna come and save you. What's crazy is when you're sitting around waiting for somebody else, your adversary, to give you financial security that they're never going to give you. I can tell you, I know a lot about capitalism. When those oligarchs were sitting up on the stage, I can tell you exactly how all of them made their money. I can tell you exactly what the formula was, what the systems looked like, exactly how it was all done. I can tell you their connection with Donald Trump. I can tell you a lot of things. And one thing about capitalism that we still have not understood, that we got to get through our thick heads, is capitalism ain't got no love for nobody. Capitalism is a jungle. It is an economic jungle that's built on survival of the fittest. Martin Luther King started to realize that when he went right before he died. The poor man, he was not, he was a kid, he was young. When Martin Luther King died, I think he was about 14 years younger than I am right now. So he was young. He was still learning, just like I was when I was his age. I was figuring things out and also had a whole PhD in finance. So I understand why it took Dr. King a while to get to the point that he was when he understood that the real issue was an economic issue. And one thing Dr. King said that was 100% accurate was he said that he said, wait, America is not just a burning house. It is for many reasons, but it's also just a big liar. It's a hypocrite. He said, on one hand, you're talking about justice, but on the other hand, you're talking about capitalism, which capitalism does not breed justice. Capitalism does not go hand in hand with equality. Capitalism don't give a damn about equality. Capitalism's like, okay, if you're the smartest and you're the hardest working and you got the most connections and you do the best with your resources, you're gonna get ahead and other people are not. And that's fundamentally problematic and unfair because there's some people who just don't have the same level of work ethic or intelligence to do what some people did. Some of y'all came out of the mud. Some of y'all, like me, some of you were born in the projects like I was, who were able to find a way to get to the top. Everybody ain't got that. Everybody doesn't have that level of focus and skill, right? So, and I think it's unfair to expect everyone to have that. So there should be spaces for equality. There should be spaces for justice and fairness and everything else, right? But that's not the America that you live in. That's not the country you live in. That's what America pretends to be. That's what America pretends to be. It's almost like these companies that have these diversity statements, and they're like, remember they used to have those stupid little corporate statements like, here at here at Walmart Corporation, we believe in diversity and we are firmly against discrimination based on race, gender, religion. Like they would just, and they would really make you believe that they really care about that crap. They didn't care about that stuff. And what's happening right now? All those companies, when Trump told these companies to drop their DEI programs, they dropped it quick. They ain't defending you. They ain't and even DEI wasn't defending you. Y'all know what DEI became. Dr. Cullen Anderson talks about that. DEI became I mean, it kind of started to benefit black people. When I got my job at Syracuse, that was a diversity hire. They didn't want to hire no black people in that business school. They had almost 100 faculty in the business school. I'll never forget this, and not one single African American anywhere in that school. So they made them do it. We were like Brown versus Board of Education. When the three of us came in, we were the only three black people in the entire department, in the entire business school. All the departments come in. There's like 6 departments. We were the only three black people. So this is what you are going to get. Now, somebody's asking, when am I going to start reading? I just want to say that I think this should be a special powernomics training that goes beyond just what's in the book. I'll read a section of the book, but I actually want to talk about this because so many of you have asked me about the oligarchs and the Trump administration and DEI. So I think that this fits into our powernomics conversation because this is what powernomics is. Powernomics is the only tool available anywhere for Black people that I'm aware of, or one of the prominent tools that gives you the ability to survive in a capitalist society. And a lot of the reason that it has not been fully embraced at the level that it should is because you got hamstrung and you got distracted. You got distracted. To win the game, you're supposed to run 2 miles to the north, and they got you running south and in circles and running up the bleachers and to the left and to the right. And I see Barbara's mentioning the boule, they just all that. They literally did they just get you all like distracted, and you're like, "Ooh, no, stop it. I'm gonna break it down for you right now in terms of who's winning under Trump, who's winning under Biden in the Black community. Who's winning? Well, first of all, if you want to know who's winning, first thing you got to do is know what a winner looks like. You got to be able to identify what it means to be winning. That's the first thing. We think winners are losers and losers are winners. We look at Sexy Red the rapper and say she's winning. No, she's not. That poor girl, STDs, and she's in a garbage culture. She's ignorance, babies, daddies, and you ain't winning. That just a white man wrote you a check to make a fool out of yourself. That don't mean you winning. You don't know you don't know people are winning until they're like about 50, 60, 70 years old anyway. Like a lot of 22-year-olds think that they're winning, then they're dead at 24. Right? This happens a lot in hip hop. Oh, he's winning, he's a role model, and then he's gone because there was all these risk factors all around him that no one acknowledged. There was nobody talking about the fact that this poor 23-year-old is in a world now where he's got to get up and watch his back every day because he's got a bunch of people that want to kill him. Okay? So winning, to talk about winning, first thing you got to do is be able to identify like what does that mean? You need a measure. In mathematics, they call this a measure. And measures are really important because different measures mean different things to different people. So you can have your own definition of winning, but I'm going to throw something out there that we might want to think about. I would say if you're trying to figure out what it means to win as a Black person in under any administration, maybe you start with a word that we use all the time, a word called freedom. We've talked about freedom before. Most people don't have it. Most people aren't even free to decide what they're going to do with their afternoon because they have to go to work. Okay. And then when you have economic constraints, that limits your ability to be free, that limits your ability to do the things you love, that limits your ability to live the life that you feel like you're supposed to live, right? So freedom and options are kind of connected. If I'm a free person, I tend to have options. If I don't have options, then I am not free. So if you are a Black person that is raised in a way where you are led to believe that you should not have options because you're Black, or that somehow being Black means by definition you're not going to have many options and not much freedom, I feel kind of bad for you because that definitely means that you're not winning, and it might mean that you've been tempted to be led to believe that Black people are supposed to lose unless a white man pulls out the key and unlocks the gate and gives you an opportunity to be free. That's kind of the discussion, right? Even James Brown, when he was making songs like "I'm Black and I'm Proud," and I love James Brown, but I think he was saying something like, "I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Just open the door and I'll get it myself." And I like that statement. I love it. It felt good when I heard it. But eventually I realized, wait, I think that there's another level to this. There's another consciousness to this because the bigger question isn't just, will you open the door? I think the biggest question is, well, who built the damn door? And why do I got to walk through that door? And why do you have to open the door? Who owns the door? Where'd the door come? Why is there a door? Why I got a door and you ain't got no door? Those are to me, those are the bigger questions. Is there another door? Maybe there's another door. I got a door at my house. I can walk through that door and get it myself. What am I getting? What am I trying to get? Why am I going through a door? Where did the door come from? These to me are the existential questions I believe every Black child should be trained to ask. Because what happens is we make statements like, well, one day you'll get a seat at the table, son. Man, F you and your damn table. God gave me the right and the freedom to decide if I want to if I even value your table enough to even try to come sit at it. Maybe I ain't got time to sit at your table. Maybe your table, what is it at your table that is so special? What privilege, what white privilege have I given you by even believing that somehow your table is more important than my table? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? This is really important This is really important to understand. When you talk about values and success, what you got to understand is how, to some extent, there's a certain type of white supremacy embedded in the way we even define things like success. Um, for example, if I consider success as an actor to mean I get an Oscar, and I don't sit back and say, well, where did the Oscars come from? Who created the Oscars? So they get to, so wait a minute, I gotta earn an Oscar. They get to print Oscars. They get to print them and give them to their friends. And I'm looking at their friends like, oh my God, I admire you so much. Could you have an Oscar? Same thing is true with money. With money, do you understand? You read books. You need to read books like I think it's called Lessons from an Economic Hitman or something, and it kind of tells you how economics can be used by the United States to oppress other countries, because they have an inherent advantage. If I get some small African country to be really deep in debt to me with dollars, they're automatically going to be at an inherent disadvantage to me. Why? Well, because for them to get a dollar, they got to go earn it. They have to do something to earn it. I don't have to earn it. I can go back in the back and print dollars. So how in the hell are you gonna, how are you ever going to be greater than your God? I am your economic God. I can go print the money. You got to work for it and you got to hope that I'll give you some, but I got it in the back. I can go get whatever. So what's happened is that to some extent sometimes what we call white privilege and white supremacy is really built on somebody convincing us to play a game that's rigged for us to fail. And I can tell you that if you are smart enough, you will learn to decide what games you are going to play and not going to play. I don't want to be in a game that's designed for me to fail. I want to be, how about this? How about we get in games that are designed for us to win? So ultimately what I would say to you is that when you're talking about success and winning under Trump, winning under Biden, winning in a capitalist society, I would start with that word freedom. And then I would go into like, well, what does it look like? What does a winning black person even look like? Well, they're probably free. They're probably doing well in three key areas, one of three, two of three, or three of three. Health, wealth, and relationships, right? Physically and mentally healthy, uh, good relationships with people that they love and trust, like a strong family, all that, and some money in their pocket, financial security and income. All three of these things, there's nothing that I mentioned in this list that you need a white man to produce for you. Now he's all up in the Kool-Aid though. He got systems designed to literally ruin you and enslave you in every one of those areas. He's got food that if you eat the food, you're going to die. You're going to get all the Negro diseases, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, kidney failure, all that, right? That's all this is being revealed, thank goodness, right? And if you don't think about it, then yeah, he can ruin your health, your physical health, mental health. That is a matter of consciousness and shaping your mind in a certain way, where so many of us are distracted by things like media and entertainment and whatever, right? So your mental health can be disrupted. Relationships, black relationships struggle sometimes because we're not trained in how to have those proper relationships, right? But I can tell you that when you talk about mental health, physical health, and relationships, and then you get to money, my specialty, but relationships and all that kind of ties into that. That's why I talk about that. You can't talk about one without the other. Literally, the people that I see that are winning the most are not the ones who've been able to figure out how to get into someone else's space and navigate that space, like climb the corporate ladder or get white folks to love them or win an Oscar or a Grammy or whatever. The people that I find that are winning the most are the ones who simply say, there's certain games I'm not even going to play. I'm gonna win the game by making sure that I control as much of the game as I possibly can. So that might mean being thoughtful about what I eat and put in my body, what I put inside my mind, being careful about the spaces that I spend time in. Maybe I don't want to get up every day and go to some job and be surrounded by a bunch of people who are going to be toxic toward me, who are going to mistreat me and treat me badly. Maybe from a fundamental level, I find that to be unacceptable because one of the things about white supremacy to me is that it works better when you accept it. I mean, it's more effective when you allow it, when you walk right into it. So if you walk right into systems and situations where you're going to be mistreated and then you get mistreated, then you say, well, look at here, they go treating us bad again. There's not a point where people say, well, why did you even walk in there in the first place? if you knew you were going to get treated that badly. And then what will happen is we'll say, well, because I had no other choice. Well, that is where our job might come in. That's where maybe someone like me can help, and I can say, well, you really don't, your kids really don't actually have to go and work for white people their whole life. Like you're not really stuck. It's just, but the problem is though that eventually it requires you to look in the mirror and you have to sort of question some of your habits. You have to say, okay, if my 28-year-old child is going to a job that he hates and being mistreated every day, why isn't it in our family culture to just do little things like invest for him so that he can have plenty of money by the time he's in his 20s? We've talked about this. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the URL, blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's free. That's the $5 a day plan. And I show you literally if you got a kid and you never want your child to work for anyone, all you got to do is just follow that simple formula and they'll be in a position where they'll be financially secure as long as they don't do something stupid and throw away all the money. But ultimately, money drives everything in America for the most part. Money is important in America. Is it right? No, it's not right. There are so many things that money has infiltrated that money should not be able to buy. The reason the healthcare CEO got killed is because you shouldn't be weighing someone's life, the value of human life, against a dollar bill. Right? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. But that's what we do. That's what the healthcare companies do because their job is to make a profit for their shareholders. Welcome to capitalism. If you want to ask me, where do I see aspects of true democracy? Well, one area that I see democracy is in things like the existence of the stock market. I am an expert on the stock market. I've told you all this, and I am a firm believer that one of your best opportunities to be able to succeed in this capitalist society is to take some portion of your money and allocate it towards stock market investments. I really believe that. Yes, I believe in building black-owned businesses and all that stuff. That's very important, of course, but also there's nothing wrong with you owning a piece of somebody else's business. They own businesses where you're doing all the work. It's okay for you to own businesses where they're doing all the work. If I own shares of a Walmart or a Costco, then I'm right in there. That to me is the best form of integration I've ever seen because Costco treats its shareholders all the same. And so many of those shareholders are regular working people who have allocated a percentage of their wealth to investing in a company that they want to be a part of. They say, when you make money, I want to make money because I know money is the key to freedom. And typically, those who are financially secure have better access to the other important areas of life. People that are financially secure tend to have better relationships, better marriages. They tend to have better mental health. They tend to have better physical health because they're not stressed out. They don't have to go and do things they don't want to do in order to make money. So getting that financial piece together, I think, is really important. And I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna work whether you're under Trump or you're under Biden. Most of the people I know that are doing well economically in America, black people, they do well under any administration. They're fine regardless. The bigger picture stuff is interesting. It's fun to watch. It's easy. It's fine to be excited about it or be offended by it. But I would encourage you to also focus on what's happening right there at home. I think that's what's going to get you through almost any storm, any situation. So one thing, and in fact, if there was a benefit to when Republicans get in office and we get all mad and disgruntled, is that we then suddenly realize it's right in our face that we don't have any friends, and then we start saying, well, what are we going to do now? Let's get together, let's rally around each other and help each other, and that actually creates more opportunities. I can tell you that if white folks had been nice to me my whole life and hadn't been mean to me, I don't know if I'd be the person I am now. Sometimes your struggle calls you to greatness. Sometimes you got to go through some hell to be able to create a heaven for yourself. They say that necessity is the mother of invention. And I had the necessity of inventing something that would allow me to sustain myself because the path that I thought I was going to take wasn't the path that God wanted me to take. It wasn't the path that was allowed and afforded to me. Or maybe my extreme commitment to marrying a black woman, maybe that wouldn't have been quite what it was if that first white girl had been much nicer to me and I never knew any better, right? Again, I don't know. I don't know if I should be ashamed to share that story or not, but when I was 15 years old, I was still a kid. I was a little boy, and I just thought people were people. And then this was my introduction to racism. And it was a reminder. It's interesting. I grew up in Louisville. That's where Muhammad Ali grew up. And he and I both left Louisville for the very same reason, that the racism was just absolutely stifling. As a black man, it was very hard to get opportunities and to make things happen. So I went out into the world. And when I did, I found so many opportunities that I never would have known to exist had I not been sort of pushed out there by my circumstances and by my situation. It's almost like being in a relationship where you're in love. Most of y'all have gone through this, right? You know, where you're in love with somebody that's like a terrible person and you're almost embarrassed to even admit it. And then they dump you, and then you go and you meet all these amazing people, and you're like, oh my God, I didn't know all this was out here. I would never would have known because I had all you, I gave you all my attention. And that really is an exercise also in self-esteem and knowing your worth. So I think that we are in an abusive relationship with white people. I really believe that. I believe, and it's no disrespect. I don't hate white people. I have to say that just because people get scared when I say white people, But really, I think we are in this abusive relationship with America. This abusive relationship where we give love and don't really expect much love in return. We're looking for acceptance in places that we're not accepted. We're going to be we're looking to be treated kindly in places where we'll never be treated kindly. And I think the only solution is that we have to accept the importance of doing the hard work and reshaping and restructuring how we raise our kids, how we raise them to think. So if I'm raising a black child in America, I'm gonna finish with this point. Then I am gonna read some of Dr. Claude Anderson's book today too. But this is a powernomics conversation. If I'm raising a black child, number one, I really talk extensively about the importance and the power of ownership. I make sure they understand they must own something. You must own something. You must own something. You must own something. You cannot go through America without owning something. If you own nothing, then someone will own you. When Donald Trump stood on that stage with his son Barron, he pointed out his son Barron specifically for a reason. He pointed out Barron because he wanted the world to know this kid is going to be your leader one day. He pointed out Barron because Barron is going to be a billionaire with 100,000 employees, with all kinds of money and all kinds of power, and maybe he's going to be president of the United States one day. He was positioning his son. He's got his son at NYU, one of the best business schools in the world. He's preparing for the year 2050. He's preparing for the year 2060. He's preparing for what's going to happen after he's gone. And what I would almost say to you is that when the time comes and Barron takes over and has power, he'll know what his role is in the world. He's not going to go through life thinking that he's supposed to be somebody's employee. He won't look at himself and say, "Whoa, this is so hard. I'm an oppressed black man." He's going to go out and just be whatever his father has trained him to be. Well, I think the same thing should be said about us in terms of asking ourselves, what are we preparing our children for in the future? How are we talking to them? How are we introducing them to the world? Because I can tell you this, I don't know if your son or daughter is going to be happy if you're bringing them to the world and saying, well, my child can't, is not as important as a Barron Trump. I just hope my child can get a job working for Barron Trump one day. Because that's what's going to happen if all you're doing is you're producing the child to go work for and be owned by another party. Right? If you say, hey, just be really good to rich white people and so that they'll give you a good job because you went to a good school and you make good grades and they're going to hire you. Some people don't train their kids to do that. Some people train their kids to start from the top. It's like a building. Capitalism's like a building, and some people train their children to start in the basement, and some people train their children to come down from the penthouse. So what I'm saying to you is I think you should train your kids to come down from the penthouse. So you say, son, okay, you can get a job if you want to, but it's better you have more power if you're an owner. And if you can't own a business, that's fine. You should own something though. You should own something. And the way you can start owning is we're going to get you some shares of stock so you can say that you own a piece of America so you won't feel victimized by America. You won't sit back and watch the presidential inauguration and say, look at all them damn rich people, all them fools getting rich, all these people, Mark Zuckerberg getting money and all that, they exploiting people. I get that. They probably do. But maybe you can also say, gosh, I own, my dad got me 100 shares of Facebook stock. So when the stock price went up, I made an extra $10,000 today. Or I own shares in Amazon. There's Jeff Bezos. When that white man works for me, he does a really good job because I've made $50,000 this year being an owner in Amazon stock. That's another reality that I don't think is above us. I don't think there's anything uppity about preparing your children for that reality. The greatest form of democracy you're ever really going to have in America, in my opinion, and this is very sad to say, but it's true in my opinion, the best form of democracy you're ever going to have in America is the democratization of investing through the stock market and capitalism. It sucks, right? Capitalism is not a friend to humanity. It's not a good thing. It's destroying the environment. That's why you got snow in Florida right now. It's because they're messing the ozone layer up so much that you got Arctic winds coming down from the North Pole. That's why Chicago was negative 10 degrees this morning. Down in Florida, it's colder in Chicago than it is in the North Pole in Antarctica. Florida's got a bunch of inches of snow. They even got snow in Jamaica. So capitalism is doing that. Capitalism is ruining the environment. Capitalism is causing people to die early. Capitalism is the reason so many Americans have cancer. Capitalism is not it's not your friend, in my opinion, because it's unchecked. It should be regulated, but it's not regulated because it's infiltrated your government. It's like a poison that's kind of gotten into your government, and now you have a capitalist, Donald Trump, running the government with another capitalist named Elon Musk, and that's just what you're going to get. So the closest thing though you'll get in terms of capitalism is that the capitalist at the top of the pile needs public money in order for them to do what they do, right? When Tesla sells millions of shares of stock to the public, they raise money from the public, people like you and I, so they can then go and build rocket ships to Mars and driverless cars and everything else. I believe all of us should be participating in that. I really do. I think that you'll feel better if you're seeing things happening and you'll say, gosh, I don't like that guy, but he did make me a lot of money, which makes me hate him a little bit less, right? I'm not saying that you should think that he's a good guy because he made you money. I'm not going that far because I don't think money should override that. But at the same time, I think hating someone who put you in the struggle is different from hating someone who also made you rich. Just at least do that. You do that with your boss. A lot of y'all hate your boss, but you go to work for him, you serve him, you right there for boss. You need some coffee. Yeah, what time you need me to be there, boss? That's what we do, right? A lot of us so the hatred that you might have for say a Donald Trump, in my opinion, is probably similar. It's probably connected to the fact that you probably worked for people like that your whole life. I don't know how many of you worked with a guy that just was kind of a prick like that, just kind of arrogant, dismissive, disconnected, right? A lot of us have. A lot of us have worked for Donald Trump. So maybe that's what you hate about it. And I can tell you that this two-way game between the racist and the and the so-called victim of racism is a game that both of you have to agree to play. And it starts with little things like how Trump talks about Barron and says, "Oh, this is going to be your children's boss." And then we talk to our kids and say, yeah, our kid is going to come work for Barron one day. Because if you're not preparing your child to own assets, then what you're doing is you're making your child the asset. There's a saying in business that says, if you get a product and you're not paying for the product, then you are the product. So if you get something, if you go into capitalism and you're not paying the price of freedom, then somebody owns you and somebody's going to be using you as the commodity. If you don't own something in America, and it kind of sucks, but it's true, if you don't own something in America, then someone's probably going to own you. And ownership means, basically, in simple terms, that you're an asset. That's what you are. Ever since slavery, you do know, y'all do know, like the price of a slave was about like buying a car. You could go get a bank loan against your slaves. You could tell the bank and hey, they might say, do you have collateral? They might say, yeah, I own 20 Negroes. Oh, wow, that's plenty of collateral. So they would sign a loan document based on the fact that they have, 20 slaves. So you've always been an asset. I think the question to ask is, have you been an asset to yourself? Right? Because given that capitalism is a very competitive sport, or economics is a competitive sport, you're competing for resources. You're competing to acquire and control things. Just like when they realized how much wealth is in Africa, you had European countries all vying for jockeying for position and carving up Africa, negotiating for pieces of Africa, right? Because there was like a rush, like a gold rush. We're gonna go to Ghana and get this, and we're gonna go to Mali and get that. We're gonna go to Nigeria and get this, right? So there was like this rush to acquire assets to use for their own benefit. Well, remember, you and those precious black babies that you're giving birth to are assets. And there's always a gold rush to acquire that asset. And if you're not conscious enough to realize how valuable that asset is, then someone's going to come along and acquire it. Like, so for example, we have this really handsome, intelligent young black boy in our house who is also 6'9". He's a whole 6'9". He's very tall. He walks in places and people look up and they're like, whoa. And all the girls are like, ooh, you know, and don't you dare for a second, you would not believe how often people look at him and they say, well, how long you been playing basketball? Or who do you play for? When I walk with him through downtown Chicago, everybody looks at him because they think he plays for the Bulls or DePaul or something like that. And so and this happens all the time. Or when when your little black boy is 6 years old and he's kind of big for his age, the football coach comes along and says, when you're a single mom, you're raising your son, and they're like, when you gonna bring him out for football, right? And they're seeking to acquire your asset. They're going to use your child's gift, your child's talent, your child's wealth as a way to produce something for themselves. Maybe it's rapping, maybe it's scoring touchdowns on the football field, maybe it's dunking basketballs, or maybe it's just like, hey, that boy can come work for me, right? And so what is interesting to me is that you have some scenarios where the children are just acquired from you. You give birth to them, and then you sell them to someone else, like a chicken having eggs, and we just take the eggs and we take them to the farmers market at the KFC. Um, versus you have some parents who say, no, you're not getting my son. No, my son's not. No, he's not playing football because I don't want him to get brain damage. Or like we did with our son, who's 6'9". We said no, he wants to be an engineer. Leave him alone. No, he'll play basketball if he wants to. His talent belongs to him. Let him do what he wants to do with that. Me, if I was 6'9", oh, I'd be out there dunking on everybody. But that's his talent. I can't do anything with that, right? So ultimately, when you're talking about in yourself as well, you're an asset. And what happens is that when we enter the economic system, there's different ways of thinking. There are some people who are there to acquire an asset. The Barron Trumps are trained to acquire assets. Many of us are trained to sell an asset. We're looking to sell ourselves. Like a slave auction. Like, hey, I'm a big, strong negress, who can work hard all day, and it's still like I'm good. I'm good with people, and in my resume I have these credentials and these skills, and I would love to come work for you. That's what we're doing. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not making fun of us. I was raised the same way, but I think that that's fine. And then when they offer us the job and they're like, "Hey, you're a good, smart, young black man, young black woman. I'd love for you to come and work for our firm." We're so excited, like, "Oh my God, I got the job!" Right? And that is fine, but it's a problem for me because that excitement you have should be tempered in the sense that you sold yourself without having a full awareness of just how valuable you actually could have been to yourself. And I did this even as a PhD. I was like, yeah, I got this PhD now. I was the only black African American man on the earth to get a PhD in finance that particular year. There was no other black person on the planet. So in the world of DEI, I was kind of like the prize. And I was very excited when I was offered six figures for my first job. But I think what I did not understand was how much more valuable I could have been for myself. Like if I said, okay, instead of me putting 50 hours a week into serving the people who have bought me, purchased me, I wonder what happens if I put 60 hours a week into serving me in developing something that relates to me and my family, that's going to be something that we own. And it doesn't mean that you're a sellout for working for other people. I've done it. A lot of us have done it. But I think if you just take a step back and kind of understand that, like if you just kind of know how valuable you are, and you kind of know that you are the prize, like acknowledge that you are the SHIT, then at the very least, it will put you in a position where you are negotiating from a position of power and not a position of desperation. Like it's one thing if I come work for you because I need to versus me working for you because I want to. If I'm working for you because I want to, then I'm going to have expectations of you. I might negotiate a higher salary. If you mistreat me, I might walk away because I know my worth. I know that even without your validation, even without you accepting me, oh, I'm still somebody. But you don't really see that. Look at how many black folks will lose their job and literally lose their self-esteem because don't nobody want you. Or a young black man who plays in the NFL and he's been trained and bred to be an NFL athlete, almost like that lady in Coming to America. And the prince is like, "So what do you like?" She's like, "Whatever you like." Hey, so what do you? So tell me about yourself. Like tell me about your life. And she's like, "I've been trained to serve you," and that's what happens. Get a lot of young black athletes. They're trained to serve the NFL. So when the coaches are like, "What do you like to do, boy?" Um, whatever y'all want me to like. Like, well, so what kind of man are you? Well, I'm a team player and I'm committed. And I can make tackles and I'm determined. And I get all that, but then what happens when they run into somebody like Dr. Myron Roll? Dr. Roll was like, Yeah, I could be a great defensive back for you because I was an All-American and I'd run the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds. But I also think I might want to be a medical doctor because I'm very, very smart. I'm as smart as I am athletic. And in fact, actually, I appreciate your offer, but I'm going to go become a Rhodes Scholar because even though I still want to do the football thing, like I really like it, I got other stuff. I got other plans for me because I'm a hell of an asset. I'm kind of the prize, and I want to make sure I get max value from this thing as opposed to me selling to the highest bidder or just jumping up and down just because you let me know you want me. Join the club. Everybody wants me. Like, I really think that that kind of self-esteem really goes a long way because if you know your worth and you know your value, you will never let anybody intimidate you into feeling bad about yourself just because they don't want you no more. Just like in dating, if you know you got options, if you know that you are a good person, if you know what you got going on, if you know that you've been taking care of yourself, if you know how much other women or other men would be interested in you, you're not going to be begging an abusive person to keep you on board. You're not going to stay in an abusive relationship. You're going to walk away and explore other options. You're not even going to be mad. You're not going to even be upset that it's like, okay, it's over. All right, no problem. I wish you the best. And then you go live your life because you know your worth. But when we get sad, like we lose the job or whatever, and we sit around waiting by the phone, waiting for somebody to call us, that's a tremendous waste of value. One of the rules of capitalism actually is that an asset should be put to its best available use. That's what you call an efficient capital market. So efficiency means that if you are an asset, you should be put to your best available use. And I believe that trillions of dollars in black wealth never comes into existence largely because our capital's not put to its best available use. Because there's no way on this earth you can convince me that there's any community on the planet where 98% of their kids are supposed to be going out working for white people. You're not maxing your value. You're not getting your money's worth. You got little black boys and little black girls that are every bit as smart as those oligarchs that Trump had on that stage, and they're all a bunch of damn employees. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being an employee. If that's all you're able to do, then that's okay. I'm not mad at you for that. But you got some of your children that are damn geniuses. Give that kid a chance to truly explore how great he can be. Position him so that he can be great. You position him by, first of all, taking off the shackles of economic desperation that are going to cause him to put himself in places he should not be. That's where your job as a parent, grandparent, or whatever, niece, uncle, aunt, whatever you are, that's when your job to invest for that child, it really comes into play. Because a 24-year-old who's financially secure navigates the job market very differently than a 24-year-old who has no options. My brother went to Cornell University, and my brother, man, I'm gonna tell you, my brother, Lawrence, I'm proud of that guy. I'm so proud of him because I've been mentoring the boy since he was 2. And imagine getting an earful of Boyce Watkins every single day for like 20 something years. My brother's a bad boy. He impresses the hell out of me. He went to Cornell University at about 26 years old, 27 years old. My mother, before she passed, one of her big beliefs was everybody should get a master's degree. She wanted all her kids to get a master's. So my brother started his first business, and he was doing okay. He was making enough money. He's making, over 6 figures or so. Um, and he liked it, but because mama wanted everybody to get a master's, he decided to go to Cornell and get a master's. So he went to Cornell and he did what he does. He did what he does. He went there, he kicked it, but he rocked it out. He made a lot of friends. In fact, to this day, my brother has friends who are billionaires. I don't have any billionaire friends, but he's more social. He's better at that than I am. Well, anyway, when it got time to graduate, when he was done with school, all the other students, everybody went on the job market. At that time, Cornell MBAs were in big demand. They were making somewhere around 200,000, 150 to 200,000 on their first job. And I said, "Well, what are you going to do?" And he didn't go to a single job interview. He didn't go to any job interviews. And I said, "Well, why not?" He said, "Man, when I learned how great it was to have my own business and to be free," he said, "I don't think I can work for anybody ever again." And that was interesting to me because what you saw was a black man who was able to navigate and make his next move without the massive pressure of economic desperation and financial anxiety. because he had something else going on, because he knew that his talents would not be wasted whether he was employed or not. That really allowed him to make the decision from a different perspective than he would have had to make it if he felt like the only area where he could have any value on the earth is if somebody gave him a job to work or an opportunity to work in their company. And that was where I was very proud because I felt like I did that. I did my job for him. He was 12 years younger than me, so I felt almost like a father figure to him, kind of. And I wanted to clear a path for him. I don't want my kids to be desperate. I want them to choose and not be forced into a choice. I want them to have options. That's it. So this is what I would recommend for anybody, all y'all who love your kids. If you don't love your kids, then this is not for you. But if you love your kids, love your grandkids, the best thing you can do for them is position them to where they have options. Options start in the mind. Very beginning. There's 1,000 ways to make money. Giving 100,000 hours of your life to the corporate plantation is not the only way that you can make money. There's a million ways you can make money. Let's go through at least 12 of them or something. That's the first thing. So it starts in the mind, but then it starts with giving them something real. You got a newborn baby, you got 20 years, 25 years really to get them ready. 25 damn years. Do you know how much money a person can have in 25? Do you know if you went back in time 25 years and just bought like a couple $1,000s worth of Apple stock, you would have over $1 million right now? You know what 25 years, and if you bought shares in Amazon 25 years ago, it would be worth $2 or $3 million right now. Like, do you understand that? 25 years is a remarkable amount of time. And time, you should think about building wealth through time, almost like traveling. Like if somebody tells me I gotta get from New York to LA in 30 seconds, that's really hard to do. There's not a vehicle on the earth that can do that. If you tell me I've got 3 days, or not 3 days, let's say you tell me I got 6 hours, that's really hard to do because I gotta rush and get a plane ticket. It's kind of stressful. But what if you told me I got 6 months to get from New York to LA? I could probably walk. I don't have to fly. Yeah, I could ride my bike. I could get in a car. I could definitely drive. Give yourself some time. Battles are won with time. Time should be invested in preparation. The moment is a culmination of what you've done over time. So if you're broke in the moment, that means that a lot of time got wasted that could have been spent building some wealth so that you could have some money right now. Time. And your kids have lots of time. They're babies now. They're not even gonna think about money till about the year 2046. I guarantee you, based on the history of the stock market, you invest consistently small amounts right now, even tiny amounts of money on a regular basis until 2046, you will have a substantial amount of money. Enough money where you ain't got to go sell yourself to nobody. The kids will be fine. So all I'm begging you to do, all I'm saying to you is please don't waste time. That's what I hope that point got across. And I know I don't want to, I hope I don't sound redundant. This is on my mind. This came to I think I'm gonna tell you when I watch stuff like I watched that inauguration and I have mixed feelings about Trump. I've been following him for a long time, so I don't hate him as much as some people do. I don't love him like some people. I just see him. I just observe. I just analyze. And when you just see what America looks like, I think that a lot of our people just live in kind of this delusion. I think that we feel that if we just I think my wife, God bless her, she's a social worker and she she has an opinion that's very different from mine and on a lot of things, but she says we got to speak truth to power. And I'm sorry, I'm a little more practical in the sense that I'm like I could speak about it all day, and I do. I speak truth to power. I believe I do. What do y'all think? Do y'all think I speak truth to power? Give me a yes if you agree that I speak truth to power. Do you think that I do that? I do that. I've been talking a lot. I have almost 1 billion views on YouTube now. Did y'all know that? Like I've been doing this for a long time. So I do. I speak truth to power a lot. But there's also a part of me that knows that talking only does so much. I mean, when you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. So what are you going to do that's going to allow you to shape the world into what you need it to be? Not change the whole world. I'm not talking about changing the whole world. The oligarchs are going to change the world for sure. I just want you to change your world, right? And this comes down to things like economic self-defense. And all economic self-defense basically means is that you have enough economic security that somebody off the street can't come in and buy you, buy your wife, buy your kids like y'all some damn slaves in 1805. because I guarantee you right now, millions of people are in that spot. Somebody comes along and they can write a big enough check, and they're like, okay, I need you to jump, and here's how high. And you say, I ain't jumping for nobody. Okay, I'll write you a $20,000 check if you jump for me. And then I need you to jump in that direction. Then I need you to do this. And then I'm gonna meet you at the Diddy party. That's how this economic exploitation occurs. So if you are a person that's financially secure and you've got the freedom that starts in the mind, that's self-esteem and stuff like that, and then you got some freedom in your bank account, so you're not stuck in financial desperation that will keep you on a low vibrational frequency, then you can kind of elevate. And that's why in the beginning of 2024, I figured out, I said, I know what we need. We need a daily class called financial consciousness. I want people to understand what that means. Financial consciousness means leveling up your thinking, looking at the whole chessboard, not trying to just win the game, but asking whose game is it? Who designed the game? Why am I in this game in the first place? Because sometimes if you realize that you shouldn't even be in the game, then you ain't got to stress yourself out trying to win. You just you grab your basketball and go home. I'm not playing this game. This is rigged. You know, I had that happen with Damon Dash. I love Damon Dash. He was one of my buddies for a while. We don't hang out as much, but we hung out a lot at one point. And there was one point where Dame was trying to corner me. He got mad at I think one of his baby's mamas or something. And he was complaining about something she did. And I know that in most situations like that, there's like his story, her story, and the truth. And so he's trying to get me to agree with him, and I just wouldn't do it. And he asked me a question where either answer that I gave was going to agree with him. And he said, so what do you think? Which one is it? Which one he said it? I said, I don't have an answer. I'm not answering that question because you've cornered me into a spot where whichever answer I answer is going to be the answer that you want. So I'm refusing to even engage in this conversation. I'm just not going to give you an answer at all. And that's kind of just like with politics, right? It's like, well, which one do you want? The Democrat or the Republican, right? And a smart person is like, they both suck. Like, I don't want either one of them. And I think it's okay to say I do have a choice outside of that. I don't have to play your game. I don't have to submit to whatever rules and parameters you put on the process. And I think that's a really important part of being free. Like being free means having the courage to explore and go outside of boundaries, but it's hard for a lot of people to do that because most people don't feel comfortable doing things that are outside the norm. Most people don't feel comfortable publicly verbalizing a desire to try something different, to go in a different direction, because there's a lot of fear, and fear leads to people sort of following the crowd because they're like, "Oh, I don't want anybody to talk bad about me and stuff like that." And I get talked bad about a lot. I mean, all the time. It almost even sounds like even my own wife was talking bad about me. Like, she's like, "Boyce, yeah, I think that you're," and it's like, no, like I'm just telling you what my opinion is, and you're just not gonna I don't I that's my rule. I'm not letting you bully me, anybody, right? So I would almost say to you guys in general, pick your own path. I think when you do that and you give yourself those degrees of freedom, that's a mathematical term, degrees of freedom. The more degrees of freedom you have when you're solving a problem in mathematics, the more optimal of a solution you're going to find. That's a mathematical fact. That when the more you put more constraints you put on a problem, the more rules and the more you control the solution, the worse the solution is going to be. So if you really want to succeed and you really want to win and you really want to elevate, I encourage you to find that pathway to freedom, whatever that looks like for you. It might be freedom from your friends and family. It might be psychological freedom. It might be breaking away from whatever you believed, whatever you were raised with, breaking away from what your parents taught you. And I guarantee you that that will just put you in places that allow you greater access to this thing that we talk a lot about, but I don't know if we understand it enough. I think a lot of people don't even understand that freedom requires sacrifice, freedom requires discipline, freedom requires accountability, and freedom it typically has a cost attached to it. Anybody who thinks they can get freedom and it's going to be easy and fun and someone's just going to hand it to you doesn't understand what freedom is. Freedom can never be something someone really just hands to you most of the time. Sometimes they can be. It can be if someone really is, crazy enough to just give it to you. But in capitalism, no one gives freedom away. They're not going to give you freedom. Why would they give you freedom when it's going to cost them money? So freedom is something you're going to have to fight for. And some of you are strong enough to fight for it. And I applaud you. I commend you. I encourage you. And I want you to keep fighting because I guarantee you that if you keep fighting, you'll obtain it. You will obtain it. So anyway, I'm done talking. All right. Okay. I'm gonna read a little bit from Dr. Anderson's book. I kind of feel bad that I went into the election stuff, and if that bothered you, then I'm so sorry. I promise you next week I'll start reading from where we are. But let me go to page 253 of the Black History Reader, and I'm going to read this one section that I saw. It's question 90, and he says he talks about black humor. He says, "Does black humor provide psychological release from the stress of being black? Why do we like comedians so much?" I think this is interesting. So the book is called The Black History Reader. The website is powernomics.com, and he says this. He says, "Humor flows from the life experiences of an individual or a group. Black humor is a distinctive part of black culture that tracks back to slavery. It is a distinctive expression of black cultural heritage that expresses joy and the harsh realities of life as a black person in a society in which blacks will always be on the bottom. So you laugh a lot because laughing releases dopamine. Dopamine numbs you from the pain that you're experiencing. That's one of the reasons why black people love comedians so much. During slavery and Jim Crow segregation, black humor was a way to safely denounce and jab white society and to vent frustration and rage. White entertainers have always mimicked black mannerisms and expressions, but without understanding the rebelliousness expressed in black humor. A white lifestyle cannot possibly provide even a glimpse of what daily life is like to be black. What is funny to blacks is not necessarily funny to whites, and the reverse is equally true. Has anybody ever tried to watch Seinfeld? I've tried to watch Seinfeld and laugh. I didn't laugh once. Like nothing on Seinfeld ever made me laugh. It was really crazy that people just talked about the show like it's the greatest thing ever. I could not laugh. I was like, this is not funny. This is terrible. But maybe y'all liked it, so maybe it's just me. All right, so let me keep going. Below are three examples of black humor during different time periods. Here's one: black outwitting a white person. "Pompey, how do I look?" the master asked. "Oh, massa, mighty, you look mighty." "What do you mean, mighty, Pompey?" "Why, massa, you look noble." "What do you mean by noble?" Why, sir, you looks just like a lion." "Why, Pompey, have you ever seen a lion?" "I saw one down in yonder in the field the other day, massa." "Pompey, you foolish fellow, that was a jackass." "Was it, massa?" "Well, you, sir, you look just like him." You get that? You see, that's funny, right? So here's another example of black humor from, I don't know if it's a different era, but here's what this is called a satisfying prayer. "Back in the days of steamship liners like the Titanic, only rich white folks could enjoy sailing oceans and seas from one country to another. The Titanic was supposed to be an unsinkable vessel, but on its maiden voyage, it struck an iceberg and started to sink. Knowing there would not be enough lifeboats, terrified Titanic passengers did not know what to do. Then someone suggested that they do what Negroes always do: pray and call on the Lord. Unfortunately, no one knew exactly what to say in the prayer, so they called Sam, the ship's black cook, and asked him to come up on deck and lead the group in a prayer. Sam agreed to go topside. When he arrived on the deck, he removed his cook's hat and began to pray like this: "Lord, one day I was hungry. I went to a restaurant to get something to eat, and the sign said for white folks only. Then I went to the water fountain to get some water, and the sign said for white folks only. Then I went to the toilet room, and the sign said for white folks only. So, Lord Almighty, when you decide to let this big old boat sink, let it say for white folks only." In your name I pray, amen. That's funny. That's really funny, right? I like that. That's good. I like that. Okay. This made me laugh. All right. Oh, by the way, I want to mention everybody, if you want to get an invitation to our morning financial consciousness classes, we call it the Millionaire Training Camp. You can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And you can also text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, we're going to be doing stock options tomorrow night. I think, yeah, tomorrow night's Thursday night. We're going to bring in the tax specialist to talk about what to do. I know a lot of you have been making money selling your stock options. So you got to know about taxes. So we're bringing in a tax specialist, Larissa. I can't remember her last name. She's out of Atlanta. And so she's going to do a presentation on tax strategies to minimize your tax bill. And so if you want to join us in the Prime or learn about options, you can text the word options to the phone number 87948. So text options to 87948. Also, I want to say thank you to Amani. Amani's in here. She's on our support team, and she helps us to make the engine move. All right, so here's another one. Here's another joke. "Telling it like it is. When you're black, you're black. When I was born, I was black. When I grew up, I was black. When I went in the sun, I stayed black. When it got cold, I was black. When I was scared, I was black. When I was sick, I was black. And when I die, I'll still be black. Now, you white folks, when you're born, you're pink. When you grow up, you're white. When you go in the sun, you get red. When you're cold, you turn blue. When you're scared, you're yellow. When you get sick, you're green. When you bruise, you turn purple. And when you die, you look gray. So why are you calling us colored folks?" Isn't that's funny? Oh my God, that's hilarious. That is true. That's y'all be changing colors, man. Okay. So he says here that whites have always been attracted to and mimic black humor. Blacks have always used humor as an acceptable vehicle to criticize and make fun of whites. It allows blacks to vent their anxieties, fears, and frustration and to build self-esteem. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, so anyway, I'm going to bounce out for tonight. It was fun talking to you. And next week we'll jump back to more of our regular scheduled stuff. I figured that this week it was kind of a great opportunity to really talk about what's happening in the country. And I know you may not agree with everything, but let me know. Give me a yes if it's okay for us to disagree, and still love each other. I hope that that's okay. Sometimes I know I'm gonna say stuff you may not agree with, and you may not agree with me, and that's okay. I think we can just talk, and you can say, "Boys, that was stupid. That was crazy. I don't agree with you," and that's all right. And maybe I think you were a little crazy, and we just be crazy together. So, I like diversity of perspective. I don't think every black person has to have the same opinion, and just reiterate that I don't care who you voted for in the election. I love you. If you are black first, then you are my brother. You are my sister. I will not, 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 will not fight with another black person over politicians. I just cannot do it. I'm not interested. I don't think it's beneficial, and I think it's a waste of energy. I think it's a waste of energy. If you don't believe me, I want you to look at scenarios where people sit around and talk about the politics all day, whether it's Democrat or Republican. I want you to go look and see what differences they're making in the black community. They're not making any difference at all. They're not making any difference. Nothing. The wealth isn't going up. Opportunities aren't growing. Our children are not better off. Our communities aren't safer. But if you go into spaces like this, I can tell y'all, I know a bunch of black folks right here in this room right now. Give me a yes in the chat if your wealth is going up as a result of all these economic conversations we're having every day. Give me a yes if you have a better vision for your family. Give me a yes if you if you can see things better, if you're making different moves, right? A lot of you, seriously, I meet a lot of you, and I've been collecting data from you for since I started doing this in 2006. When I meet you in the airport and you talk to me, I met a young brother that was 31 years old, and he was in the airport on my way to Amsterdam, or not Amsterdam, I'm sorry, Copenhagen, Denmark. And I listen. I don't listen to see if you recognize me. I appreciate that. I don't care if you recognize me. I'm not trying to be a celebrity. I want to know, did anything I say get you to shift your behavior on some level? If it got you to change even something small, like you say, oh, I bought my first share of stock, or oh, I talked to my kids about money, and also that is where I'm in my mind. I'm like, ding, 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 touchdown. We did it. We did it. We did it. Because I'm gonna tell you that this is not just for you. I'm selfish in this to some extent. I told you, on my biggest regret that I admitted to was that I didn't have more kids. I was so busy working. I didn't think I had time to have a family and try to build what I was building at the same time. Luckily, I married a woman that had 3 kids, so I've got the whole experience of being a father, but it's not the same as having kids of my own. So I was like, damn, I wish I could go back and fix that one thing, right? So when you tell me that you're influencing your kids with things that I say, or that somehow what you've learned here is impacting your family in a significant way, that allows me to kind of just have a little piece of legacy, just to kind of know I put some energy out there that's gonna live after I'm gone, because I might be dead tomorrow. Nobody knows. My mother just died. I could die tomorrow. Nobody knows. You never know when your last day is, but I'm not scared to die. But what I am scared of is to die for nothing. And I don't want that to happen. So at the end of the day, that's what I'm looking for. Like I really believe. I know. I don't just believe. I know. I know that if you take just 3% of what we've talked about and you apply 3% of this to your family, you will be so much further ahead than everybody else. You would not believe it. Compound interest is powerful. That little pivot is crazy. I have seen that happen. I knew this kid who went to my alma mater, the Ohio State University, national champions, by the way, hell of a football team. And I met this guy, and he was a 30-year-old millionaire, and he ran this business with his girlfriend, and they were making all this money. And I said, well, how did you end up doing so well at such a young age? And he said, well, when I was a little kid, my daddy used to say, any black man who wants to be free should have his own business. And I said, well, did your father have his own business? He said, no, he didn't. He was a truck driver. He worked for somebody, but he used to say that. And just because his daddy said that one thing, that stuck with him. So when he got to college, he was like, well, what do I want to major in? What do I want to do? And he said, well, my daddy used to say that if a black man wants to be free, he should have his own business. So that's what he did. So he lit the match, like he started the spark, and his son became the forest fire, so to speak. Not to use a terrible pun right now, but you get the point. Like his son took it all the way down the road. So a lot of times with the kids, all you got to do is kind of be that spark. And if you're the spark, they'll do all the work. They'll do all the work, but you just got to kind of help them pivot a little bit, help them point in the right direction. And then when they start running, they're going to be running towards something good and not running towards something bad. So long story short, this is the vision. This is the dream. I know it's going to happen. It's already underway. It's already happening. I went to that great event in InvestFest. I'm gonna go again next year because I had so much fun and so many people. I couldn't go 2 inches and I kept getting stopped by people and I was so happy to see this because I believe one of my dreams, one of my visions is that I believe that Black people will be and can be the most economically intelligent group of people on the planet. I believe that there will be a time in 30 years or so, maybe 40 years. I was thinking 2070, it might happen before this, where Black people, when they think about Black people, Black men and Black women, they're going to think about business ownership. They're going to think about stock market investing. They're going to think about real estate. And they're going to say, oh my God, these people are obsessed with their economic power as a pathway to freedom. And this has been done before. This is how the Jewish community built Hollywood. They built Hollywood because they got tired of getting beat up on. They got tired of being discriminated against. They got tired of being blocked out of situations. They got tired of not being invited to sit at the table. So they said, we're going to go build a table out in California, and it's going to be our table. And it became one of the most powerful tables in the world. So this is the future for us. This is what I see when I look 50, 60 years ahead. So the future is very bright for the Black community. So just keep on moving, keep on trucking. Don't get distracted by the nonsense. You do you, make it happen. You got this. All right. So I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night. And don't forget, if you want to join us for class tomorrow, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, or you can also just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And I do have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It's totally free. If you want to learn about stock options and all that, you can do that by, if you text the word money to 87948, you can grab that. So we got a lot of stuff for you in the Black Business School. Thank you, Amani. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so great to see everybody. Money in the Morning is our morning millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who plans to be financially successful, everybody who desires to be economically woke, everybody who wants to get ahead in the world and wants to be great, wants to make Black people great again. I want to say good morning, everybody. Welcome. And you guys know we do this every single day, 7 days a week. I want to reiterate that because we are that serious. I don't think there's anywhere you can go where people are, as a community, learning about economics every single day, 7 days a week, every morning. And I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna really pay off, everybody. I want you to just know that. I want you to just understand that this isn't just a feel-good exercise. This is how you prepare for battle. This is how you prepare for greatness. So anyway, today we have a special guest that you can see. This very nice lady in here that you see from Abundant Returns. She's a tax strategist, and her name is Larissa Humphrey. Larissa Humphrey is not just an awesome lady. She's also a student in the Black Business School and has been part of our community for a while. So she's with y'all. She's one of y'all. And I wanted to say good morning to Miss Larissa. How you doing today, ma'am?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing really good, really good, and so wonderful to see you again. Um, can you tell us a moment, just give us a brief overview? What do you do? I know I know you as a tax strategist. And everybody knows we got to pay our taxes. Why don't you describe who you are so everyone gets the whole story?
You're right. I am a tax strategist. What I do is help business owners pay as little as possible in taxes. And if people have a plan, they can pay zero taxes. We specialize in finding all the tax strategies that are available in the tax code that tells you how to pay zero taxes. Most people think the tax code tells you how to pay taxes, but it's the exact opposite. Because if you realize that the Congress people, they're all business owners, investors, real estate owners, and they don't want to pay taxes any more than anybody else. So what they put into the law is all the different ways that you cannot pay taxes. It's a wonderful thing. All you got to do is follow the law and you can keep all your money.
Wow. Okay. How to pay zero taxes?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay, that's a pretty powerful statement.
It
All right,
is.
so okay, zero taxes. Now, I know that there, um, right now, for example, I'll just start with the obvious. We're in a pretty heated political climate. I know a lot of students in here have mixed feelings about the recent inauguration of President Trump. And I'm gonna tell you, we don't care in this space what your political affiliation is. We don't do gang affiliations up in here. So if you part of the the Democrat Crips or the Republican Bloods, then we want you to leave that at the door. We respect everybody as long as you're black first. That's the gang. Like they said in that song, we're all in the same gang, in my opinion. But I welcome all those perspectives. But with this happening, we have this guy in the White House now, and I know that he's received a lot of scrutiny because a lot of people have argued that he does not pay his fair share of taxes, that he's made billions of dollars, and they'll say his tax bills have been incredibly low. I know he's even not even wanted people to even see his tax returns, apparently because he's probably got people, smart people that are going through and scrutinizing the tax code. What do you think about that? Like when you hear about a billionaire paying almost no taxes, uh, how does that, what goes through your mind as a tax strategist?
It makes me think that he has a team of strategists figuring out how he can pay zero taxes. I know it to be true, because there are so many different strategies you can use that zero out your tax liability. It's true. It's, I mean, that's probably the only thing I've ever agreed with that man, but it
Well,
is true.
our guest yesterday, Laura Key, she's a real estate expert. I think she called him the Orange Muppet.
Ooh,
Something like that. So, it is funny, but I just want to be respectful on that though, because I'm gonna just tell you the truth. We got some people in here that like him, some people in here that they appreciate his perspectives or whatever, and I don't care. I just want I'm voting for black people. That's where I'm
me
voting.
too.
So okay, so let's talk about that then. I want to know how Trump pays zero taxes or very little taxes anyway. Can you kind of give us like kind of like some beginning sort of blueprints in terms of how someone that makes that much money could end up paying less taxes than a person who gets up and goes to work every day?
Well, the one thing I know about him is he has a lot of real estate. And there are many, many strategies around real estate, one of them being cost segregation. And what that is each part of the building is depreciated at a different rate. So there are ways for you to get more depreciation faster, so bigger write-offs faster, depending on that type of building. So I know that is probably working in his favor. Another one of my favorite things is called the Augusta rule. What that is if you have a home, which most people live somewhere, you are able to get a write-off based on what it would cost to rent like a large conference room in your area, um, 14 times each year. So here in Atlanta, we can write off around 1750 a day, depending on the area. That gives us a $24,500 write-off each year, just for having a space where I can meet with, different people about business issues. Your business is supposed to take care of you, like pay for your car, pay for your office space, pay for your insurance, your benefits. It's almost every area of your life, if you look at it. You can get a write-off for just running a business. And I know a lot of your people in the Black Business School are investors. Having a business is the one thing that neutralizes all those gains you receive from, investing and making all that big money that you make.
Hmm.
So, I mean, there's so many strategies. I could go on and on and on, um, which is a good thing because everybody's life is different. Another one of my favorites is paying your kids. Did you know if you make a $7,000 deposit into your child's IRA, by the time they're 60, they'll have $1 million if you don't do anything else? Just one
Wow.
deposit. So imagine if you start when they're very young and you are making a deposit every year, how much money would they have? I mean, you like to talk about building generational wealth. That's one key right there. And it
Mm.
$7,000, that's almost nothing to think about what it would do for your child's future.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I
uh,
mean, well, people spend, they'll easily drop that amount on a car,
yeah,
right? And it's crazy. You got millions of people that love their car more than they love their kids.
ooh, I
And
hate.
it's seriously, the kids be out here struggling. Kids be 25 years old talking about, I thought, I've been depressed and I thought, I don't want to live no more because it's so
Ooh,
hard out here. And it's like, well, if you just put a little money to the side for them, they'd have been okay. They wouldn't have to go to work for, somebody. I mean, I think it's time to have real conversations about that. Like I think sometimes we feel as a people that we are supposed to suffer. We
no,
think that we're supposed to be in the hole, a day late, a dollar short, uninformed, and you don't live in an age where that's doable. I mean, we live in an age of information. Information is readily abundant. It's choices at this point, and that requires some accountability. So, are we going to account for the kids or not? What do you think, Miss Larissa?
I think yes. In 2025, you can pay your child up to $15,000 and they don't have to file a tax return.
Mm,
So, what you should do is take that money if they're really small. Number one, invest in that IRA. But secondly, pay for all their expenses, all their extracurricular activities and things like that that they need, and then show them how to use their money. This is one of the best ways to instruct them on just learning about credit and things like that. It helps them to get a foothold in the world so they'll know, okay, this is what I need to do in order
mm,
to be successful. But if you don't have any training, like my father was an accountant, he didn't tell me anything about what to do with money. He didn't even want to give me any, seems like. But
mm,
I did get a little allowance, but there were no lessons attached to that. And I think that's the major thing. We have to teach the children. How do they use the money? What do they do with it? It's so important. But
mm.
using the money to help benefit them, enrolling them in classes where they can learn, or be great to bring them into the Black Business School.
Well, it's funny. You live in Atlanta, right?
I do.
Yeah, I love that. I got an aunt in Atlanta. You remind me of my auntie. I gotta introduce y'all. But just as a side note, but I'm gonna tell you, it's really interesting, and I did see I saw a comment where when I mentioned that thing about investing for the kids and the kids struggling, somebody made a good point. They said, well, maybe the kids are struggling because the parents are still struggling, and I do agree with that. But one of the things I want us to understand is that, um, is that what Larissa is saying is that you can do little things that will make a massive difference. When you look at the power of things like compound interest, which is something everybody should understand, because my grandmother introduced me to that. And you will be amazed what you can do for your kids, even if you ain't got a whole lot of money. You could be making minimum wage. If you can afford to eat fast food, you can afford to invest small amounts of money for your child. And we have the $5 a day plan for anybody who's new, anybody who doesn't know about it. The $5 a day plan means your child can be wealthy by the age of 25 if you just invested $5 a day, which is less money. You can't even buy a McDonald's value meal for that. So if you tell me that you're too poor to invest, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna challenge you. I'm gonna say, well, but can you afford to go to McDonald's? Have you
Mm,
ever been ate at Popeyes? And then that's when the conversation gets awkward because I think that's where we have to really look in the mirror and say, okay, well, are we preparing our kids? Are we investing as much in ourselves as we're putting in investing in these other things that don't really benefit us? Like investing in that fried chicken, that's not an investment. That's an investment in heart disease, diabetes, strokes, right? I mean, let's be real. I mean, but I love fried chicken, so I need to still up and stop talking. But with that said, Larissa, Larissa, you're a tax expert, a tax strategist. I'd like to ask you about this. I want to go through some things that Now, everybody in the chat, give me a yes or no if you are a fan of Donald Trump or not. Like, give me a yes or no, or if you're neutral. I'm really curious because I tell you, Larissa, like I said, we got people in here that love Trump. We got people in here that can't stand him. I would say the majority don't like him. But
Mhm.
so a lot of people are neutral. A lot of people just don't even Democrat, Republican don't do none of that. And we believe in freedom. I do, and I stand on that. I believe everybody has the right to do what they want to do. Don't nobody
Yeah.
own your vote. But at the same time, there's I love to hear all the different perspectives and all the things in terms of how we can best be prepared, no matter who's in office. And here's one thing that I researched in terms of how Trump himself goes about not paying as much in taxes as people say. Now, some people say, well, he didn't pay taxes because he's a crook. Maybe that's true. He's kind of a gangster mafia kind of guy. He operates in that kind of way. He was in casinos and all that stuff. That's a very
Yeah.
corrupt industry. But here's some things that he's done. One, he writes us off his losses from his businesses. Apparently, he's able to figure out how to take the losses. Like in 1995, he declared a loss of 916 million, which allowed him to avoid paying income taxes for nearly 18 years. I guess because he could carry the losses forward.
Forward.
There's a lot of depreciation. As a real estate developer, Trump leveraged depreciation deductions, which permit property owners to deduct a portion of the property's cost over its useful life. And you talked about that. So anybody who's looking to get into real estate, there are ways to use depreciation. He
Yeah.
classifies a lot of personal expenses as business costs. He reportedly uses things like haircuts and resident money he spends on his residences, like the place he lives or that big jet he flies. There's write-offs there as well, and a lot of people don't really know about that. They don't know that a lot of the way rich people can fly around in private jets and have yachts and all that is they find a way to write that off. He also pays his family members as consultants. So by compensating family members, including his daughter Ivanka, all of his children are multimillionaires. Trump reduces taxable income. These payments, which may lack substantial business purposes, effectively transferred income within the family while lowering tax liabilities. So this is an argument in favor of everyone in here looking into starting some kind of family business, because that's where the big win is. When you and Larissa's the expert. I want her to elaborate on that. But Larissa, it seems to me that when you are a person and you just get up and go to work every day and you work hard and you make your money and you just pay your taxes like a regular person, the tax code is not designed to benefit the regular hardworking people in this country. And it's wrong. I don't agree with it, but it seems like having that LLC goes a long way in terms of maximizing your ability to really write off a big chunk of your lifestyle. What would you say to that?
I say that is 100% correct. Let's talk about your board of advisors. Perfect for when you're taking vacations. So you hire your kids, your wife, your spouse, your aunt, your uncles, whoever is coming to the celebration for the holiday to be your board of advisors. And that way you are able to pay for all of their expenses to the location. You can, like, if you run an Airbnb, you could pay for that. If it's in a big hotel, you could pay for that. You could pay for the activities that you do while you're there, because those could be team building activities, or whatever you want to call them. But it's part of the activities that are needed for your board of advisors to help you make decisions about your business. You need this because who doesn't have a coach? Who doesn't have somebody to advise them on what they need to do to help create more income? So, yes, it's in the tax code. You can do it. Um, a lot of people, you got to have a car these days. So there are 5 different ways you could write off the car. So if you, what we find the best thing to do is lease the car, have the business lease the car from you. So that way, every month you're getting a payment from the business for the lease. And then the business has to pay for all the gas, repairs, registration, insurance, tires, every expense associated with the car. So, what I find is the biggest problem people have is they don't know how to set up their finances and their business and everything they're doing so that it's favorable for tax filing. So to make sure you're getting all the deductions you can, everything that's you need to function, 9 times out of 10, it's a tax deduction, depending on how you set it up. So that's the whole issue, setup.
Mm, interesting. Well, you know what? What's interesting to me, Larissa, is that um, when you're talking about taxes, I know a lot of people are intimidated by it, and the IRS is interesting because you just see so many examples where somebody may not file or doesn't do everything they need to do, and
Mhm.
then they kind of make you think that you're just getting away with it. I especially see it sometimes with entertainers and stuff. Like they
Yeah.
they might go 8 years without filing, nobody says nothing, and then suddenly you get into their spotlight and they go back all these years, and suddenly you have this tax debt. It seems like tax debt is almost like economic quicksand, because it's the more money you make, the bigger it can get. And it's like hard to kind of climb out of that. Like I know, I think was it Joe Louis, the boxer? I think that had a lot of tax problems, and the poor guy was fighting in his old age. And every time he'd get a purse, they would come and the agents would be there waiting to take the money before he could even get his hands on it. Um, what would you say in terms of some of the biggest mistakes you've seen people make when it comes to taxes? If you had to name like two or three things that you've seen in your how many years you've been doing? What, 25, 30 years?
34.
In your 34 years of experience, Larissa Humphrey, what would you say are some maybe two or three of the biggest mistakes you've seen people make when it comes to taxes?
The one biggest mistake is not having the documentation to prove that this strategy is legal for you to take.
Mm.
Because that's all the IRS is looking for is proof. I had one auditor tell me it doesn't matter if you did it, can you prove it? Which he was right. He was right. You've got to have the documentation. So if you have that, then you're able to take whatever deduction you are trying to take because you can prove that it fits with the tax law.
So when you say the proof, the documentation to prove that you took the deduction, would an example be like if I write off a meal, I keep the receipt of the meal? Is that what you mean by that, or what do you mean by proof?
Yes, keep the receipt, but if it's a meal, the IRS wants to know who you met with, what you discussed to make sure there is a business purpose involved.
Mm.
So the reason you're able to take that write off is because you are discussing business. So you've got to notate this is what we discussed, negotiations for, I don't know, buying a building on Third Street or whatever. Just make sure you've got some notes about what happened.
Interesting. Okay, that's good information. And by the way, I want everybody to know, first off, Larissa, let's see, Yvette's asking for your contact information. Did you want to share something where people can follow up and get in touch with you? We can get that out of the way now if you want to.
Yes, it's abundantreturns.com. It's my website. Let me just give you the phone number 770-451-6330.
770-451. And what was the last 6330?
Yeah, I've got a QR code that where you can just scan it and that'll take you into a place where you can leave your contact information and make an appointment.
Okay.
Can I
Abundant
share?
return abundantreturns.com. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and that number, I'll read it one more time for everybody. It's 770-451-6330, and it's
Mhm.
abundantreturns.com. And
Yeah.
also, for those of you that are Prime members, tomorrow night Larissa's going to do a full presentation on some tax strategies you may want to think about. A lot of you are making a lot more money, a lot of income from what we're doing in the Prime program in terms of selling stock options and stuff like that. And you've asked about taxes. You've asked about that a lot. And since I am not a tax expert, and I do not claim, I would never claim to be able to replicate this lady's 34 years of experience because she's good at what she does. We reached out to Larissa, who's right here in the Black Business School, as a person that could come in and give a presentation. So if you'd like to join the Prime program, you can go to drboyceprime.com. I think you'll like it. It's a great way. There's a lot of money floating around in terms of selling stock options. So drboyceprime.com. All right. So Larissa, So let me ask you this question too. I wanna run some stuff by you right quick just to get your
Okay.
thoughts on this. Now I want you to try to see if you can pull your person. Let's pull our personal opinions about Trump to the side for a moment, and I'm going to talk about some adjustments that he's been making in the
Okay.
IRS and in taxes. And I just want to get your take on it, as an expert, just kind of what your initial thought might be. So here we go. One, the IRS commissioner immediately resigned. Let's see, right with Trump's inauguration. So there's going to be a new commissioner. Number
Yeah.
two, the IRS is going to get major budget cuts, most likely, particularly in the enforcement and collection. The administration aims to shift the agency's policies from strict enforcement to enhanced customer service, which may lead to a decrease in audit rates, especially for high income individuals and corporations. The establishment of the External Revenue Service, where Trump wants to basically have a service that goes out and collects tariffs from foreign countries that are selling products in the United States. He's talked about big tariffs, which has the downside of causing inflation. It'll cause prices to go up. The upside, the experts would claim, is that it can long term possibly increase American jobs. Like a lot of people don't know that a lot of manufacturing jobs that used to be in cities like Gary, Indiana, and Milwaukee, etc., were shipped overseas to China when China entered the World Trade Organization and the tariffs went down, so they could sell goods in America but make them in China. And it seems like his policy is if you are going to sell it in America, you better make it in America. If not, you're going to have to pay a tax. That's his argument. Fourth, there are tax policy reforms. They want to make permanent individual tax cuts from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, and also they want to, because they're supposed to expire in 2025. Also, there's a push to simplify the tax code and reduce bureaucracy within the IRS. So it seems like, Larissa, within the IRS, he's trying to make these changes where they're not going to be enforcing as much. They're not going to have as much staff, and they're going to actually enhance their customer service. So maybe when you call them, you can actually get someone on the phone. I don't mind that so much. I mean, I hate calling the IRS. Tell me, what did you hear that what got your senses going? And assume Trump didn't do it. Let's just say Biden or whoever your favorite politician proposed this. How do you feel about that?
Well, the biggest issue for me is the customer service. Trying to call the IRS. I even have a special line that's designed to get me through in 3 minutes. Sometimes I'm still waiting an hour, and then they hang up on me when I finally get somebody on the phone. Or the biggest problem is they don't know what they're talking about. That's bad when I have to tell them, no, sir, that's what the form was designed for. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm sorry.
No,
Because
yeah. I mean, I have had times where I had to do that, where I was like, look, I'm looking for y'all, trying to write a check to y'all. Like, how come I can't get somebody on the phone to tell me where to send the money? Or you didn't even take the money. We put the money to the side in the account like you asked. You didn't come get it. Now we're trying to call you because I'm like, I don't want you thinking I'm stealing from y'all, but you're not answering the phone. I
right.
had See, Larissa, you got me triggered now. I'm gonna stop because I'm a trauma. My wife explained. My wife's a therapist because clearly I need one, and she explained to me that I'm high on the trauma scale. I took the trauma test, so when I
Okay.
get triggered, that's what's going on. So here's where the IRS triggered me. I had to get in my car, Larissa, and drive an hour and a half to the IRS office. This was during the pandemic, and you know how terrible it was dealing with the IRS during the pandemic. I had to
Yes.
drive and I had to go to their front door and knock on the door, wait outside for a long time, and then wait in the office for like an hour and a half.
Wow.
And it just, I begged the lady, like, can somebody please talk to me? Because I don't know what to do next. I'm trying to get this issue resolved, and I don't know what to do. Tell me about that. Like, so with those reforms, I kind of like the idea of the IRS having better customer service. What do you think?
Yes, they need it. They need it really, really bad. To the point we got a letter for one client got a letter saying that we received your return and then but we can't find it. So please file it again. And we're like, what? And it's like, I mean, all on the same piece of paper. It's like,
We received your return, but we cannot find it. Are
yeah,
you kidding me?
no, no, sir. I'm not.
That's ghetto.
I wish I was kidding. And
They
that's
run,
how
they
ridiculous it
running
has
Soul
been.
Plane up in there. That's what they doing. That's the white version of Soul Plane. They can't even blame black people for that one. That's crazy. So I'm gonna just say this. Here's what I see in those reforms that he's proposing. Um, I think that it's clear that we do definitely have a president who does things in the interest of himself and his friends,
True.
right? People like him, they hate paying taxes, they hate the IRS. I fully expected that they would do everything they could to undercut the IRS. Now, here's where the country is going to struggle from that. The U.S. budget deficit has just spiraled out of control. The
Mhm.
pandemic, and it's been a bipartisan effort to destroy our budget because a lot of the pandemic spending under Biden was not necessary. They were just slinging checks out to everybody. Harvard University got a $15 million check in the pandemic. They were like, we didn't even ask for the check. Like, why are you sending us money? So when you increase the money supply and you're printing all that money, you're going to cause inflation. You're also going to cause massive deficits. But the Republicans, as much as they claim to want to be efficient cost wise, they spend money too. So the deficit's out of control. A big part of the reason the deficit's out of control, just so everybody knows the history here, is during the Reagan era when he told everybody that greed was good and introduced false ideas like trickle down economics. What his argument was, which was a false argument, was that if we don't tax rich people as much, they're going to create all these jobs. And that was a bad argument because rich people, they don't get rich by giving money away. Right? So they didn't create jobs, they just put money in their pocket. So what happened is that the deficit just kept on growing. The debt, especially with the war in Iraq and all that. So long story short, if the end result is lower tax revenue, that's not going to be good for the country, in my opinion. But then what they're arguing is, oh, we're going to have Doge and government efficiency, we're going to cut costs and all that. But then when it becomes partisan, it's a problem, right? Because Republicans want to cut costs in certain areas, Democrats want to cut costs in other areas, right? So it
Right.
becomes that mess. But with that said, though, I do like the idea of the IRS minimizing the bureaucracy. I like the idea of simplifying the tax code. I like the idea of better customer service.
Me too.
What say you? You're the one who deals with them far more than any of us. Any thoughts on that?
Yes. The IRS has a policy where they do random audits. One time I had an audit for a guy who was like 68 years old. He made $15,000 a year and he was on his way to retire. He used to clean buildings and make this $15,000 in his business. There was no point in auditing him. It was a waste of time. He didn't have any more money. There was nothing to get. It cost them more money to do the audit, to have the auditor come to my office 6 times to audit a man who's making almost nothing. It was so ridiculous. What are you, what's going on? But because it was a random audit, it was a policy that was in place. Everybody that files a return by April 15th goes into this pot. And they may say, okay, we're going to audit every 783rd return. They push the button, it spits your name out, and they come and audit you no matter what you have. That's dumb. It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. So if they can get rid of some of these archaic policies, that would greatly help the country because it it just makes no sense.
Mm.
Um, yes, so if they can reform the IRS, I am all for it. I wish I could go up there and tell them a few things they need to put in place because the way they operate is ridiculous. It doesn't help the government, it's not helping the taxpayer, it's just a waste.
Yeah, I'd say I agree with it, and God bless people like yourself. This is the last question I'm gonna ask you about this. Is I have heard that a lot of people. Well, first of all, I want to ask you this. I didn't even ask. Now your training. Are you an accountant by training, like CPA and all that, or did you go a different route to get into taxes, in a different way?
No, I'm an enrolled agent. So my license comes from the IRS. It's the highest certification that they have. I'm also a certified tax coach
Mm.
and a certified tax strategist, which means I spend my time um, looking at the tax code to find different strategies to help people save on taxes. And I also used to work at the IRS for a minute or two, just one season. I couldn't take it. It was so ridiculous. But
Yes.
yeah, I'm very familiar with the tax code. That's why I know the way they are operating is just not, it's ridiculous.
Wow. Well,
Ridiculous.
I'll tell you. And I was going to ask you about that. I heard a lot. I know in the accounting profession, a lot of people are leaving the profession, and people that do taxes are. Tell me if you've seen this, but it seemed like I read somewhere that a lot of people that do taxes were so frustrated with the IRS that they're actually leaving the profession. They're like, I'm not doing this no more. Is that something you've seen?
Yes, it is. A lot of my counterparts are leaving because they've had it. It's so ridiculous. You can't get any real answers out of the IRS. And there is always the thought that AI can now do your taxes. It passed the CPA exam.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, that's why we are more of an advisory firm. We're going to help you get set up the right way so that you don't have a tax problem. It's not a issue anymore. My clients love tax season because it's time to file their taxes and get that big refund. So it's a wonderful
Mm.
thing. Hmm.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you. It's yeah, what you do is very important, and also I want everybody to know if you want to follow up and take a look at Miss Larissa's company. And by the way, she is a student in the Black Business School. That's how we know her. We have brilliant people that are in our student body. Just in case anybody wants to know, we want to flex for a minute about how amazing our HBCU is. We have 170,000 students around the world. So, and we built this from the ground up, brick by brick, dollar by dollar. I started this with paychecks from money I was making in Syracuse. I'd get my check and I'd spend 70% of my money on this. The rest I had to pay bills with. And so this was a vision that we had many years ago, and the vision could not come true without all of you believing in what we're doing. And so we are global, and we are getting it done. And we did a survey, and I want everybody to know this. The vast majority of you actually said in the survey that you've learned more from us than you learned in college. And a lot of people did all that, for very little money, if anything, right? So we are very proud of that, and also we are the leading Black wealth experts on the planet. We're the only place that educates the entire family. We have theories on how to educate your children so they have a 20-year head start on the competition. So we're not chasing equality. I want everybody to know that. We don't talk about, oh, we won't be equal to white folks one day. No, no, no. We're chasing excellence. Excellence is better than equality. We're not trying to tie. Nobody's ever run a race, Larissa, and said, "I hope I get a tie." I hope I'm gonna run as hard as I can so I can tie for first. No, no, you win. You want to win, so we're
That's
going to
it.
win. We're going to dominate economically. Our kids are killing it. So anyway, with that said, let me just stop. But I just want everybody to know this: what you have built, what you've helped us build, and from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you to all of y'all. I want to do it. I don't want to do like Elon Musk and do that. Thank you. Hi. Anyway, let me stop. Okay, so Larissa, let me give Larissa's website. It is abundantreturns.com, correct?
That's right.
Returns.com, and her phone number is 770-451-6330. I just want you to know, Larissa, you're good. So your phone, you better be careful because your phone's gonna blow up. You know that, right?
Uh-oh. It's
You
gonna
do
blow
know, you
up.
do know that your phone is going to explode. I just have to warn you. But yeah, but that's okay. We should be mobbing our own black businesses and really supporting the people who support us. And so Miss Larissa, I want to say thank you so much. The number again, 770-451-6330. Somebody type that in the chat, please. Also, I would say thank you very much, Miss Larissa, for joining us today. It's been an honor to have you.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate this. Being able
Yes,
to
ma'am.
say, hey, you don't have to pay all those taxes because people
No.
don't believe me.
That's right. That's right. Don't let the Donald Trumps have all the fun. You go learn how to make it work for you. And also just an FYI for everybody in terms of just some quick notes. One, Larissa is going to do a full presentation on tax strategies tomorrow night in the Prime program for those of you that want to learn how to sell stock options. So if you want to join, go to drboyceprime.com. You can get a discount there. drboyceprime.com. Number two, tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, today is Wednesday, the 22nd. We are going to do our Powernomics training, and that's every Wednesday night at 8:30. We go through Dr. Claude Anderson's books so that all of our families are equipped with Powernomics information. If you have an issue getting the text message or anything like that, just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. And if you want to be notified every morning when we meet for this class, just text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948 on your phone, or you can also go to drboyceelevate.com. So, yep, that's right, Natasha. Watch your white guys have all the fun. Yeah, that's I was referencing that book. By shout out to Reginald Lewis, one of the greatest men of all time. So thank you very much, Larissa. It's great to see you again, ma'am.
You
All
too.
right. And
Thank
everybody have a
you.
wonderful day. God bless you and go get that money. Do it for your family. Love you
Yeah.
guys. See you later. Take
All
care.
right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's so great to see everybody today. And sometimes I come in a couple minutes late, but I apologize for that. It's sort of like last minute shenanigans, kind of getting everything ready, everything ready for the big show, the big class, the big gathering, the big everything. Because literally every single day I wake up excited. Today is January 14th, 2025. And we will never have another January 14th, 2025 ever again. Do you ever think about stuff like that? I think about that a lot. I think about things like that all the time. And then you can only imagine, like with my mama passing on Christmas Eve, I've been really deeply thinking about everything. And what it kind of does is it reminds me of the importance of never wasting the moment. I really believe in seizing the moment, you're pursuing your passion and your purpose. I can tell you, I think that you're more alive when you're really doing something that's purposeful and that you're passionate about. That's literally where you have more life inside your body. And I would encourage you, if you're disconnected from your purpose, then spend some time meditating, spend some time learning what your purpose is supposed to be. And I guarantee you, it'll just enhance everything. I promise you. All right. So anyway, all right, so one thing I want to mention is that there is tonight, if you are interested in going on the trip to Ghana this summer, you can meet with Jay Cameron tonight in a Zoom, and he will give you all the details and all the information. Also, we have other trips that we're partnering with Jay Cameron on. So if you want to just see all the trips that are available, you can go to b1voyages.com. That's b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com. And you can also text the word travel to the number 87948. If you text travel to 87948, we'll keep you notified whenever we do anything that's travel related. We are going to go to Black Wall Street. We're going to go to Miami. We're going to go to Ghana, and then maybe we'll go other places. I really want to kind of do a little bit of everything. I'm super excited about that. I'm actually going to go to Denmark tomorrow. And so I'll be sort of talking to you guys from Europe. So that's going to be very interesting. All right. So here, what I want to do is explain to you, basically give you three reasons why China is going to dominate the world. Okay. China is, not a perfect country. They make some mistakes. There are policy errors that I think are very costly for them. But Lord Jesus, man, when I tell you, I hope that did that sound that ain't sacrilegious for me to say Lord Jesus, is it? I don't think so. I wasn't saying it like in a bad way or nothing. But anyway, when I tell you that this country, I wrote notes down. I can never find my notes. When I tell you that this country is doing everything right, like they're just literally just being real gangster with the rest of the world. I'm not kidding. They are right now, China has a trade surplus. A trade surplus is the value of everything you export minus everything you import. So they have a trade surplus with the world. And if you want to understand how a trade surplus works, it's kind of like the opposite of what the black community does with white people. Like if you want to know how a trade surplus works, A trade surplus basically says that I'm selling you more stuff than you're selling me. That's it. That's all it says. It says I'm selling you. You're buying my stuff, but I ain't buying your stuff. I don't get high on my own supply, but I'm serving these fiends all day, right? To go street with it. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if you understand that, right? So that's kind of what China does. China is uh they are the original gangster with the rest of the world when it comes to economics because they understand powernomics probably as well as Dr. Claude Anderson himself. And Dr. Claude Anderson, he's the goatiest of all goats. We know these things. And we you know how much I love this man. But I'm gonna just tell you, when you talk about the implementation of a powernomics philosophy, the Chinese have it down. The Chinese are like, I'm the producer, you're the consumer, and that's how it's gonna be. When I get my money, when you get your money, you trick it off. You're supposed to spend it because you're a dumb American. When I get my money, no, we're going to save. We're not buying your stuff. And if we buy some stuff in China, we're not going to buy the American stuff. We're going to buy the Chinese stuff. So, the same way that we talk about being B1, the Chinese are kind of C1. They're like, no, China first. You want to sell us a car? No, will buy we buy Chinese car. You want to sell us an iPhone? No, we make Chinese iPhone. We call it Chai phone. That's what the Chinese do. The Chinese, they're like, no, no, I don't support your family. I support me family. I support my family. That's kind of what they do. And so I mean, I'm not mad at them for it at all. I think it's amazing and it's very powerful. So let me kind of give you some stats to kind of help you understand the severity of the massive economic imbalance that the Chinese are creating. They're what they're doing in a way is they're kind of doing the same things that America used to do. America used to manufacture stuff. Did y'all know that we used to make things. And we used to make more things than anybody else in the world. That's how we won wars. That's how we won World War II and probably even World War One. Is we just knew how to like we could make like whatever for every one bullet you made, we'd make 100. For every one ship you could make, we'd make 10. For every one airplane you made, we'd make 50. And that was how America won. America was very productive because we knew how to manufacture things, and we lost that. We threw that away. Trade agreements, globalism, all that. So now America doesn't make stuff. That's what you go to cities like Gary, Indiana, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Detroit, Michigan. You see depleted manufacturing bases that don't exist as much as they used to because we just decided, oh, we don't need to make stuff. We're gonna let other people make stuff, and then we'll just let them serve it back to us. And so the Chinese said, okay, we're gonna take over manufacturing. We're just gonna be the greatest manufacturer on the planet. So here are three reasons why. Here's what's going on with China. So let me give you some stats here. I pulled some stats. And by the way, I want to mention, I forgot to tell you that if you want to come to the Ghana informational session, I didn't follow through on my thoughts. Sorry about that. ADHD kicking in again. Is if you get on the text list, I will text you a link to join us for the Ghana informational session tonight with Jay Cameron. You can get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Text the word morning to 87948. Also, for those of you that do stock options with us in the Prime program, I sent you all a video where I was showing you a strategy to adjust to what's going on in the market to generate cash flow. And one of the great students, Errol, another Errol, there's two Errols, both of them are super smart. There's an Errol who has his son. He and his son are learning stock options together. I hope he didn't mind me mentioning that because I think that this is a template for every family. And so Errol asked me to do an example selling puts, and I did and because that's something I'd actually been doing. So I actually sent you all the video link where you can actually apply that strategy, and I did it in my portfolio and generated quite a bit of money that allowed me to deal with the market decline yesterday. So if you want to know more about stock options, and it's a great way to generate income, it's better to me. It's far better than real estate stuff. Like we've talked about this. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word options to the number 87948. Text options to 87948. All right, so let me give you some stats on China. So here's the deal with China. Here are five powerful stats for China's economic dominance. Number one, China accounts for 28% of global manufacturing output, making it the world's largest manufacturer by far. The country's manufacturing sector produces a vast array of goods from electronics to textiles. Anything you need, They got it. We got what you need. We serving these fiends. Number two, China is the largest exporter of goods in the world, with its exports valued at $3.5 trillion per year. 3.5 trillion. That's massive. This accounts for 14% of global exports, cementing its position as a key player in global supply chains. If China stopped manufacturing things, everything was shut down. And that's a national security risk for America. And we'll talk about that in a minute. China manufactures over 50%, 50% of the world's electronics, including smartphones, computers, and televisions, which is crazy. Let's see. China has the largest labor force in terms of people that are involved in manufacturing. There are over 100 million people that they have working in the sector. This allows China to maintain its edge in low-cost manufacturing because the cost of labor is not that high, which is a huge advantage. And also, China's industrial output is valued at more than $4 trillion, which is more than any other country, dwarfing other global manufacturing hubs. This includes everything from steel to machinery, placing China at the center of global production networks. Now, let me continue to tell you why I believe the Chinese are going to dominate the world. Um, I saw the head of the FBI, the former FBI director, on his exit interview as he's leaving office. He said that basically the Chinese have an investing strategy that is something Americans really can't match. And the reason I say it's an investing strategy is because we talked about what investing is. Investing is not it's not about the money. Stop thinking about the money. Some people think I'm always talking about the money. It ain't about no damn money. The money's not the most interesting part. What it is about the Chinese investing strategy is mindset. As Terrence says, they play the long game. They're very patient. They're very patient. And patient people who are committed to delayed gratification will kick you in your head every time. Like you never want to really get into a war with a really patient person. Like I had a friend the one time that was like kind of a gangster, like she was a drug dealer, and she had a past that we didn't talk much about. And I said, I ain't gonna ask you nothing about nothing that happened in the 90s. But we were talking about her experiences a little bit. She was speaking like hypotheticals, right? So she would be like, well, if I wanted to go and get revenge on somebody, I would not do anything right away because the police are paying attention or whatever. She says, so I would let you think that it was over. I would let you wait 4, 5, 6 years and let your guard down and get into your comfort zone. And then I would go and handle my business. So that's what she did. She said, I would just wait. I would just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And eventually they just think, oh, it's over. It's all in the past. And then one day, next thing your dog is boiling on the stove or something or whatever, right? So, so basically, so patience is not just powerful in life, but it's powerful in investing, actually, incredibly powerful. Warren Buffett actually says that wealth is nothing but a transfer of money from impatient people to patient people, impatient people to patient people. And so capitalism thrives in America largely because we create a society full of highly impatient people. Tell me if I'm lying. Instant gratification, gotta have it now. Dopamine spike, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, right? And again, like the dope dealers, they're serving them fiends. Like you want some Instagram? Yeah, yeah. Scroll, right? You want sports betting? Yeah, yeah. Cowboys. I'm betting on the Cowboys. Don't do that because you'll lose your money. But like whatever. Like we have this society that's built on all this instant gratification. And you see it kind of pile up in a lot of areas, like relationships. Oh, if it's the third date and I ain't getting none, then I'm out. I'm out, right? If you can't spend $300 on a first date, I'm gone, right? And so what happens is that there's the short-term benefit, but there's a long-term cost. There's a long-term cost. And what I see in terms of the long-term price people are paying is number one, people are lonelier than ever. A lot of marriages don't last. A lot of people are disconnected from each other. Most young guys in their 20s haven't even slept with a woman in over a year, like 75% or something crazy like that, which is just unbelievable. And then people get older and then they sort of realize like, wait, I didn't invest in people. I thought kids were a burden. I thought a spouse would just hold me back. So now I'm 65 years old and I don't have what I wish I'd had if I'd made different choices when I was younger. There's a retirement crisis. Millions of people are not ready for retirement. A lot of people, because again, instant gratification over delayed gratification. So when I come along and I say, well, if you had just put $1,800 in Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million right now. Well, then next thing you know, people are like, so first off, there's the regret, right? It's like, man, I had $1,800 several times in 1997. I could have done it. I could have bought some stock with that. And then you get these impossible questions like I retire in 2 years. How do I turn $1,800 into $1 million in 2 years? And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. That's like asking me to make delicious Kool-Aid when you don't give me no sugar and no water. You can't make Kool-Aid without sugar and water. If anybody's ever tried that, you know it does not work. What am I supposed to do? Spit in the bucket? Like it ain't gonna work. You need water to make your damn Kool-Aid. So you need time a lot of times to build your wealth. If you throw away time, then you've kind of thrown away your opportunity. So millions of Americans are in the middle of a retirement crisis. Millions of Americans are lonelier than ever because they didn't invest in relationships. Millions of Americans are in a physical health crisis. I saw a stat the other day that said 48% of all women over 55 are going to get dementia at some point. Also, nearly half of all Americans are going to die from cancer. There are easy, simple studies out there that talk about the link between sugar and cancer, and processed food and cancer, and obesity and cancer, right? But then there's a price to be paid if you're getting up and going to the gym, if you're avoiding the sugar and the salt and all these other in the processed food, right? So it's hard to do. It's very hard to do, especially when they're putting it in your face, right? They're putting it in your face because capitalism is it's almost like the original kind of artificial intelligence. Capitalism, when it is at its worst, it's like this really smart demon that literally has pierced your soul. It can read your mind. It knows what you want. It knows how to tempt you. It knows where your greed lies in your darkest spots, and it knows how to say, "Oh, you want more of this, don't you? You want some more? You want here? Take some more ice cream, right? And right here, have some sex. You want some sex, don't you? Right? And that's what happens, right? That's why spirituality and consciousness, I think, is really important because that helps you rise up above all that, right? Because we are, to some extent, we are kind of like slaves to the flesh in a way, like the cravings and desires and all. That's what things like the therapy really matter. Because if you get the therapy, then you get the self-awareness. You can kind of look at yourself and say, this isn't who I want to be. This isn't where I want to be. So now I'm going to take a different process of life optimization. I'm going to invest differently. I'm going to make sure I still enjoy my life, but I'm going to enjoy it in a way where I can enjoy it over a long period of time and not just have a lot of fun right now and pay a big price later on. The Chinese, I think, are dominant economically largely because they incorporate this into their society for children at a very early age. Like their children at an early age. You might have seen those videos on Instagram of like Chinese kindergartners in school and the crazy stuff they're doing. Like they'll be cooking and making like building buildings and like making like sewing sweaters and or they'll play even when they play basketball. They're so much better than like they'll have like 20 kids and they'll all be dribbling a basketball in sync. And like one, you ever see that where they're one like there'll be like a circle of kids. Try to imagine this, right? They'd have a big circle of kids and like maybe 30, and they would have a basketball on each side of each kid. And then they would dribble and then they would move and then take over the dribble for the next ball and then move again and take the dribble for the next ball. And the amount of coordination is very powerful. And when I taught in China, when I taught finance in China back, I think it was about 2006, I noticed that they are in sync unlike anything I've ever seen. You want to talk about unity? We can't come we can't even dream of having that level of unity. I've never seen that level of unity. Like it's almost like they are a cyborg. They are literally they operate like the same person. It is scary and it is amazing. And what I think that they do because they're at war with the United States is they use our impatience, our lack of discipline, and our lack of unity against us. They do. They're like, oh, these people, they believe in stuff like democracy and freedom, which is, I think, actually, I like democracy and freedom. I do. That's a downside of China. They don't let you have that, right? They put the group over the individual. And every strategy has its pros and its cons. So their belief is like, hey, look, the individual is not as important as the collective. And some of you agree with that, but at the same time, when you do want to express individual liberties, there's a limitation on that, right? So every system isn't perfect. It's hard to be all things all the time to everyone, but I can tell you that their unity is something that is, I think, going to make them very dominant. and it's what's allowed them to amass a tremendous amount of power. China's in, I think they had a 100-year plan for world domination that they started in about the 1970s or 1980s, and they're about year 50 of that plan. So in, 40, 50 years with your grandkids, I would say they should learn Chinese, but they actually don't have to now. You can get AI glasses that'll translate everything for you, but they should probably just get used to the idea of another country being the global economic superpower. So let me continue this. Let me lay out some more ways that China's economic dominance helps them to win. Just a reminder also, don't forget that today at noon, we are meeting for Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to come in and ask me questions about the stock market, we'll break down the stocks that I like in terms of good investments right now. We'll also kind of do some lessons on how the market works and just whatever you guys need today. So we're going to do that at noon. So if you want to join us and do a free trial, go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right, so here are basically three reasons why China's trade surplus gives it a lot of power. First off, a trade surplus allows China to accumulate a lot of foreign reserves. They can pull in currency from other countries like the U.S. dollar. So this enables China to maintain a strong currency and support domestic policies like infrastructure development, social programs, things like that. So those reserves also give them financial leverage, so they can invest globally and really have a lot of influence in other economies. So if they've got yen and euros and dollars and everything else, they can go to these places and make things happen. They also have a lot of economic influence. So if you run a trade surplus, they can basically shape global trade and investment patterns. So basically, with China's surplus, they become a major player in global markets. They drive demand for their own goods and services, and they gain the ability to set favorable terms. So he who has the gold makes the rules. China has a lot of the gold. Also, debt financing. So basically, what China does is they lend capital to other countries, especially countries like African countries right now. Anybody ever notice how their influence in Africa has just spiraled out of control? Jamaica. When I was in Jamaica, there was this big highway that went from Kingston all the way up to the north. I don't remember the cities up in the north, but there's this highway, and it was this beautiful, smooth highway. But I noticed there were no cars on the highway, and that was because the Chinese had built this beautiful highway to avoid having to go through the mountains and everything. Going through the mountains and stuff, I think took like 2 or 3 hours, and it was a really scary drive. It was really crazy. So Chinese had built this beautiful highway, but there were no cars on it because the toll was so high. But they had gotten these crazy 99-year leases on all the land going all the way up to the north. And it just really was like, I don't think this was a good deal for Jamaica, but it's a great deal for China. So they use debt financing to gain leverage over other countries, right? So that's no different from you having people in your family where if you have all the money and cousin Pookie comes and says, I want to borrow money, but you want cousin Pookie to start taking care of his kids and stop smoking dope so much. Well, you could, start making rules. You can say, look, if you want my money, you're going to have to change certain things. You're going to have to go to rehab. You're going to have to stop, you have to stop doing X, Y, Z. You're going to have to show up and rake the leaves every day, right? Money talks. Money talks. Period. That's the world we live in. Money talks. So people that are trained on money early, children that are raised in an environment that is economically intelligent and leads to various forms of economic self-sufficiency and the ability to invest for the future and thrive in the future, those individuals tend to have a lot more power than other people. You don't believe me? Just ask the white man. Because a lot of y'all, many of us growing up, pretty much had to do what Massa told us to do every day. If he said get to work by 9 o'clock and be on time, we'd get there at 8:55. If he said work until 5, we'd work until 5:01. If he says don't call your friends while you at work or you're going to get fired, we don't call our friends. Many of us are more loyal to our boss than we are to our own damn spouse, right? And we know what that is. A lot of us have seen this. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from money. If you want to look at the source of black spiritual and political incarceration, it's money. It always comes back to money. And to break out of this horrible rut, it doesn't require you to become a millionaire. You don't have to have $1 million in the bank to be financially free. All you got to do is be able to pay your own bills. That's it. If you can pay your own bills, then it's much harder for people to tell you what to do or where to be or how to do it or anything like that. So to me, if you're raising kids and you're raising black kids and you want them to be free, I mean, you could tell them to go to Al Sharpton marches and pray to white Jesus and everything else, but I'd rather just teach them how to pay their own bills. That's it. if the person who can pay their bills has freedom. Remember when you were little and you say something to your parents, well, so and so said blah blah blah, and they'd be like, well, they don't pay no bills in this house. So you known this your whole life. My mother used to say that. My mother was like, they don't pay no bills up in this house. So my thought, honestly, is if we can get to the point where we just say, I want to be in a space where nobody who oppresses me, no one who hates me is going to be paying bills in my house, that will go a long way toward freedom. That, in fact, that would pretty much give you free. I can just tell you, when you have enough money to pay your own bills, you don't have to listen to shit. Like you really don't. I don't have to. I didn't have to ask anybody's permission to come and talk to you today because I paid the cost to be the boss. I would make money and I invested money to do all the things that I do now. And I did all that because I don't want nobody telling me what to do. I don't want to be getting kicked around. I don't want to be disrespected. When I was 18 years old, and my girlfriend was pregnant, and I was on that college campus trying to figure out what my next move was going to be. Had no money in the bank, didn't know how I was going to make it. I knew a couple of things. One, I did not want to go back to work at Taco Bell because I got disrespected a lot. And number two, I didn't want to be punked. I didn't want anybody kicking me around. I didn't, I wanted to be a grown man. I didn't want to be in a space where I was treated like a little boy or just put through misery that I had no say in. So I kind of saw education as a way to invest early in my life at a significant level so that long term I would have some freedom. So freedom is typically not free. Freedom is something that has a price to be paid. And one of the things that I think you have to confront is when you see it is those who claim they want freedom but aren't willing to sacrifice for it. There's no individual, no country, nobody, anybody, no one on earth in the history of this world that's ever had freedom and could not fight to obtain it and could not fight to defend it. If you cannot fight to obtain your freedom and defend your freedom, then you will have no freedom. You will have no freedom. Somebody will come along, beat you up, and take all your stuff. That's what happens in a capitalist society, but that's really what happens in the jungle of humanity. We are animals at the end of the day. I'm not saying that we're 100% animals. Yeah, we're separate. We have the prefrontal cortex. We're a little bit different from the animals, but at the end of the day, go watch some bears or some lions or some cats or some chickens fight over territory and see how the weak chicken does. The little punk ass chicken that's crying and whining every time a chicken beats him up. You think they're gonna feel sorry for him and give him something? No, they're gonna beat him up and take his stuff. They're gonna say, okay, you've identified yourself. You are the weakest link. Mother Nature says you shouldn't even survive. Survival of the fittest. Darwinism says you shouldn't even exist. You certainly should be allowed to reproduce because you got these weak, punk, inferior genes. So we're just gonna beat you up, take all your stuff, make your life miserable, and kill you. Or you look in a prison. You ever see in a prison? Like it's kind of sad, what they do to the weak, to the weakest in the prisons, right? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I vehemently reject the way black people have been trained to perceive ourselves and perceive each other. I think that we are trained to just feel sorry for ourselves and to be sad and to just politely ask white people to please change your behavior and all this other stuff. And then you see shenanigans. You see a lack of disciplined behavior. Like Dr. Claude Anderson writes about this in Powernomics. He talks about what he calls inappropriate behavior. You out here buffooning, cooning, and twerking and acting a fool, don't want to open a book, but and all these other things, but then you somehow expect the world to respect you. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. To get respect, you got to show up and command respect. If you command no respect, then you will not get it. So anyway, let me keep going because I don't want to offend nobody, but this is the reality. And so I think that the way we're even taught to think about race is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. I think that our children should be taught to compete. That's it. Yeah, they may not like you because you're black, but who cares? Why do you even need somebody else to like you like that? What's wrong with you? Your mother should like you. You should like yourself. The need to be liked is a weak to some extent. That's a weakness, actually. That's something people can exploit. Oh, you need us to like you. Okay, well, do what we say, or we're going to say that we don't like you. We're going to call you ugly. We're going to call you stupid. We're going to take away your Oscar, your Grammy, your Nobel Prize, whatever little stupid awards we've invented to give you your self-esteem. We're going to take those things away. We're going to take away your little fancy job. You won't have the corner office no more. You won't be the chosen Negro anymore because you're not behaving appropriately. So what we do is we learn over time that if you behave, then they're gonna hook you up. So we have a lot of well-behaved Negroes that are in corporate America and other places because we know that if we get out of line, there's going to be an economic consequence. And And I don't know, maybe, I mean, I know my whole life I've kind of been the rebellious kid a little bit. When I was in elementary school, I used to stay in detention, and I don't even know what it was. I would try. I'd be like, I'm trying to fit in. I'm trying to. I would just every damn day, and it was like, damn, I'm, I'm suspended again. I gotta stay after school again. I would stay in detention. Like I would just sign myself up for detention at the start of the day because I knew at some point something was gonna pop off. And I guess it must have just been like I don't know, like if something didn't make no sense, I'd be like, well, I'm not doing that, or that doesn't, or if I wanted to just do something, I would just do it. I have no idea. My mother used to say, "Yo, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one." And when I met Cornell West for the first time, he's such a wonderful human being. And I let me tell you about the time I met Cornell. It was really, really cool. We did something in Brooklyn in 2013 where I had put out this book. It's out there somewhere. You can go find it. It's probably free. It was called Wealth, Education, Family, and Community: A New Paradigm for Black America. And I was kind of doing like a little tour on that book, and Cornell joined me in Brooklyn. And but we met in Manhattan. So I walked in this restaurant in the middle of Manhattan, and it was a fancy restaurant I never heard of, full of white people. And in this restaurant, he let me tell you what he did. This is the kind of guy he is. He gets up in the middle of the restaurant and he walks over and he gets on one knee and he grabs my hand and like bows to me on one knee. And all these white people are like, what's happening right now? Who are these Negroes bowing to? Like, what's going on? And I was like, wow, like he's such a great, humble person. I'm like, stand up, man. Like, this is kind of if I feel like I'm Eddie Murphy and Coming to America. But anyway, when I told him what my and then when we sat down and talked, he told me that he literally knew my parents. He said Robin Watkins, blah blah blah, Larry Watkins, blah blah blah. He had read my Wikipedia page, and he knew my father was a police officer. He knew my mother was a social worker. He knew that my parents are a little more on the conservative side. That's their choice. That's who they are. Because cops, my dad's a soldier and a cop. He's black, 100% black, but he's not into the shenanigans. He's not into feeling sorry for yourself. That's kind of how he was built. And it was just really interesting. Like, so just that, if you want to know my bias about Cornel West, that's where it comes from. It's like I said, wow, this guy, and I spent years with him, and I watched people very closely. Like I spent hours and hours with Al Sharpton, and I told you, I felt like, okay, there's a game being played here, almost like a mafia type of game. It's about power. And but he also is a genius. He's extremely smart. The man is you cannot tell me that he's stupid. Cornell came off as a genuine soul. I observed him closely as he interacted with every person on the street because people recognize him more than me, and white people don't really know who I am, and I don't, and I like it that way. Whereas with him, lots of people were stopping him, and I just liked the way he treated everybody. It was something that just told me, like, wow, I wish we had more people like this running the country because we'd have a better world. I really believe that. But anyway, I remember I told him, I said, yeah, my mother used to say, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. And he said, I think it might be both. He said, I think it's gonna be both, brother. And I said, yeah, you might be right about that, but that's okay. I'm all right. I'm willing to die for what I believe in. So let me finish up with this China thing. Okay, so in terms of China's economic dominance and the fact that they have this massive trade surplus, this is something I think the black community should pay attention to because what happens when you have a trade surplus is that the people that are buying all your stuff, where you're not buying any of their stuff, they're at a natural economic disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage. So for the black community, when you see how little we are actually producing for the world, how little others support black owned businesses, how black owned businesses get boycotted by two groups. They get boycotted by black people and they get boycotted by white people, but we'll go support their businesses in a second. Like we attach purchasing things from them to our self-esteem. Like I feel like I'm a better man because I got this label on my body, this Coach, Gucci, Louis, Prada, whatever. I'm picking up a bottle of the Henny when I go to the club, right? Whatever it is, right? We tend to like really enjoy these labels because they're attached to our self-esteem. Go watch the video How to Sell to the Negro. So what's happened is that basically they do to us what China does to the world. That's why China is going to dominate. In fact, let me read this here. China has strategic influence or all around the world because of sorry, I lost my screen. Because of the trade surplus, right? So effectively, when they go in and your money talks and the BS walks, China is pretty much able to declare war on you without actually firing a single bullet. Like they don't have to fight you to destroy you. And they don't have to tell you that they're going to destroy you. The Chinese are very polite. I remember when I was in China, I noticed that one thing that someone told me culturally, and I don't want to stereotype, but they were literally saying like Chinese people typically don't say no to anything, right? They won't say no to you. So if you say, "Hey, I need to use $1 million. Can you give me $1 million in 3 hours?" A lot of people they won't say no. Like here, we'll be like, "Hell no! What are you talking about?" They'll be like, uh, I need to think about that. So that's what they kind of do. So they're very polite, extremely polite. And so what they'll kind of do with other countries, I've noticed, is they'll go and you'll do something they don't like, and they'll be very polite. They'll be like, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." And then next thing you know, your goods are not getting through the port in China, or or they've been done some sort of embargo on you economically that's decimated you financially. So they're very subtle about that. They declare economic warfare, not so much direct warfare. They don't want to go to direct war with the United States. But the FBI director mentioned something really interesting about how the Chinese investment strategy works. Because they don't just invest in things that generate money, they invest in power. And one thing that he said the Chinese have done is he said they have planted a bunch of bugs in a malware viruses, computer viruses, in a lot of essential American infrastructure. They basically said that they're just sitting there. They're waiting. They're just waiting. Like, okay, go ahead and do something. Go ahead and say something. And what they said they can do is they can then at that point activate these Trojan horses to poison our water systems, to mess up our electrical grid, shut down all the cell phones in the United States, whatever, right? And this is what he said he was deeply concerned about. So just keep that in mind. Like if we go to war with China, they know how to fight just in sneaky little ways. Like I think they fight through social media. With all that conversation about Russia and China, getting all these ads on social media to basically kind of pit people against each other. And they're very aware of, for example, the racial divide in America. So there will be, these Chinese bots that pretend to be, strong black women on the internet who have all these opinions, or angry black men or whatever that will just pour fuel on the fire to create civil war. Thank you, Sharon. That's the right word, right? So they know this. They use America's divisions against us. So here is if you want a couple of lessons that I think we can apply as a black community to learn from China. First off, there's economic independence and wealth building. So as you know, the same way China accumulates the reserves as a source of power, I think that we should build wealth and achieve economic independence as the number one objective for our whole entire community. That has to be near the top of our priority list. So that means owning businesses. We cannot keep producing employees. Stop producing employees. Stop producing people that are consumers and employees and renters and all these other things. You cannot do that. You cannot thrive and grow when you're on the white man's economic nipple. You cannot live like that. I'm not saying you can't work with other people. I'm not saying that you're a sucker for getting a job. I'm not saying that you should get mad because a white man walked in the room. None of that. I'm talking about stop taking pride in being horrifically overly dependent on another community. That is a vulnerability. That's a national security issue. Malcolm X, a great black nationalist that he was, would understand this. He shared this. He mentioned this. He fought for this. So what happens is that it's really weird. I remember when Damon Dash went on to the Breakfast Club and did that epic interview where he was really talking about having your own business and all, and he was doing it in a Dame Dash kind of way, right? It wasn't perfect. Dame, I told you he's not perfect. I spent a lot of time with the guy and I like him, but he's different. But I remember I remember when I got a call from Charlemagne, and he's like, yeah, man, he said, I need you to come and calm down people because I got brothers calling me, they gonna quit, telling me they gonna quit their jobs tomorrow, they gonna quit their job tomorrow, and I said, yeah, I said, well, I can fix it, I can patch it up a little bit, but he's kind of right. These men, some of these men, he was talking a lot to the men, but I'm sure the women got it too, and I think women can relate as well. I said, some of these guys got to grow their balls back, man. They got to get their testicles reattached to their bodies. Like you can't just, he said, well, white people can go and get jobs and also. I said, yeah, but you got to understand, man, you're not white. You're not white. I'm not saying that we can't get jobs and that we don't deserve jobs. I'm not saying that at all. right? You go to, you get your master's degree from Brown University or something. You should get that job at the investment bank that you apply for. But what if you don't? What if you don't? What if it doesn't work out? What if they treat you like the rest of us? What if you go through what I went through, where I had the highest grade point average of every black student on the entire University of Kentucky campus? I got 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years, could have had three if I'd taken one more class, just didn't care. And I applied to 200 Wall Street firms, 250 to be exact. I got rejected by every one of them, because I didn't have the network. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to get these. I just thought you fill out the application, send in your resume, you have good grades, good things are going to happen. It didn't happen like that. I got 250 rejection letters to my house. What now what? Now what we going to do? What's the plan B, damn it? Am I supposed to sit around, man? These white people, man. I could have been somebody if they wasn't tripping and stuff. They don't be liking black people. They just don't like you because you black. They like I'm not. Like, what problem is that going to solve? How is that ever going to fix anything? I have to have a plan B. Maybe God is trying. Remember the color purple? God is trying to tell you something, right? So God is trying to tell me something. God was like, number one, these folks don't like you. Number two, their conversations about diversity is bull crap. I'm not gonna say bullshit because I don't want to cuss, but you know what I want to say. And then number three, it means you got to find another way. This system ain't built for you. You're not white, Boyce. Stop thinking that you're white. You're not, your name's not Royce, you're Boyce. And you have to figure out a way you're gonna make this thing work. Where get in where you fit in. Figure it out. So to me, owning businesses and investing is essential for any black person, especially any black person with a strong black identity. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential. Ownership is a must. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential, who also wants to maximize their economic possibilities. Ownership is the key. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential with a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have a little bit of power in this world, ownership is essential. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential, who has a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have power, who wants to have a solid say in the structure of their families and their community, ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. You cannot go through life without owning something in this country, or you will be fried and cooked, stomped out, and busted and disgusted. If you don't believe me, just look around. I don't have to talk you into this because you see it everywhere. Nothing but despair and sadness, and then the conversation will turn into a primitive slavery, like old plantation conversation. We need to get jobs for the Negroes. Black folks needs more jobs. I'm not saying jobs are bad. I'm not saying jobs are bad, but y'all know what job stands for. What does it stand for? Just over broke. Just over broke. That job ain't gonna make you wealthy. That job is not gonna give you no real power. That job's gonna give you just enough money so that you don't die of starvation or something, and you have a place to live, and then you can keep showing up to work every day. They give you just enough, like almost like a basketball player where they're like, we're not gonna pay you, but we're gonna buy you some gym shoes and a uniform, just enough for you to show up and play for us every day. We're not really trying to help you thrive. We're not trying to get you into the owner's box. You're not going to be Jerry Jones. You're going to be like an unpaid member of the Dallas Cowboys. That's pretty much all you're going to be. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, jobs have to be a stepping stone. That's my point. Jobs should be from the time children are babies. We should teach them, yeah, get a job until you can own something. Or if you have a job, make sure you own something. Or if you like your job, keep your job, but make sure you always have options. Options, options, options. Options are freedom. That's what they are. So make sure you have options, make sure you own something, and then if you don't like the job, you should be able to walk away, get a better job, or go and start something on your own. So this is why you build your networks. This is why relationships matter, because if you're an asshole, nobody's going to want to start a business with you. But if you're a good man, then a great woman will want to marry you and be by your side. If you're a good woman, then guess what? You're going to have lots of friends that are going to want to work with you. They're going to share networks with you, and you're going to succeed together. You're going to thrive together. Want an example? Yesterday, Jay Cameron came in, and Jay is a good guy. And by God, my goal when I met him was I said, I'm going to be a good guy too, so we can be two good guys helping each other out. Neither one of us showed up as the alpha asshole who disrespects people because somehow he thinks he's the most important person in the room. I never do that. It's like, oh, you're a great man. You're a great man too. You're a good guy. You're a good guy too. Hey man, how can I help you? I don't know. Let me tell me what I can do for you. That's how we talk to each other. And you know why we do it? Not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we're helping each other succeed and survive. The world does not want a black man to be successful. This country does not want a black man to have power. This country does not want black women or black men to be together. They do not want black people unified. They do not want black people secure and safe and happy and wealthy and having stable families and all that. That's why they promote all this garbage to you in the media. That's why Sexy Red will get more radio play than India Ari, right? India Ari, no, nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear about some lady rapping about her baby daddy and how many STDs she caught last week. That's what they really want. They don't want to hear I'm not your average girl in the video, right? No. What are you talking about? Self-respect. You haven't earned the right to have that. So what I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, I love what China's doing. Let's circle back to China before I get railroaded in too many other directions. I love what they're doing because they're protecting their economics. China is a powerful country because they are practicing Dr. Claude Anderson principles of powernomics, basic ideas. We sell stuff to y'all, you buy stuff from us. We are the drug pusher, you are the drug addict. The dealer always has more power than the addict. We support our businesses and you support our businesses. But we don't we don't support your businesses. We in China, we don't buy American products. We buy Chinese products. If you go to China, if go to China, I dare you to go to China and I want you to look up Facebook on your phone and see if you can find Facebook on your phone or Instagram, or Google or Uber. I want you to try to catch an Uber in China. You'll be sitting on the corner for the rest of your life because there is no Uber in China. They said, "Oh no, we know need Uber. We make our own Uber." So and that's where they pour their resources. So these are simple ideas. This is going to lead to China and Chinese youth being the most dominant on earth. One other fact about China that's really interesting is they produce more engineers in China every year than India, Japan, and the United States combined, and their engineers are more qualified. They can go on the job, and because they don't spend all their time in college, like going to frat parties and step shows and whatever, they actually learn stuff. So they can actually go on the job on day one, start getting patents, and start actually being productive on day one. American engineers need 2 years of training after college before they can even become an asset to the company. This is just a fact. Look this up. So ultimately, when you talk about power and influence and things like that, when you own assets, you tend to have more power over your life. And then eventually, when you have an agenda or an objective, you're better able to pursue that objective because you're not hamstrung by economic limitations and economic challenges. So this is the mandate for the 21st century and beyond. This is what intelligent black people are doing. This is the plan for our community. This is where we're going to be. And it's going to take time to build all that. But you put a good 20 or 30 years into this, you become incredibly dominant and you have a lot of leverage in the world. The Jewish community did that with Hollywood, by the way. If you ever go watch that book, I've told you all about how the Jews invented an empire of their own, how the Jews invented Hollywood. Fascinating book. It's a great blueprint. I have nothing against that community. I admire their power. I don't like what's going on in the Middle East. So let's be clear about that. I think they're abusing their power. But still, it's their power to abuse. And I don't want you to abuse your power, but I want you to just have some. Black power is something that is earned through economics. In the book, Tanya is called An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood. Very fascinating book. All right, so anyway, let me finish up really quick. Number one, tonight, Jay Cameron is doing the informational for the trip to Ghana. If you want to know about the trips that we're going to take, Text the word travel to the phone number 87948. And you can also go to b1voyages.com. So text travel to 87948 or go to b1, be the number one voyages.com. And there's other trips on there that you can feel free to go on with us. Number two, if you're in Prime, that video I texted out to you guys. If you have an interest in stock options, text the word options to the number 87948. And I sent you a video on how to sell some puts. And I think selling puts, it seems like it's already worked out. Like the stock market's going up today. So if you sold puts, then you actually were able to generate some money from that. Number three, later on today at noon, we're doing our Stock Market Investors Club. So if you want to give that a try, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial. Somebody put that in the chat, please. drboycestockmarket.com. And also you can share your membership with your entire family. And Dorothea says, I did not get the video. Can you resend? Yes, I will resend it. If you ever miss something and don't see it, don't forget we have a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and Amani is right there, and Chanel, and they'll take good care of you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, Shirlene says, I missed what you said. I'm at work. Okay, well, I'll give you, there's a link actually. Today, this class is recorded on drboycetv.com. So I'll put this link in the chat for anybody that wants to watch the recording or maybe share it with anybody in your family if you think this message was beneficial for you. So here we go. There's the link. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm about to send you all the link to your text. If you're not on the text list, then make sure you get on there. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And I'm going to send you all a text right now, letting you all know that Money in the Morning is starting now. All right. Okay. So. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm proud to say that I wasn't just in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the 4:45 a.m. club, which meant that I was pretty dead tired and I had to take a nap, but I just woke up from my nap and I'm ready to start my day. And there's something great about starting the day just early in the morning when you're getting a big jump on everything and it's like 9 o'clock and you've already like done 10 million things. Hey, Errol, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so Errol, hit me up at some point, Errol, because Errol is actually he works with us in our Prime program. He's one of our consultants that we have, and we're actually bringing consultants that can support you in whatever you're doing. If you're looking for one-on-one support, things like that. Errol was actually one of the first people that we talked to about this, and Aisha Verzi and some others that are in here. I'll let you guys know about that, but Errol's super smart, and Errol, I'd love for you. We're gonna do our millionaire training camp, our live millionaire training camp in Miami. That's going to be February 21st. And so, Errol, I'd love to have you down there to if you're available. And Aisha and anybody that wants to come down, as well as everyone in here, you're all invited. You guys are the first ones to know about it, and that's something that we're going to do. And also, we are going to probably in the next 6 weeks, we created something called COIN, which stands for Certified Options Income Network. So many of you have a strong interest in stock options, and I do too. A lot of you noticed, for example, today a lot of those stocks went berserk this morning because of the inflation numbers. That's why your stocks went up today. And so, if you want to learn about stock options from A to Z, it's going to be an intensive 3-month program, once a week, a full training with a certification at the end. And so, Coin, you guys will be the first ones that are invited, and you can take a look. And if it's something that you're interested in, then we can certainly help you. I think stock options should be understood by every black kid in America. I really do. I just really think that it's so powerful, and that economic superpower can protect them from a lot of the stressors that you might run into when you're talking about the struggle. The struggle is very real. A lot of people are having a hard time financially, and it's okay. It's not to be embarrassed about that. But there are ways to fix that, and so I think stock markets and stock options, given that the stock market is the number one wealth creator in America, without a doubt, undisputed heavyweight champion when it comes to finances. then it's important to really understand at least the basics so you can be involved in that thing. And I got you. I wrote my whole dissertation on the stock market. I didn't know I was being blessed at the time. I didn't know. I just picked the field because finance professors made the most money, and I didn't want to be broke anymore. But after I learned everything and understood it really well, I said, "Wow, I think I love the fact that I picked a career that's sort of right in the middle of the thing that matters most for our people." And so, anyway, all right. So I want to talk about. I was watching this documentary. Um, and it was it's really great. It's on PBS, and it involved a great man out of my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky, called Guess Who It Is. Y'all tell me who it is. Y'all know who I'm gonna say. Y'all know who it is, right? One of my greatest heroes of all time, Mr. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali. Every time I can watch a documentary about Muhammad Ali 50 times in a row and never get tired because I feel like I'm watching my dad. I feel like I'm watching a relative. And I am related to him by marriage. You know, my aunt married his cousin, so that's our claim to fame. But in the same streets that he was running up and down in Louisville, I know those streets. My grandma went to high school with him. My grandma would tell these old Muhammad Ali stories about his daddy and his mama and his family and everything. And to sort of see this guy come out of my little city and just become so phenomenal and so powerful in the world really inspired me. And so also, I felt excited about sort of roaming the same spaces he was in. Like he spent a lot of time in Chicago with the Nation of Islam, and you know what happened with that and everything. And I lived 2 blocks from Farrakhan, and I would go to Farrakhan's house about once a year. It's not like you could just walk up to his house and just be hanging out, But I did meet the minister several times, and I just love him. I have a lot of respect for him. And going to New York, meeting some of the same people in New York, and it's just really inspired me. And I saw something in his documentary where they went out of their way to talk about his relationship with the one and only and the extraordinary Malcolm X. And we know that there was an unfortunate divide between the Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. And I got a lot of friends in the nation, and I just have to be honest and say I love them both, and that ain't gonna change, But I'll tell you what, it was really fascinating because it sort of went into why Ali why he embraced the teachings of the Nation of Islam and why he embraced Malcolm as his friend. And I related to that. I said, okay, I get that. You're a black boy from the South. I was a black boy from the South, and you want to be a black man from the South, and they don't really want you to be a man. Really, in America, I don't think they want the black man to be a full-grown man. They want the black man to be a little girl, a little boy, an ignorant fool, or a punk. That's what they want. If you show up as a little boy, a little girl, an ignorant buffoon, or a punk, then America will embrace you. That's why America loves black comedians. They love black athletes. They love black men who are rappers and stuff like that, entertainers. Right? They like all that, but they don't really want you. They don't want you showing up like Malcolm X, and they definitely didn't want Malcolm X hanging out with Muhammad Ali. I mean, there's a lot of political and economic gymnastics that took place when Malcolm and Ali became friends, and Ali embraced the Nation of Islam. And they, right before his first heavyweight fight against Sonny Liston, they told him, "You got to disavow the Nation of Islam, or the fight's going to be called off." He said, "I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that." So they went and they asked Malcolm to leave the city. They said, "Can you please at least leave the city, until after the fight's over, or until the fight." That's what it was. So Malcolm said, "Okay, I'll leave the city to out of respect for him, and I don't want to mess up his opportunity because that's how my friends in the nation are. They're just smart and logical and intelligent and strategic. So strategically, Malcolm left the city and he came back for the fight, and the rest was history, a black history, extraordinary black history, right? So then he comes out and he's like, "I'm Muhammad Ali, and this is what I believe," and he stood by that, and that's what made him great. That's what made him a legend. That's what made him amazing. And I'm gonna just tell you, I just love all of that. Like I embrace all of that. When I see pictures of Malcolm and Muhammad Ali together, I say, "Oh my God!" Like those are my 2 favorite men on the planet. Now, the living versions of the men that I love at that level, Dr. Claude Anderson, I love Kenny Gamble out of Philadelphia. I love Dr. George C. Frazier. I love those men that are just strong men, race men that understand what men are supposed to do, provide, protect, support, lead, whatever it is, be smart, be your best, stand up, all these things. And so, anyway, with that said, I wanted to sort of use today's class, if you allow me to break down some of the economic theories of Malcolm X, but to break them down in a way that connects to the fact that there are academic research papers written that support many of the economic philosophies of Malcolm X. Now, if you remember, Malcolm's life and what he stood for a lot of the things that we believe in the Black Business School: economic self-reliance. Self-reliance. You have to have something of your own if you're ever going to be stronger, successful in America. That's just a fact. If you don't own something, then you're really standing on a slippery slope. You're always on thin ice. That which you claim to possess can be taken away from you at any moment. If I'm renting a house, the landlord can take that house. If I only have jobs and don't own any assets, the landlord of that job can take the job. So even with a job, you are renting your financial security. You're paying for it in sweat, blood, and tears, but there's nothing there really typically that protects you from the fact that they may just decide to downsize and make cuts, and next thing you know, you're gone. He also talked about ownership. Ownership is the new black. Wealth is the new black. Tell me if you agree. Wealth is the new black. Ownership's the new black. Economics is the new black. Can we agree on that? We should put that damn thing on a damn t-shirt. I might get I think I'm gonna get a t-shirt. I'm sure somebody else made a shirt similar to it. We about to do that. I'm gonna text my assistant right now. Or actually, I'm sorry, she's my chief operations officer now. Her name is Teresa. She used to be my assistant, but she's so smart. I said, hey, you should be the chief operations officer because you're smart. She's been with us for 7 years. I'm gonna text her after we're done. We're gonna put that on a damn shirt. That wealth is the new black. Um, I personally think that as black people, just the embracement of some of Malcolm's ideas, and Malcolm kept it plain, he kept it simple. That's why everybody loved him. That's why everybody connected to him. He could talk to anybody, and everybody's like, yeah, that's right. We should have our own stuff. We should have self-reliance. We should own assets. He also believed in the circulation of dollars. You should be sharing your money with your brother or your sister before you start sharing it with strangers who hate your guts. That's called common sense. That's called self-esteem. That's called self-awareness. That's called financial consciousness. So ultimately, with Malcolm, those are kind of three core ideas that Malcolm believed in. Now, what I wanted to do to supplement the great work of the legendary Malcolm X is I want to sort of box it in the context of economic theory for you. Academic research papers have been written on this. This is common sense for Malcolm, and he read books and things, but this idea of self-reliance, ownership, and also circulating your dollars, there are research papers written on this topic. So what I want to do is cover a few of these studies that have been done to really help you understand why this is essential. And it isn't just essential for the whole community. Let me start right there too, to make it more personal, more direct. Sometimes it's hard to connect to a big vision for the whole black community. It's hard to connect to this idea that every black person is going to get on the same page. We're all going to do the same thing. We're all going to agree. We're all going to be aligned. That's just hard. I don't know. Anybody else go through that where you just like, man, ain't no way we can all be in alignment. I'm out of alignment with a whole bunch of black people. I'll be like, man, you're stupid. Like what? Stop stop twerking. Stop twerk. Stop. Don't shoot the black guy. Stop that. Right? Like, don't talk about your mama like that. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not an igga. Stop calling. Don't call yourself. No, stop that. I know white folks giving you money. I know that they paying you good, but that's not good. That's not. Put down the blunt. But stop. No more Hennessy for you, right? You get frustrated, right? You get so mad when you just see all kinds of shenanigans and chaos. And so I'm not gonna lie. I am not a fan of I've never been a person that can sit in the audience when somebody's like, we just got to get 40 million people to all do the same thing. I'm like, how the hell you gonna do that? You can't do that. That's not gonna work. Only oh, the closest that's ever come, maybe the Democratic Party could do. That might be the only institution that's been able to get nearly all black people to do the same thing. I don't know how they did it. They put something in the Kool-Aid. But here's the thing. Here's what's beautiful about it. To get real economic power, you don't need everybody on the same page. You don't need everybody on the front line. You don't need everybody leading. You don't need everybody absolutely out here killing it. You just need to make sure that your best show up as their best. You don't need everybody. You just need a few good men and a few good women That's what you need. I heard Farrakhan say that, where he said, "Give me 10,000 solid black men, and we're ready to go." And I said, "Yeah, that's it. That's good." Because one solid man is worth 100 flimsy men. One solid black woman is worth 100 flimsy black women. So literally, if you just sort of make sure that those who get it, and that you got it, and that you run with it, and that you stand on it, and that you put it down, and you push it, and you scramble for it, and you defend it, and you fight for it, then guess what? You have progress, because those individuals who become leaders, who learn those basics in terms of economics, they learn how to create jobs and build wealth and create financial security, then that becomes very contagious. That becomes very contagious. People start to copy that. They start to emulate that. If you ever know, if you want to know what I'm talking about, a lot of times you try to tell somebody about your plan to be successful and they don't listen. But then as soon as you go out and execute the plan and you become successful, those same people are usually coming up and saying, "Well, how did you do it? How do I do like you? How do I become like you?" Right? And it might be after they ask to borrow $20. So you say, "Look, I'll loan you $20, but after I give you some money, I'm gonna give you some game. Shut up and listen to me now, because now I have power, because I just gave you $20, which shows I care about you, but I also am going to give you something more valuable than the $20. I'm going to show you how to fish. I'm going to show you how to win." People will respond to that, especially young people. So don't always worry about getting everybody on the same page. Get yourself on the same damn page. Half of y'all, I bet half of us in this room, me, myself included, half of us are not even on the same page with ourselves. We're not. We're certainly not on the same page with our purpose. We're certainly not on the same page with God. We're not on the same page with what God intended for us to be. We're living another life. We're living in the closet. We're being something that we were not intended to be. We're distracted. So before you try to get the whole community on the same page, get on the same page with yourself. And I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself. Because I have different voices. There's many. I have multiple personalities. I'm probably diagnosable. Um, there's the lazy voice. There's the unfocused voice. There's the voice you might see playing video games on YouTube. Y'all ever see me play video? I play Call of Duty sometimes with my friends because it's fun. Um, there's the voice that has doubts. There's the voice that has fears. There's the voice that don't want to do no work right now. There's the voice that isn't being the best version of himself. There's the fat voice. You saw him years ago. The fat voice. He didn't exercise. He didn't want to eat the right food, right? So there's those versions of voice, but then there's the other voice, right? There's the focus voice. There's the intellectual voice. There's the fearless voice. There is the determined voice. There is the disciplined voice. There's the voice that gets up at 5 a.m. There's the voice that goes hard every day. There's the voice that believes in something and sticks with. So that version of him is the one I need to show up every day. So I got to get on the same page with him. Do you understand? So before you get the world on the same page with you, ain't nothing holy and righteous about any of us. None of us are holier than thou or better than other people. Get on the same page with yourself. Get on the same page with your purpose. Get on the same page with God. I see it that deep. I really see consciousness as getting closer to God. I can explain that to you actually mathematically if you ever want me to break it down. But literally get on the same page with all of that. And then what you'll notice is that when you do that, when you're just living in your purpose and you're making it happen, you're marching forward relentlessly, you'll turn around, there'll be 50 people following you. They'll just be right behind you. There's something magical about you. You've unlocked a superpower that maybe you didn't know that you have. So here's what I'm gonna go through really quickly with Malcolm X, very quickly. And before I do that, I want to mention really fast. Let's see. Last night, Jay Cameron did his thing with the Ghana trip. You guys know we're going to Ghana this summer. Um, I'll try to get that recording out to you. I'll try to make sure I hit Chanel up about the recording and send that to you if you want to watch it. Number two, what was the other thing too? Oh, Constance Carter, one of the faculty members in the Black Business School. Actually, she's going to do a daily class as well. And so this is something we did Money in the Morning, the Millionaire Training Camp this year. It went really well. And I said, you know what? Maybe Constance, maybe you should do this too. That way we can be with our people every day and talk to them every day. A lot of you have come in here and seen Constance. You've seen how great she is, how smart she is. So basically, she's going to actually be doing her thing right after I get done. So what I'll do is I will text you all the link so you can go join Constance and hang out with her if you're into this whole Black economics thing and you just want to keep, just hang out with us for a big chunk of the day. I know Madam President does some stuff earlier in the morning as well. So these are people that are sort of in our clique. These are people in our group, people that we love. You've seen them at the All Black National Convention, and they have something very positive to say and beneficial. So I'll send you all the links. So if you see Constance's name in a text message, you'll know what that is. So anyway, with that said, let's talk about Malcolm's economic theories and break some of those down. Number one, there is actually an economic field or theory called community wealth building, and I'm going to read some of it here. It emphasizes local ownership of resources, cooperative business models, and the retention of wealth within communities. So basically, the community wealth theory backs up what Malcolm was saying. It basically says that wealth creation should prioritize community benefit over external profit extraction. All that means is that you take care of your own before you start taking care of everybody else. That's really all it's saying. It's saying it's like a type of nationalism. Malcolm was a nationalist, which means that success and prosperity starts at home. It means that if you have a job available, you hire your friend or family member if you can. You go outside of the space if you have to. If you have $1 to spend, you try to spend it with people that are in your circle. If you can't, then you might go outside of the circle, right? So you do a little bit of both. Also, there are institutions like cooperatives. You probably heard these terms. Give me a guess if you've heard about any of these terms. Has anybody ever heard of a co-op? Co-ops are in this space. Credit unions are built on building community wealth. Locally owned businesses, etc. So a lot of times they're used to create economic ecosystems where the money just kind of gets reinvested. And a lot of other communities do this. The Amish do this. The Mormons do this. The Mormons are amazing. The Mormons, they went out to Salt Lake City with what's the guy's name? One day I got to tell y'all the story of Brigham Young University. Didn't they actually they beat didn't they I think they beat Coach Prime's team in their bowl game. They beat them kind of bad too. I think it was Brigham Young. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. There's a bunch of corny white dudes, but they were good. Anyway, so Brigham Young went out to Salt Lake City with a bunch of families, and they said, "Let's build our own." And literally, I think they found out that the Mormons had secretly held like $100 billion in wealth in a vault or something crazy like that. It was in the Wall Street Journal where they were like, they basically were like, the Mormons secretly have $100 billion that they told nobody about. So it's pretty powerful. And what they've done, I think, is that they've actually just taken their faith and tied it into their lifestyle, the way they live and their economics, and I'm not mad at them for it. It provides financial security. Salt Lake City will not go broke anytime in the near future. Number two, there's something called the endogenous growth theory. So this theory supports the idea that investments in local human capital, innovation, and entrepreneurship drive economic growth. Entrepreneurship, innovation, human capital, human capital. Let's translate that. That means that we have all these precious babies. We have $1 trillion worth of babies in our community, $1 trillion worth of kids, and we cannot keep selling our children up the river to the first white man that will hire them for any crappy job that they're willing to do or that will give them just enough money to pay bills. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to invest in them, and you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset where you can understand human capital. Human capital is the value of a human being. It's the value of a human being's ideas, the value of a human being's labor, the value of a human being's free time, the value of a human being's existence. So you must understand before you start really extracting your worth, you have to be able to see it. Before you start extracting your worth, you have to see it because once you see it, you won't be so quick to give it away. This is consciousness. This is what financial consciousness is. Because before I acquire wealth, I got to know where the wealth is located. Before I own it, I got to be able to visualize it. I have to see something before I grab it. You can't grab something that doesn't exist. A lot of wealth gets passed up. I stand on this point. Most wealth gets passed up because people don't even see it when it walks right by them. Tell me I'm lying. I've run into so many people who passed up $1 million opportunities because they were looking for a paycheck. All their eyes were trained to see was a pay. How much is I gonna get paid? That's all they could see. Now paychecks matter. We know this, right? They're very good, especially if you're trying to pay bills and get by. Nothing wrong with that. But here's the thing. Sometimes it's like dating, right? Sometimes it's really like dating. It's a lot like dating. Some people date with no consciousness. They date the prettiest girl with the biggest booty, and then next thing you know, they're miserable and they don't know why. Or they go after the man who has the most money because he's 6 feet tall, and then they're miserable and they don't know why. Well, the reason they don't know why, the reason that they end up like getting a bunch of stuff they didn't sign up for is because they didn't spend the time to gain consciousness. They don't have a full throttle vision of what they're actually investing in. They'll look at a guy and they'll look for one thing, how much money you got, right? And if he's got no money, they'll say, "Oh, girl, I ain't interested in him." But they're not looking at all these other things this man may have to offer, right? That are seen and unseen. They're not even taking the time to explore any of that, not doing the due diligence on the investment. Next thing you know, you pick the other guy because he's tall and has money, and but he beats you up and and kills your cat, and and now you're mad, right? So really, I think it's the same way when it comes to wealth and investing. When I was in college and I had no financial consciousness, most of us, when we picked our jobs, we simply picked the job that paid the most money. That's what we would do. It wasn't always the case that we would look at 5 or 6 other criteria to say, okay, how's this going to fit in my life when I'm 40? What are the growth opportunities in this organization? How does this fit with my work-life balance? Right? You don't learn these things until you get older and you start saying, yeah, I had a job making a whole lot of money, but it was terrible. Like when I got my dream job, I've told you all the story about my dream job. I got my dream job when I was 19 or 21 maybe. I turned 21 no, I turned 20 that summer. I was 19 and I hated that damn job. That job was so terrible. Oh my God. Right. And that was my introduction to wealth consciousness. Like, okay, boys, we can't be going after the most money because sometimes something seems to have the most money but it may not be what's best for you. So the same thing is true when you talk about economic consciousness or you're talking about the endogenous growth theory, that when you're talking about our kids and you're talking about our community and the people that are in it, there's so much value there. And you have to learn how to see that value. So you got that child who's really good with math, who's good with or who likes computers or whatever. And you're visualizing, okay, what are they going to do? Well, you can get a great job working for Google or IBM. And that might be true. Of course, Google and IBM would hire that child because, yeah, they love to hire little black geniuses and pay them far beneath what they're actually worth. But maybe what you then say is, maybe if we train this child on some other economic skills, maybe if we show this child how to be an investor, maybe if we build a capital base for that child, maybe if we also teach them how to create a job and create prosperity for others, right? Right. It's one thing if you make yourself successful, that's nice, but it's really cool when you can make 40 other people successful too. That's really powerful. That's when you go from being like a little match to becoming a nuclear bomb of success is when you learn how to scale that success. That is a way of thinking. That is a type of economic consciousness. That is something you can be trained on. That is something you should be learning from the time you're young. So endogenous growth theory, Malcolm was right about the idea of sort of exploring our human capital, investing in innovation, creative ways to use that capital, and also entrepreneurship, black-owned business, black-owned business, black-owned business. We cannot have wealth, we cannot have power if everybody out here is looking for a damn job. That you will never have power that way. All right, what else? Okay, and by the way, that theory came from a guy named Paul Romer, and he talks about things like education, innovation, and skill building as a pathway to long-term economic growth. He don't mention nothing about rapping, playing basketball, or telling jokes for a living. He don't none of that's in the theory. It's all about education, innovation, and skill building. All right, number three, economic empowerment theory. This is another thing that's been written about in thousands of research papers that connects to what Malcolm was discussing. And basically, this theory focuses on increasing the capacity of marginalized groups to control and benefit from their economic resources. So it suggests that marginalized groups achieve empowerment by gaining access to financial resources, education, and ownership structures. So this is why when they really start talking about reparations and they really show up and they say, well, what do you black people want? If they happen to ask you, if they call you on the phone and say, what do you want? One of the things I think that you might want to consider bringing up is access to capital, access to resources. So basically, if someone gave you a big enough bank loan, that could be better than them giving you a check. I'm not saying that a check is not nice, but if you gave me a choice for the Black Business School and you said, what would you rather have, a $1 million grant or a $30 million loan? I would say, give me the loan. I give me the loan because I get to control $30 million in resources that allows me to further the mission that much more, that much faster. And now, yeah, I got to pay the loan back, sure, but capital is a moneymaker if you know what to do with it. You can take capital and I can instantly deploy it and say, okay, we're making an extra $5 million a year now because we've been able to deploy this capital properly. So access to resources is a really important part of economic growth, according to economic empowerment theory. Also, education and ownership structure. See, notice the theme of education, education, education. Also, education does not mean going to school all the time. Going to school can lead to education, but there's a lot of educated fools. So going to school is not the same as education. Education is not the same as knowledge. And knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Those are different tiers to the process. So if somebody says, well, I want to have wisdom, and you say, well, you got to go to school, there's more to it than that. Being inside a building with a bunch of walls and with ivy coming down the tower and all that, that does not give you education. That does not make you wise. It doesn't give you knowledge. What knowledge do you have that specifically applies to the problems that you're seeking to solve as a black person? That to me, that's what education should do. It should be targeted like a gun. I'm not just spraying bullets everywhere, hoping for the best. I'm gonna look at the target, get the bullseye, pew, hit that bullseye, right? Are you hitting the bullseye with the education for your kids? What are they investing their time and energy into? Time is not something to be wasted. Time is something that is precious and valuable. You will run out of it. Are you spending time doing the right things, learning the right things, getting the skills that will specifically help you solve the problems that you're going to have to solve? So if I'm looking at my child, I'm asking, what are the biggest problems they're going to have to solve when they're a 35-year-old black woman, with two kids and a spouse? What are their biggest problems going to be? And once I figure that out, then I say, okay, that's what we're going to train on. Just like when my Ohio State Buckeyes won the national championship in football, they're studying the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and they are preparing. They're looking to see, okay, what exactly is their biggest strength? What are they going to try to do to beat us? What specific skill set does our team have to have in order for us to win the championship? And that's why you watch the film. So when it comes to life, you got to watch the film. And the film is everywhere. God lays it out for you everywhere. There are examples of misery everywhere. There's examples of failure everywhere. There's examples of stress and struggle everywhere. Economic struggle, it ain't hard to find. So to me, I say to you, if you're talking about trying to understand this game and how to get your kids ready, go watch the film, watch the tape. Pay attention. Somebody dies from a drug overdose. Maybe drugs aren't bad. Somebody dies from diabetes and heart failure. Maybe all that fried chicken ain't so good for us. Somebody else is over here crying and sleeping with a fat, dusty old man to get rent money. Maybe my daughter should have an investment account so she doesn't have to do that, right? Watch the film. You gotta watch the film. If you watch the film, it'll tell you everything you need to know, because life ain't nothing but a big ass classroom. It's a classroom, it's a book. Everything that's in an academic book that you can read on a college campus came from the world. It came from the world. The world is a big university full of lessons everywhere. So the question I ask people, and this goes back to consciousness, is that it's like, okay, God is trying to tell you something. Did you get the message? Right? When DMX and Whitney Houston die, these billion-dollar assets die from drugs. Did you get the message, or are you just spending all your time being sad, waiting for the next tragedy to happen? Right? When you see somebody that got their dream job because they went to Yale and got a master's degree, but they're coming home every day, drinking themselves to sleep and angry as hell because of the racism on the job, did you get the message? Did you sit back and say, let me think about that? Right? Or did you just say, "Oh, white people be mean. They need to stop that. White people need to stop. They need to stop being mean to us. That ain't right. That ain't right. Yeah, it ain't right." But you should learn from people. And in fact, I'll tell you, as much as I love Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, if I was to really critique them, and again, I think this might be a superpower that you get, because when you just when you get a PhD in the field I was in, you get criticized constantly. You can do the best work on earth. You can literally do work that could lead to a Nobel Prize, and somebody in there is going to be in there hating on your work. Not in a negative way, not in a toxic way, but in a way where they're going to poke holes, right? Iron sharpens iron. So you just get in a space where everything can be critiqued, everything, right? So even if you were to hear me talk about the life of Malcolm X or the life of Muhammad Ali, and I was to talk about it in a deeply critical way where I really have assessed and analyzed and thought about the mistakes they made, you would really think I don't like either one of these men. You would be like, boys be hating on Muhammad Ali. Boys don't like Malcolm, but he hate on Muhammad because he talked about all the women that he was with and how all those women took all his money. No, that's just a lesson I learned. Like Muhammad Ali was very charismatic because he's like, I'm so pretty, and the women thought he was pretty too, so he was sleeping with all of them. And then you saw what happened, right? He lost all that money. And none of those women were sticking by him when that poor man started to degenerate. But he found him a good wife named Lonnie who pulled his wealth back together. That lady saved his legacy, right? And I just love that. I think she was from Louisville too, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think she might have been from Louisville. I just love that. I'm a Louisville guy, right? So that's a big deal for me. Or if you think about just getting punched in the head till you're 45 years old, maybe that wasn't the best move for him, right? Because I think Ali had another 50 years of amazing work that he would have done, had boxing not taken so much from him. So there's a lesson to learn from that. So I would encourage you to not think of a critique as hating, right? Some people that are simple-minded kind of they think of everything as either I love everything about what you say or I hate everything you say. And I think that is just the absolute worst way to assess anything. Um, Everything is nuanced. So and through the nuance is where you get the lesson. That's where you learn. You're watching the film, you're figuring it out. And when on game day, like my Ohio State Buckeyes, you can actually show up and win. So that's it. That's my thought for today. I ain't got nothing else. So so by the way, Constance Carter is gonna be live in a little bit, maybe 20 minutes after I'm done, and I'll text you all the link. But also, if you want to be notified when she does her daily class, she wants to do this every day. She's a hustler like I am, and so you can text the word Constance to 87948. Text Constance to 87948. Also, you guys know we have Money in the Morning. We also have these bite-sized lessons you can learn different topics, real estate or stock options, called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute allows you within the flow of your day to just digest your lesson in less than 3 minutes and to learn this topic. So I have something on stock options called Money in a Minute stock options. Some of you have already done it, but those of you who haven't, I'll send you all a link where you can sign up at a discounted rate. You'll get that later on today. And also, just as an FYI, this week I'm flying to Europe, and which means my time schedule is going to be a little bit off. So I may end up having to miss class a day or so. I hope I don't. But my goal is to basically try to sync it up. But they're 7 hours ahead or something, and I'm going over there to see one of my girls, and I can't wait. And so I'll be broadcasting to you guys from across the sea next time we talk tomorrow. Someone asked, "Can you explain how God and mathematics are related?" Well, I can get to that a little bit later. That's more of a full thorough conversation, but basically it has to do with dimensions, right? When you do mathematics, like particularly starting with one topic called linear algebra or multivariate calculus, you go into higher dimensions, and basically dimensions are structured in a certain way. And basically, long story short, when you get to the sixth dimension, they say that's where God lives. God lives in the sixth dimension, mathematically speaking. But one day we'll talk about that. So that's my connection there. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And don't forget, if you're not on the text list for this class, just text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Oh, and one more thing too. A lot of you have asked to be, if you could be affiliates on the Black Wealth Mastery Store, where we sell our financial flashcards for kids, our financial workbooks for kids. Dr. Alicia's books are on there. My books are on there. So we actually set up an affiliate program. I think the original commission was 10%. I'm going to up that to 20%, actually. And so if you are looking to build a business, I'd love to be in business with you. I'd love to, I'd love to, build together. So I will text you all only people in this class, the link where you can sign up and become an affiliate. And yeah, and if you, so that means you start a YouTube channel or you see people that love what's going on here and you want to tell them about it, or you want to talk to your church about it or your school about it, whatever, then if they buy something from us, then you will get a commission. And again, we started at 10%. I said, no, I want to go to 20% so that it makes more sense. So you will get the link, Toya. I'm going to text the link out. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. All right. So have a good day, everybody. And by the way, the store, if you want to take a look at it, it's at drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. Okay, you did get it. You did sign up, Crystal. Okay, great. Let me know, and I'm going to ask you all about it because this is an experiment. We've been talking about this for a while. Finally, the team was able to implement it, and finally, I got around to actually, sharing it and implementing it on my end. So now we're going to give it a try, and hopefully it'll go as well as we hope. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you soon. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. That's our morning millionaire training camp. This is for anybody who wants to build a future for themselves and their children. So if you don't want to have a future and if you don't ever want to understand how money works, then you should probably leave. I'm sure there's something good on Netflix for you to watch. So, or maybe some sleeping you could do because some of us be sleeping until noon, right? But we don't do that in here. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was actually in the probably about the 6:45 a.m. club. But I did go to the gym and I did do my workout, and I'm telling you, it makes you feel good. Now, give me 1 second here. I'm going to get us set up, and I want everybody to know I sent you all a text. Uh, Let me know if you got the text because I sent out a text this morning letting everyone know that we were about to meet for class as we do every day. And I'd heard from some of you who actually reached out to the support team and said you were not getting the notification, which concerned me. And so, I want to be careful about that. So give me 1 second here. Um, One of the things I want to talk about today that I think we can learn something from is has to do with a new show on Netflix called Squid Game. And what I'm going to do is my goal is to rock your world in terms of sharing with you something that'll make you say, I never thought about it like that. And this is the purpose of Money in the Morning. In case you haven't been here in our millionaire training camp, the goal is to embrace something that we do in the Black Business School that we call conversational learning, which is better than like sitting there and just with a pad and a pen and always taking notes. Sometimes just having discussions and talking about things is how you learn, right? Because economics is culture. And as you guys know, in my book, I wrote a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And in that book, The 10 Commandments, one of the things that I want to impress upon you is the importance of understanding the connection between where your wealth and your financial situation ends up and the things that you think about every day, the things that you do every day, the people that you talk to, the lifestyle that you live. In fact, if you go to my Instagram at Dr. Boyce Finance, I put up a video of Mike Epps, who's a comedian. I do not know Mike, but I know someone who knows Mike really well. I've told you guys many occasions. Willie D from the Ghetto Boys is one of my buddies, and Willie is good friend. Willie is buddies with Mike, so I don't, but I don't know. I did that. That's just the connection there. But Mike Epps did a great video where he was explaining how bad culture can really weigh you down. He talked about how did anybody see that video by chance? It went kind of viral. Mike was making a really honest emotional appeal, and he was basically saying, that when I was struggling and I was on drugs and my life was bad and I was making bad choices and I was in bad situations and barely hanging on by a thread, I got a lot of love. He said my friends would say, "Oh man, I'm praying for you, brother. I love you, man. I got your back, man." But then when he started doing well, he was working out, he was eating healthy, he was living a good life, he was doing well financially. He said that a lot of those people did not support him like they used to. They liked him better when he was in the mud. They actually could empathize with him more when he was in the basement with them and engaging in bad habits like them. And I love the fact that Mike then connected that to our kids. And he basically said a lot of our kids fail because they're trying to fit in with a loser. They struggle because they're trying to fit in with degenerate culture that is heavily promoted, particularly to black males. We've talked about this extensively, how it's sort of interesting to me that there is an appreciation for black men who are broken, busted, torn to pieces, weak, uneducated, not working, lazy. They like there's a celebration of that. But then, when you show up and you say, "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm okay. I'm actually all right. I read books. I don't know. I'm not gonna pick up the liquor bottle. I'm not gonna go to the club and shoot somebody and get 30 years in prison. I actually do take care of my kids because that's what you're supposed to do. Not because I'm special. I don't take care of my kids because I'm a credit to my race. You ever see that when people are like, you take care of your kids? Oh my God, that's so wonderful. You take care of your kids. I'm like Chris Rock. Chris Rock said you're supposed to take care of your kids. That's what human beings do. So the fact that they convince you that it's normal to not do that is fundamentally hilarious. And I'm gonna tell you what really burns me up as a black man. And I'm gonna talk about Mike Epps and that little thing in a minute. Then I promise I'll bring it back to my key point. Is I saw where Zendaya, the Disney lady. Anybody know Zendaya? Give me a yes if you know who Zendaya is, if you've seen her. She's beautiful, smart, talented. She's in all the Spider-Man movies. She's got a real black family. She actually had a show where she told them to put black people on the show. Like I much respect to Zendaya. Our kids love her, and so I know I get to learn about the Disney people because of when you got girls in the house, you gonna know Disney. And so anyway, Zendaya is engaged to Tom Holland, who was this white guy that played Spider-Man. And it's an interesting match. He's like about 2 feet tall and she's like, statuesque. It looks a little weird, but whatever. Love is love, right? But the interesting thing to me was I compared and contrasted that to two other Disney-ish types of young ladies. Well, not Disney-ish. One was Disney, one was not Disney. One was the Disney lady. You know what I'm talking about? The one that played the Little Mermaid. And the black girl, you know what I'm talking about. Put her name in the chat. I don't remember all I'm bad with names. But anyway, very talented. And she ended up having a baby with a rapper. And the relationship ended after about like 6 months or something. They had a baby and then decided, oh, now that we've had a baby, we should break our family apart. That's the perfect time to destroy your family is right after the baby's born. That way you can make absolutely sure that the baby is born in a big pile of piss, right? They're born in a big pile of just messiness and ugliness and trauma, and that's that because for some people they think that's what it means to be black. And then I saw the tennis player Naomi Osaka, right? Who was, really like the number one tennis player on the planet, and she was dating a rapper too. And I was like, what is it with these girls and these rappers? Like, don't they understand that most of rap culture, not all of it, but not all of it, not all of it. I'm not because I got some friends that are rappers who are good people, D1, Immortal Technique, guys like that. But some, you know what I'm talking about. Some of the stuff that you hear, if you are a rap fan, a lot of that stuff is not pro family. It's not like, hey, brother, settle down, pick one woman, yeah, you start a family, live a quality life. Like they don't rap about that. They're like, I got hoes in different area codes. In area, I got hoes. I got hoes. Y'all remember that? Anybody remember that? That's that. Forgive me if that word is it's breakfast. I'm sorry. But anyway, so hip hop is not. It's not. I'm sorry, especially gangster rap. It's just not pro family, right? Lil Wayne literally had a song. I swear to God, in this song, he literally said that I will steal your girlfriend, make her into my hooker, and then I will use her up and make money from selling her body, and then I will chop her dead body up and put it in the trunk of a car and mail it back to you. I swear, go look it up. Look it up. It's like whoa, that's not even sex trafficking. Like that's Jeffrey Dahmer type stuff, right? But yeah, but everybody's like, oh, but the song is so good, the beat is slamming, yo, and they because they didn't take a psychology class on the subconscious mind and how how words have power and the things that you recite over and over and over again become mantras. What's the quote people use? What is it? Words are spells, basically. And I do believe that. Like you repeat it over and over and over again, that does seep into your culture, and you do see some of that, right? So long story short, here's the deal. Here's where I'm going with this. The problem for me is that because we don't understand the connection between our economics and our families, we think we can destroy our families and build our wealth at the same time. You can't, that doesn't, not happening. You can't destroy your families and build your wealth at the same time. Why am I talking about Naomi Osaka and the Disney Halle Bailey and their rapper boyfriends? Well, because if you're integrating your children into a culture, see, integration with white folks, we already know the damage that was done there, but what we don't assess the damage of is the integration with hip hop culture. So you're integrating your family, you're bringing a child into the world, and the daddy's a rapper, where all of his friends are in his ear telling him that relationships are a burden. Children are a pain in the butt. I heard Hallie's boyfriend say that having a relationship is like having a part-time job, man. Like that's not because why would in his mind it's like if you're all addicted to the dopamine of new experiences, then why would you settle down with one woman when you could have 12? Right? That's the thinking of a 22-year-old child, right? And so ultimately, long story short, what you have is you have a scenario where the infrastructure is broken before it even gets built. There's nothing there that says, okay, I'm going to take pride in being the kind of man who is married to my wife for 50 years. My mother, my mother passed on Christmas Eve. We talked about that, and I think about her all the time. Just be ready to hear about my mama all the time. I'm gonna carry my mama right here in my soul for the rest of my life. And when I spoke at her funeral, I looked down at my father and I saw a man who was once a 21-year-old man. I knew my father when he was 21, 22 years old. I remember that. And he was very handsome. He had those green eyes that apparently, for whatever reason, girls like those green eyes. Maybe I'm just a hater because I don't have none of that. I'm just an average guy. But yet, despite the fact that his little green eyed, light, and he was light skinned, you remember back in the day, people, if you light skinned it and you got the curly hair and the green eye, right, all that stuff. He's still, because of how he was shaped as a man, because of how his father shaped him, looked at my mother and said, I'm gonna marry that woman. He didn't say I'm gonna get all them hoes. He didn't say that. He said I'm gonna marry that woman right there. And he claimed her. He went and he pursued her, and he married her, and he stuck by her side until her last breath. When she took her last breath, he was laying right next to her. She passed at about 4:30 in the morning. He was asleep, and he woke up and she was gone. But every single time I talked to him about my mother, his whole conversation was, my job is to take care of her, period. And what I don't get, here's what I'm not processing because I'm old fashioned apparently, is I just really, when I saw Naomi Osaka with this rapper and I saw Chloe Bailey with the other rapper, both of whom have already broken the relationships have already ended. I was kind of like, I wonder why young ladies aren't interested in men like that anymore. Like I wonder what it is that would make you look at someone who's a complete who's not going to have a great future most likely because he's engaging in some unhealthy habits and not really interested in like family and all that is not really kind of like a role model in his head. What would make you want to align your children with him versus the guy who says, I want to be with you, I want to marry you, I want to cherish you, I'm going to take care of you until we're old and gray and dead. I want you to die if you die first, I want you to die right next to me. If I die first, I want you next to my bedside. I don't know if this is where integration was bad for black people, and I'm not talking about civil rights integration. I'm not talking about Brown versus Board of Education. I'm not talking about we shall overcome. Let's go to school with white folks and get jobs working for white. I'm talking about integration with hip hop culture, which is also white culture for the most part. The reason I call it white culture is because the person who has the gold makes the rules. If you want to know who defines what something's going to be, it's the person who writes the damn check. I say this as a finance PhD. The person who writes the check, the person who pays the bills, decides what the culture is going to be. They decide what the rules are going to be. They decide which songs are going to be on the radio. You don't own no radio stations. You don't own the systems of distribution. You haven't raised $1 billion in capital to start a record label. Not one rapper in the history of the world has ever gone to Chase Bank and gotten $1 billion to start a record label. Never has that occurred. So stop acting like hip hop culture is black culture. That is not black culture. That is white culture where white people are saying, this is what we need y'all to be. This is what we want y'all to be. We want you to be losers. We want you to be degenerates. We want you to have broken families. We want you to be on drugs. We want you to be drinking all the time. We want you throwing your money away. We want you ignorant. We want you lost. We want you with STDs. And if you step out of that role, then you're not interested anymore. So let's circle back. Why was I on the treadmill, feeling some kind of way when I saw Zendaya, engaged to Tom Holland And I thought about the other Disney princess who got with the rapper, who's never going to have a family with this man. He's already declared that. That's already that the baby's born, but the family breaks apart as soon as the baby's born. There's no consideration like, well, what about the children? How whatever, none of that, right? It's like, oh, I can be a, I can just still I'm gonna come see my son once every month and he's gonna be fine. And okay, whatever, do your thing. But here's the thing: the reason that got to me is because I think that what's happened is that because we've allowed people to use their wealth and their money to bastardize the image of the black man in such a terrible way that people look up to rappers more than they look up to scholars. It makes Tom Holland look like a wonderful guy, right? And when Tom Holland, who doesn't have all these crazy cultural influences, says, "Oh my God, I am next to this wonderful, statuesque, extremely talented African queen. I'm going to worship her. Like I'm going to wash her feet every morning because I am honored to be with this woman." They call that simping when you like express your admiration for your woman. Oh, you a simp, you a simp. That's again, that's white culture, hip hop through hip hop. To just so when he does that, other people are gonna go, oh, the white guys are so much nicer to their women than the black guys are. Because I saw the rapper with his Disney princess, and he spit on her in public and cussed her out and called her a blanket. In fact, actually, when the Zendaya, not Zendaya, I'm sorry, the other Disney Halle, when she broke up with the guy, he went on Twitter and said something crazy like about her, about I'm not even think about sex, but think about something that involves your mouth. That's all I'm gonna say because some of y'all got kids watching, and that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all grown, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, but you can't say that about a Disney princess. Come on, man, don't do that, man. Like, seems in a Disney movie, bro. We don't want to. That don't even make sense, So my point is to say that when you talk about culture, and it's not entirely true. It's not everybody, right? There are some rappers that have families and and completely have walked away from the culture. But what I'm saying to you is that there's just this awkward bastardization that takes place where Zendaya, who's hanging out with Tom Holland, looks like she made this superior choice to the other Disney princess who now has a baby daddy, right? Or when the rapper Eve goes over to London. Has anybody ever seen the pictures of Eve with her white family? It's really fascinating. Like they look like something out of like they look like a British aristocrats. It was like her with a big long. It was one of those big long tables like the King Henry VIII would have, and it was nothing but like 25 white people at the table and then her, right? And it looked kind of weird, but she looked real happy. She had this big gigantic house and they're probably on like 1,000 acres of land and it almost gives this impression. Or even when the one lady, what's her name? I forgot her name. Meghan Markle married Prince Harry. I saw a lot of people really fantasizing about that wedding. Like they were really excited about this royal British wedding. And what I really think is fascinating, what made me kind of salty a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, is that I know millions of black men, or not millions, but I know a lot. I know a lot of black men who love women that much, who honor women at that same level, who some of whom may not be able to give you the royal British wedding, but they will treat you well. They will honor you. They'll be honored to be with you. And I think that it's fundamentally unfair that these guys get overshadowed by the rappers. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. And that actually made me, and I thought about that when I thought about even the Mike Epps video where he talked about how there's something about this promotion of degeneracy that can occur in the community that fundamentally undermines the community, not just in terms of wealth, but in all the things that allow you to even have a chance to build wealth. It's really hard to build wealth when you own crack. It's really hard to build wealth when your mama is running the streets. It's really hard to build wealth when your daddy is in prison. It's really hard to build wealth if your family is in complete chaos and in the middle of trauma. And just divorce alone, just baby daddy, baby mama-ism alone is a major factor in killing your ability to really thrive in this society. You're kind of in survival mode at that point, almost like a basketball team that has completely thrown out their playbook and is completely disheveled, and half the players are injured, and you don't even know what to do next, and you don't even know which basket is your basket, and you don't even know how to dribble. You're not going to win an NBA championship with that kind of a team. Do you understand? To win a championship is already hard, even if you're organized. It's hard, even if you have great athletes. right? It's hard even when all the players show up. It's hard even when you have a game plan. It's hard even when you've been practicing. So if you've never done any of these things, you haven't practiced, you have no game plan, you have no skill, everybody's injured, half the team showed up. What in the hell makes you think you can ever win anything? What makes you think that you can compete with anyone who is structured, organized, and prepared? And so a family really is your team. And so really me, again, as the 53-year-old man who shakes his fist at the air, I probably sound like an out of touch old man because half the stuff that y'all young people think is lit and cool and hip, I think is stupid because I see what's going to happen 20 years down the line if you keep doing that dumb stuff. And maybe you'll receive it from an elder and you'll say, "Oh, an elder's talking and he's an educated elder. Maybe he has a point." Or you're going to say, "Ah, man, you just a dumb old man. You just out of touch, die. You just blah, blah, blah." Okay, cool. I don't care. It's your choice. But I because I'm really saying this for people that want to listen and for people that want to hear a different voice. Because when I would see just this sort of fascination with like this sort of thing that's being promoted amongst black males, the very unhealthy stuff, liquor and drugs and STDs and ignorance and wasting all your money and and the babies mamas and sleeping with everything that moves. It's really sad to me. And it's sad because not only do people, a lot of young people make these mistakes and they don't know what's going on because nobody ever explained these things to them, but it's kind of like when you try to help, you get sort of attacked a lot. You get kind of like you get made fun of, right? You get called a nerd or whatever. And the really the secret, the reason I related to Mike Epps' video, let's go back to Mike Epps. And this problem, I promise you, this relates to wealth because Mike became rich and famous, and all of a sudden, his old friends from the hood, a lot of his friends had an issue with that. When I saw Mike talking about his experience, and the video's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, you can go watch it. I said, wow, I had the same experience. When I heard Mike say, when I was struggling, when I was in the mud with you, you really were happy for you. You were my friend. You loved me. But then when I climbed out of the mud and I said, hey, I made it, y'all. I'm doing better. I'm going to the next level. Suddenly, I became public enemy number one in your eyes. And I had to detach from you because you're no longer an ally. You're now an enemy. I related to that because one of the I don't get to talk about this much, but one of the things that one of my secrets to success as a young person was to detach from a lot of the black men in my life. Not all of them. It wasn't like I didn't want to be around you because you were a black male. That's not true. But I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I didn't, and I had the best, greatest gift and the greatest curse that I had in my life was that I never fully related to white people, and so I would get rejected by a lot of white people, and I didn't fully relate to black people because I was detached enough to look at some stuff and say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go to the club. People get shot at the club. I saw a video. There was a video. There was not. It wasn't a video. It was a post by a man who was in prison who had an epiphany where he said that 5 minutes ruined his life. And I bet I know what he's going to say. Because and here's what he said. He said something that I've been thinking about this for 30 something years. Because I know a lot of people this has happened to. He said, I was in the club, somebody disrespected me. I pulled out my gun and shot them, and then I got 30 years in prison. And I was like, yeah, I know some guys like that. And I think that lack of a critical thinking skill, that lack of ability to disconnect and kind of say, what do I want from my life? Do I value my life? Am I even going to participate in something that might cost me my life? Um, I wish that was more popular, because I think that for young kids especially, when you have music and stuff that's really telling you, like if somebody makes you mad, you should shoot them, or even that you should punch them, or maybe people that make fun of you if you don't go and get violent with somebody. Let's say you're in a restaurant and some toothless redneck calls you the N-word. And I hear a lot of people like, oh, I'm going to jail today. I'm going to jail today. I'm like, I'm not going to jail today because I don't care what this toothless redneck thinks about me. What makes you put those people on such a pedestal that somehow you think that their approval of you even matters? I don't care what you say about me, but maybe it's because I've had some experience. A lot of people say a lot of things about me, right? And it doesn't. The good stuff it kind of matters. The bad stuff kind of matters. But at the end of the day, what matters is what you think about yourself. So, what in the world? Who trained you to even think that you should give away that much of your power to someone who has no power, by the way? a lot of people that hate on you and say things about you or attack you in some way or call you the N-word to get you out of character, they don't have power, so they're seeking power by seeing if they can influence your behavior and get you unfocused, get you off of your game. That's what they're really doing. And I just it just it's not logical. It's not logical behavior. So ultimately, I think. And the reason that I think when you have an economic conversation, you have to talk about behavior and choices is because behavior and choices is everything when it comes to wealth. Like you can't have rich people versus poor people without having different choices amongst different people. So the question is, what are your choices? What choices are you going to make today? What because you're gonna have a range of possibilities. Like E40 says, everybody got choices, right? What are your choices? What choices are you gonna make, and who's gonna influence your choices? And because culture influences the choices that we make, and what kind of culture are you building? And then the culture that you build is going to shape your access to wealth and resources. Now, what I want to do is I want to break into another quick angle on this in a minute. But before I do that, one thing I want to let you guys know is later on this afternoon at noon, the Stock Market Club is going to meet at noon to talk about the stock market. That's my thing. I wrote my dissertation on stocks, so I love the stock market. I love, 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 love the stock market. The number one wealth driver in America. It's the number one place to make money on the planet. So if you want to join us and you want to do a free trial, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Also, if you there's another thing I did put together a list of stock. Remember yesterday I was telling you guys that investing in water is going to be a big deal. That literally in the next like 20, 30, 40 years, they're expecting a water shortage. And so what I did was I put together a list of investments you can make in that space if you want to make money from that. I'm gonna text that out probably tomorrow. My team's kind of putting that together and getting that ready. So I will text you all the link. If you want to receive that, then make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you that list. Thirdly, you guys may or may not know, but we're actually going to Ghana in July. We're doing a group trip to Ghana, and we have this thing, the B1 Voyages that we created where we can travel together and stuff like that. We're going to Ghana and also to Black Wall Street this year. So if you want to be notified when we go on the group trip and you want to connect with some of the other people that are here in this space, get on the text list for the travel. Just text the word travel to that same phone number, 87948, and we'll send you notifications. So text travel to 87948. I'll send you information. All right. So how many of you have watched the Squid Games? Give me a yes if you have seen. I love the Squid Games. I saw the first one; it was really, really good. And I'm looking forward to watching the second one. The Squid Games has been, I think, the most popular show in the history of Netflix, and it's really powerful because I think that the Korean South, I think it was made in South Korea, right? If that's the case, I know that there's something about South Korean filmmaking that really resonates. Where they're just so creative. The movies are kind of different, and you're like, "Whoa, I didn't think that was going to happen." Because we're used to the American stuff. I think South Koreans are brilliant at making movies. They made that other movie. I forgot what it was. It had a one word title. It was called Beef. I think it was called Beef, and it was the craziest movie ever. I think it was called Beef. And then there was another one. Um, where the people were living. Parasite. Yes, yes. Thank you, James. Parasite was amazing. Beef was amazing. Squid Games was amazing. Like they're good. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, Armando. Death Note. Okay, I'm gonna go find that one. Thank you, Armando. I appreciate your contribution. Oh, Queen of Tears. Is that another one? Okay, I'm writing these down because the Koreans just have a great ability to zoom in on things like economic inequality in a really unique and creative way that I think is just really powerful, right? So anyway, with Squid Games, I want to kind of talk about that as an economic lesson because if you don't, in case you don't know, this movie's all about money. It's all about money. It's all about economics. It's all about economic inequality. And so here are some financial theories you can connect to the Squid Games when you're watching to kind of understand how economics works, and also to reiterate the importance of making sure that your children are trained on economics, making sure you're buying stock for them when they're babies, making sure that they understand the different ways to make money in the economy. Like that song. Remember that song? I'm on the highway, making money the flyway. You gotta get a better way. And I was like, what's making money the flyway? What is that? Now, maybe he was talking about something different. I actually met the rapper who made that song. I think it was Lil Troy. I met him. I think he passed away, but he was a very nice guy. I met him at a party. Willie D had a thing, and I went down there and I met him. It was Really cool. But anyway, it was so in this song, one of my favorite songs, they talk about making money the flyway. Well, in my mind, making money the flyway means making money in a way that's actually going to accelerate your wealth, allow you to not have to trade time and energy and years of your life to make a dollar. And that really requires a type of economic consciousness where you can see the whole court, so to speak, and position yourself properly. Just like in a basketball game, LeBron James, the reason he was a great player was because he had extraordinary court vision. He had great basketball consciousness and he could see where everybody was and get the ball to the right spots. Well, the same thing is true economically. You have to be able to see the whole court in terms of how the whole economic game is played and say, okay, I don't want to be over here. I'd rather be over here, right? So basically in America, it's very, very simple. It's kind of a horse and jockey sort of system where you have the ways that people make the most money through things like real estate, stocks, and entrepreneurship. Those are the three biggest ways that people make money. And really, you could say real estate, stocks, and general investing in other areas. The hard ways to make money are definitely through labor, like working for other people. America does not support its workers. I just heard something on this show called Morning Brew Daily that I listened to, where they said that these ski resort workers are on strike and they work for this massive corporation that makes something like I forget how many billions of dollars a year that they make, and they literally couldn't get them to give them a $2 raise. Where literally, I think they said it would cost them $900,000 to give them the raise, but the company's net income is like either in the hundreds of millions or the billions of dollars. So literally, they could give them the raise, and it wouldn't even affect their bottom line hardly at all. And I remember thinking, well, the government should be stepping in and forcing them to treat their workers properly and give them worker labor rights. But again, I've explained to you guys in previous conversations that our government has kind of been bought out by the capitalists. So they're not giving and supporting power to, you know, to workers. This is not the country you live in. So making money by working and all that and picking a career and working into the ground and all that just really isn't the best approach. Not just because you don't typically get enough money to thrive, you only get enough to survive, but it's also uh, costly because you're giving up so much more than just your skill. You're actually giving up years of your life. And so even if you do something like become a surgeon, if you become a surgeon and you go to school for what do you do? Go 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, a 1 year internship, 6 years of surgery, surgical training, right? So you've gone to school, what's that, like 14 years of your life, and you go to school 14 years of your life just not to make money. It's not like you do the 14 years and they're like, okay, here's a $5 million check for all the years you put in. Now at that point, you have what is referred to as human capital. That means that now have all this skill in your brain. God forbid that you slip and fall and bust your head and or get killed in a car accident on the day of graduation. That's got to be terrible. But even then, you don't have money. You have the ability to make money. So you can go in now. Now, yeah, you can go and you can do surgeries and make $1 million a year, $500,000 a year, whatever. But that's even then, you're still working so much that it deteriorates other areas of your life, right? There are a lot of people that are very successful professionally, high paid attorneys, high paid surgeons who have horrible lives, right? Whose mental health is gone, their physical health is gone, their families have fallen apart, or they sacrifice family altogether just for their career. And I personally think that building intellectual capital, building an economic base off of an organic entity, which is you, I think that's a misalignment. I think that is a severe problem. I think that's an addiction a lot of people have. It's what we're taught as kids, and a lot of people aren't really talking about it the way that they should. But I think that's really, really, really a bad trade. It's a bad, horrible trade, right? Horrible trade, right? So instead, why not do a better trade? Why not trade dollar for dollar, capital for capital? So that means, if I've got a kid and I'm like, hey, I don't want you in none of this. I don't want you to even the best parts of this system as a worker. I don't want you to have that. So I'm going to just buy you some stock and get you a capital base. Start when you're little. I remember if you bought $1,800 worth of stock for your kid in 1997, they'd have a couple, $2-3 million now and never have to work for anyone ever. So I'm going to buy you little shares of stock. Then by the time time you're 20, 25 years old, you're going to have a capital base. And also, I'm going to give you some knowledge, not anything fancy. I'm just going to, maybe I'll bring you to Dr. Boyce's class every morning with me, and we'll just sit here and listen to this weirdo talk. And then after, a few of these trainings, you'll understand economics at a higher level so that you then have the ability to take this capital base that we're building and then be able to kind of make things happen. Okay. So ultimately, this is the trade off that I think works best. And I think Squid Games is interesting because Squid Games does a good job of really highlighting what happens, or the necessity of economic preparation as a protection against financial exploitation and economic vulnerability. Okay, so let me pull this up. I made some notes on this. And by the way, I see some of you are asking about the list of water stocks and investments you can make in terms of water. I'm gonna text that out. So text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will send it to you. I cannot email it to you. So because I don't have everybody's email right now, I will try to figure out a system. I don't know, or maybe you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live out of the country or something, go to drboyceelevate.com. That'll get you on the email list, and then I can also email it out to everyone that's on that list. That way, all of you can get it. All right, so here are a few things that pop up in Squid Games that I want you to look for when you watch the movie. First off, if you notice in Squid Games, the participants are risking their lives in order to make a dollar, right? They are in the midst of a significant economic desperation, which was typically caused by structural inequality. So you have rich people who are the players of the chess game, and then you have poor people that become the pawns. Okay, so ultimately, the wealthy have a different type of consciousness because they're looking at the economic game from the top down. They're just looking at the different players in the game, and you're looking up at them, and they're just moving you around like little chess pieces. And the Squid Games does a good job of connecting to this. There's something called Tom Piketty's Capital in the 21st century. He has a theory on this. He says that unchecked capital accumulation can exacerbate wealth inequality, leading to social instability. So players that had the debt, basically they're trapped, and they reflect how systematic inequality can force the poor into exploitative systems. So systematic inequality is a real thing that does exist, but it's not an excuse. In fact, my argument is that if you have awareness of the inequality and you have time, which I've mentioned to you all that time is the most important element in any wealth equation. Time matters more than money, actually, and this is a mathematical truth. Then you can actually navigate around some of the pathways through which the inequality is created. For example, if I tell you, for example, if we're talking and I say, corporations get you to become a consumer by basically, by basically manipulating your dopamine levels by advertising in a certain way, to make you feel aspirational or whatever. Like for example, like that video, how to sell to the Negro. Then now you're aware. Now you know what's going on, right? Now you know. Now you have a choice. Before, maybe you didn't have a choice. Before, you just didn't know, or you just weren't aware of what was going on. But now you know the game. So then at that point, the question is, how are you going to play that game? How are you going to circumvent those issues? Number two is debt as a tool of exploitation. So one thing that happens in Squid Games is that a lot of players join the game because they have so much debt. And remember, debt is something that is powerful. If you use it properly, it can become incarceration, financial incarceration, if you use it improperly. So a lot of people, because of student loan debt, they get locked into the corporate plantation because they went to college, and the same institution that will loan you $200,000 for a student loan would not loan you $25,000 for a business loan. Why is that? Well, because a student loan works to their advantage, a business loan works to yours. A student loan means that all you're doing is you're taking that money and you're turning right around and handing it to them. So it's like you're giving them dollar bills, they're giving you Wendy's coupons, right? So if I buy $1 million worth of Wendy's coupons, that's not like having $1 million in cash, because Wendy's coupons are restricted in their use. I can only use that if I go to the restaurant and pay for their product, which already has a markup attached to it. But if you give me $1 million in cash, that's a whole different reality. So if I had a choice, if somebody said, Dr. Boyce, which would you rather have? $1 million in Wendy's coupons or 100,000 in cash? Oh, give me the 100,000, because then I have the ability to apply those funds in any way that I see fit. I don't have to go buy a bunch of damn cheeseburgers at your restaurant and somehow feel like I spent $1 million. So ultimately, that's so debt is when it's sort of applied in a way that's not beneficial to you, it does become a trap. And so when people have in Squid Games, a lot of the players are in debt and they're trying to get out of the debt. And there's a theory. Karl Marx had a theory of exploitation. He explained that capitalists can extract value from workers through asymmetric power dynamics. That workers have less power than the employer, which is what's happening in the ski resort out in Vail. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars, and the ski workers are saying, "Hey, we just want to make $23 an hour because we can't live in Vail. Our customers can, y'all can, but we can't." And that fits with what Marx said. I'm not a Marxist, but Marx was right about this, and he says that it says here in modern economics, financial institutions also play a similar role, which where they leverage debt to perpetuate class subjugation. So debt is powerful, but you must be very careful with debt. There is good debt and there's bad debt, and so debt can be a good thing in your life or it can harm you. The illusion of meritocracy. This is what's interesting. So the game of the Squid Game appears to be fair, with everyone having an equal chance to win. However, factors like physical strength, alliances, and manipulation of the rules reveal that outcomes are far from equal. And that's kind of like in a way what it's like to be black, right? A lot of people are pushing right now, like McDonald's, for example, just got rid of all their diversity programs apparently, and which I personally think I mentioned this on my podcast on Spotify. It's called the Dr. Boyce Daily, Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. You can go listen to the segment if you want. But on Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, what I did say was I said so McDonald's is interesting because there are a lot of other corporations where diversity was cool when it was convenient. Now it's inconvenient because they've got the Republicans that are kind of putting pressure on. There's a guy named Robbie Starbucks, and all he does is spend all his time going after companies that have DEI programs. And now, on one hand, DEI kind of got screwed up in the sense that they started equating gay people to black people, which is not the same. I'm sorry. I love my gay friends. Nothing against you, but still, that's not the same. Stop that, right? And then suddenly, you got gay people and white women and everybody else benefiting from the DEI programs. But I do know some black people who are fans of DEI who benefit from DEI. I got my first job at Syracuse University through a DEI program. They had to force them to hire us. They did not want to hire black people at that university. They had, I think, almost 100 faculty in the business school at Syracuse, and not one of them was African American. Not one. They did not. They were like, we don't want no black people up in here. We want y'all playing basketball, picking up the trash, and tackling people on the football field. We do not want you teaching our white kids. That was. But we'll take black students because we're getting their money. But we don't want black professors because they're the ones making money from the university. Yeah, that's what it was. So they had to force them to hire us. They hired three of us, and one of them was gone very quickly. Two out of the three were gone, and the third one they treated her so badly. I never forget this lady. She was half white actually, so she was like kind of one of them in a way. And she and she really like did she played the game. She really so I can't play. I don't play games that well. I'm not good at that. I can't pretend. I'm the Negro that'll get you fired. I've always been that guy. You can go back 25 when I was 25 years old, I was the same dude. But with her, like she did everything right. She made friends. She would go to their kids' birthday parties. I didn't know where all the people I work with, I did not know where they lived. I did not know if they had kids. I didn't know if they were married. I didn't care. I was there to work. That's it. I worked on my research and that was it. That's my flaw. That was who I am. She did all the social stuff. She connected with them, and I was like, oh wow, this whole like being white thing is really working out for you. Maybe boys, maybe you're too radical. Maybe just slow down. They still treated this poor lady like crap. When she actually got promoted and they gave her tenure, not one single person. Usually, when you get tenure, and I can just tell you about the rules of academia, when you get tenure, everyone's like happy for you because it's like a kind of a big deal. It's kind of like getting married or something, right? It's like, but tenure, it's like a lifetime job, kind of like welfare for smart people, right? So you can work forever and they can never fire you. My wife has tenure. She's actually a full professor. Very few PhDs become full professors. Very few black female PhDs become full professors. So give that black woman her props. But anyway, so she got promoted, and even though typically everyone congratulates you, not one single person in her department sent her a congratulations letter because they were resentful and mad because they felt that she only got it because she was black. And so and so what really kind of like made me sad for her was I said, man, you did all this selling out. You did all this bending over. You were literally doing everything they told you to do. Me, I understand why you'd want to get rid of me. I'm just not pleasant in that way. I don't fit in those spaces. But you, I didn't understand it. And I remember her kind of talking to me, and I said, okay, so I get it now. There's just kind of a disdain. that they have for those of us who want to fit into certain spaces. That's it. Like when they talk about black jobs, they're really talking about black jobs. They're not talking about the white jobs. There's certain roles like they're like, okay, if you want to be a rapper who comes and like wants to hold your testicles and call yourself the N-word at the office party, then we're gonna cheer for that. That's amazing. If you want to be the big basketball player who shows up and in your basketball uniform and talk about what it's like to play for the Lakers, we're gonna honor that. We love you, man. You're awesome. But when you show up and you're black and you're like, I don't play basketball because I'm not tall enough. I don't know how to rap, but I can program a computer or I do have a PhD and I can do cutting edge financial research. It's like, nah, you're not interesting. You're kind of boring. And and I think that this is something that we have to kind of acknowledge and understand. I'm not saying that some of us can't find our way to wiggle through the system. Some of you have, and I congratulate for that. I support you 100%. But I do think that there is kind of a belief about sort of us being in our place, right? These are the places that you can fit. Even when I was on the campus at Syracuse, I remember that there were black people that were kind of kept in in a certain place. There was like they would put everybody like in Africana studies. They call that the ghettoization. So every all the black professors they'd be like, "Oh, you'd be great for the Africana studies department." And that just speaks to the idea that in some spaces the first thing they see when you're black is that you're black. They don't see you as a human being first. They see you as a black person first. Right? And so what this means, in my opinion, is I think this necessitates the absolute essential nature of what we're dealing with. It tells us what we must do. It tells us what we have no choice. We have to develop spaces and institutions of our own. We have to. We have to develop spaces, not so much where we're just disconnected from the world or that we just walk around being mad at white people all day. No, I think that we get rid of all that because if you're focused on what you're doing, you're not so worried about what he's doing, right? If you got something of your own, you're not jealous of what somebody else has got. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I think being conscious of what we're conscious of. So like the consciousness of our consciousness is critical in the sense that um every day I wake up, I got to be conscious about what I'm thinking about because there are some things that you can sit around and be mad about all day that are just not going to benefit you. It doesn't benefit me as a black man to sit around and just be angry all day about what white people are doing. I don't think that's gonna fix the issue at all, and they don't really care that much. So really, I'm kind of just hurting myself. I built this little world that only I live in, where I'm just boxing, I'm shadow boxing all day against something that really, to some extent, exists in my imagination. Not that racism is not real, not that discrimination and segregate, not that all those things don't exist. They're real, but that doesn't have to be the only world that I live in. I think that there can be another world where all of our children are raised with basic ideas like get up every day, do the best you can, read books, work together, build wealth, don't give your money away, be smart economically, make a plan, love your wife, love your kids, build your community, take care of your health, stop eating McDonald's, and all these other things, right? So here's the point, right? Let me go back to McDonald's because I didn't finish that part. So the point that I made about McDonald's and their lack of diversity initiatives is I said, well, we could just say like we're mad, like let's just all go boycott McDonald's, which is totally cool. But I said, but really, if you think about it like this, though, let's go deeper. Should you really be eating McDonald's anyway? Like, does McDonald's rise to the top of the ladder of like healthy food choices in the first damn place? Do you know what that food does to your colon and your kidneys and your heart? I mean, do you know that you're also listening to a black man whose mama just died a week ago who ate a lot of McDonald's through the years? Not that McDonald's took my mother's life, but damn, it probably didn't help. So, so, so to me, I don't need McDonald's to cut their diversity programs for me to have a reason to stay away from that damn crack house of a restaurant anyway. I don't need a reason to not give them my money. You shouldn't need a reason to support your own businesses. You shouldn't need a reason to eat healthy food. You should just be doing this because this is what you're supposed to do. Because it just makes more sense anyway. Do you follow me? Like there's people like Juiced Up Reese. Y'all don't know Juiced Up Reese. Look her up. She makes these juices and they're good and they're healthy. And she'll be like, oh, this one has turmeric and vinegar and blah blah blah, and it'll help your heart and your lungs and your like all this, right? And I'm like, I should be. This is what I was supposed to be doing in the beginning. So I'm not really supporting your business because I'm doing something for you. I'm supporting your business because I'm doing something for myself and doing something I should have been doing from the very beginning. So I think that like with our economics, I think that hitting kind of the reset button and instead of building black wealth in response to white oppression, I think we should build black wealth because that's the damn thing God put us on this earth to do in the first place. That's where you were supposed to be already. You were already supposed to be doing what's best for your family. These are the things. So you don't need to be mad at somebody else for you to start loving yourself. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I hope you get that. I hope I help somebody today with that because that's something I think that if we process this properly, I think that we can really do some things, man. I believe our potential is just infinite. I think that our kids are just amazing. I think that if we do our job in this generation by guiding them in the right way and developing spaces for them to really truly be who they're supposed to be, they're gonna just run off here. They're gonna run out here and just kill it. They're just gonna be amazing. So it's just, now some of us, we're getting older, right? So some of us, we got a lot of regrets or whatever, but I don't think we should raise our children to have those regrets, right? And that's my thought for today. I don't have anything else to talk about. I do, but if I do, I'll be talking all day. So how about this? Before we go, one thing, if you want to get that list of investments in the water industry, I'll send that out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, those of you that are doing stock options with us or interested in generating income by selling stock options, which is a great way to make money, we're gonna meet. The Prime program is gonna meet tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I also texted you all a Q&A that I did. I'm gonna do another one today where I answer your questions on video and I send out the video and you can watch it and kind of learn the process. And if you are interested in options and you'd like to participate, you can text the word options to that same phone number 87948, and you can also go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And then, oh, and last but not least, I forgot Tierra KJ Williams is in the chat and she's screaming at me because I forgot to mention that also Constance Carter is doing a great like a little boot camp this weekend in the Fly Nubian Money Club, where basically this is where black women teach. This is all black women teachers. You can be in the audience if you're a man, but this is where we listen to our women because our women are smart and they're the greatest on earth in terms of what they can accomplish. And I just really think that that's important. So if you want to participate in that, just text the word Queens to the phone number 87948 and we'll send you a link if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. So just text the word Queens to 87948. And this is for the men too, right? These are just amazing women. Constance Carter, Tierra's awesome in terms of business storytelling. Dr. Lene Javette is part of it as well. She's an expert on black entrepreneurship. Dr. Alicia Watkins, my wife, is a participant as well. So if you would like to take a look at what they're doing over there, just text that word Queens to 87948. And I'm really also just really talking also to the men too. Like let's put these suckers to the side. These guys that just really don't want to have a good interaction with black women. I think that that's very unhealthy. So let's really show our women how much we support them, how much we love them, how much we honor them, and really maybe I'm feeling extra sensitive about that because y'all know how much I honor my mama, and because without these women we would be nothing, we would not exist, we wouldn't be a fraction of who we are, and so I think that that's just very natural to do anyway. So anyway, take care, guys, and have a good day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace.